Chun Guanlo turned his home upside down, digging through every inch until he found 10 taels of silver which he used to purchase gifts. The money was not much, so the gifts had to be grand. The larger the more respectable they appeared. He prepared 2 dried chickens, 2 dried ducks, and fearing the recipient might look down on these alone, he added 2 blocks of cured meat. He wrapped a packet of silver as well, then set off towards Steward Lu's residence in the back alley of the Marquis of Pingjiang's estate. Arriving at Steward Lu's residence, he gasped at the sight. What an imposing estate, a proper 2-courtyard compound. A mere steward of the Marquis's household lived in a grand residence fit for nobles. It was extraordinary. The Marquis's household truly lived in wealth. He stepped up the 3 stone stairs, grasped the brass knocker on the main gate, and struck it 3 times. Before long, the side door beside the main gate creaked open. A young gatekeeper poked his head out, eyeing Chun Guanlo. Seeing an unfamiliar face in plain clothes, the servant immediately put on an arrogant air, his nose lifted to the sky. Chun Guanlo quickly stepped forward with an ingratiating smile. "Excuse me, young man. Would you kindly announce me to Steward Lu? I am Chun Guanlo from the neighboring East Alley, son of Chunqingzhou." Having said this, he fished a few copper coins from his pocket and with an unpracticed hand pressed them into the young gatekeeper's palm. 10 copper coins. Chun Guanlo's heart ached at the loss. Fortunately, his face betrayed nothing. His hand did not tremble, giving the appearance of a man accustomed to generous spending. The gatekeeper's attitude changed the moment he pocketed the money. He broke into a smile. "Wait here." The words had barely fallen when the side door slammed shut with a sharp bang. Chun Guanlo stood speechless. He could only wait patiently before the door. The Marquis of Pingjiang's household bore the surname Chun, and so did Chun Guanlo. Both descended from the same ancestor. Unfortunately, Chun Guanlo had been born too late to enjoy better fortunes. By the time of his father's generation, the branch had already drifted 5 degrees of kinship from the main Marquis line. In earlier years, during ancestral rites, they might still meet the main household once. But now they were no longer even permitted to attend the ceremonies. The Marquis's family had long ceased to acknowledge these distant kinsmen. Calling them relatives was nothing more than a polite fiction. The descendants of the very first Marquis of Pingjiang had fallen so far that they now ranked beneath even the Marquis's own servants. When trouble arose, they had no choice but to beg favors from the household's stewards. Carefully preparing gifts, terrified the recipient would refuse to help. Chun Guanlo's family had already declined in his grandfather's generation, becoming destitute. With no other options, they had taken up a despised trade and secured a post in the imperial prison. It was an excellent post, passed from father to son, from son to grandson. A proper hereditary system, a succession by replacement, an iron rice bowl that could not be more secure, with guaranteed safety to boot. So long as one did not mind that this line of work was considered lowly and looked down upon, one could hold the post until old age, until death. To die in the middle of one's service was simply bad luck. Chun Guanlo's father had been one of those unfortunate souls. When Chun Guanlo was 10, his father died in the line of duty. The following year, his mother succumbed to grief and illness. He was raised by his elder sister, who married some years ago and, burdened with him as an unwanted dependent, endured much silent resentment from her husband's family. Now Chun Guanlo was 18, the age at which he could take up his father's post. A grown man could not keep living off his elder sister and her husband. He had to stand on his own feet as soon as possible. For the first 18 years of his life, Chun Guanlo had been muddled and confused, swayed by the social climate and the words of those around him. He had resisted inheriting his father's post, loudly declaring it a despised trade. Because of this, his elder sister had wept many a secret tear. It was not until 2 months ago that he suddenly awakened his past wisdom, recalling memories of his previous life. In that life, he had lived in the modern world where such notions as lowly and despised did not exist at all. A secure post like this was a proper iron rice bowl. Only a fool would refuse it. More crucially, along with the awakening of his past wisdom, a Tao fruit of longevity within his consciousness seat also revived. He had gained longevity, not invulnerability, but agelessness. The great Xia dynasty was founded on martial prowess and revered martial strength. From a young age, people were tested for martial veins. Those born with innate martial veins could cultivate the way of the warrior. Once martial arts reached minor completion, one advanced to a first-rank warrior, then second rank, third rank, all the way up to 9th rank. Above the 9th rank was said to be the Grandmaster realm, and beyond that lay mysteries the common folk could never know. To become a warrior was to gain status and standing, far above ordinary people. Because of this, violence permeated the streets. Without some means of self-defense, one could be killed at any moment. Chun Guanlo possessed no martial vein, and of course he was not content with that. He had already obtained the longevity that even the emperor himself yearned for in vain. As one awakened to past wisdom, he was a chosen child of heaven. Surely there was no reason he could not cultivate the martial path and become a warrior. It was too late to pursue Confucian studies and enter the Academy of Jixia to become a scholar warrior. He had neither the talent nor the funds. Education cost money, a great deal of it. In all the world, where could one learn every martial art under heaven without spending a single coin? After much thought, there was only one place, the imperial prison. Inside were confined people of every talent, each more eloquent and fascinating than the last. Therefore he must inherit his father's post and enter the imperial prison to serve. 2 months ago he had already submitted his application for succession, but it had vanished without a trace, not even a single response. A few days earlier, his brother-in-law, unable to refuse his elder sister's pleading, had gone to pull some strings on his behalf. Only then did he learn that the post left by his father had long since been filled by someone who had paid for it. One position, one person filling it. Now there was nowhere to place him. Their meaning was clear. They hoped he would take the hint and seek other employment. Chen Guanlo was furious. Did they think a single sentence would make him give up the prison post, his chance to become a warrior? Not in his dreams. So he thought of the Marquis of Pingjiang's household. They all descended from the same ancestor. Now that he was in trouble, seeking their help was only natural. The Marquis's main family would certainly look down on a destitute, distant relative like him. He would not even get the chance to meet them. Nor would he waste the energy or money. He decisively settled for the next best option and sought out Steward Lu's connection. Steward Lu was the second steward of the Marquis's household. The doorman of a prime minister held the rank of a seventh-grade official. A steward of a great Marquis's household wielded tremendous influence. A mere position in the imperial prison was but a word from him. For that single word, Chen Guanlo was willing to play the toady to be utterly servile. As long as he could enter the imperial prison, anything went. In his previous life, he had been a corporate man. He had long been tempered by experience. He had skin thick enough, but no face to speak of. Making money was nothing to be ashamed of. In these times, no matter what one did, money was hard to earn and hardships were plenty to swallow. He had already prepared himself for being humiliated, for facing the most mortifying of situations. He did not wait long before the side door opened once more. The same young gatekeeper appeared. "Madam, request your presence." "Thank you, young man." Chen Guanlo let out a long breath of relief. At last he had set foot inside the Lu household. Hearing the gatekeeper address Steward Lu's wife as Madam, he could not help but inwardly marvel. What grand airs! Even a steward's wife dared to be called Madam. On second thought, Steward Lu was apparently a second-rank warrior. The wife of a second-rank warrior being addressed as Madam was not excessive at all. It was perfectly appropriate. Entering the Lu residence, passing the ceremonial gate, walking through the covered corridor, his eyes brightened. Artificial mountains, ornamental rocks, rare flowers and trees. What extravagance! What a life this steward lived! Chen Guanlo envied him from the bottom of his heart. Far better than his own destitute life. No wonder some useless descendants of the Marquis's household addressed Steward Lu as Master Lu, or even Grandfather Lu. A servant riding atop the heads of his master's descendants, lording over them. Would the Chen family's ancestors be turning in their coffins at the sight? Chen Guanlo was invited into the flower hall. A middle-aged man who appeared to be a butler accepted the gifts. Chen Guanlo hurriedly presented a carefully wrapped packet of silver. The man weighed the package in his hand, his expression seeming somewhat satisfied. "Wait here a moment, madam, will arrive shortly." "Thank you." A young maid served tea. Chen Guanlo took a sip, fragrant and excellent quality. The Lu family's servants treated guests with proper courtesy, never offering stale tea despite his impoverished background. Chen Guanlo immediately felt a surge of confidence. He smiled politely at the tea-serving maid to express his thanks. The maid, however, covered her lips with her sleeve, giggling secretly, and turned to leave. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, Lu Guanshir's wife arrived at a leisurely pace. Hearing movement outside the door, Chen Guanlo rose promptly and looked toward the entrance. The light in the flower hall dimmed suddenly as two figures entered. Leading them was a woman of about 30. Chen Guanlo stole a glance. A woman with a remarkably graceful figure. Her features were at most considered passably pretty, but her eyes seemed capable of speaking. A single glance from those expressive orbs instantly conjured 3 parts enchantment. What might have been a 6 out of 10 face became a perfect 10 when paired with those irresistibly wistful, yet seemingly indifferent eyes, and her enchanting figure. Far more captivating than any great beauty. She was ripe. Utterly ripe. Like a dewy peach about to burst with juice, tempting anyone to take a bite. This woman must surely be Lu Guanshir's wife, Lu Guanshir. Chen Guanlo dared not look longer and hastily gathered his gaze, fixing his eyes on his nose and his mind on virtue, silently reciting that form is emptiness and emptiness is form. Behind Lu Guanshir followed the tea-serving maid from earlier. This junior pays his respects to madam. Having come to ask a favor, Chen Guanlo stepped forward without hesitation and offered a junior's bow. Clansmen of his age called Lu Guanshir Grandpa Lu, so a junior's bow to Lu Guanshir was not at all shameful. When asking a favor, one must adopt the proper posture. "So you are Chen Qingzong's son from the East Alley. How you've grown. Don't be so formal, sit and talk. I met you when you were small." Lu Guanshir smiled gently as she took the host's seat. Chen Guanlo, who had no habit of lowering his head while speaking, raised his head and said with a smile, "Madam, remembering this junior, is this junior's honor?" It was fortunate he did not raise his head. Once he did, Lu Guanshir clearly saw his appearance. The faint smile on her face instantly blossomed into a brilliant smile. What a dashing and handsome young gentleman. The little maid had spoken true. He was truly a man of outstanding appearance. Even when smiling in deference, there was no trace of fawning vulgarity, only the impression of a young man, both amiable and well-mannered, utterly lovable. Chen Qingzong had been plain-looking. No one expected his son to be so exceptionally handsome. "Why sit so far away? Come closer." Lu Guanshir beckoned. Chen Guanlo hesitated for half a second. Since she did not avoid the situation, he had no reason to be timid. He stepped forward 2 paces and sat at the side position, only a small square table's distance from Lu Guanshir. With his hand on the table, he could reach her. Sitting so close, he caught a fragrance from her. Something like citrus, and stole 2 more glances. Lu Wanshi saw right through his little movements and was secretly delighted. You came to see my husband, but unfortunately he is not home. The Marquis's residence summoned him on urgent business. No telling when he'll return. Whatever difficulty you have tell me bit the same. At this point he had no second sum of money to buy gifts, meaning he had no way back. Since Lu Wanshi was not home, he could only gamble, gambling on Lu Wanshi's conscience. Reporting to Madam, my father's position at the Heaven Prison has long been filled by someone else. Now I wish to enter the Heaven Prison for duty, but I cannot find any way in. I can only brazenly beg Manager Lu and Madam. I hope Manager Lu and Madam for my father's sake might lend me a hand. Lu Wanshi's eyes glided meaningfully. So that's the matter. You wish to inherit your father's post, am I right? Precisely. A Heaven Prison guard is a lowly profession. Are you certain such a fine young man? Lu Wanshi's tone carried a note of regret. Chun Guanlo replied with a solemn expression. I am now grown. I cannot let my elder sister worry for me any longer. The world is harsh. Though the Heaven Prison post is lowly, it offers a place to stand, better than drifting through life in confusion. You think clearly enough. I will relay this to my husband. Are you betrothed? Lu Wanshi smiled as she gazed at him, her delight growing with each glance. Her body unconsciously tilted in his direction, the table edge pressing against her chest, her figure all the more pronounced. Chun Guanlo in his past life had often accompanied clients on debauched outings. He had long since forged a heart of diamond hard immunity. Even witnessing such things, he could remain utterly calm, unmoved in eye and body. Lu Wanshi's meager attempts could not move him at all. Yet he had forgotten. In his past life he had weathered countless storms, and his body had long since grown immune. But this current body was still a youth in the most hot-blooded and impulsive of ages. A little heat rose, burning his heart, testing his willpower. He remained unmoved, took a deep breath, and suppressed his body's instinct. I am not betrothed. Oh, your standard's too high. Lu Wanshi rested one hand casually on the table, only 2 inches from his. One crook of a finger could snag his sleeve. Without establishing a career, how dare I start a family? Saying this, he reached for the teacup. The instant his hand touched the white porcelain teacup, a soft, delicate hand draped over the back of his hand, gently winding and entwining. Chun Guanlo. For now he held still. Would Lu Wanshi know what kind of woman his wife was? Leaving such a seductive wife at home, did he really not worry? Unafraid of a verdant meadow atop his head, or perhaps it had long since turned deep green. What a wanton woman. Her hand grew increasingly bold and clinging. They say one should first establish a family, then a career. Why have you reversed the order? Lu Wanshi laughed ardently, her gaze seemingly spinning silk, already weaving a spider's den, only waiting to pull the young gentleman inside and deal with him on the spot. I cannot hold up any young lady. How considerate of you. Is the tea too hot? Why aren't you drinking? Chun Guanlo, hearing this, hurriedly lifted the teacup and took a sip. The wife of a second-rank martial artist was not someone to provoke. Better to keep respectful distance. His life was just beginning. He did not wish to die. Once the matter was settled, he would stay far away from this woman. I am tired. Go home and wait for news. The Lu Wanshi, who had just been passionately enthusiastic, changed her face in the blink of an eye, raising her teacup to signal his dismissal. Chun Guanlo visibly froze, staring at her face. Not a joke. He did not try to struggle or linger. He rose and offered a bow. Sorry to trouble, madam. This junior takes his leave. Lu Wanshi, with a dignified expression, waved her hand to signal him to go home with peace of mind. News would come soon. Chun Guanlo walked out of the Lu residence in a fog, glancing back at the tightly closed main gate. He could not gauge Lu Wanshi's attitude. Was it because he had not responded? Or because he had not responded? The former meant trouble, she had taken offense. Lu Wanshi was clearly not a broad-minded woman. The latter, appreciating his looks and thereby his character. Not to boast, but just this face of his. If he went into that trade, he'd start at 50,000 a night. He knew Takashi Kaneshiro right. He was just a touch more handsome than Takashi Kaneshiro. Lu Wanshi's eyes were spinning silk. She simply hadn't met her match. When he got serious, his gaze could weave a web far more potent than spinning silk. In his past life, this very skill had beauties young and old weeping and begging for his embrace. He simply had too much backbone. Otherwise, he would long since have lived in a grand villa and driven a fine carriage, never needing to accompany clients on dissolute outings. Madam, this is the gift list delivered by Chun Guanlo for your perusal. The steward presented the list. Lu Wanshi took it, glanced at it, and smiled faintly. He is indeed generous. A meager gift of merely 10 taels of silver hardly deserved her attention. Yet, given Chun Guanlo's present circumstances, offering such a sum demonstrated he had spared nothing. His sincerity was undeniable. Would Madam consider helping him? The young maid Xiaojuan asked timidly. Lu Wanshi cast a sidelong glance at her, a knowing smile playing on her lips. What? Have you taken a fancy to him? Xiaojuan admitted it forthrightly. Madam, you jest. What young man so handsome would not be admired? Yet I care not for his looks alone. What moves me is that within the Chun clan someone still strives upward and does not disdain the prison watchman's post as menial work. Does Madam find him lacking in discernment? Lu Wanshi chuckled coldly. Xiaojuan, has anyone ever withstood my advances before? Not a single one. Those women were all like hungry ghosts consumed by lust, utterly repulsive. Only Chun Guanlo was different. It is precisely he who remained unmoved by my overtures. This lad will surely not remain confined to modest circumstances. Tell me, should I help him? Xiaojuan grew cautious at once. She could not directly endorse helping, yet turning him away felt morally wrong. She could see how deeply Chun Guanlo valued the prison assignment. After careful deliberation she replied, since we have accepted his gift we ought to inform the master of this matter. Lu Wanshur nodded. Well said. The master's rule is simple, payment earns service. Though 10 taels is rather modest. As for this matter. She smiled. We shall wait until the master returns before discussing further. That evening steward Lu returned home after a busy day. Lu Wanshur greeted him warmly, personally wringing out a steaming towel to wash his face and wipe his body, then massaging his shoulders. Once he felt refreshed, an exquisite banquet was laid out, and the couple sat close together sharing food and wine. My lord has returned quite late today. Those gossiping wenches in the manor with rotten hearts and loose tongues spent their days shirking work and spreading nonsense. It reached the eldest young master's ears, and the master grew exceedingly furious. I was busy soothing him and disposing of those sharp-tongued women, which is what delayed me. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanshur was surprised. The Marquis estate has always been known for its kindness. How could you bear to sell off servants? Would it not damage our reputation? When the master is truly enraged, no one can calm him. A family that practices kindness. It is merely words spoken to the world. Steward Lu scoffed and drained his wine cup in one draught. Lu Wanshur hastily refilled his cup. I have something to share as well today. Guess who visited my lord? Who? Lu Wanshur asked with mild interest. Chen Qingzong. My lord remembers, does he not? The one who served in the prison, somewhat slow-witted. He has been dead for years, Lu Wanshur recalled. He has a son who has grown up, now named Chun Guanlo. He came today bearing dried duck, dried chicken, preserved meat, and a packet of silver, showing sincerity, one might say. He wishes to take his father's place in the prison service. Unfortunately, his father's position has long been filled. My lord, what say you? Should we help him? Lu Wanshur brought up the matter casually, her chopsticks never ceasing as she continually served food to her husband. She made it seem as though serving dishes was the principal concern, with Chun Guanlo merely a passing mention. Lu Wanshur, sipping his wine, asked, and how is this Chun Guanlo? One of the few in the Chun family with ambition. However, his branch has long been beyond the 5 degrees of mourning with the Marquis estate. Frankly, I see no reason to help. If we help him, the master gains nothing in return, Lu Wanshur declared firmly. Lu Wanshur had initially been unwilling, but her words gave him pause. Helping him is not impossible. It would take but a single word. But we must notify the Marquis estate first, Lu Wanshur muttered. I despise having to grovel before the second young mistress. For merely 10 taels of silver they expect me to make this journey. A terrible loss. Lu Wanshur wore an expression of disgust, clearly annoyed that her husband was burdening her with this errand. Her face remained stern and displeased. Lu Wanshur, however, chuckled and embraced her. You yourself acknowledge that Chun Guanlo is rare among the Chun family for his ambition. It is only a word. Let us help him. What prospects could there be in prison service? That is hard to say. Should anyone ever fall into hardship within the prison, having him there could at least provide some measure of protection. Tut. The Marquis estate has enjoyed prosperity for a century. Do not speak such nonsense. Wife speaks wisely. Then I shall trouble you to visit the second young mistress and inform her of this matter. Having assisted the Chin family, we must ensure the Marquis estate remembers our kindness. Lu Wanshur shot him a sidelong glance and snorted. Very well, I shall do as you wish. I have set my heart on a set of hair ornaments. Buy them. All of them, bring them home. Days later, Chun Guanlo learned that his prison position had been secured and the heavy stone upon his heart finally lifted. He made a special trip to the Lu residence to express his gratitude, but this time encountered neither Steward Lu nor Madame Lu. Only the young maid Xiaojuan. Xiaojuan refused to accept his gift, saying, only, when you have means, bring a more fitting present to show your thanks. That would demonstrate greater sincerity. Chun Guanlo pondered her words and found them reasonable. Yet he did not retrieve his gift. What gentleman would take back a present already given? Xiaojuan, unable to prevail upon him, reluctantly accepted it. His eldest sister, upon learning he had secured the prison post, exclaimed it was a blessing from the Buddhas. That very day, she returned to the Chun residence, carrying meat and provisions. After Chen Qingzong's death, little money remained. Only a modest single courtyard house, just 2 alleys from the Marquis estate and a few streets from the various government offices. It rivaled the prime real estate within the third ring road of a later era's capital. Even during the family's direst hardships, they had not sold this small house. A wise decision. Otherwise, Chun Guanlo would still be renting lodgings. His eldest sister Qin Xiaolan was well past 20, with the delicate beauty of a refined maiden, graceful both in appearance and domestic virtue. She had married the younger son of Su Deshang, a minor city gate official. Their life was tolerable. They could afford meat every few days, though money was always tight. When Qin Xiaolan produced a packet of silver and offered it to Chun Guanlo, he refused outright. Others might not understand the life she led in the Su household, but he knew it all too well. Back when Qin Xiaolan first married, he was still a boy, having lived with her in the Su household for 2 years. He had watched his elder sister endure the humiliations of servitude, the temper of her mother-in-law, the hostility of her sisters-in-law. Each grievance seared into his memory. The 2 Su brothers had not divided the household, so all earnings went to Su Deshang's wife for distribution. As the youngest daughter-in-law, Qin Xiaolan received nothing. Only because her brother-in-law, the favored youngest son, had some discretionary funds did she manage to scrape together silver. This money was painstakingly obtained from him. And how could he have the audacity to ask for it? Sister, stop worrying about me. I shall be eating at the office 3 times daily and receiving uniforms for each season. I shall have nowhere to spend money. Nonsense. Even if food and clothing cost nothing, social obligations require expenditure. In the office you cannot isolate yourself. Father's loneliness in his dealings left him without support when crisis struck. As for social obligations, sister need not concern herself. Once I receive my salary, I shall treat my colleagues at the office. I shall not stint on such matters. Besides, everyone at the office already knows my family's circumstances. They will have certainly inquired and know that I currently lack funds. They will not expect me to entertain now. Sister, take the money back at once. If your mother-in-law discovers this, there will be trouble. Chun Xiaolin hesitated. Truly, you will not accept it. Chun Guanlo shook his head, firmly resolute in his refusal. He had already decided that until received his salary, he would remain at the prison and spend not a single copper coin. Early that morning, Chun Guanlo reported to the heavenly prison. After paying his respects to the various officers, he was assigned to Clerk Su. Greetings, Clerk Su. He gave a slight bow, fully adopting the manner of a deferential junior subordinate. Call me Uncle Su. I was sworn brothers with your father, and you've finally grown up. Su Fuguei patted Chun Guanlo on the shoulder, seeming unusually warm. Chun Guanlo's face showed great surprise mixed with bashfulness, and he mustered the courage to call out, Uncle Su. Inside, he didn't believe a single word Su Fuguei said. His eldest sister had once told him that when their father passed away, none of the mourners who came to the house seemed to include this Uncle Su, Su Fuguei. Alas, I heard about your situation. When you sought to take up your father's post, I wished to help, but my voice carried little weight. The position your father left behind had long since been taken by others. I was powerless to intervene. Fortunately, you had connections and managed to sort it out yourself. Thank you for keeping me in mind, Uncle Su. Your kindness is deeply appreciated. At present, however, my pockets are rather light. Once I receive my salary, I'll treat you to a drink at Guanmei Tower. No need for you to treat me. I'll be the one treating you. Su Fuguei laughed heartily, his manner open and forthright. After his laughter subsided, he asked, Did you meet with any of your superiors? What did they tell you? The officers said father's position no longer exists, and there is no opening for a prison warden at present. I'm to serve as a guard for now. Those? Never mind. A guard will suffice then. Dear nephew, don't harbor resentment. Though the position may seem humble, being a guard has its own advantages. Let me guide you, and you'll understand soon enough. Come, I'll take you to collect your sword and uniform and register your name in the kitchen. I'll follow your guidance, Uncle Su. I'll work steadfastly as a guard from now on. Thank you for your care. No need for thanks. Don't be so formal from now on. Chun Guanlo smiled without responding. These words were only meant to be heard. If he were truly informal with him, misfortune would surely follow. Clad in the dark red guard uniform with its standard-issue waist, sword belt tightened, and collar adjusted, Chun Guanlo ran his hand over the hilt at his side and took a deep breath. From this day forward, he too was a civil servant, holding an iron rice bowl, and he felt extraordinarily proud. Hey, that uniform suits you quite well. Upon seeing him dressed, Su Fuguei beckoned him to follow. You'll follow me and serve in cell block Bing from now on. Cell block Bing. One spoke, the other listened. Chun Guanlo followed closely behind Su Fuguei, weaving through corridors and moon gates, passing through heavy gates and 2 more doors before finally entering the main cell block Bing of the heavenly prison. It was dim and murky, a pungent smell of mildew mingled with some indescribable odd odor that struck his nostrils. Chun Guanlo held his breath, needing a long while to acclimate to the stench. A few steps forward and a turn revealed a long, dim corridor stretching endlessly ahead, cells lining both sides. From now on, you'll work here, responsible for patrol. You'll follow the 2 Lu De over here. This is the new recruit, Xiao Chun Guanlo. You'll patrol together from now on. Xiao Chun, work hard. I have confidence in you. I will surely work hard. If you have any questions, ask Lu De. After settling, Chun Guanlo and Su Fuguei left the prison and went to the administrative office outside to drink tea. Lu De lived up to his name. His head was remarkably large. Chun Guanlo couldn't help but wonder if the man suffered from hydrocephalus. He was short, half a head shorter than Chun Guanlo, but stockily built. So Chun. My name is Chun Guanlo. Just call me Xiao Chun, brother De. You'll follow me on duty from now on. I'll obey whatever you say, brother De. Just give the order. Lu De was greatly pleased by his respectful demeanor. I'll take you on a patrol first. Cell block Bingzi held ocean pirates and scum of the Jianghu. Chun Guanlo was thrilled. Someone had brought him a pillow right when he needed it most. Brimming with curiosity, he followed Lu De as they began their inspection from cell 1 of block Bingzi. When patrolling, the most crucial thing is checking that the head count is correct. If there's any discrepancy, we'll all face consequences. This is paramount. Do you understand? Chun Guanlo quickly nodded and said he understood. Second, watch for signs of plotting or troublemaking. The inmates in Bingzi are not exactly compliant, so be vigilant about potential communication between inside and outside. Never let your guard down. And third, you must be able to tell the living from the dead promptly. May I ask, brother De, how does one distinguish between the two? Chun Guanlo asked humbly. Lu De glanced at him and pointed towards cell 13 ahead. Cell 13 held only a single prisoner, both feet shackled in iron chains, lying face down on the filthy floor. Alive or dead, it was impossible to tell. Can you tell whether he's dead or alive? Shun Guanlo approached Cell 13 and examined the prisoner carefully. The man lay motionless, not even breathing, making it impossible to determine his state at a glance. Yet if the man were truly dead, Lu Datu wouldn't appear so unconcerned. Still he said, "I cannot tell. Please teach me, Brother Datu." Lu Datu chuckled and struck the cell bars with his staff. The echo reverberated through the dark corridor, nearly deafening. "Hey, get up." The prisoner on the ground squirmed like a maggot before going still again. Lu Datu grinned triumphantly. "See, that's alive. Though death in this prison is common, it cannot happen without explanation. The superiors must be notified first that someone is near death. Understood?" "Thank you for the guidance, Brother Datu. I understand now." Shun Guanlo agreed wholeheartedly. Reporting that a prisoner was dying was simply fulfilling one's duty. Whether to save or treat them was up to the superiors. If a prisoner actually died, the prior report meant everyone could account for it. Patrolling along, Shun Guanlo discovered that cell block Bingzi contained over 100 cells, and nearly all of them were occupied. Good heavens, the heavenly prison held so many ocean pirates. What state must local law enforcement be in? The last dozen or so cells were empty. Shun Guanlo assumed they wouldn't need to patrol them, but to his surprise, Lu Datu led him toward the very back. He whispered, "The rest are fine, but the one at the very end. Remember, inspect it carefully every day without fail. If anything goes wrong, neither of us will escape the consequences." At the deepest part of cell block Bingzi, it was so dark he could barely see his hand. The air was oppressively damp and the floor seemed wet. In the dimness, he thought he heard heavy breathing that didn't sound human at all. The deeper they went, the more horror film-like the atmosphere became. It felt as though a monster waiting to pounce and devour humans lurked within, ready to strike at any moment. Trailing behind Lu Datu, Shun Guanlo felt unusually tense. What manner of utterly evil figure was confined to this pitch-black depth of the heavenly prison? They arrived. In a pile of straw, a middle-aged, no perhaps old, man, his limbs and neck all secured with iron chains. His hair and beard were as tangled as straw itself. In the faint light, Shun Guanlo saw the prisoner's eyes were closed, and there appeared to be characters tattooed on his face, though his beard obscured what they might be. His head hung low as he leaned against the wall. His chest rose and fell with each deep, labored breath. Despite being imprisoned in this dark place, the man's body remained remarkably robust. "He's fine, let's go." Lu Datu seemed genuinely afraid of the prisoner inside. After confirming the man was unharmed, he hurried away with Shun Guanlo in tow. Prison inspections were divided into 3 shifts: morning, noon, and evening. Shun Guanlo had been working the day shift alongside Lu Datu for a little over half a month, and when the rotation came around, he was assigned to the evening shift as expected. The veteran guards grew restless once the gates were sealed at night, with no superiors watching over them. Shun Guanlo took on the responsibility of the evening patrol, walking alone through the long, lightless corridors of the Bingzi section of the heavenly prison. Passing cell 13, he tapped the bars as was his custom. The inmate inside wriggled like a maggot, confirming he was still alive. After serving for so long, he had never once seen the true face of the prisoner in cell 13, truly capable of lying low. He continued, pressing deeper into the darkness. Brother. The fat man in cell 25, a man of considerable girth, was a rare sight in the heavenly prison. What made him stand out even more was that he bore no visible injuries. From his very first day on duty, Shun Guanlo had taken notice of him. He was a low-level thug from one of those so-called vibrant social organizations that dealt in loan sharking. Rumor had it he had offended a powerful figure and was thrown into the heavenly prison under some pretext or another. "Brother, over here." "What is it?" Shun Guanlo responded without warmth, his expression stern. Yet he was still young, and in the eyes of these veteran inmates his severity came across as bluster masking inner weakness. He looked like an easy mark, a greenhorn. "Brother, do me a favor and carry a message outside for me. I'll give you 100 taels." Shun Guanlo simply turned and walked away, unwilling to waste another word on him. The fat man grew desperate. "Brother, please wait. 150 taels. If that's too much, 200. Just give me a straight answer, will you?" Shun Guanlo ignored him completely, not even deigning to cast him a glance. The man was clearly treating him like a fool. 200 taels was a substantial sum. If it were such a good deal, why would the fat man seek out a rookie guard instead of one of the seasoned ones? Don't tell him the fat man was being kindly and specifically looking out for a newcomer. The fat man was no gentleman. Shun Guanlo was no 3-year-old child, easily swayed by a mere 200 taels of silver. Lu Datu had repeatedly emphasized strict vigilance against insider-outsider collusion. It was certain that a serious incident involving such conspiracy had once occurred at the heavenly prison. He was merely a rookie with no family background or connections, fresh to the post. Where would he get the courage to dabble in such conspiracies? He might earn the money with his life, but spend it with another. Brushing off the fat man's honeyed words, he continued his patrol, counting heads cell by cell, ensuring all the prisoners were still alive. When he reached cell 60, he paused and glanced twice. He had already made inquiries and learned that cell 60 held the leader of the Old Eagle sect. The Old Eagle sect operated nominally as a martial arts school, but in truth was another one of those vibrant social organizations. On the surface, they conducted legitimate business, but behind closed doors they were engaged in murder and robbery. Not long ago, they had been shut down by the Six Gates Division. The reason Chen Guanlo had taken note of this man was that after days of observation and careful consideration, he deemed him relatively approachable. Moreover, the man possessed genuine martial skill, a proper first-rank martial artist who had truly entered the path of martial cultivation. When he ran the martial arts school, he was also responsible for instructing his disciples. To Chen Guanlo, this was an opportunity. He had not forgotten the mission that had brought him to serve in the heavenly prison, to learn martial arts. The old Eagle sect leader's surname was Luo, his given name Luo Jingtian. He was a middle-aged rash man. He had clearly noticed Chen Guanlo, as well knowing him to be one of the newly assigned guards. Brother. After days of observation, he could no longer restrain himself, and spoke up. What is it? Chen Guanlo replied coldly, standing outside the cell with an expression of cold indifference. Do me a favor, and get me some food and wine. I'll pay. Luo Jingtian licked his lips, his body covered in scars, obviously subjected to torture. Chen Guanlo snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Although he desired to make contact, he could not so easily let the man succeed. Brother, wait. Name your conditions, and speak freely. Chen Guanlo turned, and regarded him. Why me? He was a powerless rookie with no influence, hardly worth the investment of these veteran prisoners. Luo Jingtian gave a bitter smile. The others are absolutely extortionate. A single jug of wine costs me 10 taels, and a roasted chicken is priced at 20. I do have money, but I am unwilling to be slaughtered like cattle by those greedy old hands. As long as you ask for a fairer price, I will have no complaints. Chen Guanlo narrowed his eyes, slightly studying the man, weighing how much of his words were genuine and how much were deception. Then he said simply, no money. Brother, you should have said so earlier. I have a familiar shop. You merely need to go there and give my name, and you will receive free food and wine plus enough for an escape fund. What do you say? I do not want money. Chen Guanlo stood before the cell gate, arms folded across his chest. Luo Jingtian was taken aback and asked instinctively, if you do not want money, then what do you want? I wish to learn martial arts. Chen Guanlo stated his desire plainly and without shame. This time it was Luo Jingtian who hesitated. Observing your physique, brother, you seem to lack a martial lineage. Serving in the heavenly prison without some means of self-defense is never reassuring, Chen Guanlo explained. Luo Jingtian nodded in understanding. A heavenly prison guard certainly needed some basic skills, even if it was merely a few flashy moves to bluff one's way through. He frowned and pondered for a moment. I do have an external martial art here called the Heavenly Thunder Technique. It is best suited for ordinary people without a martial lineage. However, this technique has a significant flaw. What flaw? As the name implies, the Heavenly Thunder Technique is supremely yang in nature. Practicing this technique requires burning one's blood and chi at the cost of one's lifespan. Reaching the first layer damages 1 month of lifespan, and the 5th layer costs a full year. Should one cultivate it to the 9th layer, at least 5 years of lifespan would be sacrificed. Therefore, few choose to practice it. But this technique is indeed suitable for those without a martial lineage. Hearing this, Chen Guanlo was overjoyed within. Lifespan sacrifice. Others might fear it, but he did not. He possessed the Tao fruit of immortality. A mere 5 years, let alone 10 or 100, was nothing he could not afford. Nevertheless, he did not immediately accept the bargain. Instead, he asked with obvious disdain, is there truly no other technique? I am honest with you, brother. All other techniques require the coordination of internal cultivation methods to be effective. But without a martial lineage, you cannot cultivate internal energy. This. Luo Jingtian made his position clear. It was not that he refused to cooperate or withhold superior martial arts manuals, but rather that Chen Guanlo was born without a martial lineage and could not practice them. Chen Guanlo steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and put on an expression of painful deliberation. Teach me the Heavenly Thunder Technique now, and I shall send you food and wine another day. Are you certain, brother? It will shorten your lifespan. Enough nonsense. Luo Jingtian immediately passed on the complete Heavenly Thunder Technique to Chen Guanlo and carefully explained the essentials of cultivation along with some personal insights. After completing his rounds of the prison, Chen Guanlo returned to the duty room. It was bustling inside. People gambling, drinking, sleeping soundly. There was no end to it. Lu Dadu was gambling with fiery eyes. In the late spring season, within the cold and damp grounds of the heavenly prison, he had lost so much that sweat beaded on his forehead. He had stripped off all his clothes and stood in nothing but his undergarments. Chen Guanlo leaned beside him, and at several critical moments casually offered words of guidance, helping Lu Datu recover his losses. After that, he meddled no further and neatly lay down on his cot to sleep soundly. At dawn, the shift change occurred. Lu Datu, still buzzing with the exhilaration of a night-long gambling spree, draped an arm around Chen Guanlo's shoulder and pressed a tael of silver into his palm. Good brother. Last night, after Chen Guanlo helped Lu Datu recoup his losses, Lu Datu seemed possessed by the spirit of a gambling god, crushing all opponents. Chen Guanlo accepted the silver without hesitation, adding casually, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Gamblers never come to a good end. Don't worry, I know my limits, Lu Datu replied unconcerned. As they stepped out, they encountered a few other gamblers, their faces pallid. Clearly they had lost everything. When the two groups met, the losers glared at Lu Datu with resentment, their frustration over their losses simmering. One of them cast a particularly sour look at Chen Guanlo, clearly holding a grudge for helping Lu Datu turn the tables. As per custom, the winner was to treat everyone to a drink. Lu Dada let out a hearty laugh and readily agreed, promising to host a banquet at Guanmei Tower today. After settling the matter, the group dispersed, each heading home to rest. Chun Guanlo returned to his home near the Marquis's residence. It was a small compound with 3 main room side chambers on the east and west, a kitchen, a utility room, and a washroom. Truly, though small, it had all the essentials. After drinking some water, he began his martial arts practice. The Heavenly Thunder Art was an external training method focusing on fist techniques. Following Luo Jingtian's tips, he meticulously explored and comprehended on his own. After 3 hours of practice, he vaguely sensed the threshold of entry. At the agreed time, he arrived at Guanmei Tower for the feast. Lu Dada hosted the banquet. Since he had night duty later, Chun Guanlo dared not drink. The seasoned veterans, however, were indifferent. As long as they didn't get drunk, a little wine was nothing. The officials also enjoyed their evenings. Unless a major incident occurred, they wouldn't conduct surprise inspections of the imperial prison at night. The group drank to a third of their capacity, then timed their return to duty, just in time, barely avoiding tardiness. To their surprise, they encountered Jailer Zhang at the yamen, still on duty so late. Scoundrels! Jailer Zhang, seeing the half-drunk, reeking jailers, erupted in fury. Is this any way to conduct yourselves on duty? Sir, please understand. The night watch room is dark and damp. If we don't drink a little to ward off the chill, even the strongest man would break down within 3 years. Please, sir, consider that we've been diligent in our duties. Let us off this once. Sir, it's not that we're breaking the rules, but this month's food allowance is insufficient. The meals are too poor. We've each lost 3 caddies from hunger. We need to replenish. Relying on their seniority, the old hands babbled, trying to slip by. Chun Guanlo stood at the back of the line, not daring to step forward. He had no say here, he only needed to follow the group. Jailer Zhang was tempted to punish them, but knew it wasn't the right time. He would keep this debt. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with a few jailers. No need to rush. He waved his hand in disgust. Get lost, all of you. Go to your posts immediately. Next time I won't be lenient. Thank you, sir, for your mercy. Jailer Zhang, a mere yamen clerk, hardly qualified to be called sir. The jailers addressed him as such to show respect. If Jailer Zhang pursued the matter of drinking, he would be breaking the unwritten rules. If he broke the rules, they could also break them. Jailers had plenty of ways to cause trouble for their superiors. Digging pits and burying people, one dig, one hit. Then who would lose their head? Well, that was hard to say. Fortunately, Jailer Zhang had enough sense not to pursue it. The jailers took their leave of Jailer Zhang and headed to the imperial prison. During the night patrol of the Bingzi cell block, Chun Guanlo took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. At the cell door where Luo Jingtian was held, he handed over a flask of wine and a bundle of braised meat wrapped in oil paper. No roast chicken, just braised meat. Make do with it. Luo Jingtian didn't care. Any food was a blessing. He took the wine and meat, wolfing it down and gulping the wine. After eating until about half full, he slowed down. Damn, how long has it been since I last drank? Those heartless, rotten jailers are all bastards. But you, Brother Chun, are a good man. Though this braised meat doesn't taste like the shop I mentioned. Chun Guanlo naturally wouldn't buy wine and meat from the tavern. Luo Jingtian recommended to avoid being used as a tool for collusion. I bought the wine and meat from a roadside shop on the way here. Luo Jingtian paused in his eating, then resumed, as if nothing had happened. Brother Chun, don't worry. I know the rules. I won't ask you to pass messages, that's taboo. That was good. Chun Guanlo was pleased with his tact, then asked about what concerned him. How long does it take to gain entry into the Heavenly Thunder Art? How long to reach the first level? Luo Jingtian said while eating. For an ordinary person, at least 7 or 8 days. For those with poorer aptitude, 10 days to half a month. For example, I gained entry in 3 days and reached the first level in 2 months. A hint of pride flickered on his face, clearly satisfied with his martial talent. Chun Guanlo's heart skipped a beat. He had only taken 3 hours to touch the threshold of entry. What kind of speed was that? A prodigy. A martial genius. Damn it. If he were a martial genius, why did he have no martial meridians, unable to cultivate internal energy techniques, unable to step onto the martial path and become a true warrior? He refused to accept it. Did the heavens have no eyes, leaving such a great martial genius unfed, while favoring some flawed and twisted individuals? Practice is the sole criterion for truth. He couldn't just give up because others said he had no martial meridians and couldn't cultivate internal energy. He had to try it himself. Do you have any internal energy techniques? Luo Jingtian froze, then put down the wine and meat, wiped his greasy mouth, and said earnestly, Brother Chun, I know you're reluctant to give up. Countless ordinary people like you have refused to accept being mere fist masters, trying to break the limitations of martial meridians and cultivate internal energy techniques. But without exception, they all failed. The worst cases who forcibly cultivated ended up exploding from the energy. I have internal energy techniques, but if I gave them to you, I'd be harming you. Forcible cultivation is a path to death. You wouldn't live past 30. This is a lesson learned from the blood and tears of countless predecessors. You must heed it. Hearing this, Chun Guanlo's previously gloomy mood suddenly soared. He asked urgently, You mean it shortens one's lifespan? Not just shortens, it's trading your life for the technique, a sure loss. Only those with martial meridians can cultivate internal energy techniques and increase their lifespan. This is an immutable truth. Brother Chun, I know you're reluctant, but I still say give up. Don't try to persuade me. I have my own plans. Just teach me the internal energy technique. This, you. Luo Jingtian couldn't understand. He had explained the truth, so clearly why wouldn't Brother Chen listen? This was a path to death. What a pity. He had finally met a jailer who wasn't tainted, and now he had to watch him walk toward his death. The celestial Zen art and inner cultivation technique Luo Jingtian imparted to Chun Guanlo was no ordinary street-side manual, but a mid-grade inner cultivation method. At home during the day, Chun Guanlo attempted to practice the inner cultivation. Unsurprisingly, without a martial meridian, he quickly tasted bitterness, not only making no progress, but also suffering excruciating pain throughout his body, especially his internal organs, which felt as if squeezed by a force on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, bearing the longevity Dao fruit, as long as he had a breath left, the fruit would repair his body in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured from forcibly practicing the technique. After the attempt, his conviction grew clearer, and he became more determined to persist in cultivating the inner art. Others could not practice, but he, relying on the longevity Dao fruit, feared neither the loss of lifespan nor severe internal damage. He could bulldoze through forced cultivation. From then on, he began a life of slacking off at work and practicing after hours. Thinking of his immortality, he feared forgetting the present in the future. A bad memory is worse than a rotten pen, so he decided to keep a diary. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 18th day of the 4th month, clear skies. Lu Big had lost a bet and came to borrow money. I, a penniless man, had none to lend, so I only treated him to a bowl of beef noodles. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 25th day of the 4th month, light rain. I heard that Su Fugawei and prison officer Zhang are at odds, both vying to curry favor with Deputy Warden Jiang. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 28th day of the 4th month, overcast. I met the bastard who snatched my cushy job. Prison officer, one who oversees the Jiazi number prison, the most lucrative cell block housing corrupt officials. He clearly recognized me too. As a latecomer who nonetheless secured the prime post, he must have deep connections, making him untouchable for now. I'll avoid him from now on. Wait until I. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 1st day of the 5th month, clear skies. Auspicious day, payday. Monthly salary 2 taels, bonus 8 taels. This iron rice bowl is mine to hold tight. Even if the Heavenly King comes, I'll keep this job secure. The celebration is in order. Tonight I'll enjoy a performance at the pleasure house. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 2nd day of the 5th month, light rain. I prepared a gift and sent it to the Su family. Old Madame Su, as snobbish as ever, rarely showed me a smile and was unusually kind to my elder sister. As long as old Madame Su doesn't mistreat my sister, I'll just send more gifts in the future. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 3rd day of the 5th month, rainy, overcast. I went to the Lu family to deliver gifts, but unfortunately didn't get to see Lu Wanshi. The maid Xiaowan was nice enough, but had too many bad habits, fond of touching and groping. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 10th day of the 5th month, overcast. Deputy Warden Jiang made a rare inspection of the prison. Unusual. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 12th day of the 5th month. Night shift slacking off. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 14th day of the 5th month. Night shift still slacking. Left eye twitches for wealth, right eye for disaster. My right eye won't stop. I have a bad feeling. On the 45th year of Tai Xing, the 18th day of the 5th month, light rain. Holy crap. During the night patrol, Chun Guanlo, carrying a water and fire club, walked alone through the Bingzi prison, counting heads and checking if anyone was dead, just in case. He had grown accustomed to this job. Except for a few new inmates, all were old acquaintances. However, he had yet to see the face of the prisoner in cell No. 13. After completing the patrol, he was about to return to the duty room to sleep. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. Silence. Tonight the prison was eerily quiet, unnaturally so. Even in the dead of night, prisoners usually made some noise. The long corridor had echoes. He should have heard sounds from the duty room. At this hour, the duty room was usually the liveliest. How could it be so silent? Damn it, something's wrong. Whatever it was, he couldn't just wait to be a sitting duck. Chun Guanlo didn't hesitate. He made a snap decision, opened the nearest cell door, slipped inside, and locked it behind him. The prisoner inside, who had been locked up for who knows how long, reeked of filth, his beard and hair covering his face like tangled weeds. The prisoner's eyes cracked open slightly. Chun Guanlo gestured with his hand, show. If the man helped him this time, he would repay the favor later. The prisoner hesitated visibly, as if weighing the pros and cons. Soon a decision was made. He slowly feigned sleep, pretending nothing had happened. Chun Guanlo let out a long breath, covered himself with the messy straw, and hid. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but that didn't stop him from following his instincts. Not to become cannon fodder, but to lie low until the situation became clear. The vast prison was as silent as a ghost realm. The prisoners, as if tipped off, all played dead, pretending to be as lifeless as possible. The usual blustering wardens had vanished, leaving only Chun Guanlo, a small fry, hiding under the straw. Someone's coming. By the sound of footsteps, more than one person. Chun Guanlo peeked through a gap in the straw. One look, and he dared not take a second. A group of people wearing ferocious ghost masks and black cloaks burst into the prison. This was unmistakably the attire of the Ghost Domain sect. The Ghost Domain sect, known only by reputation, never seen. No one had ever laid eyes on its members, yet everyone knew the sect operated in secrecy, stealth, and cruelty. When the Ghost Domain sect appears, all is lost. How audacious of them to break into the Imperial prison for a jailbreak. The Ghost Domain sect members stopped 2 cells away. One of them pulled out a piece of wire, inserted it into the lock, and in a few seconds the cell door was open. The prisoner inside had been jailed only last month for stealing tax silver. He had been severely tortured and was still recovering from his injuries. The authorities feared he might die before revealing the whereabouts of the silver. From the Ghost Domain sect, one person stepped forward, personally helping the prisoner out of the cell. "Welcome, Hall Master." The Ghost Domain sect members all saluted with clasped fists. One quickly presented a mask, a cloak, and a pair of soft, well-fitting cloth shoes. Chen Guanlo was stunned. He had never expected that what he thought was a mere bandit was actually the elusive Hall Master of the infamous Ghost Domain sect. The question was, if he was the Hall Master, why would he risk stealing tax silver and get caught by the six doors? Chen Guanlo held his breath, afraid to make the slightest sound. He feared death. To perish halfway on the path to immortality, that must never happen to him. The Ghost Domain sect came and went quickly. After rescuing the Hall Master, they departed swiftly. But Chen Guanlo remained still. Only after half an hour, when he was sure the danger had passed, did he throw off the straw, leave the cell, and rush back to the duty room. The floor was covered in blood and corpses. All three gates were wide open. The prison was dead silent. He had no idea what was happening outside. Chen Guanlo's face twisted with grim resolve. He knew he couldn't walk out unscathed. Leaving meant death. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, didn't hesitate, and charged headfirst into the wall, knocking himself unconscious. Injured on duty, he was on paid leave. During his leave, he attended several funerals and offered condolences. These wrongfully deceased colleagues, though their daily relations were ordinary and even marred by some discord, had been fine men reduced to cannon fodder. Chen Guanlo could not help but sigh and lament. A small man had no rights, not even the power to decide his own life or death. Lu Dadu had survived unscathed, an unexpected blessing. On the fateful night, Lu Dadu had no money and owed gambling debts, so he did not join the gambling session. To avoid the trouble, he sneaked into the office to sleep and slack off, thus luckily escaping the disaster. Lu Dadu came to visit Chen Guanlo with 2 caddies of meat. Elder sister Chen Xiaolan was delighted and warmly welcomed him in. Ever since Chen Guanlo was injured, Chen Xiaolan had acted as if the sky had fallen, rushing back to the Chen family to care for her wounded brother. Had Chen Guanlo not stopped her, she would have moved in. After much persuasion, he managed to restrain his overly concerned elder sister, who came to look after him during the day, but returned to the Su family in the evening. Chen Guanlo knew his own condition well. The injury was not severe, only appearing wretched. That was precisely the effect he wanted. He could not afford to make his sister's life difficult in the Su family because of him. In truth, his brother-in-law was a decent man, but the Su family had not divided their household, and all domestic affairs were controlled by old Madame Su. She was the typical vicious mother-in-law in novels, snobbish and calculating. When both of Chen Guanlo's parents died within 2 years, old Madame Su had wanted to break off the engagement. It was Su Deshang who made the final decision, insisting that they not kick a man when he was down or look down on the poor. He insisted that his youngest son marry Chen Xiaolan, and even allowed Chen Guanlo to live off the Su family for 2 years. Fortunately, the relationship between his sister and brother-in-law had always been good. Otherwise, the harsh treatment from old Madame Su alone would have made life unbearable. "Just come, no need to bring gifts. You're too kind. Xiao Lu is in his room waiting for you. He's been looking forward to your visit. Take your time chatting, and I'll prepare a couple of dishes to go with your drinks. But Xiao Lu is injured, so don't let him drink too much. Don't worry, elder sister, I know my limits." Lu Dadu entered the study and saw Chen Guanlo engrossed in reading an expired official gazette. "Brother Dadu, come in and sit down." Chen Guanlo rose to greet him, fetched the kettle, and poured tea. "Don't bother, you're injured. How can I let a wounded man do the work? I'll do it myself." Lu Dadu took the kettle and downed 2 cups of tea. In the blink of an eye, the weather had turned hot. Though the walk from the yamen was short, he was still drenched in sweat. Sigh. Lu Dadu put down his teacup and sighed heavily. "Jiang Yuqing is gone." Chen Guanlo was startled, his face full of surprise. "Gone? They say he drank too much and fell into the river, drowning." After saying this, Lu Dadu sneered. "Do you believe that?" Chen Guanlo opened his mouth. Of course he didn't. Such a ridiculous excuse, those people couldn't even be bothered to cover it up properly. It was almost as if they had written "Silence the Witness" on their foreheads. He sighed again. "Too many have died. I wonder when this will end. How is the higher authority handling the prison break?" From that night on, he had never mentioned the name Ghost Domain Gate. From start to finish, the yamen had declared it a vile prison break orchestrated by lawless martial outlaws. The name Ghost Domain Gate appeared neither in writing nor in speech. The escaped Ghost Domain Gate Hall Master was in everyone's eyes merely an audacious bandit. Chen Guanlo was uncertain whether the higher-ups knew the truth or whether Jiang Yuqing was innocent. But analyzing this with his 2 lifetimes of experience, a Hall Master of the prestigious Ghost Domain Gate hiding his identity, posing as a robber of tax silver, getting captured by the 6 doors and thrown into the imperial prison, suffering severe torture. This affair was bizarre and deeply abnormal. It seemed more like a statement, or more precisely a pledge of allegiance. To whom the pledge was made, the waters were far too deep for Chen Guanlo to fathom. The great figures above were locked in a power struggle, leaving innocent wardens to suffer and die. Who could they appeal to? The dead were simply dead. Who said the imperial prison was safe? If prison breaks happened from time to time, who could endure it? Chen Guanlo silently resolved to be more vigilant in the future. This time it was only thanks to his quick reaction that he narrowly escaped. He must hasten his martial arts training and elevate his cultivation. Even if he could not defeat the martial powerhouses, at least he could fight for a chance to flee. Only by living can there be a future. Since they made Jiang Yuqing the scapegoat, will the higher-ups continue to investigate? Asked Chen Guanluo. Lu Datu, a seasoned old hand with many information channels, said, "What happens next is beyond our level to participate in. The officials at the Ministry of Justice will have their hands full. Some will fall, others will rise." Upon hearing this, Chen Guanluo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they did not delve deeper into the prison's affairs, he could rest easy. He decided to end his leave and return to work in a few days. "You're a decent man. I heard you sent condolences to every bereaved family." Lu Datu had previously regarded Chen Guanluo as merely a drinking and eating colleague. But this time, when he learned that Chen Guanluo had even sent funeral gifts to people he barely knew, he gained a new respect for him and decided to treat him as a true friend. Chen Guanluo said sincerely, "After all, we were colleagues. I help when I can. Now I know you're genuinely kind-hearted. Not like some others. Damn it, after working together for years, when someone dies they don't even show up, let alone send a funeral gift. It's truly disheartening. If I ever die, I won't rely on those bastards. I'll have to count on you, brother, to take care of it. Spit it out. May we all live 100 years. Chen Guanluo suspected that Lu Datu had been deeply shaken speaking so negatively. He shouldn't be talking about death when he was still alive and well. It was inauspicious. Alright, I won't bring up life and death. Good brother, from now on, if good fortune comes, I'll never forget you. If you lose at gambling, don't come to me for money. That would be a relief. I don't lose every time. Next time I'll win it back." Chen Guanluo. He was irreconcilably opposed to gambling and drugs. After half a month of recuperation, Chen Guanluo officially ended his leave and returned to work. New faces had replaced the old ones at the gate. The familiar faces had been wrongfully implicated and died. Entering the familiar duty room, it was as smoky and chaotic as ever, with new and old faces mingling together. At lunchtime, Su Fuguwei, who rarely appeared, sought him out and said he wanted to talk. Since his first day on the job, Chen Guanluo had hardly seen Su Fuguwei. They were not on the same shift, so meeting required a deliberate effort. This time Su Fuguwei took the initiative to find him. Chen Guanluo thought to himself, given his current streak of bad luck, this probably wasn't good news. And indeed it wasn't. "Xiao Lu, someone reported that you don't follow the rules. Not only do you bring food and drink to prisoners, but you also help pass messages outside. Damn, someone's been snitching. How long has it been since he started working at the Heavenly Prison, and already someone's got it out for him, reporting on him behind his back." He considered himself quite adept at handling people and diligent in his duties, never complaining about dirty or exhausting work. Yet still someone harbored ill will toward him, secretly filing complaints. As Luo Jingtian said, these people's hearts are utterly rotten. Not a single one among them is good. Lock them up and behead them one by one. None would be wrongfully condemned. "Uncle Su, you watch me grow up. What kind of person am I? Others may not know, but you certainly do. Bringing food and drink to the prisoners. I won't deny that. Everyone in the prison does it. But smuggling messages out, I'll never admit to that. Everyone in the prison does it. As for passing messages outside, I'd rather die than admit to such a thing. It was only my first day when you gave me your guidance, and those words remain fresh in my mind. I'm always mindful of them. I hold firm to my bottom line and never cross the lines I shouldn't. I'm your man. If I cause trouble, I create trouble for you, Uncle Su. How could I be so ungrateful? I don't know what kind of person with what kind of vicious intentions is spreading these rumors. Uncle Su, someone's trying to attack you through me. You must be on guard." Su Fuguwei watched Chen Guanluo with a complicated expression. The kid certainly had a way with words. He remained silent, as if weighing how much of what was said was true and how much false, or perhaps considering the consequences of the matter. Recalling Chen Guanluo's performance since arriving at the Heavenly Prison, the first thing he did with his salary was send Su Fuguwei a gift, treating him to drinks and entertainment at brothels. The young man understood how things worked. His character was decent too. Compared to those wily old foxes, he was so straightforward, he seemed almost foolish. In the blink of an eye, Su Fuguwei seemed to reach a decision. "Of course I believe you wouldn't collude with anyone outside. But that night of the prison break, you were the only survivor. It's inevitable that people whisper among themselves. This time it's clear someone is targeting you. Lately you'd best keep a low profile. Don't stick your head out unnecessarily. If anything happens, tell me immediately. Don't make decisions on your own." "Thank you, Uncle Su. I'll surely remember your teachings." "Good. Do your job well. If they insist on falsely accusing you, I certainly won't stand for it." Su Fuguwei patted Chen Guanluo's shoulder and left the dining hall. Chen Guanluo broke out in a cold sweat, not because of Su Fuguwei, but because he had just realized that on the night the Ghost Realm sect broke in to rescue someone, everyone in the duty room had died. Only he survived. Clearly he had become a target in some people's eyes. The higher-ups had clearly moved on from the matter, yet someone at the prison insisted on making a big deal out of it. This was a classic case of cutting off one's nose to spite one's face. Damn it all, this was clearly courting disaster. He found Luozi Datu and told him what had happened. Luozi furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh and cursed. "It must be that bastard Zhang Wantong. Zhang Wantong. I never offended him. Little brother, you're new here. You don't know the situation. Zhang Wantong may seem big-hearted and generous on the surface, but he's actually the most vindictive and petty person alive. Last time you helped me win back my losses, that night Zhang Wantong lost his very last thread. He's definitely held a grudge ever since. He wouldn't dare move against me. If he did, I'd stab him without hesitation. But you're new here, so he's marked you. Still, you don't need to worry. I'll go smooth things over for you. He has no business acting this way. I need to have a serious talk with him. Are you sure it's him? No one else could be. Luozi was absolutely certain. Chun Guanlo remained skeptical, so he let Luozi probe around first. He couldn't understand how Zhang Wantong could be so idiotic. No matter how Luozi had spoken to Zhang Wantong, when Zhang Wantong saw Chun Guanlo afterward, his face betrayed a guilty conscience. Chun Guanlo. So it really was this bastard Zhang Wantong snitching. Simply because Chun had helped Luozi win back his money over such a minor matter, he'd been marked for revenge. What a petty bastard. This debt would be remembered. Luo Jingtian was taken away and subjected to severe torture. 2 days later, he was dragged back to the heavenly prison. Blood trails marked the floor, his flesh split open, not a single good piece of skin remained on his entire body. It was truly a harrowing sight. Chun Guanlo secretly gave him a bowl of thin porridge to keep him alive. 2 more days passed, and Luo Jingtian's verdict was finally announced. Immediate execution. His family exiled to the northwest. That day, as Chun Guanlo was inspecting the cells, he passed cell 60 and asked, "How are you holding up?" "Still alive." Luo Jingtian leaned against the wall, struggling to support himself. He managed a tragic smile. "Thank you for your concern, young Chun." Chun Guanlo. He didn't know what to say. A jailer and a prisoner. What was caring or empathy but hypocrisy? Absolutely absurd. He cleared his throat and asked directly, "Weren't you working the angles from outside? I saw how calm you were before, thinking you had everything under control. Now that the verdict's come down, what are your plans?" "A man about to die has no plans." Luo Jingtian painfully shifted his body. "The only thing I can't let go of is my family. I only hope they can make it safely out of the capital's jurisdiction." He gazed at Chun Guanlo outside the cell door. Chun Guanlo avoided his eyes and walked away in silence. He was just a lowly jailer. He could barely save himself, let alone help others. He and Luo Jingtian had only been in a transaction, not a friendship. Neither owed the other anything. After eating his final meal, he would be dragged out to have his head chopped off the next day. Perhaps unwilling to accept his fate, perhaps still clinging to a sliver of hope. When Chun Guanlo passed by the cell again, Luo Jingtian ignored his broken bones and, enduring the agony, dragged his ruined body to the cell door. With excitement, he said, "In the Willow Village estate, 20 li outside the city walls, under the osmanthus tree. Just ask that you ensure my family escapes safely beyond the capital's borders. Everything there is yours. You wanted to learn martial arts, didn't you? Advanced martial arts and silver, both are there." Chun Guanlo had intended to walk away, pretending he heard nothing. After taking 2 steps, he turned back anyway. He approached the cell door and crouched down to look at the man. Luo Jingtian grinned with his toothless mouth. His teeth had all been pulled out, leaving a gory void that looked eerily grotesque. "Why are you worried your family can't escape the capital? Weren't the people you hired outside working on your behalf? Where are they now?" Luo Jingtian laughed bitterly, then grabbed Chun Guanlo's sleeve. "Promise me." Chun Guanlo furrowed his brow, then his expression shifted to shock and sudden understanding. "The people who helped you, they were the ones who betrayed you. Help me." Luo Jingtian said again, then lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Under the osmanthus tree, there's a martial arts manual. I obtained it by chance. I've never been able to unravel its mysteries, never could enter its gate. They say this manual has killed more than 100 people. I'm not lying. I swear I'm not lying." Chun Guanlo gave him a long, searching look, then rose to his feet and walked away in silence. Luo Jingtian watched his retreating figure and smiled, a smile of absolute relief. Luo Jingtian was beheaded. His relationships were decent enough that someone came to collect his corpse. Chun Guanlo did not rush to the outskirts. He learned that Luo's family would not depart for the northwestern exile until half a month later. In the meantime, he settled down to serve his duty at the imperial prison. Only when he felt the storm had settled and fewer unfamiliar faces appeared outside the imperial prison did he disguise himself and head to Yonglu village beyond the city walls. As expected, he unearthed an oil paper package beneath the osmanthus tree. Without even glancing at the contents, he hurried back to the capital. After confirming he was not followed, he returned home. Not even taking time for a sip of water, he opened the package. Gold, silver jewels, and a 1,000-tael banknote. Altogether roughly 2,000 taels. Besides that, there was a list. He quickly scanned it, then decisively placed the list over the candle flame, watching it burn to ashes with his own eyes. At the bottom of the package lay a martial arts manual titled Ascension Record. Just from the name, Chun Guanlo could hardly contain his excitement. Was it the ascension he had imagined? Could this be a hidden world of cultivation? Were there truly cultivation masters in the world? He eagerly flipped through the pages, but then his face fell. Whether cultivation masters existed or not was unknown for now, but he was certain that he could not yet practice it, because he could not understand it. The language within was too obscure. He had to scrutinize each character one by one. Misinterpreting even a single character could lead to the danger of chi deviation. No wonder Luo Jingtian had never practiced this manual after obtaining it. Chun Guanlo flipped through to the end in one breath and discovered several pages of a blade manual hidden there. He mimicked the movements from the blade manual and felt that the blade manual and the Ascension Record must be used together to achieve the greatest effect. Ascension Record should be an extremely profound cultivation art. Luo Jingtian had no reason to deceive him with this on his deathbed. Unable to practice it for now, he decided to memorize the entire manual first, then seize every opportunity to consult learned people and understand the true meaning of each character. After all, he had plenty of time. If 1 year wasn't enough, then 2 or 3. He was in no hurry at all. With money, everything was easier. Shun Guanlo found the Yamen runners escorting the exiled prisoners. They were all functionaries in the same system, though they rarely interacted. But as long as the money was right, they could certainly help look after a few prisoners. He paid the money and greased the wheels. He did not show himself to Luo's family, only watched as they left through the city gate. Afterwards, the martial arts experts he hired from the fighting guild would escort the Luo family safely to their northwestern exile destination. Luo Jingtian had only asked him to escort the family safely out of the capital. Having received the ascension record, and the silver Chun Guanlo decided to go all the way and hired escorts to take them to the northwest. If anyone truly wanted to kill Luo's family, they would certainly not act within the capital's territory. It would be on some dangerous stretch of road after leaving the capital. The fighting guild arranged a top expert for the escort. The two parties met at Woolly Pavilion outside the city. Arriving at the pavilion, he saw a martial artist wearing a bamboo hat holding a sword with both hands. Just you alone. Shin Guanlo was somewhat skeptical of the man's ability. Ants can kill an elephant one man, even if he could fight 5, could he take on 10 or 20 in a single breath? Rest assured, Boss Lu, this is our guild's top expert, the manager of the fighting guild said with a fawning smile. Shun Guanlo had not used his real name when dealing with the guild. He went by the alias Lu Laowu, and everyone called him Boss Lu. What if they outnumber us? Swish. The sword was drawn. The sword was sheathed. A fly that had just flown past was split in half, falling onto the stone table. Shun Guanlo winced, his heart trembling. What a swift sword. He stared at the swordsman. The man's face was hidden under the bamboo hat, revealing only the lower half, stubbly, looking both down and out and carefree. He never opened his mouth to speak. He quietly asked the guild manager, what rank? The manager gestured with 2 fingers. Second-rank martial artist. So this was the strength of a second-rank martial artist. The sword was drawn so fast that Shin Guanlo didn't see how it happened. From start to finish, he only heard a single sound. The sword drawn and sheathed in one motion. That speed was indeed the strength of a second-rank martial artist. But as a customer, he still nitpicked. Weren't we supposed to get a 3rd rank? You may not know, Boss Lu, but for the price you paid, you only get a 2nd rank. The implication was that 3rd-rank experts were available, but for more money. Shun Guanlo thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Bring a few 1st-rank ones as well. I'm afraid there won't be enough people. The manager said, well, Boss Lu, you may not be familiar with the market. If a 2nd-rank martial artist can't handle it, even more 1st-rank ones won't help. The manager tactfully hinted that Boss Lu was an outsider. They wouldn't cheat him, they were in it for the long haul. Shun Guanlo decisively paid the money. The swordsman took the money and left, disappearing in a few bounds. Seeing how promptly he paid, the manager started pitching more business. Rest assured, Boss Lu, this trip will be trouble-free. If you need anything in the future, come find me, and I'll give you a discount, 5% off. Shin Guanlo was extremely disdainful. He didn't want a discount, he wanted a blade technique. Even a common one would do, he wouldn't mind. In this regard, the fighting guild people should be experts. The manager was indeed knowledgeable and recommended a blade technique that could be practiced without internal energy cultivation, saying that for the sake of cooperation, he could give it for free. This good. Shun Guanlo immediately suspected that he might have been taken for a fool in this deal. After obtaining the blade technique, he returned to the imperial prison to continue his duties. Block C of the prison had a new batch of inmates. Passing by cell number 60, he saw the newly arrived rapist. He was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat him. It was said that he had committed crimes in the provinces without being caught. How audacious to come to the capital and sneak into the Minister of War's residence, nearly defiling the minister's daughter. Fortunately, the minister had several martial artists in his employ, and the household servants were very diligent. They detected the rapist's traces in time and captured him in one move. The rapist's neighbor was a notorious bandit known in the martial world as Kong Xianxing, who had stolen across the land and even dared to burgle the princess's residence. The guards of the princess's residence were no pushovers. No matter how many tricks he had, he fell into the inescapable net, had his legs broken, and was thrown into the imperial prison. The two, one with broken arms, the other with broken legs. Both had fallen in the homes of the capital's powerful elites. They were truly brothers in misery. Any food. Kong Xianxing, his legs broken, could not move and could only lean against the wall. His face was covered in blood and dirt, unclean since his capture. He looked very miserable. Ask the food server, Shun Guanlo said, and continued his patrol. Such newly arrived prisoners were considered fat sheep in the imperial prison. He was a newbie and quite consciously kept his place, not competing with the old hands for the business of these fat sheep. Kong Xianxing shouted, that food server is a damn blackheart. He dares to ask 5 taels for a bowl of porridge. If I don't pay, he gives me swill porridge. Shun Guanlo glanced at the man and continued his patrol. Kong Xianxing called out again. I have money, but I don't want to be taken for a fool. Shun Guanlo. That's not up to you. Once inside the heavenly prison, one must abide by its rules. Those who defy them will learn from the jailers what it means to wish for death and regret their choices. No torture was needed. There were plenty of ways to force prisoners into submission. If you dared not pay, you would taste what hell on earth felt like. Those with money handed it over promptly, and those without found ways to get it. Failing to squeeze silver out of prisoners was a dereliction of duty for the jailers. How else could a rookie earn 8 or 10 taels in bonuses every month plus other perks? Money didn't fall from the sky. The prisoners held in the heavenly prison were the financial lifeline for the entire yamen, everyone's guarantee of income. Thus, unless necessary, the jailers preferred not to see their charges die. Within a few days, Mr. Kong Kong finally relented, enjoying roast chicken and wine, even having his leg wound treated and bandaged. The flour thief in the adjacent cell was more sensible than Mr. Kong Kong. Knowing his crimes were detested, he cooperated from day one, paid what was demanded, revealed what was asked, and soon lived a life of meat and drink. But the heavenly prison charged exorbitant prices. Even a wealthy customer like Mr. Kong Kong found it unbearable. He grumbled to Chen Guanlo, 2 meals a day, 30 taels each. That's 60 taels daily. 600 taels in 10 days, 6,100. If I need a change of medicine, I have to pay extra. Damn it, how is this any different from robbery? Making money is hard for me. Having grown familiar, Chen Guanlo was willing to chat with him. That's all nonsense. You can choose not to eat. Hell, if your prison food weren't so disgusting, I'd put up with it. Be grateful you have anything at all. Brother, can you help me out? I know you charge less than the others. Since I have to pay anyway, I'd rather it go to you than to those rotten-hearted scoundrels. Ever since receiving Luo Jingtian's package, Chen Guanlo was a man of some means. He snorted, "Do I look like someone who needs money?" All who were thrown into the heavenly prison had their desires reduced to mere survival. If they had money, they sought slightly better conditions, decent food. If they had money and connections, their demands grew beyond food. They hoped for a swift trial and a chance to walk out of the heavenly prison alive. To live, and to live a little better. That was the prisoner's plea. For this, most were willing to give up anything short of their lives, including their wives, children, and parents. Brother, don't think it's too little. Name what you want and I'll give it. All I ask for is a bite to eat. Mr. Kong Kong looked pitiful. Chen Guanlo gave a half smile. Are you sure? What if I ask for your martial arts manual, your unique secret technique? Would you agree? Mr. Kong Kong's expression betrayed surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke cautiously, afraid of offending, his tone solemn, yet curious. But you have no martial veins. Whether I have them is my concern. Just say if you're willing or not. Mr. Kong Kong seemed torn and hesitant. Chen Guanlo didn't pressure him. This was a transaction after all. Think it over. I'll be honest, even if I can help, it's limited. You can take my words as a joke. With that, he continued his patrol of the heavenly prison. 2 days later, Mr. Kong Kong seemed to have made up his mind. He called out to Chen Guanlo again. I'm willing to trade. If I give you the manual, I don't have to pay money. You'd rather part with your secret manual than with silver. Chen Guanlo was genuinely surprised. Everyone knew martial artists treasured their manuals above all. A murder for a manual was common. Mr. Kong Kong smiled bitterly. He had no choice. He was at his wit's end. Otherwise, he wouldn't trade his manual for food, nor seek a measure of security in the process. He said resentfully, I'm not afraid of retaliation, so I'll speak plainly. Those jailers want to squeeze me dry, then strip my bones and skin. Even if I had mountains of gold and silver, I couldn't withstand their exploitation. And I don't have such wealth. I won't lie to you. Though I've pulled many heists and seem to make a lot of money, for someone like me, money comes and goes fast. I have no real savings. Otherwise, I wouldn't begrudge the silver. What I fear is that after they drain me dry, those veteran jailers will take my life. I want to get out alive, so I might as well try your path. Brother Chen, you're an honest man. You won't be like them. But I'm just a rookie. A rookie has his own ways. I believe in you, Brother Chen. You trust me. I don't even trust myself. Mr. Kong Kong gritted his teeth, his mind clearly in turmoil. Then he thought, since he had decided to invest in Chen Guanlo, why vacillate? It was all or nothing. I trust you. He spoke with solemn conviction. Now it was Chen Guanlo's turn to regard him with new eyes. No regrets. Mr. Kong Kong declared resolutely, a man dies, but once. If he doesn't, he lives for 10,000 years. I'll take this gamble, that you, Brother Chen, are a man of principle. Chen Guanlo was silent for a moment before saying, I can't send you food every day. At most once every 8 or 10 days. In between, you'll have to deal with the other jailers yourself. Still willing. Mr. Kong Kong opened his mouth, suddenly realizing that Chen Guanlo was also black-hearted, only slightly better than the others. But since the words were out, backing down would only make future terms harsher. The other might refuse the deal altogether, or even collude with the jailers to finish him off. Even if he regretted it, he clenched his teeth and accepted. Willing. Good. If you have sincerity, I'll look out for you as best I can. What is your unique secret technique? At the mention of his signature skill, Mr. Kong Kong perked up. Brother Chen, what do you think a master thief like me relies on to roam the world? Loyalty. Definitely not. Reputation. Even more nonsense. Chen Guanlo hazarded a guess. Picking locks. Mr. Kong Kong was disdainful. Picking locks is for petty thieves. A master thief like me, a grand burglar, relies on infinite transformations. Playing the ghost like a ghost, playing the man like a man. You mean disguise art? Chen Guanlo was delighted. You have insight, Brother Chen. It is disguise art. But my version is special. It doesn't rely on external tools, but on. As he spoke, he gave a stunning live demonstration. His facial muscles and bones twisted and contorted as if tearing apart a gruesome sight. Soon the nondescript 30-year-old man transformed into a 40-something farmer, his features and bone structure entirely changed. It didn't last long. Mr. Kong Kong reverted to his original appearance, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. He explained injured. I'm not what I used to be. You steal using disguise art. Others call us gentlemen of the beam, but I never climbed onto beams. I walked boldly through the front door of my victims' homes. Did you enter the princess's mansion through the main gate? I disguised myself as the princess's procurement steward and walked in through the side gate with aplomb. Mr. Kong Kong was quite proud. No other thief had reached his level. He was the patriarch of the trade. And yet you were caught, Shun Guanlo teased. Mr. Kong Kong's face stiffened. He argued that was bad luck. I ran into the real person and was exposed on the spot. What is the name of your secret technique? It's called 1,000 Changes. If you could cultivate inner energy, Brother Chen, you'd discover its infinite wonders. I want this 1,000 Changes technique of yours. Shun Guanlo paid no heed to how others practiced their martial arts. He had always followed his own rhythm. The Tianshan treasure technique had reached preliminary mastery, and when combined with the 1,000 transformation skill, a rough-looking man in his 30s soon appeared in the mirror. Shun Guanlo gazed at his new reflection in the mirror. Both his features and face shape had been altered, a completely different appearance. Not only would strangers fail to recognize him, but even his elder sister Qin Xiaolan, standing right before him, would be unable to identify him. When he spoke, the transformation of bones and muscles caused his voice to change as well. Truly delightful. Without delay, he donned his night attire, slipped on a head covering, and quietly scaled over the courtyard wall. He had investigated thoroughly long ago. Zhang Wantong had a lover who lived in Anzi Lane. Every evening, when he was off duty, he would rest at his lover's place. Arriving at his destination, he crouched on the rooftop. Listening for any movement, he waited until everyone in the house had fallen into deep sleep before leaping down from the roof. Having martial arts made all the difference. Before, he never dared to jump randomly from rooftops, fearing he might get hurt, or worse, fail to die, and end up with broken limbs instead. He had treasured his life too much. Now the distance from roof to ground was nothing to him. With a light leap, he landed effortlessly without making even a sound. He was now a person who possessed martial arts. He simply wasn't sure what his actual level was, or how much of a gap remained between him and a first-rank martial artist. He blew a puff of incense into the room. After waiting for half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he walked in, boldly hoisted Zhang Wantong onto his shoulder and carried him outside. A basin of cold water splashed across his face. Zhang Wantong awoke in a daze, only to find himself bound to a chair. Darkness surrounded him on all sides, with only a single candle burning before him. He had been kidnapped. Where was this place? Who had kidnapped him? For money? For his life? Trembling with fear, he glanced around, but could see nothing. Quivering and panic-stricken, he stammered. Which heroes are you? I have money. There's silver buried in my family's cellar. Please, heroes, show mercy and spare my life. I absolutely will not seek revenge, nor will I breathe a single word of this to anyone. What have you done? What? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Wantong felt both relieved and terrified. Relieved because he truly had been kidnapped, and if the other party was willing to negotiate, there was still room for bargaining. But terrified because the other party remained hidden in the darkness, never revealing themselves, and had asked such a bizarre question. For a moment, he was completely at a loss. He worried about saying the wrong thing and provoking the kidnapper's anger. Hero, what exactly do you mean? There have been too many matters. Please, hero, point me in the right direction, and I shall speak without reserve. Zhang Wantong's face cycled between fawning deference and panic, his eyes darting everywhere, yet still failing to spot his captor. Why did Zhang Wanyan die? You mean Warden Jiang? What connection do you have with him? Speak another word, and I'll have you dead. Shun Guanlo, disguised as the kidnapper, uttered the most forceful threat he could muster. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Wantong immediately complied, not daring to speculate wildly. He even refrained from letting his eyes wander about. Hero, I am wronged. Warden Jiang's death had nothing to do with me whatsoever. The higher-ups wanted someone to take the blame. Just because Warden Jiang seemed to know something, he was drowned. I know Warden Jiang died most unjustly, but I'm merely a lowly prison guard, powerless and without influence. I truly don't know the inner details. Nothing to do with you don't know? I hear you've been quite busy lately, finding time to make reports and stir up trouble. The kidnapper spoke with an unsettling half-smile, exuding the certainty of one who had everything under control, along with cold ruthlessness and ferocity. As if in the next heartbeat, he would slash a blade across Zhang Wantong's throat. Zhang Wantong shuddered, then continued his protest. It wasn't me, I didn't want this either. I was merely following orders. Tell me more about it. The kidnapper appeared highly interested. Yes. The moment Warden Jiang died, the position became vacant. Several prison clerks all wanted to advance. Especially Su Fuguei and Clerk Zhang. Both were senior veterans with numerous connections. However, they were unaware that Clerk 1 also had his sights set on the warden position. Although Clerk 1 lacked seniority, he reportedly had a powerful backer behind him. The kind one simply could not afford to provoke. Clerk 1 approached me, asking me to create chaos and cause trouble for both Su Fuguei and Clerk Zhang, making them fight each other. When two birds fight, the hunter profits. Who would have thought Clerk 1 possessed such deep scheming? What did you do? The kidnapper's tone suddenly turned grim and chilling. I specifically created some trouble for Su Fuguei, then deliberately grew close to Clerk Zhang. Su Fuguei naturally assumed Clerk Zhang was behind it, trying to frame him. Now those two have started fighting. What kind of trouble did you cause for Su Fuguei? The people under his command aren't exactly clean. If reported at this time, he'd be in deep trouble. Additionally, his accounts have problems, especially the incident last year when several prisoners in the big jail died suddenly. I heard he has a new recruit under him, who also has dirty hands. Hero, you even know about this. You wouldn't be. Wanna die? Hero, spare me. I'll talk. Under someone's roof, one must lower one's head. To preserve his life, Zhang Wantong spilled everything. That new recruit knows absolutely nothing. He's just a throw-in. Whether he's there or not, we'd still extract our dues twice. Who told him to follow Su Fuguwei? Su Fuguwei offended someone's eyes, so everyone under him must suffer. This statement held some truth. Following the wrong leader, when the leader falls, how could a mere subordinate hope to escape unscathed? That would be nothing but self-deception. Chen Guanlo finally understood why Zhang Wantong had targeted him. Bloody hell, a classic case of the city gate, catching fire, scorching the fish in the moat. He was the innocent fish being scorched. In this small prison, over a mere warden position, before even a whisper had come from above, the fighting below had already become a life-and-death struggle. Small fry fought so brutally. How much more savage would the battles be when the big players clashed? The very heavens might be overturned. He couldn't fathom how many innocent fish would be caught in the crossfire when the powerful fought, nor how many would die. Small people lived so insignificantly, not even qualified to say the word no. What did Clerk One promise you that made you work so tirelessly for him? Chen Guanlo pressed. Zhang Wantong actually hesitated, uncharacteristically bashful. Chen Guanlo slammed a board against his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Wanna die? I'll grant your wish. I'll talk. Zhang Wantong gasped, feeling as if his heart and lungs had been crushed. Each word he spoke sent pain radiating through his chest. Clerk One promised me that once the matter was settled, he would elevate me to take his position, letting me manage the first-rank prison. What a tempting promise indeed. No wonder Zhang Wantong took the bait. Being a prison guard was a lowly profession, earning little money while being despised by all. The working conditions were terrible too. Trying to squeeze out some extra gains would earn one curses of being blackheart and rotten. Sometimes they even had to bear the grim work of interrogation and corporal punishment. In short, it was dirty, foul, and degrading. Whenever an opportunity arose, prison guards dreamed of escaping to find another path. Chen Guanlo was the exception. He had voluntarily jumped into this cauldron of corruption, from guard to clerk, changing but a single character, yet the difference in status, identity, and wealth was worlds apart. Guards barely had any chance to see the noble officials, while clerks at least had opportunities to appear before them. This alone was enough to make countless people risk everything for a chance. To become an official was the supreme ideal. All pursuits are base save for the path of officialdom. Official sir. Official sir. These three words held a fatal allure for men and women throughout the millennia. Even if merely a humble clerk compared to a prison guard, it was 10 times, 100 times better, worth sacrificing everything for a single gamble. After knocking Zhang Wantong unconscious and sending him back to his lover's bed, Chen Guanlo circled outside to ensure safety before returning home. He lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. He had never interacted with Prison Officer One, not even exchanged a word. Yet the connection between them ran deep. The cushy post left by his deceased father had been snatched away by Prison Officer One through connections, nearly costing Chen Guanlo the iron rice bowl of the prison. Prison Officer One was vying for the position of prison deputy, and Chen Guanlo could not allow him to succeed under any circumstances. But where to begin? As a mere jailer, he had no qualification to influence the struggle, nor could he affect the decisions above. Was he to watch helplessly as Prison Officer One triumphed? If so, his days ahead would be far from peaceful. However, the situation was not entirely devoid of room for maneuver. No matter how lowly the prison deputy, it was still an official position, entering the ranks of officialdom, albeit at the very bottom. No matter how formidable a prison officer, he remained merely a clerk. It had always been that the office was transient, while the clerks were permanent. For a prison officer to cross the class divide and become a prison deputy was not merely difficult. It was exceedingly rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. No official would risk being scorned and despised by their peers to promote a clerk to an official position, unless they had a powerful patron or a background formidable enough to disregard the established norms of officialdom. Only then could the millennia-old tradition be broken. For Prison Officer One to be promoted, he must curry favor with those above. If his background were truly formidable enough to defy tradition, he would not have remained a mere prison officer. Evidently, his connections were not as powerful as imagined. His promotion would not be an easy task. Other prison officers also had their own connections and backgrounds. Take Su Fuguwei, for instance, a seasoned veteran who had served in the prison for years and must have befriended several influential figures. He might not be able to outcompete Prison Officer One. Yet Chen Guanlo believed that even if Su Fuguwei could not win, he could certainly find a way to sabotage Prison Officer One's plans. This was a peculiar case of being insufficient to achieve success, but more than enough to cause failure. The next morning, Zhang Wantong awoke from his stupor, the pain in his chest proving that everything was real, not a dream. He cursed and raged, vowing revenge. At the same time, fear gnawed at him. After much thought, he suspected that someone in the prison was out to harm him. The kidnappers had focused solely on the internal affairs of the prison, clearly targeting the recent struggle for the prison deputy position. Thus, the person who had abducted and interrogated him last night was likely someone within the prison. He remembered the kidnapper's voice. As long as that bastard remained in the prison, he would find him and tear him limb from limb. To that end, he dragged his injured body to the prison for duty, not even thinking of taking leave to see a doctor. At the entrance, a new recruit under Su Fuguei, named Chun Guanlo, greeted him proactively. A surprisingly polite young man not yet tainted by the cesspool of the prison. Unfortunately, he was too soft-hearted, showing kindness to prisoners. A fool. Word had it he collected martial arts manuals. If a man without a martial vein could collect all the manuals in the world and still be useless. Such behavior might even invite great trouble. Youngsters so naive. Next time he would teach the kid a lesson, make him understand the harsh realities of the world. Entering the prison, he met his usual card-playing buddies, and they shot the breeze. He didn't suspect them. They were too familiar, definitely not the ones who had tied him up. In truth, he already had a suspect in mind. He suspected the jailers of Prison Block A. Prison Officer 1 had promised him that after the matter was settled, he would make him a prison officer in charge of Block A. This clearly encroached upon the interests of those jailers in Block A. Everyone wanted to advance, not just him. If he wanted to be a prison officer, others certainly wanted it even more. He even suspected that Prison Officer 1 had made similar promises to other jailers. Perhaps the news of his helping Prison Officer 1 had been leaked by someone close to 1. Otherwise, why would a mere jailer like him be specifically targeted? Damn it. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Zhang Wantong spat viciously, cursing every man and woman in Prison Block A in his heart. As he cursed, he schemed to infiltrate the Block A team and find the kidnapper from last night. Playing cards was the best way to socialize, so he even stole money from his lover to fund his plan. At lunch, Lu Dadu complained to Chen Guanlo that Zhang Wantong is getting more and more outrageous. Playing around is fine, but he used to at least stay in the duty room. Today he's been missing since morning. Where do you think he went? He ran to Prison Block A to lick their boots. He wants to transfer to Block A for duty. Look at him. An illiterate who can't even recognize a single character. How does he expect to deal with those official gentlemen? Chen Guanlo smiled knowingly. He guessed why Zhang Wantong had gone to Block A. The man probably suspected the kidnapper was from there. But he was more curious about another matter, since when did being a jailer require literacy? Damn, how many educated people would stoop to become jailers these days? He was an exception, had studied for a few years, and was still willing to embrace the iron rice bowl of the prison. Lu Dada picked his teeth and rambled. There used to be no such rule. The jailers in Blocks A, B, and C were all illiterate roughnecks, and they did their jobs just fine. No one knows which year the rule changed. It started with a disgraced official who left a fatal note before his death. The jailer couldn't read and destroyed the note on the spot. That wouldn't have been a big deal. By the rules, anything with writing had to be destroyed. The trouble came when the official's case was later overturned and the existence of the note came to light. That was like poking a hornet's nest. Disastrous. Since then, anyone assigned to Prison Block A has to be literate. Actually, with your qualifications, you could easily get into Block A. But you're a newcomer unfamiliar with the rules. Jumping into Block A recklessly might cost you your life. Brother Datu is right. There's still a lot I don't know, and I have much to learn from you. Chen Guanlo flattered him appropriately. Ha ha ha. Lu Dada loved hearing that. Actually, Block A isn't that great. The pay is higher, but the risks are bigger too. Those disgraced officials, though they've fallen today, who knows if they'll be reinstated tomorrow. It's a tough job. Better to stay in Block C, where we don't have to worry about offending anyone. Brother Daddy, you've got real insight. That's absolutely true. Officials are the hardest people to deal with in the world. Chen Guanlo poured tea, attentively showering him with praise. Lu Dada got carried away and started blabbing. Exactly. I wouldn't want to serve in Block A even if you paid me. Playing the grandson for those people, completely boring. And in recent years, a lot of officials from the Jishao Academy have been ousted. You know the Jishao Academy, right? Those people stick together like a clique, and they're not to be trifled with. They all look down their noses at us jailers, treating us like dirt. And you have to serve them carefully, afraid that one wrong word might get you killed with a single sword stroke with no one to turn to for justice. Don't you agree? With money in hand, Chen Guanlo became generous. That very evening, he invited Su Fuguei to the pleasure quarters to listen to music. The new courtesan at the flower house was beautiful and knew how to please, handling matters with skill, and soon making Su Fuguei's heart bloom with joy. Chen Guanlo seized the opportunity to pledge his loyalty, stating that all the jailers in Block C prison eagerly awaited his promotion to deputy warden so they too could bask in the glory and advance. Feigning casualness, he revealed that Zhang Wantong had found a new patron and had already received promises. Su Fuguei, he snarled, that bastard Zhang Wantong doesn't know the rules. He's gone and lashed onto jailer Zhang's coattails. I've had my eye on him for a long time. Once I become deputy warden, he'll be the first one I take down. Chen Guanlo feigned surprise, but I heard that Zhang Wantong is actually under jailer 1. Today Zhang Wantong spent the whole day loafing around in Block A prison. Everyone says he wants to transfer there for duty. After all, that's where the real perks are, and you get to rub shoulders with officials. What? Are you sure? Su Fuguei pressed repeatedly. Chen Guanlo suddenly looked flustered. I don't know. I'm just going by hearsay. Uncle Su, you know how it is. Jailers spread all sorts of wild rumors, and I can't tell truth from fiction. Still, it's true that Zhang Wantong was in Block A prison all day today. I heard he lost a lot of money today. Usually when he loses, he wears a sour face. But today was strange. He was smiling even after losing. Uncle Su, what do you suppose he was smiling about? What else could he be smiling about? Damn bastard. Shala, you did well. This news is very timely. Su Fuguwei had clearly taken Chun Guanlo's words to heart and was already filling in the gaps with his own imagination. I'm glad it's useful to you, Uncle Su. So about the deputy warden position, any issues? Everything depends on effort. Rest assured I'll remember your kindness. As long as I have a bite to eat, you won't go without. From now on, keep your ears open for what the jailers say. News like this about Zhang Wantong is very valuable. Su Fuguwei fumed for a while, but with the beauty's comfort, he soon cheered up. He had initially intended to be modest and politely declined staying the night. When he learned that Chun Guanlo had already thoughtfully paid for the overnight stay in advance, he gladly followed the beauty into the room and repeatedly promised that he would never forget Chun Guanlo's favor in the future. Chun Guanlo. He took it all with a grain of salt. Believe it, and you're a fool. The idle moves had been placed, the seeds of doubt sown. How much effect they would have he couldn't be sure. Do what you can and leave the rest to fate. He refused to believe that Jailer 1 was heaven's chosen one, able to leap from a mere jailer to a warden, crossing the social divide in one step. Zhang Wantong was convinced that the god of misfortune had taken up residence in his home. These days nothing but bad luck had befallen him. First he was tied up in the middle of the night, then he lost everything at the card table, and now Su Fuguwei was coming for him, making trouble at every turn. A higher rank crushes a person to death. He could ignore Su Fuguwei, but Su Fuguwei had ways to make his life miserable. This life was unbearable. Chun Guanlo watched like a bystander, taking note of everything. He only hoped that the waters would grow increasingly murky. Muddy waters allowed one to fish, or muddy waters would draw the attention of those above. Jailer 1 wanted to exploit a loophole, rising from jailer to warden. His gamble was that the authorities did not care about the heavenly prison or the post of deputy warden, leaving him room to maneuver. This was the reasoning Chun Guanlo had arrived at after several days of thought. In his past life, he had been a salesman. The more business he brought in, the more money he made, divided by region and client. There had been no direct conflict of interest among the company's salesmen. He was well versed in the full circuit of eating, drinking, and having fun, but internal strife was unfamiliar territory. His experience was shallow. Now facing the struggle of officialdom, he relied entirely on the lessons summed up from watching countless films in his past life. Only by making things big and involving more and more people would the officials above deign to cast a glance. He needed only that one glance to ruin Jailer 1's plan. Anyone but Jailer 1 could become deputy warden. No matter how those people fought among themselves, he would continue patrolling the heavenly prison according to the shift schedule. The vice minister of war was furious, so the case of the flower thief was quickly adjudicated execution by beheading. Only then did the flower thief realize that he was truly doomed this time, with no room for appeal. Before his death, he just wanted a few good meals. Unfortunately, the jailers had already squeezed him dry of his money, and now he couldn't even afford a jug of wine. Knowing that Chun Guanlo liked collecting secret manuals, he decided to trade his unique skill for a final indulgence before death. I'm going to die anyway, so the manual is useless to me. I ask for nothing else. Just that you young sir take care of me these few days, give me some good food and drink, so I can die a satisfied man. Chun Guanlo agreed. He was always willing to extend a little extra care to those about to die, to offer a kindness within his power. The unique skill the flower thief offered in trade was lightness art. Over the years he had plundered countless flowers and evaded the authorities' pursuit purely by relying on his exquisite lightness art. He even boasted that his skill could rank among the top 10 in the martial world. If you don't believe me, young Master Chen, you can ask Mr. Kong Kong next door. He knows my reputation in the martial world. Mr. Kong Kong confirmed the flower thief's claim. Below the 5th rank, he barely makes the top 10. Above the 5th rank, it's a chasm. There's no room for ranking. Does that mean above the 5th rank, one enters another realm of martial arts? Chun Guanlo was curious. Mr. Kong Kong said regretfully, I'm only at the 2nd rank, so I'm not qualified to feel how terrifying the power above the 5th rank truly is. But I have seen 2 6th rank martial artists fight. The scene was like heaven and earth splitting apart, the force like mountains toppling and seas overturning. The shock was beyond words. What I've said might not convince you, but if you ever have the chance to see a martial artist above the 5th rank in action, you'll understand what I mean. After the transaction, the flower thief also threw in a recipe for a sleeping incense. Don't worry, young Master Chun. This recipe is clean. It's not for that kind of thing. It's an essential for murder and robbery. I'm a jailer. I don't murder or rob. Better to have it and not need it. Anyway, I'm going to die. These are exclusive recipes. It would be a shame to take them to the grave. You've ruined countless innocent women. You should have seen this coming. Fine, I'll accept your goodwill. Chun Guanlo's words were disdainful, but his hands moved quickly. An essential for murder and robbery. Though he had no intention to harm others, he needed to guard against being harmed himself. This stuff was useful. The prisoners in the heavenly prison were truly talented. Each one spoke well and had skills. Since starting his job, he had been very satisfied with his gains in the prison. The decision to take the iron rice bowl of the heavenly prison had been absolutely correct. He was a man of his word. Over the next few days, he covered the flower thief's meals. 2 meals a day, each with wine and meat. The other jailers knew, but said nothing. A flower thief about to be beheaded wanted good food before dying, and Chun Guanlo was willing to play the good Samaritan. Let him be. Even Zhang Wantong, who usually liked to throw his seniority around and boss others, had been so plagued by bad luck lately that he was too frazzled to pay attention to Chun Guanlo's gesture. He only muttered, foolish. The flower thief was beheaded, and cell No. 60 once again stood empty. Due to the contention over the position of prison warden, the imperial prison had become increasingly embroiled in internal strife, forcing even the jailers to take sides. To remain neutral and avoid taking sides was to court certain death. When one's career and life hung in the balance, fence-sitters were invariably the first to fall. No one could tolerate a fence-sitter operating in their midst. Yet before the fence-sitters could be dealt with, trouble erupted in the second-level prison. A servant of an aristocratic family had died. These servants were merely scapegoats put forward to take the blame for their masters, a hollow formality. Once the dust settled, the servant would have been released. But no one anticipated that before the case could be concluded, the man would meet his end. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest, impossible to cover up. The matter reached the presiding official, who finally deigned to cast his gaze downward. Upon learning that the imperial prison had been thrown into chaos by the struggle for the warden's post, and that a life had now been lost, he flew into a towering rage. The position of prison warden is not something for petty clerks like you to covet. With that single sentence, he sealed off all avenues of advancement. Since you refuse to stay in your place, do not blame me for being ruthless. These words meant that blood must be spilled. Only through the blood of the dead could satisfaction be given to the noble family behind the slain servant, and could the entire prison, from clerks to jailers to menial laborers, learn their lesson. Filthy though the imperial prison might be, it was still a domain of the government, not a place for a bunch of underlings to turn things upside down. Jailer Zhao, who oversaw the second-level prison, had been on extended sick leave, leaving the day-to-day affairs to several head guards. The presiding official made an example of them to warn others. The head guard and jailers on duty the day the servant died were arrested, imprisoned, or executed. Not one was spared. After this purge, the entire prison fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to cry out for justice on behalf of the wrongfully killed jailers. At most, they would add a bit more to the funeral offerings as a token of their feelings. Jailer Zhao, though not held accountable for dereliction of duty, was stripped of his authority over the second-level prison and punished by being assigned to guard the storeroom. Jailer Zhang took over his duties. For a time, the imperial prison was as quiet as autumn. Everyone adhered to the rules. Zhang Wantong, his path to advancement cut off, became listless, sleeping all day and refusing to set foot inside the prison. Everyone was angry but dared not speak out. He was a veteran with many disciples and protégés. Even Su Fugui could only find fault with him but could not have him dismissed. Earlier, when Zhang Wantong had sought advancement and Su Fugui had harassed him, he had been quite distressed. Now that he had completely given up, he was utterly indifferent to Su's provocations. He was not afraid of being reported. He simply couldn't care less. At this point, to complain to the higher-ups about something as trivial as a jailer loafing on the job would only make them think Su Fugui was stirring up trouble out of nothing, incapable and lacking in tact. Those without tact should all be kicked out. Su Fugui, being a man of tact, saw that Zhang Wantong had completely given up and decided to leave him alone. After all, he had many subordinates. There would always be someone eager to make trouble. A few days later, the position of prison warden was finally settled. The higher-ups directly appointed an outsider. The new warden, surnamed Fan, was said to be a first-rank martial artist. He had once attempted the imperial examinations but failed. After serving as a private secretary for a few years, he had accumulated wealth and connections, and through his old employer's influence, he secured the post of warden, officially entering the ranks of officials. Warden Fan's personal story was a model of inspiration. But for Su Fugui and the others, it was a dagger to the heart. How could they accept this? After work, Su Fugui dragged Chun Guanlo, Lu Dadu, and a few honest men to drink. Once drunk, he began to complain. We've spent our entire lives as prison clerks. Is it wrong to want to advance? Why should they block our path? On one hand, they look down on us as lowly, on the other, they can't do without us. Who's the lowly one? That Fan fellow. He's just read a few books, doesn't even have a degree. What right does he have to be warden? I have money too. Why won't they give us clerks a chance to rise? Uncle Su, you're drunk. Have some tea to sober up. Chun Guanlo calmly switched the wine cup for a teacup. I'm not drunk. Shall you've studied. Find a way to use your connections with the Marquis's household to transfer to another yamen. This prison is no place for you. Staying here would be a waste. Uncle Su, I'm doing fine as I am. Fine now doesn't mean fine forever. The prison is a base profession. Don't let a few silver coins blind you to your future. The rest of us have no choice. We can't find other work, so we have to eat this half-cooked rice and pretend it's delicious. But you're different. Your surname is Chun and you share the same ancestor as the Marquis of Pingjiang. You have other options. Don't stubbornly cling to this half-cooked bowl of prison rice. Believe me, Uncle Su is speaking from the heart. If you weren't an honest lad, I wouldn't tell you this. Su Fugui was truly drunk. When sober, he would never utter such words. It was only because they were drinking together, emotions running high, that he let out a few genuine thoughts. Yet Chun Guanlo had his own pursuits. In his eyes, no yamen could compare to the imperial prison. Low-profile martial arts training, collecting martial techniques from various schools, earning a good sum of silver, and not having to work under the watchful eye of superiors. It was practically perfect. Chun Guanlo raised his cup. Thank you for thinking of me, Uncle Su. I toast you. I'll finish mine, you do as you please. He downed the wine in one gulp, drawing a chorus of approval. He appreciated Su Fugui's goodwill, but he had his own long-term plans. Su Fugui put an arm around him. If you listen to me, work your connections. What future is there in being a jailer for life? Don't be afraid to spend money. Strike while you're young. Su Fuguwei turned into a life coach, giving everyone a lesson on life. Whether they liked it or not, they had to look attentive and respectful. If Su Fuguwei, sobering up the next day, remembered that someone had been dismissive or even annoyed, he might hold a grudge, and that would be troublesome. None of them were veterans like Zhang Wantong, who had the privilege of giving up. After the drinking session, they were more exhausted than a day's work. They had to listen to Su Fuguwei's grand speeches and complaints without rebuttal. Anyone who dared to contradict him would send him into a drunken fit. In the end, Shin Guanlo and Lu Datu escorted Su Fuguwei home, not even getting a cup of hot water before they left. Walking under the moonlight, Lu Data sighed and muttered, "That fan fellow doesn't know a thing, yet he gets to be warden by parachuting in. It's a bit unfair. We clerks may be less educated, but when it comes to understanding and controlling this prison, 10 fans can't match one of us." Shun Guanlo replied with a single sentence, "Warden Fan is a first-rank martial artist." Lu Data remained unconvinced. So what if he's first rank? This prison isn't like the Six Doors constables or the embroidered uniform guards agents. It doesn't need such high martial prowess. Take me for example. I only know a few flashy moves, but I still do my job as a jailer well enough. As for you, stop obsessing over martial arts manuals. They're useless. We're all ordinary people without martial veins. Better to figure out how to make more money. After returning home, Chun Guanlo first practiced his blade technique for half an hour, then spent an hour cultivating the celestial Zen art. The longevity fruit offset the physical damage caused by cultivating the inner technique, but it could not alleviate the pain of the training process. He had to endure it fully. The agony was indescribable. If not for his astonishing willpower, who the hell would willingly suffer such torment? He dreamed of having a martial vein. He had heard that those with martial veins could cultivate internal techniques as naturally as water flowing with exceptional ease. He could not imagine what that felt like. He could only envy them in silence. Occasionally he consoled himself by thinking that the heavens had opened a door for him while closing a window. After finishing his practice, his entire body was drenched as if he had been pulled from water. He simply stripped naked and drew well water to wash himself. He lived alone in the house with no tall buildings nearby, so he had no fear of being seen. One consolation was that his progress in the celestial Zen art was swift. He had already reached the 3rd layer. Combined with the blade technique given by the foreman of the marching company, even ordinary swordplay became fierce and powerful in his hands, capable of cleaving through a tree trunk with a single stroke. He wondered how many exchanges he could last against a first-rank martial artist, and what his chances of victory might be. He was truly curious. Perhaps someday he would find someone to spar with. What troubled him most was the Ascension record, especially the blade manual in its last few pages. He coveted them deeply. It was truly infuriating. After all, he had graduated from a second-tier university, consistently ranking in the top 5% of his major, yet in this life, he had become a semi-illiterate. He had studied for years, could read and write, and was competent for clerical work in the government, yet he could not understand the Ascension record. Who could he complain to? No way. He had to find a way to crack the Ascension record as soon as possible. Chen Xiaolan's father-in-law Su Deshang had a cousin who ran a private school known as Su Fuzi. In his youth, Su Fuzi had a reputation for talent and was a renowned young prodigy in the area. Not only did he pass the imperial examination at a young age to become a scholar, but he also possessed a martial vein, harboring the ambition to enter the Jixia Academy. Just as Su Fuzi was about to achieve greatness and bring prosperity to the Su family, an accident occurred. His martial vein was destroyed, his dream of the Jixia Academy became a fantasy, and his future was ruined. From then on, Su Fuzi became despondent and misanthropic, preferring to be a useless waste rather than muster even a shred of effort. Over the course of 10 to 20 years, he transformed from a young prodigy into a middle-aged, greasy, and indolent man. It was not until both his parents passed away and the family lost its livelihood, with food becoming a pressing issue, that he realized he would starve to death if he did not pull himself together. Perhaps he finally came to terms with his fate. Su Fuzi accepted the suffering that destiny had dealt him, stepped out of his house, and with financial help from relatives, opened a private school. Though his reputation was tarnished, his scholarly fame had always lingered among the neighbors. Seeing him reform, the community trusted him and willingly sent their children to be taught by him. Thus the private school was established, earning enough money for food and daily expenses. A matchmaker seized the opportunity to introduce him to a pretty widow with 2 children in tow. Su Fuzi gladly accepted. He established his career and married. After the widow entered the household, she bore him 2 children. Together with the 2 stepchildren, the family of 4 children seemed lively and prosperous. Near noon, Chun Guanlo arrived at Su Fuzi's home with a piece of pork belly. Su Shermu, who was under 40, looked younger than her actual age, likely due to good upkeep, and could be considered fair-faced. Back then, given Su Fuzi's qualifications, marrying a virgin was not impossible. In the countryside, there were plenty of poor families where a small betrothal gift could take away a young woman. Su Fuzi chose Su Shermu, the widow with children, simply because she had a beautiful face and a supple figure. He could afford to raise the 2 stepchildren. No matter the era, beauty and handsomeness were scarce resources. You didn't have to bring anything, Su Shermu said, though her hands moved swiftly. She took the pork belly, weighed it in her hand, and knew it was at least 5 caddies. She nodded in satisfaction. Please don't mind my presumption, Shermu. I came to pay respects to the master, and it would be awkward to come empty-handed, Shun Guanlo said with a smile. No need to be modest. The master is in his study. Go on in. I'll fry a couple of dishes to go with your wine, and you can chat over a meal. Meat. Meat. Su Fuzi's youngest son shouted joyfully upon seeing the meat. Su Shermu scolded the boy, finding him embarrassing in front of Chun Guanlo. You shallow thing. Haven't I fed you? Get out of here, don't bother me while I'm working. Chun Guanlo. It was a pity the pretty woman had a mouth. Her beauty instantly diminished by half. Chun Guanlo found Su Fuzi in the study. The private school seemed to be running well, and Su Fuzi was living a comfortable life. His desk was made of rosewood, and judging by its patina, it was an antique. When Chun Guanlo had lived with his elder sister Qin Xiaolan, and depended on the Su family, he had studied at Su Fuzi's private school for 2 years. Su Fuzi was his legitimate teacher. It was only natural for a student to come to his teacher with questions. He had already memorized the entire ascension record. He shuffled the order and randomly selected 4 characters to ask Su Fuzi about. Su Fuzi, pleased to see Chun Guanlo still pursuing knowledge, answered his questions earnestly and explained the origins of those characters. Chun Guanlo took notes with a brush, believing that a good memory was not as good as a bad pen. He planned to stop by a bookstore on his way home to buy the reference books Su Fuzi had mentioned and study them on his own in his spare time. I heard that you took over your father's position and became a guard at the Tian prison. I thought you would abandon your studies for this lowly profession. But now you come to seek guidance, and I am truly pleased. The sea of learning is boundless. Even while working at the Tian prison, you have not forgotten to study. Excellent. In the future, you should seize the opportunity to escape this pit as soon as possible, lest you waste your life. Thank you for your advice, master. You know my family's situation. To earn a living, the Tian prison is not so bad. If you had applied yourself more in your studies back, then you might have passed the imperial examinations. If you need money, you could have worked for a trading firm instead of going to the Tian prison. Chun Guanlo replied with a smile. Working for a trading firm is also considered a lowly profession in the eyes of the world. Among the lowly trades, the Tian prison spares me many troubles and less social obligations. Relatively speaking, the Tian prison is better. Su Fuzi was greatly displeased. Though both were lowly, working for a trading firm was clearly more respectable than being a prison guard. Prison guards were despicable creatures who could only throw their weight around in the jail, pocket some money, and be cursed behind their backs, even wish to die without descendants. At least the money from trading firms is clean. Seeing Su Fuzi's anger, Chun Guanlo quickly soothed him. I know you care about me, master. But now that I am in the Tian prison, as long as I am a guard, I must do my duty well. As for the future, we can talk about it later. Su Fuzi was still dissatisfied and continued to lecture, even while eating, nagging incessantly. He wished he could immediately scrub Chun Guanlo's brain clean and forcibly instill his own philosophy of life. But Chun Guanlo didn't mind at all. He had achieved his goal for today's visit and laid the foundation for future consultations. He ate and drank heartily, responding with a few perfunctory mms. After the meal, he wiped his mouth and decisively took his leave. On the way home, he made a detour to the bookstore, purchasing several books from the reading list Su Fuzi had given him, costing a total of 13 taels of silver. In this day and age, books were prohibitively expensive. Education had become a true luxury. Back when his eldest sister Qin Xiaolan had struggled to make a living in her in-laws' household, she had still insisted on sending him to private school. The hardships and grievances she endured were impossible to articulate. Once again, he realized how deeply in her debt he truly was. He went ahead and purchased a complete set of jewelry: golden earrings, golden bracelets, a golden necklace, and golden rings. Additionally, he bought several jean of pig's head meat and a pot of wine before heading to the Su residence. He gave the wine and meat to old Mistress Su. The woman's perpetually long face unexpectedly broke into a rare smile, and she even invited him to stay for dinner. He absolutely refused. If he stayed for dinner, old Mistress Su would surely nag for days on end, leaving his sister with no peace and quiet. Qin Xiaolan, however, did not agree with his reasoning. The siblings spoke privately. The wine and food you bought should mean you stay for the meal. Don't stand on ceremony with her. The more you defer to her, the more she takes advantage. Sister, you know my temperament. I have no patience for social niceties. Next time I'll definitely stay. Sister, please don't go to the trouble. Look what I've got here. I have money now, and I specially prepared these for you. Chun Guanlo presented the gold jewelry he had purchased, wearing a smug grin. Oh my heavens! When Qin Xiaolan saw the pile of jewelry, she was immediately overcome with a mixture of anxiety and frustration. She first glanced toward the door to ensure her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law weren't peeking, then quickly shut the windows and doors, lowering her voice. Where did you get this money? What on earth are you doing? You mustn't do anything improper. Sister, this money comes from completely legitimate sources. You needn't worry about me. The imperial prison pays a fixed salary every month plus bonuses. The bonuses are the real moneymaker. I live alone and have virtually no expenses. After several months of saving, I realized my eldest sister doesn't even have a single decent piece of jewelry. So I bought this set just for you. Only after hearing his explanation did Qin Xiaolan finally relax. As long as the money was legitimately earned, everything was fine. Gazing at the glittering jewelry, she felt both delighted and heartache. Touching her bare neck and wrists, she forced a bitter smile. Even if you give me these, I can't possibly wear them out. If I'm adorned in gold while my mother-in-law doesn't have a single decent piece of jewelry, the gossip from neighbors alone would drown me. These jewelry pieces won't be safe in my hands. You mean to say old Mistress Su would actually dare to snatch her daughter-in-law's jewelry that was gifted from her own family? Chun Guanlo glared, putting on a fierce appearance. Chen Xiaolan sighed. Snatch them she wouldn't, but her veiled criticisms and petty torments would be the death of me. Chen Guanlo was furious. If she wants jewelry, she should demand it from Su Deshang. Why fixate on her daughter-in-law's private savings? Sister, don't be afraid. Wear them boldly. No, I can't. I can't bring trouble upon myself, let alone bring trouble to you. Take these jewelry pieces back. Someday they can serve as your betrothal gift. Absolutely not. These are gifts for you. There's no taking them back. At worst, you can put them away for safekeeping to be stored in your bottom drawer. Eventually, your husband and his brothers will have to divide the household. Besides, sister, you need to build up some private savings of your own. You raised me for so many years. Now it's my turn to stand up for you. Don't be afraid. Chen Xiaolan broke into a satisfied smile. With these words of yours, all the suffering of these years wasn't in vain. Very well, I'll listen to you. The jewelry will go into my bottom drawer. Wait a moment. Seeing Chen Xiaolan begin to put away the jewelry, Chun Guanlo suddenly remembered something. Just in case, I've marked each piece with a special insignia. Chen Xiaolan was clearly stunned. She had wanted to say her brother was being overly cautious. But upon reflection, she realized his actions were for her benefit. He was worried she might face difficulties in the Su household, that an embarrassing scene might occur, and was making preparations ahead of time. There was no way she could tell her brother he was wrong. Chun Guanlo took out the dagger he carried with him and carefully scratched a symbol onto the back of each piece of jewelry, a shape reminiscent of a Nike swoosh. This was a marking belonging exclusively to his eldest sister. Now this is perfect. With this marking, these jewelry pieces are unique to sister in all the world. If anyone ever speaks ill of you, this will serve as proof. Chen Xiaolan felt deeply touched. You've thought of everything. Better safe than sorry. The siblings talked for quite some time. Before mealtime arrived, Chun Guanlo requested his leave. When old Mistress Su tried to persuade him to stay for dinner, he firmly declined and departed decisively. This made old Mistress Su thoroughly pleased. She had wine and food and didn't need to set an extra place at the table. Chen Xiaolan had gained face, so old Mistress Su redirected her grievances toward the eldest daughter-in-law, cursing and nagging without end. Every 3 to 5 days, Chun Guanlo would visit Su Fuzi for guidance. Each time, Su Fuzi patiently answered his questions, followed by endless lectures and moralizing. As time passed, he didn't bring gifts every single visit. Sometimes he arrived in a hurry, carrying only a few pieces of candy for Su Fuzi's 2 children. The children were delighted, but Mistress Su was not. Once or twice without gifts she could tolerate, but when it happened more frequently, she began to harbor complaints. One day, Chun Guanlo went to consult Su Fuzi as usual, and on the way bought several flatbread to bring along. Mistress Su looked at the flatbread and received it with a somewhat cold demeanor. How thoughtful of you to remember. At least we have lunch covered for today, though I'm afraid Fuzi will turn up his nose at the lack of wine and meat. Does he think our family of many mouths can afford meat at every meal from his meager teaching salary? Fat chance. Chun Guanlo. How embarrassing. It's all my fault arriving in such a rush and missing the meat stall. I'll go buy a few gene of meat right now. I must ensure Fuzi eats and drinks well. Mistress Su's expression changed as if she had studied face, shifting instantly, blooming with joy. Why would you trouble yourself to go personally? I'll send the 2 little ones to buy a gene on credit at the corner. No credit. Purchasing on credit would only disgrace Fuzi's reputation. Chun Guanlo immediately counted out 5 qian of silver and handed it to Mistress Su, who was finally satisfied, and let him go. Chun Guanlo thought to himself that he couldn't keep coming to the Su residence. Every visit brought fresh contempt from Mistress Su. He wasn't a glutton for humiliation. Talented and learned individuals were hardly scarce in this world. Having obtained the silver, Mistress Su personally went to the corner and bought 2 gene of meat. However, she only cooked 1 gene, putting the remaining gene in the cupboard for dinner. By rights, Su Fuzi earned quite well. Yet Mistress Su remained perpetually dissatisfied, living stingily in a small-minded way. With her former husband, she had borne a son and daughter. Both children were now grown. Her daughter could be settled with a simple dowry. The real challenge was her eldest son's marriage. That required a substantial sum. After he married and started a family, they would need to consider him moving out to establish his own household, which required yet another sum of money. The house they currently lived in had been passed down from Su Fuzi's ancestors. There was no way it would fall to the eldest son. She and Su Fuzi had also given birth to a son and daughter. Both children were still young. Su Fuzi was already so advanced in years. What if he passed away one day? The children were still small, and the eldest son hadn't yet established himself. What was she, a mere woman, supposed to do then? She couldn't very well marry off to this person and that person. Her stinginess, it was all for the family's sake. Chun Guanlo no longer visited Master Su's residence. Instead, he went straight to the private school at Pingzhong Marquis Mansion, where a meal of wine and meat easily persuaded Master Du to accept him. He maintained a rhythm of seeking advice once every 3 to 5 days. Through this method, he gradually understood the meaning of the first chapter of the Xingtian Lu and began attempting to cultivate it. The hardships involved were indescribable. Fortunately, thanks to the Chongqing Daoguo, which offset the damage to his body, he was able to persist. His work at the heavenly prison proceeded as usual. Fan Yuqing, no wonder he had served as a legal clerk, proved extremely shrewd in his approach. Without raising his voice, he subtly admonished the prison guards and pacified their emotions, instilling a sense of reverence in them. Afterwards, Fan Yuqing personally hosted a banquet inviting everyone to dine at Guanmei Tower. With a blend of sternness and kindness, he had everyone in the heavenly prison completely bewitched, both overwhelmed and convinced. Lu Datu confided privately to Chen Guanlo. Yuqing Fan is more capable than the former Yuqing Jiang. Although Jiang met an unjust death, it wasn't entirely without justification. He drowned after drinking in the river. The method was somewhat clumsy. Work carried out by several amateurs is bound to be rough. Alas, judging by his tone, Lu Datu seemed to know some inside information. Chen Guanlo wanted to press for more details, but to his surprise, Lu Datu voluntarily changed the subject, as if he too realized he had let slip something he shouldn't have after drinking. Chen Guanlo could only silently lament the missed opportunity. He still wanted to inquire which higher-up official's conflict had implicated the prison guards. That night had been extremely dangerous. He had barely escaped with his life. Recently, the heavenly prison had been bustling. Dozens of people were incarcerated in quick succession, filling the cells to capacity. The reason was that a fighting syndicate paid to settle disputes on someone's behalf had followed orders to engage in a brawl that resulted in death. Normally, even if a common civil dispute turned fatal, it wouldn't merit imprisonment in the heavenly prison. The county Yaman's prisons were not so in short supply. Alas, this was the capital city. If a tile fell from a roof and struck 10 people, 5 of them could possibly be distant relatives of some powerful noble. What the capital lacked in abundance, it made up for in distant relatives of the aristocracy. It was not unlikely that even the street butcher had a noble relative several removes removed. Both sides of the brawl had influential backers. Once the matter was reported upward, the 6 ministries' gates widened. All right, everyone was sent to the heavenly prison awaiting trial on a later date. Chen Guanlo never would have guessed that winding through twists and turns this case would somehow involve him. That day, after finishing work, as he stepped out of the yamen, a pretty young girl walked toward him. It was Xiujuan, the little maid serving manager Lu. I've been waiting for you for so long. Why are you here? The two spoke simultaneously. Xiujuan pursed her lips and smiled. Master Chen, my lord, invites you to his residence for wine. He previously sent a visiting card to your home, but unfortunately you were not there. I had no choice but to wait outside the heavenly prison for your arrival. On such a hot day, you wouldn't even offer me a drink of water. Chen Guanlo quickly escorted her to the neighboring tea house and ordered a bowl of tea. You mean Manager Lu is inviting me for wine? Yes. Why would Manager Lu invite me for wine? Chen Guanlo was puzzled. He had never met Manager Lu, nor did he have anything worth remembering. Why would Lu invite him for wine? Why cannot he invite you for wine? If you have any questions, meet my lord and ask him in person. It's getting late, my lord is waiting at the mansion. Come with me quickly. Chen Guanlo thought for a moment. Manager Lu had done him a great favor, even if for the other party it was merely a matter of saying a word. But he must acknowledge this kindness. Regardless of what this meal entailed, he had to go. Returning to the Lu residence, everything remained as before, yet his state of mind was completely different. On the way, he had specially acquired a generous gift to thank Manager Lu for his generous assistance that day. After months of circling around, he finally met the renowned Manager Lu. A middle-aged man, slightly overweight, giving off a kindly impression, his face always smiling. However, his eyes were exceptionally sharp, as if hiding sword frost and snow blades ready to strike at any moment and pierce through a person. Chen Guanlo responded, carefully stepping forward to pay respects. Little Lu has arrived. Come sit quickly. No need for so many formalities. The last 2 times you came I was not home and missed you. Today you must accompany me for a proper drink. I am grateful for Manager Lu's regard and the great help he provided. I toast you. I shall drink first as a sign of respect. Chen Guanlo didn't waste words. He simply drank heartily. Manager Lu observed this with satisfaction. Little Lu is truly excellent. Come, fill the cups. Moments later, Lu Wanshi, dressed in a water-green gown, gracefully appeared at the gathering. Chen Guanlo focused his gaze, his heart skipping 2 beats. He quickly averted his eyes, daring not to look too long. Lu Wanshi pursed her lips and smiled, sitting close to Manager Lu. Little Lu has come. You're still as courteous as ever. My lord, as I said from the beginning, she remarked, pouring wine with her pale, slender fingers that seemed like silk threads wrapping around a man's heart. I told you Master Chen is one of the few in the Chen family who understands ambition, wasn't I? Ha ha ha. My wife's judgment is never wrong. The couple flirted as if no one were watching. Chen Guanlo kept his eyes on his nose and his heart focused, drinking plain wine without distraction. It seemed the performance had concluded. Lu Wanshi departed gracefully, leaving a trail of fragrant breeze that smelled rather pleasant. Manager Lu personally poured wine for Chen Guanlo and finally brought up the main business. The reason I called you here today is for one matter. Recently, the heavenly prison has incarcerated a group of people. Keep an eye on them for me. Don't let those seasoned veterans in the prison mistreat them. Tell them I will provide ample silver. Do not let the prison guards extort them. They are only following orders. Are you referring to the 2 groups recently imprisoned for the brawl? Chen Guanlo had a good tolerance for alcohol cultivated in his past life, and his current physique also allowed him to drink heavily without intoxication. After a dozen cups, he showed no signs of drunkenness. Upon hearing Manager Lu's request, he immediately became sober. This matter could be significant or minor. He needed to understand its origins and implications before rashly agreeing. Manager Lu snorted coldly. Ignore those fighting syndicate members. Use whatever means you have at the heavenly prison to handle that group. If you treat them well, I will give you additional silver. As for those estate servants and guards, take good care of them for me. You will certainly be rewarded afterward. This. Chen Guanlo took a sip of wine. May I dare ask? I am merely a lowly prison guard with no connections or influential background in the heavenly prison. How could Manager Lu think of me? Furthermore, how does the Marquis Mansion become involved with these estate servants and guards who fought? Manager Lu patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Just now, if you had agreed without question, I might not have dared to entrust this matter to you. Between us, the superiors above the heavenly prison, I have handled all necessary bribes and arrangements. However, you are within the prison, you know its ways better than I do. As the saying goes, it is easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with his ghosts. You prison guards, TCH, for now I only trust you. If you help me look after those people, and there are places where money is needed, just say the word. You will certainly not be left empty-handed. As for why the Marquis Mansion is involved, do you understand the reason behind the brawl between the two groups? Chen Guanlo had indeed looked into the ins and outs of this lawsuit. Outside the city, a landlord surnamed Lu had contributed money and manpower to organize the reclamation of wasteland. After 3 years, the barren land was transformed into fertile fields totaling approximately 5,000 mu. At this point, a landlord surnamed Wu emerged, claiming that the wasteland belonged to his family, and that he now intended to reclaim the 5,000 mu of cultivated land, producing a land deed as evidence. The landlord surnamed Lu naturally refused. He had expended great effort to reclaim 5,000 mu, and just as the land was becoming productive, someone appeared to seize the fruits of his labor without any compensation. This matter was unquestionably in his favor. The two sides clashed repeatedly, neither willing to yield, and their tempers grew increasingly fierce. In the end, the conflict escalated from verbal disputes to physical violence. In a world where martial prowess was supreme, only force could resolve the issue. The landlord surnamed Lu had retainers and guards boasting formidable combat strength. The landlord surnamed Wu also had his own retainers and guards. Once the battle commenced, the scene was explosive. After a series of clashes, it became clear that the Wu family's fighting force was no match for the Lu family's. In a fit of rage, the landlord surnamed Wu hired a mercenary group to launch a decisive battle. The result was that both sides resorted to weapons and fatalities occurred on the spot. The lawsuit was first brought to the county court, which initially assumed it was a simple case. Little did they know that behind it lay the involvement of powerful figures in the capital. The landlord surnamed Lu's backing was none other than the Pingjiang Marquis Manor. Lu essentially acted as a front, managing affairs and acquiring land for the mansion. The landlord surnamed Wu's backer was a rising star in the court, Jiang Tu, who served as the Xiao Fu Tong Chung and the Chengmin Patrol Inspector, a man entrusted by the emperor to raise funds and greatly favored by his majesty. Some sharp-tongued courtiers had given Jiang Tu the nickname Jiang Guifei, a testament to the immense favor he enjoyed in the emperor's eyes. The emperor could scarcely go a day without Jiang Tu. Of the proposals Jiang Tu presented, 7 or 8 out of 10 were adopted. Not only was no courtier a match for Jiang Tu in the emperor's regard, but even the crown prince and the princes had to curry favor with this rising star. The landlord surnamed Wu was originally a destitute man, and Jiang Tu also came from humble origins. After Jiang Tu rose to power, the landlord surnamed Wu, through a distant kinship with the Jiang family, amassed a vast fortune in just a few years and grew increasingly arrogant and domineering. Others, intimidated by Jiang Tu's influence, stepped aside, emboldening the Wu landlord to the point of scheming against even the Marquis Manor. However, the landlord surnamed Lu, relying on the Marquis Manor's support, held the Wu landlord in contempt, and being in the right escalated the conflict. The local county court initially failed to realize how deep the waters of this case ran and was inclined to favor the Wu landlord. Fortunately, the shrewd secretary discreetly warned the magistrate, who broke out in a cold sweat. Unable to offend either side, the magistrate simply forwarded the case upward. The Jing Zhaoyin. Damn it, do I have the backbone to handle this? The case continued to be escalated until it landed in the Ministry of Punishment. The Ministry of Punishment, having nowhere else to pass the buck, was deeply troubled. A clever official suggested first incarcerating the parties in the imperial prison. The intention was to keep them under close watch to prevent any mishaps. Yet everyone knew that the imperial prison was the most likely place for accidents. If the boldness of local jailers was rated a 5, that of the imperial prison jailers was a 10. After grasping the full picture of the case, Chen Guanlo involuntarily shuddered. 2 titans were at war, and he, a mere jailer, had been dragged into the fray. Who was he to be so honored? At present, Jiang Tu holds great power. The Wu landlord is clearly riding on Jiang Tu's influence to commit atrocities and seize fertile land. No matter how you spin it, the Wu landlord is in the wrong in this lawsuit. Yet the authorities have delayed judgment and escalated the case to the Ministry of Punishment, all because they fear Jiang Tu's influence. What they fear most is Jiang Tu slandering them to the emperor as he meets the sovereign daily. Given the situation, why would the Marquis Manor choose to confront Jiang Tu head-on, risking greater losses? Chen Guanlo wanted no part in this case. He only wished to be a loafing jailer idling away his days. But Manager Lu refused to let him off. Xiao Lu, your words are quite sensible. If an ordinary person faced this, they would have to swallow their pride and accept their fate. But Jiang Tu, of all people, dared to provoke the Marquis Manor. This case cannot be resolved so easily. If the Marquis Manor yields, how can it maintain its standing among the nobility? Others may fear Jiangtu, but the Marquis Manor does not. He is not yet powerful enough to dominate the court. He is merely a sycophant, a plaything to amuse the emperor, and yet he dares to covet the estates of the nobility. 5,000 mu of land is trivial. Had he sent someone to ask politely, we would have given it to him. But he chose to seize it by force, so he cannot blame the Marquis Manor for slapping him in the face. Manager Lu's tone was murderous, prompting Chun Guanlo to ponder further. He cautiously asked, "Is this the will of the Marquis Manor?" "It is not only the will of the Marquis Manor, but also the will of all the nobility. This is not a solo fight. There are countless officials in the court who wish for Jiangtu's death. All it takes is the right moment, and the imperial censors will spring into action." Judging by Manager Lu's tone, the odds of winning this case were high. The noble houses and court officials seemed to have reached a tacit understanding to use this case to curb Jiangtu's arrogance. If they could finish Jiangtu off in the process, so much the better. But Chun Guanlo was not so optimistic. Jiangtu's name was known to all in the capital. Even children knew that the emperor could not do without Jiangtu. The emperor favors him so deeply. Can this minor case really bring Jiangtu down? I know your concern. Even if we cannot topple him, we can at least antagonize him. You are still young, unaware of the court's dynamics. Matters of state are never resolved in one stroke. They are protracted struggles. Win or lose, when it is time to strike, one must strike, bearing one's claws, so that subordinates will follow steadfastly. Chun Guanlo nodded repeatedly, finding this reasoning sound. Perpetually retreating and yielding to everything would erode morale, even for the strongest faction. Over time, subordinates would lose their fighting spirit, confidence, and ultimately their loyalty. By the time a real charge was needed, one would turn around to find that everyone had fled. Regardless of the outcome, once battle was joined, it must be fought fiercely. Even if defeated, the fight would boost morale, proving to subordinates that the faction could still contend, albeit temporarily at a disadvantage. When the opportunity arose, they might turn the tide. This was also an excellent chance to purge the ranks, clearing out the fence-sitters and the faint-hearted to purify the team. Moreover, if the Marquis Manor chose to yield and appease Jiangtu, how would the emperor perceive it? Would he doubt the loyalty of the nobility? Whether Jiangtu would be suspected was uncertain, but the Marquis Manor would certainly fall under the emperor's suspicion. Once suspected, the mansion would face imperial suppression. Conversely, open conflict with Jiangtu might yield benefits. What if the emperor actually welcomed the confrontation? Chun Guanlo thought deeply and drank heavily. After this drinking session, he understood that he could not avoid being entangled in this matter. "I know you're in a difficult position, but you still have to handle this matter," Manager Lu said earnestly to Chun Guanlo, patting his shoulder to emphasize his words. This made it impossible for Chun Guanlo to refuse. Chun Guanlo picked up a bite of food with his chopsticks. "Looking after a few people, as long as there's silver, it's easy." But he hesitated slightly. If something happens to the fighting gang members in the imperial prison, won't the Marquis' mansion be suspected? "What do you mean?" "I'll do exactly as Manager Lu instructs. I just want to know the Marquis' stance so I can gauge the limits." "It's good that you think that way. The fighting gang members indeed shouldn't meet with any mishap in the imperial prison. Although the Marquis' mansion is not afraid of being framed, truly bearing the infamy of treating human lives as nothing would be no good thing." Chun Guanlo took the opportunity to say, "I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid the palace might overthink and suspect that the Marquis' mansion has overreached. If Jiangtu then slanders us, the impact would be huge." "Me makes sense. Shallow, I underestimated you before. Though you're young, you're very cautious. How about this, you also look after the fighting gang members a bit, just make sure they don't die." The implication was that they should be ground down and not allowed to have an easy time. Chun Guanlo drank some wine, thinking to himself that the task of squeezing money was not his responsibility. Besides, this case had blown up and both sides had backers. The imperial prison staff had ordinary skills in other areas, but their judgment was remarkably measured. Everyone knew in their hearts who could be ground down and who couldn't be touched. Knowing full well that the fighting gang's backer was Jiangtu, no one would be foolish enough to deliberately cause trouble. After all, with the men locked in the imperial prison, everything would follow the prison's rules. Manager Lu couldn't interfere either. He agreed verbally, but in his heart he thought as long as he ensured that no one from either side died in the prison, this task would be considered complete. As for the rewards afterward, as long as nothing went wrong and he wasn't implicated, rewards or not didn't matter. After drinking, the night wind blew and he suddenly felt a chill on his body. Thinking that he had to go on duty before dawn, he hurried home to sleep. The imperial prison was in chaos. Lu Dadu had been complaining all morning. "These two groups, what the hell are the higher-ups thinking? Locking them in the imperial prison is deliberately causing trouble for us. Every one of them acts like a lord once they're inside. In the past, we'd starve them for a few meals, then take them to the torture chamber, and within a few days they'd all be docile. Not like now, can't beat them, can't starve them, can't even scold them. Since when did our imperial prison become so lowly, like a bunch of grandsons of turtles?" Chun Guanlo chuckled self-deprecatingly. "In others' eyes, we jailers have always been grandsons of turtles. Dirty and despicable. Damn it, money isn't dirty. Everyone is after a few silver coins. People say that if you didn't cultivate in your past life, you'll become a jailer in this life. Guess what I was in my past life? Could I have been a great bandit? Possible." Worried about accidents, Su Fugue actually went down to the cells himself to supervise the jailer's patrol work. He tirelessly reminded everyone, Lord Zhang on one side, and the Pingjiang Marquis Mansion on the other, we can't afford to offend either. Everyone stay alert, and work a bit harder. When this case is over, I'll treat everyone to a drink. Boss Su, can you talk to the higher-ups? Don't lock everyone in Block C. Our Block C wasn't raised by maidservants. Why are we never given the good tasks while all the dirty and hard work is dumped on us? Exactly. With our lousy skills giving us such a heavy burden, the officials up there really aren't afraid of something going wrong. Maybe the officials are hoping for something to go wrong. Don't talk nonsense. How dare you question the superior's decisions? Just do your duty well, stay alert, and when the case is closed you'll get your rewards. Su Fuguei reprimanded them sternly, telling everyone to correct their attitude. The jailers grumbled endlessly. We don't expect rewards, just don't make us the scapegoats. Our lives as jailers are worthless. This isn't the first time. When will the higher-ups finally close the case? I can't stand raising a bunch of ancestors. When has our Block C ever suffered such humiliation? Block C had always been the place for imprisoning great bandits and scum of the martial world. The money wasn't the most, but the jailers in Block C had the most comfortable life. This was a recognized fact in the Imperial prison. Now a group of people who should have been locked in Block B were thrown into Block C. Everyone complained privately, saying that Su Fuguei was incompetent and couldn't compete with the neighboring prison clerk Zhang. Otherwise this hot potato should have been Zhang's burden. Su Fuguei knew everyone was resentful. He himself was also full of resentment. He just didn't expect that everyone would be so disrespectful, not even putting on a pretense, and only complaining incessantly. If you have the guts, go complain to Prison Warden Fan. He couldn't be bothered to argue, and called Chen Guanlo to a corner to talk. Unconsciously, the newcomer Chen Guanlo had become the person he could confide in and consult. After thinking it over, perhaps it was because Chen Guanlo hadn't gone along with the corruption and his care for the prisoners was only for the martial arts manuals in their possession. He also behaved modestly and properly, unlike the other old hands who were only obsessed with money and relying on their seniority, didn't show him respect. Do you think Prison Warden Fan is making an example of me? Uncle Su, why would you think that? Prison Warden Fan shouldn't have any reason to do that. Then why did he lock the people in Block C? If nothing happens, fine, but if something does, he can take the opportunity to punish me. Uncle Su, have you been sleeping poorly lately? Too much pressure? Chen Guanlo asked cautiously. Su Fuguei was very agitated with a particularly distressed expression. They pick on the weak. Block A was originally for imprisoning disgraced officials. In this case, those people should have been locked in Block B, and as far as I know, Block B still has many empty cells. The more I think about it, the more peculiar it seems. Chen Guanlo followed his train of thought and said, perhaps Prison Clerk Zhang made the first move, getting close to Prison Warden Fan and expressing his stance. Su Fuguei nodded repeatedly. Makes sense. So should I also get closer to Prison Warden Fan? When it's time to show your stance, you can't hesitate. Chen Guanlo said. In workplace survival, one must be savvy and tactful. Not an activist, but also not a lone wolf who attracts dislike. Following the crowd also requires the right method and timing. Su Fuguei clearly took the advice and immediately decided to find an opportunity to get closer to Prison Warden Fan. Getting close to superiors always requires silver to pave the way. Su Fuguei was stingy and unwilling to spend his own money, so he turned his thoughts to the prisoners in the Imperial prison. He couldn't afford to offend Jiang Tu or the Pingjiang Marquis Mansion. But those scum of the martial world, those active social organizations, he wasn't afraid of at all. The prisoners were in for it now. Pay up quickly, or else torture awaits. Out of consideration for Mr. Kong teaching him the manual, Chen Guanlo notified him in advance. If you have money, pay up. Don't be stingy. Beware of physical suffering. Mr. Kong cursed the jailer's greed in his heart while complaining, but I have no money left. Even if you have to borrow, get some money to hand over. I'm not joking. Prison clerk Su wants to use connections. If you don't pay, you'll be making him unhappy. If he's unhappy, all of you will have to take a trip to the torture chamber. I heard that several of the old hands who squeeze money, even those on leave, have been called back. Mr. Kong heeded the advice and brought out his hidden savings, sparing himself from physical torment. The other prisoners were not so fortunate. For a time, the entire Block C prison was filled with nothing but screams. Su Fuguei obtained the silver, and the jailers also seized the opportunity to make a fortune. Everyone was satisfied. The previous resentment subsided. Su Fuguei used money to curry favor, growing close to jailer Fan Yuqing. It seemed to be effective, for the next day a smile appeared on his face. He even specifically patted Chen Guanlo on the shoulder and praised, well done. Keep up the good work, and one day I'll make you a warden too. Uncle Su, rest assured. I will work hard and not let you down. The struggle between the Pingjiang Marquis Mansion and Jiang Tu seemed to be making progress. This case finally alarmed the emperor. The imperial censors, having been holding back their energy, began to exert themselves, taking the opportunity to impeach Jiang Tu. They accused him of competing with the people for profit, disregarding human life, being corrupt and lawless, corrupting the court, and secretly harboring great ambitions. The other charges were nothing out of the ordinary. Every official was guilty of competing with the people for profit and corruption. The truly fatal charge was the last one, secretly harboring great ambitions. No one knew which clever mind had devised this method. Whether this charge could be substantiated was not crucial. The key was to plant a seed in the emperor's heart, a seed of suspicion. Jiang Tu was only able to swagger around the court thanks to the emperor's favor. Without that favor, he would be worse than a dog. A man of humble origins without family background or backing who had risen from obscurity had by chance gained the emperor's favor and soared to prominence. To deal with such a person, one only needed to destroy his established image in the emperor's mind. In an instant, everything he had could be shattered, casting him into the dust, even worse off than before his rise. Memorials of impeachment flew into the palace like snowflakes, yet all were retained by the emperor without action. The emperor neither expressed his stance nor stopped the censors from filing their accusations. Thus the censors of the censorate launched an even larger wave of impeachments, and other officials, even local ones, began to join in. For a time, Jiang Tu was besieged on all sides, denounced by everyone. Seeing this situation, Shun Guanlo muttered, "Overdone, overdone. A clumsy move backfiring." Lu Dada did not understand, and was puzzled. How is it overdone? Now the entire court is impeaching Jiang Tu, and it looks like he's about to fall. Why are you singing the opposite tune? Shun Guanlo snorted. The censors accused Jiang Tu of secretly harboring great ambitions, yet the entire civil and military officials are all impeaching him. Doesn't that prove just the opposite? That Jiang Tu is innocent. That's why I say it's a clumsy move. To truly nail the charge of harboring great ambitions on Jiang Tu, the impeachment must be measured, and a large number of officials must instead support him. Given the current situation with everyone shouting for Jiang Tu's head, it will only make the emperor trust him even more, convinced that someone is trying to harm him. One wrong move, and this round is likely lost for the Marquis' mansion. Lu Dada looked at Shun Guanlo as if seeing him for the first time, giving him a deep glance. Impressive. I didn't know you understood court politics. I underestimated you before. But this has nothing to do with us. No matter how the higher-ups fight, it won't affect the imperial prison. The prison is still the same prison. Still, you share the surname Chen. If the Marquis' mansion loses, will it affect you? My relationship with the Marquis' mansion is already beyond the 5th degree of mourning. Even if they execute the entire clan, I won't be implicated. Shun Guanlo grumbled. Execution would not reach him, and neither would any blessings. Wealth and responsibility go hand in hand. Shun Guanlo thought the Marquis' mansion would lose, and had prepared to be caught in the crossfire. But unexpectedly the situation changed again. Just as the civil and military officials were clamoring for Jiang Tu's downfall, a brave soul suddenly stepped forward to speak for him. With one came a second. More and more people spoke up for Jiang Tu, and their status grew higher until even a prince joined their ranks. In an instant, the situation that had seemed so favorable for Jiang Tu was reversed. The prince's involvement in this verbal dispute instantly draped a cloak of sinister intrigue over what had been a simple two-sided struggle, with the ominous feeling of a storm about to break. The emperor appeared very angry. One afternoon after his nap, he rebuked several princes in the presence of a few high ministers. Every word seemed to be a scolding. Throughout, he never mentioned Jiang Tu, yet every sentence pointed to him. The palace was like a sieve. News from within would soon leak out. The current situation left Shun Guanlo confused and bewildered. The Marquis' mansion still had clever people after all. They had thought of the same tactic as he had, and in an instant reversed the tide. Jiang Tu was in danger. This round the Marquis' mansion might just win. Lu Dada beamed with joy. I told you Jiang Tu is a petty man. He can't win every time. This time he's bound to be unlucky. When those thugs from the guild come, we'll use all the heavy tortures. I want to personally whip them to vent the anger I've been holding lately. Hey, what's with that expression? If the Marquis' mansion wins, you should be happy. After all, you share the surname Shun. I'm not unhappy. I'm just thinking, since the Marquis' mansion has strategists, why did they make such a blundering move earlier, almost letting Jiang Tu gain the upper hand? It was far too risky. Shun Guanlo couldn't understand. How arrogant must a person be to play such a game? Weren't they afraid of capsizing? If the emperor had been a little more impatient and expressed his stance early, the Marquis' mansion would have been utterly defeated. Lu Dada cleared his throat. Why do you care so much? You're not part of the Marquis' mansion. Maybe they did it for a deeper reason. Shun Guanlo chuckled and mocked. I can't think of any deeper reason. I only see arrogance and self-righteousness. Perhaps I have too little information to see the full picture, so I can't make an accurate judgment. That's the right way to think. We're just jailers. Do our duty while collect our monthly pay, eat meat, and drink wine, and leave the rest alone. Brother Datu is right. I was overthinking. It's fine to think a little, as long as it doesn't affect your duties. Because Jiang Tu's situation was dire, the Ministry of Justice took action and arrested a landowner surnamed Wu. The imperial prison was also stirring. A group of jailers led by Zhang Wantong clamored for applying heavy tortures to the guild thugs to extort money first, lest the constables of the 6 doors step in and take all the money. Su Fugui was also tempted. Shun Guanlo privately urged Su Fugui not to be blinded by greed. The situation seems clear, but the outcome is not yet decided. The emperor has not expressed his stance. As long as the emperor trusts Jiang Tu for one more day, Jiang Tu will not fall. If we rush to extort money now and Jiang Tu later turns the tables and investigates this matter, Uncle Su and all the jailers of Block C will be in deep trouble, maybe even lose our heads. To be safe, I think it's better to maintain the status quo. Su Fugui hesitated, torn with indecision. He asked, do you really think Jiang Tu has a chance to turn things around? Shun Guanlo replied with a question. Who in the court understands the emperor's mind better than Jiang Tu? Who knows better than him how to please the emperor? The nickname Imperial Consort Jiang was not given for nothing. As a favorite currying imperial favor, Jiang too was indeed unparalleled. Su Fuguei was a man of many vices, vain, greedy, cruel, and ruthless when crossed. Yet he possessed one redeeming quality: he listened to reason. Taking Chun Guanlo's words to heart, he resolved to maintain the status quo. True, it might cost him a sum of silver, but it carried no risk. In the heavenly prison, prudence was the wisest course. Court affairs were impossible to predict. They say fortunes shift every 30 years, yet in the imperial court the world could turn upside down in 3, 5, or 8 years, without waiting a single decade. Today a prisoner cowering beneath the steps, tomorrow who knows he might stand before the Son of Heaven. The old emperor had reigned for 45 years. His sons came of age one after another, and with the princes growing strong, while the sovereign grew old, the court grew ever more chaotic. Jiang too was but a petty man, yet his favor with the throne may well have stemmed from the old emperor's paranoia. The sovereign no longer trusted his veteran ministers, nor the noble clans, nor even his own flesh and blood. He had lost faith even in his old comrades who once fought beside him. Instead it was Jiang too, a rootless, backgroundless man unburdened by ties, who won the emperor's favor. A simple, straightforward villain, that is what the ruler wanted. The jailers in the heavenly prison knew nothing of these inner machinations, yet they were not above drawing conclusions through the shrewdness of daily life. The emperor's moods grew ever more capricious. Better to play safe. Prudence was the path to longevity. Haste makes waste. Su Fuguei encouraged Chun Guanlo. Xiao Lu, should Uncle Su ever grow too hasty in the future, I trust you will remind me. Our Bing character ward rises and falls together. You wouldn't wish trouble upon us all, would you? I merely hope Uncle Su does not find me too gossipy. Not at all, not at all. Ha. Brushing aside his thoughts of profit, Su Fuguei dismissed Zhang Wantong's proposal. Zhang, however, was far from satisfied. Learning that Chun Guanlo had whispered poison in Uncle Su's ear, Zhang deliberately cornered the young man in the corridor one day. The cells lining the passage stood empty. This was the deepest part of the great prison. Save for the last cell, which held its occupant, not a soul was to be seen. Chun Guanlo stood firm, waterfire staff in hand, his expression cold and unreadable. Boy, do you understand the rules or not? Ma Zai barked first. Some newbie dares to block our livelihood. Looking to die. Spitting venomously, Ma Zai drew his waist saber, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. By regulation, all jailers on patrol were to surrender their sabers and carry only waterfire staves. Prisoners might go berserk and seize a blade with irrevocable consequences. And yet these ruffians, so eager to settle with him, cared nothing for the rules. Didn't they fear the inmates snatching those sabers? How did Lu Dada teach you? Kneel. Bow 3 times before Master Zhang, and for your dead father Sake, we shall let this pass. Kneel. Kneel. A pack of men shouted viciously at Chun Guanlo, seeking to break his spirit through sheer intimidation. This trick had served them well time and again, on many a stubborn prisoner. Surely it would work this time as well. Yet for all their roaring, Chun Guanlo remained rooted to the spot. What, can't you understand human speech? Kneel this instant. I, Chun Guanlo, kneel only to heaven, earth, and my parents. You are not worthy to make me bend my knee. Big words for a pup. You're courting death. Ma Zai had already drawn his saber. Zhang Wantong raised a hand to stay him. As the leader of these jailers, he projected an air of authority. Chun Guanlo, I care not what leverage you think you hold, nor whether the Pingjiang Marquis Manor claims you as kin. This time you've made enemies of us all. Kneel and beg forgiveness, and I shall show magnanimity and let it go. Otherwise I myself will teach you what Lu Dada refused to. Forgive me. For what crime? Chun Guanlo sneered. Inside his heart pounded, but his face betrayed nothing. He had trained in martial arts for so long, yet never faced a real opponent. He did not even know his own strength. Better to seize this opportunity and measure his opponents. If he were outmatched, so be it. He would accept his fate. But if, he would show Zhang Wantong and his crew exactly who they were dealing with, so they would keep their distance henceforth. Master Zhang, why waste breath on him? A beating will teach him what is and isn't done. Zhang Wantong was deeply offended. How dared this nobody deny him face? Then there would be no mercy. He grunted and waved his hand. Ma Zai struck first, swinging his saber at Chun Guanlo with lethal intent. Clang! The saber hit the ground. Ma Zai lay sprawled on the floor. What had appeared to be a ferocious strike seemed to Chun Guanlo's eyes as laughable as a toddler brandishing a wooden club. With a light parry of his waterfire staff, Chun Guanlo sent both man and weapon flying. For the first time, confidence bloomed within him. All those years of training, enduring unimaginable pain, it had all led to this moment. What are you staring at? Get him! Zhang Wantong bellowed, and 7 or 8 jailers charged forward, sabers flashing. Clang, clang, clang. Clutching at broken arms and legs, the rabble fell like wheat before a scythe, wailing in agony. Only Zhang Wantong remained standing. Chun Guanlo advanced slowly toward him. Backing away step by step, Zhang cried, "What do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't you dare cross the line. I am a squad leader. Attacking me is insubordination." Master Zhang speaks nonsense. You invited me to test our martial skills, did you not? 2 blows from my staff seem quite fair. Why you? Let's talk this over calmly. Zhang retreated frantically, panic seizing him. He couldn't fathom it. It had only been a few months since Chun Guanlo had begun gathering martial arts manuals from prisoners, and now he was a master. This defied all logic. If cultivation were this simple, everyone would be a martial grandmaster and no one would endure the bitterness of jailer service. Moreover, he was certain Chun Guanlo possessed no martial lineage. They were all ordinary folk without gifts. So why could Chun Guanlo advance so swiftly, besting so many at once? Yet the situation left him no room for defiance. Zhang Wantong, ever adaptable, quickly yielded. I concede. From now on we'll keep our distances. Chun Guanlo said nothing, his eyes narrowing slightly. In truth, he was weighing the consequences. Killing was out of the question. Seeing silence, Zhang assumed dissatisfaction and hastily added, compensation, we'll pay. 20 taels. No 50. Agreed. Chun Guanlo accepted without hesitation, keen to close the matter. One did not make enemies in the heavenly prison. If Zhang proved ungrateful, there were plenty of ways to deal with him beyond these walls. Relief washing over him, Zhang led his men away in haste, as though the confrontation had never occurred. Watching their retreating figures, Chun Guanlo snorted. Bullies and cowards. All people throughout all ages shared the same wretched nature. Boy, come let me see you. From the darkest end of the corridor behind him, a rough and ancient voice suddenly rang out. Chun Guanlo slowly turned his head, an inexplicable unease stirring in his heart. Fear originates from the unknown. Regarding the deepest cell, many tales circulated among the jailers, yet none could pinpoint the crux. He had secretly inquired about the case, but found nothing. It was said that the man had been imprisoned for decades, and the case files were likely lost. He unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Instead of leaving, he was inexplicably driven by a powerful curiosity to walk toward the deepest part of the prison. You? The prisoner, his limbs bound by iron chains, looked out from beneath a tangled mess of hair and beard, his eyes exceptionally deep and unfathomable. The long years of imprisonment had not shattered his mind. He clearly retained his sanity and possessed the wisdom of an adult. Perhaps due to prolonged silence, his voice resembled a rusty iron gate. Each syllable scraping against his throat muscles, hoarse and somber, evoking an eerie sensation that matched the prison's atmosphere and made one deeply uncomfortable. You clearly have no martial meridians, yet you can practice internal arts. The bearded prisoner was puzzled, his eyes filled with doubt as he scrutinized Chun Guanlo from head to toe, concluding, there is something strange about you. Chun Guanlo was startled. Such a sharp prisoner. He kept a straight face, naturally unwilling to admit his peculiarity, yet he did not rebuke the other. He could not fathom the man's background or why he had been left in the imperial prison for so long without anyone caring. The outside world seemed to have forgotten him. Only the wardens of the third-tier prison remembered his existence. Come closer, let me see. Chun Guanlo stood still, but the bearded prisoner moved. He yanked the chains and lunged toward the cell bars, suddenly bursting into laughter. Chun Guanlo was curious about what the man was laughing at, but never expected him to suddenly attack with a lethal move. He was almost stunned, but fortunately he reacted swiftly, raising his staff to block executing a killing technique from blade arts. He exerted all his strength, barely surviving 3 exchanges before being forced to retreat, repeatedly dodging the bearded prisoner's attacks. Good, good. You have no martial meridians, yet you can withstand 3 moves under my hand. Remarkable. There is indeed something strange about you. Chun Guanlo took a deep breath, suppressing his panic and surprise. Since beginning his martial training, those 3 exchanges were his first real confrontation with an opponent. He gained a preliminary understanding of his own martial skills. In front of a martial artist, he was nothing. Truly disheartening. The bearded prisoner continued chattering. You have no martial meridians, yet you can cultivate a superior internal art, and you haven't exploded from the energy. You stand before me alive and healthy, apparently unharmed by practicing the art. Strange, truly strange. Chun Guanlo's heart sank. You can tell, eh? Ha ha ha. So you have indeed cultivated a superior internal art. You tricked me. All is fair in war. Boy, what is your secret? The first person without martial meridians to cultivate a superior internal art and survive. You are the living first. Chun Guanlo was silent for a moment, then cupped his hands and saluted, his attitude extremely respectful. May I ask, senior, what rank are you? The bearded prisoner chuckled. When I first entered, I was 5th rank. Now I am roughly equivalent to 3rd rank. Chun Guanlo was astonished. He had managed 3 exchanges against a 3rd-rank powerhouse. Could he praise himself? Truly a martial prodigy. Heaven must have been blind to deny him martial meridians. Are you shocked? The bearded prisoner asked with a half-smile, having already seen through Chun Guanlo's thoughts. The one truly shocked should be me. I failed to subdue an ordinary martial artist without martial meridians within 3 moves, a true disgrace. Chun Guanlo's lips twitched, but he refrained from arguing. Toward an expert, one should be polite. Senior, can you see through my depth? This was of particular concern to Chun Guanlo. If a martial artist could easily see through his depth, he would be like a naked man, wholly transparent in others' eyes. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. The bearded prisoner clicked his tongue. There is no doubt about your strangeness. As for depth, boy, what internal art have you cultivated? I cannot see through it. Strange. Too many contradictions in you. What kind of art can conceal such things? Upon hearing this, Chun Guanlo's heart leapt with joy. Whether it was due to the Tao fruit of longevity or the scroll of ascension, as long as others could not see through his depth, he had an opportunity to boast. Let him indulge in a little gloating. Even with your profound martial knowledge, you cannot see through it. It seems my art has its uniqueness. Boy, without martial meridians, you can still practice martial arts. Could it be that your internal art is specially created for ordinary people like you? Chun Guanlo smiled, but said nothing. He liked that the man was filling in the blanks himself. Self-imagined conclusions were the most potent weapon. No, that's wrong. Then the bearded prisoner refuted his own guess. If there truly existed an internal art suitable for ordinary people, I would certainly have heard of it. It is absolutely impossible that only you have achieved results. In the end, your ability to practice is not due to the art, but to your own strangeness. Chun Guanlo's expression stiffened. Such a sharp prisoner pointing directly to the root of the problem. But he also had his own reliance. No matter how the man speculated, as long as he remained silent and refused to admit, even if the guess was infinitely close to the truth would never be known. Boy, what is your secret? Speak truthfully. Chun Guanlo laughed. Senior, do not jest. I am just an ordinary man with no strangeness at all. If I truly had something strange, I would not be a jailer in the imperial prison. Do not think I am unaware of what you have done here. You use trivial benefits to extract martial arts secrets from others. Your harvest these days must be considerable. Chun Guanlo was speechless, but then he retorted with righteous indignation. It is an open and transparent transaction based entirely on mutual consent, with no coercion. How can you call it extraction? Senior's words are too harsh. When under someone else's roof, one must bow low. The prisoners in this jail are like livestock to you wardens. Calling it mutual consent is essentially using power to bully. If we were outside those secret manuals, let alone trading, even a glance would cost you your eyes. Chun Guanlo immediately refuted. Senior, you are mistaken. The circumstances here and now cannot be compared to elsewhere. Even without me, the prisoners here would have to pay a heavy price just to survive. Trading with me at least makes their lives a little better and gives them a shred of dignity. Moreover, the prisoners can choose not to trade. I never force anyone. Since it concerned his reputation, he had to argue his point. The survival environment of the imperial prison determined the mode of transaction. How could this be called oppression through power? Slander. Pure slander. Unreasonable, the bearded prisoner cursed. Chun Guanlo smiled faintly. This is the heavenly prison where laws are precisely defined. How could one judge its ways by the rules outside? Senior brother, you are far too rigid. Upon hearing himself called pedantic, the bearded prisoner bristled with fury, his tangled hair standing on end like quills, his eyes bulging like copper bells. A terrifying sight. It was evident that the bearded prisoner was a man of fiery temper. It was remarkable how he had endured so many years in this dark cell, cut off from the world with no one to speak to on ordinary days. At this point, Chun Guanlo could somewhat understand why the guards were so afraid of him. With his volatile temper and formidable strength, even with his limbs shackled in iron chains, he was like a walking powder keg to the guards. One moment of carelessness could set him off, and they would all be reduced to fragments. No one wanted to die, yet they had no choice but to approach this explosive prisoner, so they could only keep their distance and confirm he was still alive. It was truly pitiable for the guards who delivered meals and the servants who cleaned the chamber pots. Why anger yourself over this, senior brother? You've crossed more bridges than I've eaten salt. With your vast experience, you should know I'm right. The reason you find it hard to accept is that this heavenly prison is a place of utter darkness, where people devour one another everywhere, and unfortunately you are the one being devoured. That is why you harbor resentment and loathe us guards so deeply. Everything we guards do is essentially bullying those weaker than us. If we were outside, one finger from you could handle us. Now the balance of power has reversed, which is rather lamentable. No wonder you hold grudges, senior brother. Since you know this heavenly prison is a dark man-devouring place, why would you willingly become a guard and serve the tiger? Judging by your words, you are educated. How could you sink so low? And the bearded prisoner asked, furiously, filled with disbelief, pity, and regret. Since Chun Guanlo had become a guard, he had encountered many such situations. Upon hearing he was a prison guard, many people would wear expressions of regret. Facing the bearded man, he simply spread his hands. Senior brother, I need to eat. You're educated. You can make a living anywhere. There's no need to become a guard. This profession damages your accumulated virtue. But I also wish to practice martial arts. Do you know how expensive it is to learn martial arts outside? Moreover, I could only study mediocre inferior techniques. For someone without martial temperament like me, attempting to enter a sect or the Jixiao Academy to learn profound martial arts is pure delusion. But the heavenly prison can satisfy my desire to study profound martial arts. The bearded prisoner never expected that Chun Guanlo had become a guard merely to learn martial arts. He didn't know whether to call the other foolish or wise, only saying, "You are remarkably straightforward." He was certain Chun Guanlo was telling the truth. The other truly became a guard for the martial arts manuals. Over the past few months, he had clearly made some progress. From being an ordinary person who couldn't even throw a proper punch months ago to now surviving 3 moves against him. It was quite remarkable. It was a pity he lacked martial temperament. Let me tell you, senior brother, my greatest virtue is honesty. You want this old man to trade manuals for wine and meat? It's not strictly necessary. Chun Guanlo felt somewhat uneasy. Trading with a 5th-rank martial artist left him lacking confidence, and the other was a hot-tempered man. The bearded prisoner laughed heartily. Do you know who I am and why I've been locked in the heavenly prison for years without anyone bothering with me? Chun Guanlo honestly shook his head. He truly didn't know. The bearded prisoner continued smiling. Next time bring wine and meat, and this old man will tell you a story. Chun Guanlo hesitated. The more he knew, the more dangerous it became. Yet he was genuinely curious and wanted to know what crime the bearded man had committed, which deity he had offended to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison without ever seeing daylight. A proper fifth-rank martial artist. Just to capture him, how many people would need to be mobilized, what deep schemes and calculations would be required. Fifth rank. An existence beyond imagination. Yet now his cultivation had fallen to third rank, his limbs bound in iron chains making movement difficult, and still the bearded man had defeated him in merely 3 moves, sending him fleeing in disarray. No wonder he had become the most mysterious and formidable presence in cell block Bing. All the guards avoided him, and no one dared to act recklessly in his presence. They might threaten heaven and earth, but they dared not threaten the bearded man. Seeing Chun Guanlo hesitate, the bearded man was clearly dissatisfied. Boy, do you know how many people outside want to extract information from this old man? I don't believe it. If so many people wanted to question you, why has no one come to interrogate you in all these years? Interrogate? Haha. The bearded man's aura shifted, suddenly growing cold and sinister like a venomous serpent. Would they dare to interrogate me? Since they don't dare, why do they still let you live? Chun Guanlo asked curiously. The bearded man sneered. If I died, wouldn't that be letting me off easy? They want me to live in this darkness, to suffer more than death itself. Only then would they be satisfied. Boy, I might as well tell you. I was once known as the blood-soaked butcher. Chun Guanlo was startled, his guard instinctively rising, his entire body tensing, as if facing a great enemy. The nickname blood-soaked butcher he had heard since childhood. It was said this man killed, mercilessly slaughtered entire families, and even whole villages. The number of lives he had taken must have reached hundreds. The most tragic was a village where hundreds of lives were wiped out in a single night. He was truly so wicked that even death by 1,000 cuts would not suffice to comfort those wronged souls. He never expected this man to still be alive today. Are you really the blood-soaked butcher? As real as it gets. The bearded man stood tall. Why didn't you die? Why are you still alive? That shouldn't be. The blood-soaked butcher whose crimes had provoked such public outrage was still alive. How could that be? He had heard that the real blood-soaked butcher had been publicly executed 10 years ago. Weren't you executed by death by 1,000 cuts 10 years ago? That's something you'd have to ask the authorities about. Why was a substitute executed in your place, deceiving the world? There's a great secret hidden here. Boy, do you want to earn merit. Do you want promotion? Of course. But you're mistaken if you think you can tempt me with this. I'm not that naive. Still, I'll bring you food and wine another day, as thanks for clearing up my confusion. Chun Guanlo knew full well that the bearded man had no good intentions. Thinking about it, how could someone so irritable and angry suddenly show kindness? If he were truly just an 18-year-old entering society, he might have fallen for it. But having lived 2 lives, although he was strongly curious, he also understood that preserving his life came first. The bearded man clearly hadn't expected Chun Guanlo to refuse him. His expression darkened immediately. Boy, do you think you can escape just by ignoring me? Once I spread the word, you won't live to see the day you master peerless martial arts. Even the secrets on your body, under torture, they'll be extracted sooner or later. You dare threaten me? Since awakening his past life memories, this was the first time Chun Guanlo had flown into such rage, birthing an overwhelming killing intent. He dared not act rashly. Chun Guanlo was acutely aware of his predicament, so he quickly lowered his gaze, concealing the murderous intent within. And soon adjusted his emotions, feigning a look of disbelief and anger at being threatened, yet appearing utterly helpless against the other party. Like a true 18-year-old youth, utterly defenseless in the face of another's threats, while harboring that faint youthful hope that the other was merely bluffing and not genuinely intending to harm him. The big beard murderer watched Chun Guanlo with keen interest, seemingly pleased with the shifting expressions on his face, savoring the thrill of toying with another's fate. I've only heard of people who would rather die than keep a secret. This is the first time I've encountered someone who forces others to listen to his secrets. Senior, your way of doing things is truly unexpected. Chun Guanlo casually flattered the other man, but his mind was churning, trying to figure out how to survive this crisis. The big beard murderer was undoubtedly a man of erratic temperament. He could not rely on the man's conscience. Only the dead keep secrets. If earlier his murderous intent had been born of anger, now having calmed down, Chun Guanlo genuinely harbored the desire to kill the man. The difficulty lay in how to do it without leaving a trace, and without implicating himself. Moreover, the man was a 5th-rank martial artist, and even though his cultivation had fallen to 3rd rank, he was still not someone Chun Guanlo could provoke. To kill him, he could not rely on force, only on cunning. For now he had to placate the man, absolutely prevent him from spouting nonsense and revealing his secrets. Even though Big Beard did not know the truth, who could guarantee that he wouldn't fabricate something like claiming that Chun Guanlo possessed a great treasure that allowed him to practice internal cultivation techniques? If the news spread, the consequences were unimaginable. Before he could protect himself, he must never expose the peculiarities about himself. This incident also taught him a harsh lesson. In the future, when using force, he must avoid crowds, conceal his face and tracks, and never let anyone trace it back to him. And above all, he must not let anyone know that he practiced internal cultivation. Thank heavens, he possessed the eternal Tao fruit and the Ascension scripture, which seemed to shield him from others' perception. On the surface, he appeared as nothing more than a crude martial artist with a few rough moves, capable of wielding a few common saber techniques. Entirely ordinary. Boy, you should feel honored that I'm willing to share my secret with you. Don't be afraid. My secret will only protect you, never harm you. Huh, not a word of it did he believe. Every single character, even the punctuation marks that Big Beard uttered, Chun Guanlo refused to trust. A man who becomes a murderer is undoubtedly selfish, cruel, and cold-hearted. Such people are akin to sociopaths, devoid of compassion, incapable of empathy, and lacking even the basic emotions of a human being. He was nothing but a killing machine. Words spoken from the mouths of such individuals, even if laced with warmth, were merely crude imitations of normal human speech used to deceive the world and conceal their true nature. Murderers also share another trait: they are clever, adept at manipulating others' emotions and fates, and derive pleasure from toying with people's lives. Chun Guanlo sighed inwardly. His luck had truly run out. Misfortune after misfortune, and now he had crossed paths with this calamity. His luck, he had to admit, was absolutely abysmal. Senior, don't deceive me. So many people outside want to know your secret. I'm just a lowly jailer with neither connections nor the ability to protect myself. I beg you, Senior, consider my reverence and spare me this once. From now on, I'll supply you with meat and wine. Ha ha ha. The Big Beard murderer laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Chun Guanlo's submissive and yielding attitude. Boy, don't be afraid. As long as I live, you won't die. But a fifth-rank martial artist can live up to 100 years. Even though the days in the Imperial prison have worn down my health, I can still live to 80 or 90 without issue. The Big Beard murderer was quite proud of this. Chun Guanlo gritted his teeth inwardly. What a stubborn old bastard. He let out a sigh of relief. That's excellent. From now on, I'll be hoping that you live a long life, Senior. Boy, I might even teach you martial arts. You have the manual, but no master to guide you. Relying solely on self-study, you've probably made many mistakes. If you have any questions, you can come to me from now on. But only if you obey me. If you do, I won't treat you badly. If you disobey him, don't think that just because I'm locked up here, I have no way to make your life a living hell. Chun Guanlo clenched his teeth and bowed deeply. I understand. Rest assured, Senior, I know my place. I'll bring you wine and meat tomorrow. Excellent. The Big Beard murderer was satisfied and lay back on his bed. He was convinced that Chun Guanlo had no power to resist and would obediently do his bidding. Interesting, truly interesting. He would eventually uncover the strange secrets about Chun Guanlo. Chun Guanlo returned to the duty room with a gloomy face. Lu Dada was worried about him and waved him over. The two stepped outside the fence to talk. I heard that Zhang Wantong led a group to block you. Are you alright? Thanks for your concern, brother. Dado, I'm fine. Do you want me to step in and mediate with Zhang Wantong? Not for now, I can handle it. Lu Dada was half convinced. Don't be polite with me. That Zhang Wantong is a petty man, greedy, lecherous, narrow-minded, and a bully to the weak. But he'll still give some face to me. Chun Guanlo smiled gratefully. I'll try to solve it myself first. If I really can, I'll ask for your help, brother Dado. That's fine, but don't hide your difficulties. You're under my protection. A Zhang Wantong can't go too far. Chun Guanlo didn't take Zhang Wantong seriously at all. For now, the man wouldn't dare to do anything to him. If things really escalated, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. What truly troubled him was the Big Beard murderer. Everyone in the prison was tight-lipped about him, even pretending he didn't exist. After his shift ended, Chun Guanlo didn't go home. Instead, he took wine and meat directly to visit Master Du. Master Du was delighted to see him. Wine, food, and a drinking companion. Chun Guanlo first asked about two obscure characters in the Ascension scripture, then chatted aimlessly about this, and that before casually bringing up the notorious murderer of over a decade ago, and asking if Master Du had heard of him. Master Du chuckled. If you asked anyone else, you might not get much. But I happen to know some inside details. Is there really such a person? I thought it was a rumor. Chun Guanlo put on a look of curiosity and astonishment, leaning in eagerly. Master Du, warmed by the wine and eager to show off, recounted all the inside information he knew. The maniac killer's surname was Duan, his full name Duan Tianlin. He possessed a martial bloodline and, relying on his combat prowess, allied with a few local companions to run rampant in the countryside, becoming a notorious ruffian in the area. Later, when the imperial court launched military campaigns against the northern frontier, Duan Tianlin and his companions were all conscripted into the army. Once they joined the military, they thrived as fish in water and quickly rose through the ranks. Mr. Du recounted the maniac killer's past in slow detail. Chun Guanlo only then learned that the murderer had actually served in the military. Not just any soldier. He became a military commander. After all, possessing a martial bloodline and exceptional combat skills, even though he lacked personal virtue and acted arrogantly, the army needed someone like him and chose to turn a blind eye. Before joining the military, Duan Tianlin had arranged a marriage. However, because he was always away from home, the marriage was repeatedly delayed. As the woman grew older, Duan Tianlin's parents wrote to him, urging him to either return home to wed or send for the bride to the northern region. Duan Tianlin's successive promotions in the military led him to believe the woman was no longer his equal. He declared that if his fiancée was willing to demote herself to concubine, he would send someone to bring her to the north for marriage. Upon hearing this, the woman's parents were furious and immediately called off the engagement. Duan Tianlin's own parents, aware of their son's shameless behavior, made the decision to consent to the breakup without consulting him first, allowing both parties to marry others. What should have been a perfectly ordinary matter instead ignited Duan Tianlin's rage. He accused the woman's family of ingratitude and threatened to make them suffer for their actions. Everyone dismissed his words as mere anger, but they never imagined he would secretly return to his hometown and massacre the entire woman's family, sparing not even the infants in their cradles. Indeed, he was a monster. The woman's family had every right to cancel the engagement. What wrongdoing had they committed? Yet, Duan Tianlin slaughtered their entire household over it, proving himself unworthy of being called human, nothing more than a beast. Relying on his martial prowess, he acted without restraint, showing no regard for law or human life. He truly embodied antisocial personality disorder, brutal in his methods and consumed by vindictiveness. And then, was he apprehended? Mr. Du took a sip of wine and shook his head. He conducted himself with great discretion. It was only later that the authorities uncovered the full truth of what had transpired. Nevertheless, his actions could not remain concealed from his closest companions. When word reached the north that the woman's entire family had been massacred, those brothers quickly deduced from the timeline that Duan Tianlin was responsible. It was said he had confronted Duan Tianlin directly, though the details of their conversation remain unknown. Whatever was said, the matter was kept quiet, for now. Duan Tianlin, however, was cunning. Fearing eventual exposure, he orchestrated a massacre during an expedition, dragging his companions into a crime that outraged heaven and earth. An entire village slaughtered. All 323 villagers, men, women, young, and old, were ruthlessly exterminated. The brothers were now inextricably bound together, each complicit in the atrocity. Whispers suggested that during the massacre, several outsiders had taken refuge in the village. It was rumored Duan Tianlin's men extracted a secret from them through torture. The precise details remained unknown. From that point forward, Duan Tianlin found pleasure in killing itself, frequently leading men out of camp into remote areas to carry out murders. He who walks along the riverbank will inevitably get his shoes wet. Eventually, his superiors learned of his activities. Forewarned of the impending arrest and retribution, and finding even his protectors unwilling to intervene, Duan Tianlin faked his death during a military engagement and fled, eliminating his former companions along the way. His methods were ruthless and efficient, his execution swift and merciless. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlo reflected that had Duan Tianlin possessed even a sliver of humanity rather than antisocial tendencies, and had he dedicated himself to military service instead of reveling in slaughter, he might have achieved something remarkable. How was he eventually captured? Mr. Du raised his wine cup, humming a few bars of opera melody before continuing. After faking his death, Duan Tianlin assumed a new identity and descended into banditry. Murder and robbery became his livelihood. Unable to shake his nature once the initial investigation cooled, he resumed killing for sport. Mere murders no longer satisfied him. He began orchestrating village massacres again. He succeeded twice before finally walking into a trap on his third attempt, captured in the act. He was subsequently sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts, a fitting end for such a monster. No, the maniac killer Duan Tianlin never died. He was still alive, locked away in the heavenly prison. This secret was likely unknown even to those within the prison walls. Chen Guanlo asked, "Did you attend the execution, Mr. Du?" "I had no desire to witness such a gruesome spectacle." Public outrage was so intense that officials deployed troops to cordon off the execution grounds. A learned scholar like myself would not sully himself with such bloody entertainment. The paradox struck Chen Guanlo. Public executions meant to deter crime, yet the grounds sealed off to prevent public access. They claimed it was to prevent riots, but Chen Guanlo understood the truth. They were concealing the substitution. If Duan Tianlin had served in the military for years, he must have had numerous comrades. When he was arrested, didn't any of his military brothers speak on his behalf? At the very least, a swift execution would have been more merciful than death by 1,000 cuts. Mr. Du shook his head. "I've never heard of any comrades defending him." It was said Duan Tianlin's temperament was so volatile that he even killed his sworn brothers. Everyone in the camp had likely crossed him, leaving no allies to speak for him. Perhaps his former comrades were glad to see him go. But something didn't add up. If not his military brothers, then who had protected Duan Tianlin's life and orchestrated this elaborate substitution to deceive the entire realm? And why spare Duan Tianlin only to leave him abandoned in the heavenly prison? This man deserved to die 100 times over. What possible reason existed to save him? Chen Guanlo had far too many questions. These doubts clearly Mr. Du could not answer. What Mr. Du knew came only from the official records, the version authorities wanted people to believe. So what was the true story? The village massacre itself was beyond doubt. Yet could there be hidden circumstances behind it, reasons different from what the public had been told? From your perspective, Mr. Du, Duan Tianlin had a promising future. With his bravery and martial prowess, he would have risen to become a general sooner or later. Why would he destroy his own prospects? It's impossible to say for certain. Arrogance invites disaster, and this man was known for his brazen recklessness. Perhaps he believed he could conceal the village massacre. But his subordinates were numerous and gossipy, and even his sworn brothers may not have approved of his methods. Secret betrayal was entirely possible. So before faking his death, he killed several of his brothers. I cannot speak to those details. If you're truly curious, you might try leveraging connections through the Marquis estate. The Marquis estate may have access to Duan Tianlin's case files. Chen Guanlo gave a self-deprecating smile. The Marquis estate would never deign to notice a humble jailer like me. They probably consider me an embarrassment to the Chen family. You might want to be careful. Recently someone from the Marquis estate mentioned you saying you brought disgrace upon the Chen family name. Watch yourself. If they take an interest in you, you could face trouble. Shun Guanlo immediately voiced his resentment upon hearing this. The Marquis estate has no right to interfere in my affairs. When I was starving, they turned a blind eye. Now that I've finally secured a position, they criticize me for shaming the family. Our branches separated generations ago. We're well beyond the 5 degrees of mourning. What right do they have to meddle in my affairs? It's ridiculous meddling where none is invited. Besides, I merely inherited my father's post. Your father was a warden, not a common guard. Mr. Du's words struck like a concealed blade, piercing straight to the heart. The truth cut deep. Having learned the history of the murderer Duan Tianlin, Shun Guanlo grew increasingly aware that he had stirred up a monumental trouble, a life-threatening one. Regardless of who was protecting Duan Tianlin's life or whether Duan Tianlin harbored secrets at this moment, Shun Guanlo's name might have already landed on some powerful figure's desk marked for elimination. The heavenly prison had no secrets, but that depended on whom you asked. To ordinary folk outside the prison was a mysterious, sinister, and terrifying place, one they dared not even approach, let alone pry into. Yet for certain individuals, every event within the prison walls could not escape their eyes. Had his conversation with Duan Tianlin truly gone unnoticed? Shun Guanlo dared not be so optimistic. He considered the worst-case scenario, which boiled down to 2 possibilities. They would extract Duan Tianlin's secrets from him, or they would pry from him the secret of cultivating internal martial arts. Either outcome, given his current predicament, was unbearable. Unable to sleep in the dead of night, he sat on the rooftop, drinking alone, brooding over a way to break the deadlock. Duan Tianlin must die. Only the dead could keep secrets. But how to kill him? How to handle the aftermath? The wrath of the powerful figure. None in the heavenly prison could withstand it. The crux was that he had no idea what secret Duan Tianlin carried, nor why a powerful figure would protect a murderer's life. But then again, what made him so certain that the powerful figure was willingly protecting Duan Tianlin? What if that figure also wanted Duan Tianlin dead? 10 years had passed. What could not be done back then might be possible now. Shun Guanlo's mind broadened. A man like Duan Tianlin was merely wasting food. Who would willingly protect him? There must be some shady deal behind it. He leaped down from the rooftop, a half-formed idea already taking shape in his mind. Early the next morning, Shun Guanlo arrived at the heavenly prison carrying wine and meat. He gave a portion to the guards and retainers of the Liu family estate, and the rest went to the murderer Duan Tianlin. After years of abstinence, the murderer Duan Tianlin wolfed down the food and drink like a beggar, not even minding the meat that fell to the ground. He picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth, then took a swig of wine, reveling in sheer ecstasy. Kid, you're not bad. Tomorrow I want some braised beef, 5 catties first. No problem. Shun Guanlo turned and left his patrol done for the day. Hey, did I say you could leave? Duan Tianlin roared with arrogance and insolence. Shun Guanlo halted, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he turned his back. At last expressionless, he said, Senior wouldn't want me to get into trouble right now, would you? Finding someone as easy to deal with as me won't be easy. Kid, you've got guts. Don't you want to hear my story? To be honest, Senior, I inquired about the murderer's case yesterday, and after hearing it, I felt quite unsettled. Please forgive me. So you also believe I killed all those people? Shun Guanlo remained silent. Duan Tianlin suddenly rushed forward, gripping the cell bars, and cackled at his retreating back. I killed them all. I deserve 1,000 deaths, 1,000,000 cuts, and I'm not worth regretting. But here I am still alive. Guess why? Shun Guanlo whirled around. It's nothing more than deals, leverage, or balancing interests. Those are the only possibilities. It can't be that someone is repaying a favor. You're an interesting kid. Duan Tianlin relaxed, eyeing Shun Guanlo with amusement. Not only are you strange, but your demeanor doesn't match an 18-year-old. You're quite composed, aren't you? If it were anyone else even a decade older, they'd be scared shitless just hearing my name. Yet here you are still able to spar with me in words and wits. Young Master Chen, look at what you've done. I wanted to spare you, but you've only drawn my attention more. If I don't scheme against you, I'd be doing myself a disservice. Shun Guanlo was furious. Because he performed too well, he became the target of interest and scheming. Was he supposed to blame himself? Shameless. Despicable. Sophistry. The other party was clearly coveting the secrets he carried. No one was willing to be locked in the heavenly prison forever, especially someone like Duan Tianlin. Willful, capricious, and unaccustomed to restraint. Slaughtering an entire village for no reason was in a sense Duan Tianlin's way of venting his fury at being restrained. Originally a mere rogue and hooligan, once he entered the army, he was constantly disciplined by military regulations and suppressed by superiors. Over time, violent ambition was bound to fester. Killing, massacring innocent villagers, trampling on others' lives, toying with their fates, was his outlet. A pure psychopath, a sociopath. Shun Guanlo was 100% certain that the other man was playing with him, trying to repeat the old trick and toy with his life. If he acted helpless and yielded to coercion, that would only delight his tormentor. It was utterly nauseating. He barely held back his murderous impulse. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his inner turmoil. Thank you for your high regard, Senior. Unfortunately, I'm just a lowly jailer. I can't be of much help. Oh, but you can. However, there's no rush. When the time comes, I'll tell you what to do. With that, Duan Tianlin shut his mouth and refused to say another word. Chun Guanlo left decisively, his mind racing with ideas on how to kill the man without drawing suspicion onto himself. The lawsuit between the Marquis' mansion and Jiang Tu had reached the emperor's court, but no conclusion had been reached. Both sides were currently locked in a stalemate. The old emperor remained silent, and gradually voices arose that he clearly wanted to protect Jiang Tu, only lacking an excuse and a step down. The court's grandees were the sharpest minds in the world, the valedictorians among scholars. They were quite adept at reading the emperor's thoughts. Yet even though they knew the old emperor needed a step down, needed someone savvy and willing to act, these clever men refused to oblige. They would not let Jiang Tu gain an advantage. Word had it that the old emperor was deeply displeased with his ministers. He hid in the Taiji Palace, refusing to hold court, to review memorials, or to meet his officials. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to alchemy. Just as the situation reached a deadlock, the crown prince made a move that broke the impasse. In the Taiji Palace, encountering Jiang Tu, who had come to beg forgiveness, the crown prince, with no attempt to conceal his disdain, cursed, "You vile dog." Jiang Tu dared not argue or retort. Normally such a trivial matter would have been forgotten, but the crown prince's words reached the old emperor's ears. The old emperor flew into a rage, denouncing the crown prince as unfilial. Am I not dead yet? And he already wants to purge those around me. Does he wish for my early demise so he can inherit the throne? The crown prince was immediately flustered. He had merely disliked Jiang Tu, a sycophantic upstart, and had no other intentions. But the old emperor, old and suspicious, clung to his convictions like a stubborn mule. He was certain that the crown prince harbored treacherous designs and could no longer wait. If he couldn't tolerate even a mere Jiang Tu, then one day he might not tolerate the emperor himself. A massive black cauldron was placed upon the crown prince's head, and he cried out that he had been dealt an unjust blow. His heart grew ever more furious and resentful toward Jiang Tu, desiring to eliminate him as soon as possible. He was also dissatisfied with the old emperor. Though he dared not voice it, he could not help but think in his heart that the old emperor was growing increasingly senile. Who in this world could be a crown prince for 30 years? A sense of urgency swelled within him, a desperate yearning to seize power. He longed to rush before the old emperor and declare loudly, "Your son is willing to share your burdens, father. From now on you may rest in the Taiji Palace, cultivating immortality through alchemy." As for the myriad affairs of the court, he as the crown prince would unhesitatingly take charge, handling them properly with the assistance of his ministers, causing the emperor not a moment's worry. Unfortunately, he could only dare to think such thoughts. The old emperor had vented his anger on the crown prince, but was not yet appeased. He then summoned the court officials and berated them harshly, accusing them of failing to share their sovereign's burdens, pestering him with trivial matters every day and hindering his alchemy endeavors. In front of all the ministers, he also scolded Jiang Tu, accusing him of betraying the imperial favor. On the spot, he dismissed Jiang Tu from his post and ordered him to return home to reflect on his mistakes. The ministers saw clearly the emperor had raised a heavy hand, but brought it down lightly, clearly intending to continue shielding Jiang Tu. Dismissal from office was nothing. Jiang Tu could be reinstated at any time, perhaps even promoted a rank, with just a word from the old emperor. In this round, although the Marquis' mansion appeared to have won, it was only a victory in face. The true winner was still Jiang Tu. Jiang Tu was deeply favored by the emperor, and in the short term no one could drive him out of the court. The most unfortunate was still the crown prince. Dragged into this affair by a single word, he was suspected by the old emperor of harboring treachery and was scolded on the spot as unworthy of being a son. He had lost both face and substance and was now confined to the Eastern Palace in reflection. However, Jiang Tu had also thus incurred the crown prince's enmity. The ministers were pleased to see this. The only connection between these disputes and the heavenly prison was that on the day Jiang Tu was dismissed, the tenant guards of the Liu family landlord were immediately released. The hired thugs each received 10 strokes of the board and a 10-tael silver fine and were all expelled from the heavenly prison. As for the victim of this case, the one who was beaten to death, no one truly cared. He was merely a corpse tool to fill the role. Who would care about a tool? Su Fuguwei sighed regretfully, complaining that Chun Guanlo had cost him a fortune. If he had known Jiang Tu would lose this lawsuit, he should not have listened to Chun Guanlo and just bet directly, making a huge profit. Chun Guanlo did not defend himself, only asked, "Uncle Su, do you really believe Jiang Tu lost?" He was dismissed from office. If he didn't lose, then did he win? Alright, I know what you want to say. I don't mean to blame you, but it's a pity about the silver. Those who enter the heavenly prison must spit out silver according to the rules. Even the officials in the first-class cells are no exception. I'll take this as a lesson. Go about your business. Chun Guanlo acknowledged and left decisively. He could not control Su Fuguwei's thoughts. He could only conclude that this man was not worth strategizing with. Liu Dada knew he had been scolded and invited him to drink to comfort him. Don't take it to heart. In this case, no one got any money, and we all wasted so much effort. Everyone is full of complaints. Chun Guanlo muttered, Jiang Tu is favored by the emperor. He will be reinstated soon. How can you tell? How are you so sure Jiang Tu still enjoys the emperor's favor? The emperor did dismiss him. Dismissal is just a temporary measure to silence public opinion. After all, Jiang Tu has infringed on many people's interests in recent years. Everyone dislikes him, and he has incurred widespread resentment. But precisely because he has incurred such resentment, he becomes more trustworthy in the emperor's eyes. A lone minister with no one to rely on. His only support is the emperor's favor. This sole support was also his amulet, the reason the old emperor trusted him. In the old emperor's eyes, Zhang Tu had not colluded with any faction, he was loyal only to the emperor. This pure loyalty surpassed that of all the civil and military officials in the court. That's just your opinion, oh it's not conclusive. Lu Dada casually retorted. Shen Guanlo did not argue, only smiled, and said, by the end of this year we'll see. Then you'll know if I'm right, brother Dadu. If you're right, I'll treat you to a drink then. Lu Dada generously made a casual promise. A single drink was nothing for a jailer's income. Even 10 drinks were no concern. As the two were drinking, Zhang Wantong, accompanied by his disciples and followers, also entered the tavern. Lu Datu immediately stood up, slapping the table, and said to Chen Guanlo, if Zhang Wantong causes you trouble, I'll stand up for you. Don't be afraid. Thank you, brother Datu. Squad leader Zhang is a reasonable man. He shouldn't cause trouble for me without reason. It's not even dark yet, why are you talking nonsense? Lu Datu looked baffled. Zhang Wantong saw Chen Guanlo and Lu Datu as soon as he entered, snorted coldly, and went upstairs. His disciples and followers all followed him upstairs, none daring to glance at Chen Guanlo. To Lu Datu, this scene clearly meant Zhang Wantong looked down on them and didn't regard them at all. He was furious. That Zhang Wantong is becoming more arrogant by the day. I'd like to see how long he can keep this up. Brother Datu, drink. Lu Datu was still in a rage, having forgotten what they were discussing earlier, only remembering that Zhang Wantong had disrespected him by not even greeting him when they met. This was too much. Chen Guanlo thought it was fine, everyone could mind their own business, taking separate paths without interfering with each other. As for what had happened in the heavenly prison corridor that day, no one mentioned it, and all pretended it had never occurred. After drinking with Lu Datu, Chen Guanlo went straight home. The gatekeeper servant of Steward Lu's mansion had been waiting for a long time. His usual cold demeanor had changed, and he warmly greeted Chen Guanlo. Brother Chen, you're finally back. Have you been waiting long? Just a while. What are you here for? Chen Guanlo stood at the door with no intention of inviting him inside. The gatekeeper servant pretended not to notice his attitude. I'm thirsty from the journey. Brother Chen, why not invite me in for a cup of tea? Chen Guanlo. One should not strike a smiling face. Chen Guanlo reflected that one should not be so petty. There was no need to argue with a gatekeeper servant, which would only make him appear narrow-minded. He decisively opened the courtyard gate and invited the servant inside for tea. He also needed a cup of tea to sober up. This time he finally learned the servant's name, Lu Xiaochuan, having been an orphan without a proper name. After being taken in by Steward Lu, he adopted the steward's surname and was given the name Xiaochuan. Chen Guanlo scrutinized him carefully, still catching hints of the street-smart slickness from his time on the streets. No wonder he was so thick-skinned. To be valued by Steward Lu, brother Xiaochuan must be exceptionally capable, Chen Guanlo remarked casually. Lu Xiaochuan repeatedly humbled himself, saying he was just fortunate and would follow Steward Lu for life to repay his great kindness. Indirectly, he proved that he was Steward Lu's man and had come today on his orders. May I ask what Steward Lu's instructions are? Lu Xiaochuan took out a letter and handed it to Chen Guanlo. Manager Lu instructed me to deliver this letter to you in person. Is there nothing else to convey? No verbal message. Chen Guanlo was curious. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. My mission is complete. Your tea was delightful, junior brother Chen. I take my leave. The visitor departed as swiftly as he had arrived, efficient and without hesitation. Chen Guanlo escorted him to the door before returning to his study to open the letter. 2 banknotes fell from the envelope, totaling 50 taels of silver. This was the generous reward Manager Lu had promised. He was a man of his word, sending the silver notes even before the lawsuit had fully concluded. Days passed in monotonous routine at the heavenly prison, where guards occupied themselves with cards and idleness. Yet Chen Guanlo harbored a deep restlessness. For the first time he realized how extraordinarily difficult it was to murder someone within these prison walls. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted suddenly. Everyone in the duty room froze in an instant, staring toward the doorway. What was that sound? What's happening? Damn it. A prison break. Someone's storming the heavenly prison. Grab your weapons, move out together. The prison complex sprawled across both above and below ground. The ruthless bandits breached through the rooftops and stormed into the heavenly prison. There were over a dozen of them. Kill them all. Rush for reinforcements. Someone's attacking the prison. The guards were utterly stunned. Many had never encountered a prison break before, let alone one this massive, so brutal and barbaric. A blatant defiance of law through sheer violence. Chen Guanlo let out a fierce roar and charged forward with his broadsword, displaying fearless bravery. The dozen or so bandits, all masked, wielded swords, blades, and whips. Though they appeared coordinated once combat erupted, each fought independently. These bandits had clearly been hastily assembled for this prison break. Chen Guanlo surged into the fray, parrying while retreating deeper into the corridor. This was heaven sent, a divine opportunity. He had been struggling to find a way to eliminate Duan Tianlin without endangering himself. He never expected such an opportunity to present itself so swiftly. As he retreated, he couldn't resist unlocking the cell doors. The prisoners stared in confusion. What did he mean by this? Using them as human shields? To his surprise, none of the inmates bolted immediately. Chen Guanlo did not care, he only needed chaos. His rapid advance came to an abrupt halt. A figure clad in black and masked stood before Chen Guanlo, gripping a gleaming sword with emotionless eyes fixed upon him. as though moments away from drawing steel. A swordsman. Chun Guanlo recognized him instantly. The Martial Guild swordsman. After Luo Jingtian was executed, and the Luo family exiled fearing assassination attempts along the way, Chun had paid the guild to escort them safely to the northwest. The escort had been a swordsman hired by the Martial Guild. In truth, he had not recognized the man himself, only the distinctive blade he carried. The previous commission had been completed flawlessly, and the Luo family had reached the northwest unharmed. Yet here he was the swordsman again so soon, and in such an unexpected place. Did the Martial Guild truly accept a prison raid commission? And whose rescue was this? The other party clearly recognized him as well. They locked eyes for 3 seconds, then silently agreed to pursue their separate paths without interference. To eliminate Duan Tianlin, Chun Guanlo had long since devised countless schemes in his mind, rehearsing each method of implementation over and over again. He could only rely on cunning. Yet he never imagined the swordsman would be heading the same direction. They exchanged glances. Chun Guanlo simply stepped aside and gestured for the stranger to proceed first. The swordsman made no pretense of courtesy, charging straight toward the deepest reaches of the corridor. Seeing this, Chun Guanlo's heart sank. Was his target Duan Tianlin? If Duan Tianlin were rescued, what would become of his own plans? His secrets would be exposed. He absolutely could not let the other party take Duan Tianlin alive. Outmatched in direct combat, he could only resort to treachery. As he racked his brain for a cunning scheme, the sounds of battle echoed from deep within the corridor. The swordsman had engaged Duan Tianlin. Chun Guanlo darted forward and concealed himself in a nearby cell, peering through the shadows. The cell door stood wide open as the swordsman blade drawn clashed with Duan Tianlin in the cramped space. Duan Tianlin's limbs were bound in iron chains, severely limiting his mobility. Facing the swordsman's relentless attacks, he could only adopt a purely defensive stance. Was it someone surnamed Song who sent you to kill me? 10 years I've waited, and now you finally lose patience. Huh. A mere insignificant worm dares challenge an old man like me. How reckless. Chun Guanlo's heart pounded furiously. The swordsman had come specifically to kill Duan Tianlin, truly heaven sent. In the distance, shouts and commotion signaled reinforcements approaching. The heavenly prison sat just across the street from the 6 doors, a stronghold teeming with skilled martial artists. A 5th-rank warrior was said to be stationed there. Once the 6 doors arrived, not only would the swordsman perish, but Duan Tianlin would survive as well. He absolutely could not let Duan Tianlin live until help arrived. Chun Guanlo drew the poison he had long prepared, but before he could execute the next step, figures from the 6 doors had already reached the depths of the corridor. He cursed his luck silently. All that mattered now was concealment. He must not let the 6 doors discover him here, or he could never explain himself. Only one officer from the 6 doors had arrived, dressed in striking azure silk robes and wielding an official broadsword. Though he moved with urgency, his steps remained measured and deliberate. Upon spotting the man in azure robes, the swordsman halted his assault and took position beside the cell door. The robed figure pinched his nose, apparently repulsed by the stench within the cell, then strode inside with calm composure. Duan Tianlin leaned against the corner, his gaze darting nervously between them. The robed man advanced slowly toward the swordsman, who remained frozen in place. When the officer extended his hand, the swordsman hesitated briefly before surrendering his blade. Weighing the sword's balance with a dismissive snort, the swordsman suddenly pivoted and thrust the blade toward Duan Tianlin. Despite his anticipation, Duan Tianlin failed to parry the fatal strike. The robed man's martial prowess clearly surpassed that of the swordsman. The sudden thrust pierced clean through Duan Tianlin's body. With a forceful yank, the officer withdrew the blade as blood gushed forth. Duan Tianlin did not collapse, straining desperately to stay upright. Pointing a trembling finger at the robed man, recognition dawning in his eyes, he stammered, "Why you? You are." Without a word, the officer drove the blade into Duan Tianlin's body once more. The ruthlessness and speed of his strikes revealed a mind of steel. "You? It's you. He sent you." Duan Tianlin's voice grew increasingly feeble, his breathing shallow. "Good that you understand." The robed man's blade flashed, severing Duan Tianlin's head in one swift motion before tossing it to the swordsman. "Such sluggishness," he reprimanded coldly. "And I must clean up your mess. What use are you?" The swordsman retrieved both the head and his blade, bowing deeply. This subordinate acknowledges his fault. Do not repeat this mistake. With a disdainful snort, the robed man exited the cell, first disappearing down the lengthy corridor. The swordsman finally exhaled in relief, carrying Duan Tianlin's severed head as he departed. As he passed Chun Guanlo's hiding place, the swordsman's footsteps faltered briefly. He cast a glance in that direction before speeding away. Chun Guanlo stood frozen in dread. He must have spotted me. Many jailers shared Chun Guanlo's idea. They opened the cell doors, released the inmates, and created pandemonium. However, they did not set all prisoners free. They were selective. Prisoners who harbored deep resentment toward the jailers and had suffered inhuman torture in the Tian prison were absolutely not to be released. The tactic of creating chaos proved effective. By the time the constables of the Luffenman arrived, the fierce bandits who had come to break the prison were already locked in a life-and-death struggle with the prisoners. The constables struck with lethal moves as if they had no intention of taking any prisoners. The heat is on, make a run. At the shout, the bandits scrambled to escape through the holes in the broken roof, and the constables gave chase. The The prisoners were once again locked up, the ground littered with severed limbs and arms that had not yet been cleaned. The minister of the Ministry of Punishments arrived at the Tian prison to inspect the scene, followed by a long string of officials of various ranks. Chun Guanlo stealthily slipped into the crowd, his body covered in bloodstains that he had smeared on himself. The dried blood on his face was also his own handiwork. He looked like a fearless hero who had just fought a fierce battle against the bandits. The surrounding jailers were all in a similar state. There were no fools here. A fool wouldn't last 3 episodes in the Tian prison. Before he came to work here, Chun Guanlo had naively believed that the job at the Tian prison was the safest, requiring only to watch over the prisoners. Only after entering this line of work did he realize that all government offices across the realm were the same. Whether you lived or died was all up to fate. Lu Datu whispered to him, "Are you alright? Thanks for your concern, Brother Datu. I'm fine. How about you? Not hurt?" Lu Datu chuckled and said in a low voice, "Same as you. The blood all belongs to others. I hid in a cell and luckily escaped the disaster. You? Same." They exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting the tacit understanding shared between fellow jailers. "At first, seeing you charge so recklessly, I worried that you didn't know how things work. But now I see my worries were unnecessary." Chun Guanlo said, "I had to make a show." "Exactly. Putting on a good show makes it easier for us to report and for our superiors to have an excuse to appease higher-ups." Chun Guanlo looked toward the front. There were too many people. He had no chance to squeeze to the front and couldn't see clearly which officials had come or what their ranks were. He asked, "Who's here? Such a big commotion." "His Excellency the Left Vice Minister has come in person. Everyone from top to bottom in the Tian prison is on tenterhooks. For the next few days, everyone should be careful. Otherwise the higher-ups might use this as an excuse to vent their anger on us jailers." "Thanks for the warning, Brother Datu. I understand." His Excellency the Left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Punishments personally inspected the prison break scene. It was clear that he was no outsider. He possessed extensive experience in criminal investigation coupled with outstanding knowledge. The scene was chaotic. The jailers had deliberately tampered with the evidence. Aside from being unable to secretly remove and dispose of the severed limbs, they had destroyed every other trace they could. They must not let the higher-ups discover the truth that the jailers had lazily released prisoners to avoid the bandits. Facing the compromised scene, the Left Vice Minister remained expressionless, merely staring at the ceiling. The jailers could not tamper with the traces on the roof. Suddenly His Excellency the Left Vice Minister leaped up and landed on the roof beam. Chun Guanlo was inwardly astonished. Lu Datu whispered to him, "His Excellency the Left Vice Minister is a second-rank martial artist, and he also holds a Jinshu degree." Chun Guanlo, are all scholars these days so formidable? Ever since he started working at the Tian prison, he felt that first- and second-rank martial artists were everywhere. Yet in daily life, he never saw a single one. It turned out that all martial artists had been absorbed by the imperial court, becoming its hounds. Lu Datu added, "He graduated from the Jixia Shuigong. His Excellency the Left Vice Minister is from the Jixia Shuigong." "Exactly. The Jixia Shuigong only admits scholars with martial veins. Unfortunately, you don't have a martial vein, or else you could try to take the exam for the Jixia Shuigong. If you pass, you'll be set for life." Chun Guanlo understood in his heart. The Jixia Shuigong was like the Qingbei of later ages. If you passed the exam, your future was secure. Your classmates and alumni would be spread across all government offices, and promotion and wealth would come easily. No wonder other officials didn't dare to breathe heavily in the presence of His Excellency, the Left Vice Minister. Chun Guanlo somewhat regretted mingling into the crowd. Was it still possible to slip away now? He wasn't afraid of anything else, only that someone might discover he had been practicing an internal energy cultivation method. Then he would have 10 mouths and still couldn't explain himself. However, Duan Tianlin had once said that he was just bluffing, not that he truly saw that Chun possessed an internal cultivation method. The longevity Dao fruit or the ascension scripture might have a concealing effect, but he didn't know if it was true. He had to confirm it as soon as possible. "How many prisoners were killed?" "I report to Your Excellency 5 prisoners were killed by these prison-breaking bandits. Not a single one was taken." "Forgive me, Your Excellency. The prisoner in cell 13 is missing. He should have been taken." "What is the background of the prisoner in cell 13? "Just a nobody not worth mentioning." "A nobody could make people go to such lengths, mobilizing over a dozen fierce bandits to break the prison, and you tell me he's not worth mentioning? Preposterous. You are being so secretive. Are you perhaps covering up the truth?" "Your Excellency, please calm your anger. I am not as despicable as you say." After learning that the prisoner in cell 13 had been taken, I immediately reviewed the case files. No matter how I looked at it, there was nothing notable about the prisoner in cell 13. I am incompetent and cannot ascertain the truth. Useless. His Excellency the Left Vice Minister was extremely dissatisfied with the officials and left with a flick of his sleeve. The officials quickly followed him. Only Jail Warden Fan remained. He stared coldly at the jailers and clerks, his face dark, and said, "I don't care what you've all been doing behind my back. Each of you must clean up your own mess. If anyone is found to have taken bribes from outside and colluded with outsiders, you'll be dealt with according to the law. Remember this is the most severe and shocking prison break in the Tian prison in the last 30 years. When the higher-ups pursue this, every single one of you will be in deep trouble." Having said that, Warden Fan left with a flick of his sleeve, exuding official authority. Everyone watched him go. Only then did they begin to worry about their own safety. Would they really make the jailers scapegoats for the prison break? Captain Su, say something. What should we do? Su Fugue's head was about to explode. He cursed angrily. How would I know what to do? You'd better not have colluded with outsiders. You'd better pray that the constables of the Luffenman can catch those prison-breaking bandits. You'd better pray your necks are tough enough. Damn it, you've all ruined me. Captain Su, you don't really think that one of us actually colluded with outsiders, do you? Whether or not you know best yourselves. Warden Fan was right. I don't care what you've done, quickly clean up your messes and don't let anyone catch you. If the higher-ups find out a mere jailer only has one way out, death. Chun Guanlo was unafraid of being investigated by his superiors, but he feared the swordsman and that mysterious man in brocade robes even more. If the swordsman could discover him, there was no reason the man in brocade robes would not. What one fears often comes to pass. In the middle of the night, Chun Guanlo was abruptly awakened by a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. Yet he lay still in bed, not moving a muscle. Without any evidence, he was absolutely certain that there was another person in the room, though this person had hidden himself remarkably well. His intuition had always been keen and had never deceived him. He held his breath and pretended to sleep, hoping to bluff his way through. Unexpectedly, a cold, hoarse voice spoke without a trace of emotion. Since you're awake, you might as well get up. Following the sound, Chun Guanlo pinpointed that the other person was by the window. He slowly opened his eyes, sat up, struggled to adapt to the darkness, and turned to look toward the window. The swordsman. The visitor was the swordsman. For some inexplicable reason, he actually felt a hidden wave of relief. If the visitor had been the man in brocade robes, he would surely be dead by now. Without any concrete evidence, he was inexplicably convinced that when facing the swordsman, he still had a sliver of hope for survival. Neither man lit a lamp. The dark atmosphere was perfectly suited for tonight's conversation. Chun Guanlo navigated through the darkness to the table, poured a cup of water, and asked the other person, "Would you like some?" The swordsman, seeing how composed he was, actually laughed. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Chun Guanlo continued drinking from his cup, while standing, then sat down on a round stool, speaking calmly. "If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it already. There's no need to waste words with a mere prison guard. You know you're just a lowly prison guard, yet you had the audacity to plot against Duan Tianlin, the demon of murder." Chun Guanlo denied everything flatly and countered fiercely, "Don't slander me. I wanted to help someone escape and save everyone's lives. At this point, you're still babbling nonsense. Do you think I'd dare speak without evidence?" As soon as the words fell, the well-concealed poisons and hallucinogens were tossed onto the table. Chun Guanlo was shocked and horrified. The poisons had been discovered. What about the record of ascension? Had that been found too? His heart was filled with fear and anxiety, but he dared not show any trace of it, even slowing down his breathing. He was afraid the other person might discern his true thoughts from the changes in his breathing. When dealing with these martial artists, he dared not be the least bit careless. After all, he had no martial meridian. He simply had no way to comprehend how powerful those who possessed martial meridians truly were. "I only prepared them as a precaution." He offered a weak excuse. Showing weakness to the enemy was the only strategy he could think of at the moment. Kill the swordsman. Are you insane? The man was second rank, possibly even at the peak of second rank. As for Chun Guanlo, who had only been learning martial arts for a few months, what chance did he have against a second-rank martial artist? A person can be confident, but not arrogant. Can you really hide murderous intent from me? I hear that lately you've taken very good care of Duan Tianlin. I was coerced. Chun Guanlo appeared especially aggrieved when he said this. Why would he coerce you? Could this be the reason the swordsman raided him tonight? Chun Guanlo considered for 2 seconds, then, without any concealment, laid out the entire chain of events with perfect clarity. The only thing he omitted was the part about himself knowing internal energy techniques, harboring secrets, and being threatened by Duan Tianlin. He only mentioned that Duan Tianlin was a 5th-rank martial artist and could kill him as easily as crushing an ant, so he had no choice but to submit. The swordsman seemed to believe his words. Where did you get the confidence to try to muddy the waters and kill Duan Tianlin? One has to take a chance. What if I succeeded? I don't want to be threatened my whole life. Nobody knows if he has accomplices outside. I don't matter, but I also have my elder sister. She worked hard to raise me. I can't bring trouble to her. Your courage is not small. Esteemed hero, considering we cooperated once before, could you give me a quick, clean death? Chun Guanlo pitifully pleaded, almost begging. The swordsman laughed. You confidently swore I wouldn't kill you just now. Why are you scared now? Chun Guanlo carefully explained. I thought about it carefully. I'm just a lowly prison guard. Why would a dignified second-rank martial artist come personally for someone like me, eh? The swordsman remained silent for a long while, so long that Chun Guanlo's sweat had soaked through his clothes. Only then did the swordsman say, relax. I won't kill you this time. Won't kill this time. Does that mean killing next time? Chun Guanlo inwardly cursed. Couldn't you just say it plainly? Could you speak more clearly? Thank you, hero. Rest assured, esteemed hero, too much has happened in the Imperial prison today. It was all too chaotic. In all my years, this is the first time I've experienced a jailbreak. My mind is still buzzing. They say I was so traumatized that I'll probably never remember what happened during the day. He expressed this very sincerely. In the face of life and death, all schemes and stratagems must be carefully hidden. Only sincerity can win people's hearts. It was all because he lacked strength. If he had the martial power of a second-rank cultivator, even if it were only first rank, he would dare to fight. However, you need to do something for me. Please give your orders, hero. I heard a prisoner is missing from the Imperial prison. Prisoner number 13. I've never seen that prisoner's real face. He lies in his cell every day. They say he's just a nobody, a petty thief who pickpockets. He was only thrown into the imperial prison because he offended a noble. The moment he entered the prison, he was tortured severely. The wounds on his body never healed. Shun Guanlo eagerly spilled everything he knew, afraid that speaking slowly might make the other person change his mind. The swordsman was clearly satisfied with his cooperative attitude. Do you believe prisoner number 13 is really just a nobody? Shun Guanlo was clearly stunned for a moment. He lowered his voice, speaking as if sharing a secret, quietly said, during the day the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice said the same thing. A mere nobody. Why would a notorious bandit from the martial world dare to forcefully raid the imperial prison? But in the case files, prisoner number 13 truly has nothing worth noticing. Find a way to find out prisoner number 13's true identity. Me. Shun Guanlo pointed at his own face, completely dumbfounded. What virtue or talent did he possess that he was entrusted with such an important task? They truly thought too highly of him. However, his life should be safe now. So emboldened, he dared to ask, Hero, you and those bandits aren't working together, are you? Don't ask too many questions. You're right, Hero. I promise never to ask again. Damn it. A single jailbreak, yet two groups of people showed up. Could he make a bold speculation the swordsman's mission was only to kill Duan Tianlin, while the bandit's true target was indeed prisoner number 13, rather than arbitrarily kidnapping a prisoner to create a feint? Initially, he had always thought that prisoner number 13 was merely a smokescreen, a decoy deliberately set up by the jailbreaking bandits to divert attention so that the six doors would redirect their investigation target onto prisoner number 13 to cover their escape. Now it seemed he had oversimplified things. Prisoner number 13's background was definitely not simple. Damn it, the key issue was that during his few months of service, he really had never seen what prisoner number 13 looked like. He could roughly describe the height, weight, and build, but had absolutely no idea about the facial features. But Hero, you know my position. I'm just the lowest ranking guard in the imperial prison. Below me, only the manual laborers are ranked lower. As for prisoner number 13, up to now I can be certain that no one has discovered anything unusual about him. A person who was tortured, covered in wounds, without medicine, whose injuries couldn't heal for months, yet never died. Is that not unusual enough? It seemed there was some truth to that. Does the Hero mean that prisoner number 13 practices a very unusual martial art? Whether that's true, you need to go investigate for clues. Once you have clues, send them directly to the Dahang. If you accomplish this task, I guarantee your safety. Thank you, Hero. Although he didn't believe the swordsman's promise, it didn't prevent him from expressing his gratitude in the most sincere and moved tone. At last the plague was gone. Shun Guanlo lay still on the bed, silently counting the time. After an hour, certain that the swordsman would not return, he hurried to the kitchen and dug out the bundle from the stove. Thank heaven the Sheng Tian Lu had not been seized, but all the martial arts manuals lay safely within the bundle. His secret was hidden. At that moment he finally confirmed one thing: the swordsman had not detected that he had cultivated an internal technique. Back then Duan Tianlin had been able to discern his internal cultivation only because he had moved to fight, unleashing the blade technique from the Sheng Tian Lu. Although he had only just begun training, he still managed to withstand 3 moves from Duan Tianlin. It was precisely those 3 moves that exposed him. From this, it could be determined that the longevity Dao fruit or the Sheng Tian Lu indeed possessed a concealing effect. The prerequisite was that he could not engage in combat. Was there any way to conceal his lack of martial veins, so that even if a fight broke out the opponent would be unable to gauge his true depth? He had learned from the prisoners in the heavenly prison that there existed a condition known as hidden veins. Could he fake a hidden vein and deceive everyone? His hope still lay in the heavenly prison. Only the dear inmates of that place could help him solve this problem. Having hidden the manuals, he reminded himself once more, remember, unless absolutely necessary, never engage in combat with anyone, especially with true martial artists. One glance would reveal his true capability. The next morning when he arrived at the heavenly prison for duty, every jailer wore a look of utter despair. After a night of reflection, everyone had come to understand the stakes involved. Unlike before when they could muddle through with a perfunctory effort, this time was different. This time the Vice Minister of Justice himself was personally overseeing the investigation, and the entire heavenly prison would surely be skinned alive. What rotten luck. With misfortune upon them, everyone's zeal for duty reached an unprecedented peak. Lu Data, rare as it was, patrolled the heavenly prison together with Chen Guanlo. Chen seized the opportunity to ask Brother Data, what should we do? Lu Data wore an equally grim expression, staring at the bloodstains on the ground, motionless for a long while. Chen Guanlo did not urge him, but continued, when I came early this morning, I saw the constables of the 6 doors coming and going. I even saw agents of the embroidered uniform guard. Has this case alarmed the embroidered uniform guard? Are they going to intervene? Lu Data shook his head, grinding his molars. Xiaoqin, you patrol cell 13 every day. Did you notice anything unusual? No. He lies in his cell all day, and I've never even seen his face. Brother Datu, isn't the prisoner in cell 13 just a nobody? Why would the higher-ups make such a fuss? Shun Guanlo hadn't expected the opportunity to come so quickly. They were already talking about cell 13. Well, that's true, but since the higher-ups have fixated on cell 13, we can only follow their orders. Lu Data sighed in dejection, appearing helpless, but forced to grit his teeth and carry out the task. But what can we do? We're just jailers, and we can't even access the case files. What could we possibly know? It's not about what we know, but what the higher-ups think we should know. Lu Data looked irritated. Damn. Chun Guanlo kicked the cell door's railing. That prisoner in cell 13 doesn't even fart all day. What the hell can we know? Do the higher-ups just assume things? Enough. Think carefully, don't overlook any detail. I'll go ask the prisoners in the neighboring cells, see if I can get anything out of them. Chun Guanlo whispered a reminder. Brother Data, the prisoners in the neighboring cells have been changed several times over the past few months. He feared nothing would be learned. Lu Data's face darkened. Even if we can't learn anything, we have to try. If all else fails, apply torture. We must produce something to show the higher-ups. Understood. Chun Guanlo nodded silently, sympathizing with the prisoners in the neighboring cells. For the first time in history, everyone in the heavenly prison was this busy, each performing their duties with utmost diligence, with no one slacking off gambling or playing cards. Everyone's performance could be considered exemplary, a model for all. Even the notorious slacker Zhang Wantong personally led a patrol of the heavenly prison, supervising the laborers in cleaning and scrubbing the latrines, trying to make the prison smell less foul. Though the heavenly prison truly stank, they still strove to make it seem somewhat pleasant, determined to satisfy their superiors. Investigators came and went in endless waves. The large hole in the roof was still unrepaired, said to be left for the convenience of the investigation. What if the rain soaked the prisoners? Let them soak. What if another fierce bandit came to break the jail through the roof hole? What were the jailers for? Increased patrols. All the blame fell on the jailers. Cell 13 was also a focus of investigation. Every brick and mortar joint was searched and researched. They even brought in a supposed expert who had cultivated a special technique to sense the environment and had him stay in cell 13 for a whole night. Whether he found anything was unclear, but after that the investigators never came to the heavenly prison again. The large hole in the roof was finally repaired. The heavenly prison, which had rarely seen the light of day, returned to its sunless days. Chun Guanlo saw the swordsman again on a cold winter day. He had bought 2 caddies of mutton to make mutton soup for dinner, and even bought a flask of wine for the occasion. When he pushed open the courtyard gate, the swordsman was already sitting at the stone table drinking tea as if it were his own home. Chun Guanlo. This was his own home, yet someone had taken over. He asked bluntly, how did you get in? The swordsman pointed at the wall. Chun Guanlo's lips twitched. Next time you can come in through the door. I came when you weren't here. Mutton for dinner. Good, I love mutton. Chun Guanlo. Mine, everything is mine. Since you like it, I'll go buy 2 more caddies. No need. You have chickens, killing one will be enough. Even his chickens were coveted. Chun Guanlo felt a pang of distress. Silently, he picked up the cleaver and went to the back wall of the house, where a 2-meter-long alley had been built specifically for raising chickens. Keeping the chickens behind the wall also kept the smell from reaching the front yard. He killed an old hen and decided to braise it. He busied himself in the kitchen, and the swordsman stood at the door, teasing, I didn't know you were good at cooking. I can't eat out every meal, it's too wasteful. Why don't you find a wife? This house lacks a woman. The two of them inexplicably began chatting about daily life. I'll wait until I've saved enough money. You helped the Luo family. Didn't Luo Jingtian give you money? Who would ever complain about having too much money? Chun Guanlo's reasoning was strong. Doesn't your elder sister care about your marriage? The swordsman seemed curious about his daily life. Chun Guanlo nodded, then shook his head. My sister and I have already agreed to postpone marriage for a few years. She didn't object. Your sister is very good to you. The food is ready. Should we eat indoors or in the courtyard? Are you afraid of the cold? If not, let's eat in the courtyard. Fine. I didn't poison it. I wouldn't dare. Prisoner No. 13 was arrested because he had a conflict with a nobleman while dining in a restaurant. After being taken into custody, he could not explain the origin of the valuables on him, so he was thrown into the imperial prison on charges of theft. As soon as he entered the imperial prison, he was subjected to severe torture. His flesh was torn and his limbs were broken, yet not a single coin was extorted from him. It was said that his accent initially sounded like a native of the capital, but certain words clearly had the tone of an outsider imitating the capital dialect. Therefore it was concluded that he must be from out of town. Where exactly he came from remains unclear to this day. After eating a few bites of lamb, Chun Guanlo took the initiative to introduce the situation of prisoner No. 13. He had not been idle these days, he had diligently inquired about prisoner No. 13's situation. Is that all? The swordsman was clearly dissatisfied. Chun Guanlo took a sip of wine, without even glancing at the other, and continued. The 6 doors searched cell No. 13 from top to bottom, almost prying up every brick. What I know is that apparently no useful clues were found. Furthermore, the prisoner No. 13 had a very tough backbone. The jailer who beat him for money said that he hadn't seen such a defiant rogue in many years. Besides, the prisoner No. 13 had calluses on his hands, clearly a martial artist, but he had no martial vein. Therefore he could not have cultivated any extraordinary techniques. Those without martial veins can only practice some crude common techniques. They cannot cultivate profound martial arts. You mean prisoner No. 13 relied purely on willpower to endure so many dark days, and was still alive when someone rescued him. Although it sounds incredible, that is the truth. Unless he has a hidden vein, and the jailer who beat him was not perceptive enough to see it. At this moment Chun Guanlo was extremely nervous and uneasy. It was the first time he had mentioned the term hidden vein in front of others. To conceal himself he ate and drank heartily, not daring to glance at the swordsman. Hidden vein. A hidden vein is 1 in 10,000. The swordsman murmured to himself. What is a hidden vein? I heard others discussing that prisoner No. 13 might have a hidden vein, but no one can clearly explain what a hidden vein is. The swordsman, suspecting nothing said directly, a so-called hidden vein makes one appear as an ordinary person on the surface. It requires a martial artist above the 5th rank to help open the hidden vein before one can cultivate profound martial arts. So you mean a hidden vein is an unblocked martial vein? Those below the 5th rank cannot detect it. You could say that too. It's simply a blocked martial vein, and it is hidden very deeply. Most martial artists cannot distinguish between a hidden vein and an ordinary person. Chun Guanlo looked expectant. Can you tell? Look at me, do I have a hidden vein? You? The swordsman seemed to have heard a huge joke. Although I don't know how to distinguish, I can be sure you don't have a hidden vein. What makes you so sure I don't have one? The last time a hidden vein appeared in the capital was 10 years ago. From this you can see how rare a hidden vein is. What about that hidden vein from 10 years ago? Did he achieve fame and success? Dead? No. The swordsman was succinct. Chun Guanlo was puzzled. Seeing his curiosity, the swordsman kindly explained, a hidden vein is extremely rare. Once discovered, the Jishao Academy will absorb it. After that, there is no after. Chun Guanlo's mouth hung open in disbelief. So a hidden vein was actually a coveted prize. Since it's so rare, why kill it? He was puzzled. A hidden vein has a characteristic: it can conceal cultivation. Even a grandmaster cannot see the depth of a hidden vein martial artist. Moreover, a hidden vein martial artist cultivates martial arts at an astonishingly fast speed, with a high probability of reaching the grandmaster realm. After hearing this, what comes to your mind first? The swordsman asked with a half smile. The chosen one. Chun Guanlo blurted out. A hidden vein is definitely the chosen one, the protagonist of a novel template. Unexpectedly, the swordsman let out a derisive laugh and shook his head, saying, a hidden vein martial artist is simply a heaven-chosen assassin. As long as such a person lives, many people will be unable to sleep or eat in peace. Chun Guanlo was speechless, wanting to refute, but finding no words to say. He had nothing to say. He could only sigh at this damned world. Yes, a martial arts prodigy whose depth cannot be seen, who can perfectly disguise himself as an ordinary person. Ask the nobles whether they are afraid, ask the grandmasters whether they are afraid, ask the martial artists whether they are afraid. In a world where martial arts reign supreme, everyone plays with open cards. Suddenly a player with hidden cards appears. Who wouldn't be terrified? Kill. They must be eliminated without mercy. Such a person must never be allowed to live. Chun Guanlo silently took a sip of wine, his mind churning. The hidden vein carried such a great risk. His previous plan had already been aborted. He suppressed the various complex thoughts in his mind and continued the conversation. How can one determine if a person has a hidden vein? The swordsman shook his head. I don't know. I only know that the Jishao Academy has a method to test whether a person has a hidden vein. Chun Guanlo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Is it that mysterious? The swordsman sneered. What do you think? Chun Guanlo. He quickly changed the subject and returned to prisoner No. 13. If prisoner No. 13 also has a rare hidden vein, is that the reason he was taken away? Is that why the 6 doors attach so much importance to it, and even the embroidered uniform guard has gotten involved? Has the higher-ups already determined that prisoner No. 13 is a hidden vein? I don't know. That's something you need to confirm. Don't you know? He stopped mid-sentence. Chun Guanlo quickly shut his mouth. His life was at stake. He even guiltily avoided the other's gaze. Are you trying to say that I know people in the government, or even suspect that I am a dog of the government? The swordsman sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Chun Guanlo immediately laughed it off. I just thought that your connections must be broader than mine, and you know more people. I really can't find out about the higher-ups. I only learned about the hidden vein by sheer luck, overhearing a few words from someone. You overheard a key point and solved my doubts of many days. Why not overhear again and confirm the truth of the information? I really can't. Chun Guanlo, you seem unaware of your situation. The swordsman picked up a piece of lamb, put it in his mouth, chewed slowly, and stared at him leisurely. Chun Guanlo took a deep breath, knowing that the other would not let him off easily. He put on a bitter face. I'll do my best. I believe you can definitely accomplish this. Don't worry, you'll be well rewarded afterwards. Thanks for the hospitality, I'm off. The swordsman climbed over the wall and left. Chun Guanlo ate the meal without any taste. The swordsman's threat was expected. What truly chilled his heart was that the situation of the hidden vein was so dangerous. If he pretended to have a hidden vein, wouldn't that be courting death? Difficult. How on earth can this be solved? Wait, why didn't Duan Tianlin suspect him of having a hidden vein back then? Was it because his martial arts were too low? Or was it because Duan Tianlin lacked experience and simply couldn't conceive of a hidden vein? This month he was on night duty. Chun Guanlo wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth, swaying slightly as he slowly walked into the prison. Lu Dada waved at him from a corner. Chun Guanlo looked around, then walked over to him. Lu Dada grabbed him and pulled him into a secluded corner to speak. Do you have any money? Chun Guanlo smelled the sour stench on the other man, wondering how in the dead of winter his clothes could reek so. Or had he been carousing all night? He looked at the red veins in the other man's eyes and asked, gambling all night. A whole day and night. How much did you lose? Damn it, my luck's been terrible lately. I lost everything. Lost everything. The pay was just issued. Over 10 taels of silver, all gone. Don't worry, I'll definitely win it back. It was just bad luck. Actually, I was winning at first, but then this new kid showed up, and damn it, I lost it all. Chun Guanlo silently took down his money pouch. Originally, he intended to lend 10 taels, but after a moment's thought, he only took out 5. This is my marriage fund. Don't lose it all again. You should gamble less. Thanks, brother. I'm sure to win it back this time. Are you heading to the gambling house again? Chun Guanlo asked, unable to resist. Lu Dada shook his head instead. This time I'm going to win it back from that Zhang Wantong. I've already contacted the people in cell block A. They're having a game tonight. Want to join? Chun Guanlo shook his head repeatedly. In this life, he was sworn enemies with gambling and drugs. He tried to persuade him, the case isn't closed yet. The superiors might come down to investigate at any time. Starting a gambling game at a time like this. Aren't you afraid of trouble? These old gambling addict jailers truly feared nothing. The prison break case was still unresolved, and the superiors hadn't issued any specific directives. These people had behaved themselves for 10 days or half a month, but now they were gambling again. They couldn't even hold back for a single day. If they were caught red-handed, they'd definitely be in deep trouble. Don't worry, nothing will happen. It's late at night, no one will come to the prison to investigate. Besides, tonight's game is hosted by Cell Block A. They won't trace it back to us. Lu Dada looked utterly confident, just like all gamblers. Always inexplicably sure of themselves. They always believed they were the chosen ones, a gambling god descended to earth, blessed with fortune. I'm going to catch some sleep first, or I'll have to stay up all night tonight. If anything comes up, send someone to find me in Cell Block A. Alright, you go ahead. With silver in hand, Lu Dada gained confidence. He sneaked off to the office to slack off and sleep, recharging his energy for the evening's gambling session. Chun Guanlo shook his head. Never expect a gambler to truly reform. Quitting gambling is impossible in this lifetime. These seasoned jailers were thoroughly corrupt, devoid of any moral integrity. The 5 taels he lent out might as well be thrown into the water. He didn't expect Lu Dada to repay him on time. Entering the prison, he saw that the duty room indeed had half the usual people. The phenomenon of full attendance had been fleeting purely to cope with the superior's investigation. As time passed, everyone relaxed, and no one took the investigation seriously. The prison break was the work of fierce bandits. The dead were prisoners. What did that have to do with the jailers? Everyone harbored a sense of wishful thinking. Chun Guanlo was an outlier among the jailers. He didn't gamble, nor did he join the corrupt crowd. He also wouldn't resort to snitching, which would earn him hatred, nor would he cut off others' income, nor would he nag them to reform and stop gambling. Although some disapproved of him since he was generous, treating them to drinks several times, and even visiting brothels together, they usually didn't cause him trouble. At most, they ignored him. Or they would dump the task of patrolling the cells on him. Chun Guanlo liked patrolling the cells, especially alone. He wouldn't volunteer for tasks others disliked, but he wouldn't refuse assigned duties either. Occasionally, complaining was just to pretend to be a normal, ordinary jailer. He couldn't very well go on patrol with enthusiasm. That would look suspicious. The prisoners in the prison were a treasure trove. He was more than happy to patrol on behalf of others. While Cell Block A was gambling, Cell Block C wasn't idle either. The jailers left in the duty room couldn't afford the high-stakes games in Cell Block A, but they didn't mind a small gamble for fun. Playing bets of 10 coins around, everyone was in high spirits, fully engaged. Chun Guanlo found the duty room too noisy, so he simply picked up his staff and went to patrol the cells early. Xiao Chen, keep an eye on Cell 40 for me. That kid's up to no good. Tomorrow we'll squeeze some money out of him. What's in Cell 40? A minor local clan full of themselves came to the capital acting big. People like that deserve to be caught. Once they're in our hands, we'll teach them a lesson. After they get out, they'll learn to read the room and not offend the powerful and lose their lives. Xiao Chen, we're doing a good deed. Teaching that kid how to behave and collecting a little tuition on the side, understand? Got it. Without another word, Chun Guanlo picked up his staff and began his patrol. As he passed Cell 13, he deliberately glanced at the empty cell. If the prisoner in Cell 13 really was a hidden vein, he was hiding it deeply. In fact, pretending to be a hidden vein was still possible. As long as his martial arts were high enough combined with disguise techniques, he could completely fool them. Between two evils, he chose the lesser. He would rather pretend to be a hidden vein than reveal the secret of possessing the longevity Dao fruit. A hidden vein only meant death. The longevity Dao fruit might mean not even being able to die. Arriving at Cell 40, he saw a typical spoiled brat from a small place who had never been tempered by society and still hadn't realized how dangerous his situation was. He struck the cell bars with his staff. What did you do? They falsely accused me of stealing a treasure. That treasure clearly belongs to my family. Why would they frame me? Because you possess a treasure and have no backing. Spill it. What treasure? A glazed cup meant as a gift. As it turned out, the gift hadn't even been delivered before he was thrown into the prison. Chun Guanlo frowned, looking at the spoiled fool in the cell. Where are your elders? They let you come to the capital alone, eh? I sneaked out. Serves him right. Chun Guanlo sneered coldly. No wonder he was targeted and thrown into prison. With a fool like this, it would be a disservice to oneself not to squeeze some money out of him. He genuinely kindly reminded the other. You should be grateful you were caught and sent to prison rather than being tricked into a mine as a slave. In prison, at worst, you'll get a severe beating, or as long as you cough up the money, you can get out alive. If you were sold to a mine, you'd never come out alive. You're going to torture me. I haven't done anything wrong. Chun Guanlo put on a stern face, banging on the cell door, looking fierce. It's useless to plead with me. I advise you, if you have money, don't wait for the torture. Quickly hand over the money to buy your safety. Do you know anyone in the capital? You can also notify your relatives or friends, let them spend money to get you out. I have friends. My friends have money. Really? Sir, can you help me? I don't want to be beaten. I don't want to die in prison. Boo-hoo. After completing his rounds, Chun Guanlo felt exceptionally at ease now that the threat of Duan Tianlin was gone. He was humming a folk tune as he walked toward the duty room, but just as he was about to arrive, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Inside and outside the duty room door, 2 rows of towering 6 divisions constables stood at attention, each wearing a grim expression as if they were the guardians of the netherworld surveying their territory. At the sight of this, Chun Guanlo couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The officials above were truly insidious, seizing the moment when everyone had let their guard down to launch a sudden raid. To make matters worse, tonight's staff was incomplete. Half of them were absent from their posts, either gathered in the Grade A cell block for gambling or sleeping in the administrative office. Those who remained at the duty room were no better off, caught red-handed in the act of gambling. This was catastrophic. Chun Guanlo felt a mixture of relief and worry, afraid he might be implicated. He could only take a deep breath and steel himself as he walked into the duty room. The room was deathly silent. Not a soul dared even breathe heavily. The moment he entered, he saw the jailer Li, who kneeling in the center. Tonight's gambling gathering at the duty room had been organized by him. The other jailers knelt on either side, each trembling with fear. Seated in the front, Sun Downing, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, sat formally in a chair, holding a white porcelain teacup in his hands, the tea within still sending up wisps of steam. The rising vapor created an ethereal haze, making Sun Downing's features appear somewhat blurred and indistinct. Regardless of whether he was at fault or not, Chun Guanlo knelt down immediately to plead for leniency. Greetings to Your Excellency. I failed to receive Your Excellency in a timely manner. I beg Your Excellency's forgiveness. Damn it, these knees of his were too ready to bend. Kneeling was truly uncomfortable. Yet who could blame him? For a lowly jailer like himself, even the right to speak loudly was a luxury. So you're the only one actually on duty. Your obedient servant, Your Excellency. It happens to be my shift tonight. The Vice Minister's son wore an enigmatic smile. I have long heard that the management of the Imperial Prison is in utter chaos, that all the jailers are riddled with the 5 vices. Regardless of whether one is guilty or innocent, anyone who enters the Imperial Prison must be skinned alive. The most vicious creatures in the entire bureaucracy are none other than you jailers. Hearing these words, Chun Guanlo secretly curled his lips, thoroughly disgusted in his heart. How could Vice Minister's son have the audacity to speak such shameless words? It was truly breathtaking. Jailers at their worst are only openly corrupt. How could they possibly compare to officials who with a single word could exterminate an entire family or an entire clan? With a few casual remarks, they could send dozens, hundreds, or even thousands to the gallows. With a hint of personal gain, thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of taels of silver would flow into their pockets. With a slight exercise of their authority, the common people of the realm would be condemned to a life of servitude, never to rise again. Compared to officials, the corruption of jailers is almost endearing. Give them money and they'll provide good care, even help fetch doctors and medicine. Jailers at their worst don't amount to 1/100th of what officials do. Of course, Chun Guanlo only dared to think these thoughts within his heart. At this moment, Vice Minister Sun was the supreme authority. If he declared that the sun rose from the west, everyone would have to agree and even add, how wise Your Excellency is. In this vast imperial prison, there is actually only one jailer conscientiously performing his rounds. Truly, this is most remarkable. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Chun Guanlo's forehead. He didn't need any praise. The more he was praised, the more danger he felt. Please just go investigate the case and be done with it. You all feed on the treasury's stipends, yet gather for gambling during duty hours, and the crucial task of patrolling the imperial prison is left to a single person. Utterly absurd. Do you know your crime? We do. Please give us another chance, Your Excellency. We will surely mend our ways. Li, who spoke first, his voice trembling as he cowered. I have always believed in learning from past mistakes to prevent future ones. Where there is fault, there must be punishment. Where there is merit, there must be reward. But one must also give those who err a chance to reform. Upon hearing this, Li, who and the others felt joyful surges of hope. Was Vice Minister Sun going to let them off? However, Vice Minister Sun's tone took a sharp turn, sending every jailer's heart plummeting back into their throats. You jailers are the most vicious and despicable, your eyes fixed only on money, knowing neither gratitude nor righteousness. If I don't employ thunderous measures, you will never learn the difference between right and wrong. Moreover, from what I understand, tonight's duty roster included far more than just you. Fully half the staff was absent from their posts. Even among those present, only one person was actually fulfilling their duties. This scene before me, truly it is most astonishing. The jailers were drenched in cold sweat, nearly passing out from fear. What did Sun Downing mean? Was he planning to execute every jailer of the Grade C cell block? Did he ever consider how despised this job was in the eyes of society? Respectable folk would never deign to take such a lowly position. It was only they who willingly bore this ignoble work, shouldering the burden for their superiors and serving the dynasty. As for money, if the Imperial Prison's jailers didn't solicit bribes, the institution would have collapsed long ago, bankrupt and shuttered given the government's meager allocations. With several hundred mouths to feed throughout the entire prison, relying solely on government funds, every prisoner would have starved. 3 meals missed out of every 9, with not a soul to spare. The imperial prison could operate smoothly only because the jailers held everything together with their own efforts thanks to their willingness to damage their reputations for profit. The jailers of the imperial prison could be said to have sacrificed unprecedentedly for the stability of the dynasty and the proper functioning of the yamen. So wasn't it only natural for them to earn some money? Why should they be condemned while others enjoyed the benefits their work provided? At the first sign of trouble, they were sacrificed as scapegoats. Not a single jailer present felt resigned to this injustice. Sundowning was a martial artist immune to the cold, but the jailers were merely ordinary folk. In the bitter winter within the damp and frigid prison, was closing the door to gamble and drink really such a crime, or was it simply keeping them from freezing to death? All the veteran jailers suffered from a host of ailments. These illnesses were gifts from the prison from the very nature of this job. What you dare to protest? We wouldn't dare. Liu responded with utter subservience. At a time like this, one could only bow one's head and submit. Never try to reason with officials. The powerful cared nothing for the thoughts of a lowly jailer and would never sympathize with their hardships. A base person could never be compared to a great official of the court. Chun Guanlo's heart was like still water, completely unmoved. Whatever Sundowning said, he let it enter one ear and exit the other, his mind a blank. He had witnessed the power of a second-rank martial artist. If he showed even a hint of agitation, the man would sense it instantly. If the official was in a bad mood, one finger gesture, and Chun Guanlo's head would roll before nightfall. He was deeply grateful to Li Hu for his wisdom. When serving officials, one must always bow low and humble oneself, playing the obedient grandson. Compared to those jailers who abandoned their posts, you lot barely have something worth praising. Did this mean they were to be spared? Hope rekindled in every jailer's heart. What is your name? Sundowning slightly raised his chin, his gaze fixed on Chun Guanlo. Chun Guanlo was momentarily stunned. Confirming that the question was directed at him, he quickly replied, "Your obedient servant, Your Excellency. My name is Chun Guanlo. The surname Chun. I had previously heard that a member of the Pingjiang Marquis clan served as a jailer in the imperial prison. Could that be you? Your obedient servant, Your Excellency. My branch of the family separated from the Marquis household by 5 generations during my father's time." Chun Guanlo did not rush to claim kinship with the Marquis. His situation was recorded in the Yamen's files. Since Vice Minister Sun was asking, he must already know everything. If he dared to fabricate connections, he might invite disaster. Best to speak the truth. Who would have thought that a descendant of the noble Marquis would fall so low as to become a base jailer? Nevertheless, your dedication to duty is commendable. I thank Your Excellency. I am merely upholding my obligations. To know one's place is already better than most. In this vast heavenly prison, only you remain at your post while the others are either absent or gathered to gamble. Heh. Sundowning gave a cold smile, and all the prison guards shivered with cold sweat. At that moment, Su Fuguei and Fan Yuqing arrived late after receiving the news. The two knelt immediately upon entering to ask for forgiveness. Chun Guanlo seized the opportunity to slip away, feeling an instant wave of relief. Seeing the sweat on Su Fuguei's and Fan Yuqing's foreheads along with their disheveled clothes, one could easily imagine them being woken from slumber, rushing to the heavenly prison in haste at news of Sundowning's surprise raid, completely disregarding their appearance. Su Fuguei's residence was close to the heavenly prison, but Fan Yuqing, a martial artist, lived far away yet arrived at the heavenly prison together with Su Fuguei. As for Lu Datu and the others, who knows if they had received the news by now. Everyone was trapped here, so surely no one could deliver a message to Lu Datu and the others. The gatehouse at the Yamen must have long been under the control of the 6 doors. We failed to welcome Your Excellency's late-night visit from afar. Forgive us, forgive us. Fan Yuqing was a first-rank martial artist, and faced with Sundowning, a second-rank martial artist, he still retained a measure of confidence. Although his official rank was humble, several notches below Sundowning's, it did not diminish his assurance. A midnight surprise raid on the heavenly prison was after all against regulations. If things were to escalate, Sundowning might not necessarily have the upper hand in terms of propriety. As for catching the prison guards gambling, the weather was bitterly cold, and the guards were ordinary men, gathering together to keep warm, and gambling to stay alert was understandable. No magistrate would cruelly demand that prison guards remain at their posts at all times, constantly patrolling the heavenly prison. That was simply unrealistic. A monthly salary of only 2 taels of silver with no room for promotion, serving as a guard for a day, meant serving for life. One should not expect too much. They were not imperial guards with boundless prospects where high expectations were justified. Demanding palace guard standards from those earning prison guard wages was purely malicious harassment. In any case, Fan Yuqing harbored no guilt. Even if Sundowning used his authority to bully, he had no fear. He too had powerful backers behind him. Who was afraid of whom? Besides, the position of prison administrator was merely a transitional post. In 1 or 2 years, he would be transferred. We dare inquire, Your Excellency, what brings you to the heavenly prison at this late hour? Fan Yuqing pressed further. Could it be that the previous jailbreak case has yielded results? Chun Guanlo quickly perked up his ears to listen. Sundowning's gaze swept over Fan Yuqing like a falcon. A proper martial artist, yet reduced to the position of prison administrator. This heavenly prison indeed proves to be full of surprises. Fan Yuqing cleared his throat lightly. We all serve the court, sharing the burdens of His Majesty. Well said. Fan Yuqing, rise and speak freely. I originally spent the evening reviewing case files at the Yamen when a certain detail suddenly came to mind, prompting me to come to the heavenly prison for an inspection. I did not expect to stumble upon these guards gambling. Though the heavenly prison operates under its own regulations and falls outside my jurisdiction, having witnessed it, I could hardly turn a blind eye. Your Excellency's judgment is impeccable. The heavenly prison is dark, damp, and cold. The guards are ordinary folk, and prolonged service here takes a toll on their health. Therefore, as long as their duties are performed without error, certain irregularities are tolerated. Fan Yuqing laid the matter bare. Sun Downing nodded. Administrator Fan speaks reasonably. However, in such a vast heavenly prison, having only one person on duty hardly seems appropriate. Fan Yuqing's brows furrowed. How absurd. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall conduct a thorough investigation. Those found guilty will be dealt with mercilessly. Excellent. The hour grows late. I shall proceed to cell 13 to examine the case. Attend to your duties. I will accompany Your Excellency. No need. When I investigate, I prefer not to be disturbed. Sun Downing rose, and accompanied by the 6 doors constables headed towards cell 13. Su Fuguwei stood dumbfounded. Li, who summoned his courage to ask, Administrator Fan, is everything safe? Safe, my foot fell into Vice Minister Sun's hands. You deserved every bit of it. Vice Minister Sun is temporarily sparing you out of respect for the right Vice Minister. I warned you all long ago. Keep your skins intact, but none of you listened. Any day now heads may roll, and you'll have only yourselves to blame. Someone go watch cell 13. Send Little Chun. Su Fuguwei finally spoke up. Little Chun works with diligence. With just one word, diligent, Fan Yuqing understood. The only guard Sun Downing had praised as performing his duties was none other than Chen Guanlo. Fan Yuqing nodded decisively and pointed at Chen Guanlo. You follow at once and observe. Report any developments promptly. Chen Guanlo accepted the order and asked, will Master Sun hold this against us? Fan Yuqing adopted a stern expression radiating official authority. Focus on what lies before you first. Leave the rest aside. It is not your concern to worry about. Chen Guanlo. He silently made his way to cell 13 and took position at the periphery. Ever since cultivating the Ascension to Heaven record, though only on its first chapter, he had clearly noticed his 5 senses sharpening. At this moment, even separated by a crowd, he could clearly observe the interior of the cell. Sun Downing seemed to have fallen into an obsessive trance while investigating the case. He actually lay flat on the ground where the prisoner in cell 13 slept every night, imitating the prisoner's posture, yet quietly counting the blue bricks on the floor. After a moment, he rose from the ground, stepped upon the blue bricks, and waved his hand. 2 6 doors constables entered the cell, and pried open the bricks with crowbars. Sun Downing retrieved a thin wooden sliver from between the bricks, a sly smile playing upon his lips. Let us go. The masters had finally departed. Fan Yuqing and Su Fuguwei hurried to see them off, accompanying them all the way beyond the Yamen gates before returning. Lu Datu and the others finally appeared, having waited until Sun Downing's party had left before daring to show themselves. Upon seeing them, Su Fuguwei raised his hand and slapped each one. Lu Datu and the rest stood obediently, saying not a word. Their usual courage for backtalk and defiance had vanished completely. Even Zhang Wantong, the most unruly among them, stood straight and took the beating. Useless. All of you are useless. You have ruined me. Of all places you had to cross paths with Vice Minister Sun. If you want to die, do it somewhere else. Don't drag me down with you. Su Fuguwei was so furious his chest ached. Fan Yuqing's face was grim. Where are the men from the Jia character ward? Send someone to summon Warden Zhang and Warden Zhang. Please, Your Excellency, save us. Zhang Wantong, that slippery fellow, knew when to bend and when to break. He was the first to kneel before Fan Yuqing, begging for mercy. Only then did Lu Datu and the others realize. Damn it, if tonight's matter was not handled properly, their heads could be forfeit. They quickly knelt in unison, begging Fan Yuqing to save them. Although Su Fuguwei harbored grievances against Zhang Wantong and the others, they were, after all, his men. If they were all executed, his own position as prison administrator would be at an end as well. He too joined the chorus of pleas. Administrator Fan, could you give us an honest answer? Is there any room for negotiation regarding tonight's affair? What exactly is Master Sun's plan? If silver is needed, we shall gather what we can. This is not a matter of silver. Do you know that Sun Downing and Minister Wu have never seen eye to eye? The Minister Wu referred to by Fan Yuqing was the right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice. The Heavenly Prison fell under the right Vice Minister's jurisdiction. Frankly speaking, the Heavenly Prison did not belong to Sun Downing's purview. This was precisely why Fan Yuqing dared to question Sun Downing about his midnight intrusion. If an investigation were necessary, one should come by daylight. To arrive in the dead of night without prior notice violated proper protocol. Su Fuguwei, half understanding and half bewildered, gazed imploringly at Warden Fan, hoping for more hints. At worst, he could offer a sum of silver to curry favor with Fan. Warden Fan, looking at the slow-witted Su Fuguwei, snorted coldly and said with disdain, Vice Minister Sun is wholly devoted to investigating the case. How could he have the mind to bother with trivial matters of the Tian prison? However, his lack of inquiry does not prevent him from casually mentioning it at a critical moment. If Lord Wu loses face, can you lot fare well? Not well. Definitely not well. The superior's face is the very heavens. It must be firmly upheld. Su Fuguwei finally understood. We lowly people, having committed mistakes, deserve punishment. I originally wished to go personally to Lord Wu to confess my guilt, but I feared it would sully his eyes. This matter still requires your help, Lord Fan. I am infinitely grateful. Su Fugue's thoughts were simple. Officials all love money. As long as a problem could be solved with money, it was not a big problem. With life preserved, money would come again. As long as the Tian prison was never empty, the jailers would never be poor. Money was nothing before life. Warden Fan was very satisfied with Su Fugue's tact, but he still kept a stern face, merely grunting in acknowledgement. Su Fugue had to steel his face, avoid others, and promise a figure. Warden Fan finally nodded in satisfaction and urged Su Fugue to act quickly. The death penalty may be spared, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. You'd better be mentally prepared. What does your excellency mean? Someone must bear the blame. A name instantly sprang to Su Fugue's mind: Zhang Wantong. This fellow, relying on his seniority, had never shown him respect. Now that he had committed an offense, Su of course had no reason to protect him. He immediately expressed understanding. I will submit the list as soon as possible. Excellent. Warden Fan left. Su Fugue sat high in the main seat and began to berate the jailers. Gathering to gamble, skipping shifts, slacking off. Normally these are not major issues, a few words of reprimand would suffice. But this time you're unlucky to have run afoul of the authorities. You're in trouble, and I'll suffer along with you. Don't expect our superiors to let us off. You all heard Warden Fan's words, just now. 50 taels of silver per person to be gathered within 2 days. Moreover, the silver is only to save your lives. Whether you can keep your jobs as jailers is not up to me. 50 taels. That's asking for our lives. Too much. If you think it's too much, you can choose not to pay but bear the consequences. Can't we just pay with money? Pay, all you know is paying. After paying, I'll clean up your mess. When salaries are issued next month, will you pay out of your own pockets? Do you still want to eat? Don't you know that the higher-ups haven't allocated funds for half a year? Don't count on paying. That's it, all of you disperse. The jailers wailed in their hearts. 50 taels of silver to be gathered within 2 days was simply a death sentence. As soon as Su Fugue left, everyone began to grumble and complain about their bad luck in falling into Sun Downing's hands. Although they all resented Sun Downing, no one dared to complain openly. They feared that among them there might be a snitch who would secretly report them, bringing trouble upon themselves for no reason. Lu Data's face turned green. Tonight he had lost terribly. Not only had he lost all the borrowed silver, but he also owed gambling debts. He was a notorious gambler. He had borrowed from all his relatives and friends. Now he could only think of Chen Guanlo. Little Chen, you must help me this time. I really have no way out. Who would have thought that when a man is down on his luck, even drinking cold water gets stuck in his teeth? Let me keep this job first. Within 2 months at most, I will definitely repay you. Chen Guanlo smiled bitterly repeatedly. Brother Datu, it's not that I'm unwilling to help. You know my situation. I've only been at the Tian prison for a little over half a year, and I've been saving every month's pay. I can't come up with 2 sets of 50 taels. At most I can lend you another 5 taels of silver. Brother Data, please don't think it's too little. Lu Data was very disappointed. But then he thought at least 5 taels would solve 1/10 of the needed funds. Good brother, I will remember this favor. Give me the silver now. Oh, I still need to find ways to get money from elsewhere. Chen Guanlo made an excuse that the silver was not on him, and that he could only give it tomorrow. After hearing this, Lu Datu reminded him to bring the silver without fail tomorrow. Then he hurried to the cells, obviously planning to find a way to gather silver from the prisoners. The other gamblers were just like Lu Datu. All of them set their sights on the prisoners, launching a collective operation that night to extort money and offer favors. Chen Guanlo, however, hid in the duty room and slept soundly. For the first time, the duty room was so quiet and desolate. Within 2 days, every jailer had handed over the full 50 taels. The jailers of Ward A and Ward B also had bad luck and had to pay as well. For a time, the entire Tian prison was filled with resentment. Many secretly cursed Sun Downing, wishing that his son would be born without an anus. Coming to the Tian prison in the dead of night to investigate cases meddling in other people's business. What a madman. However, things were far from over. A few days after the silver was handed and the real crisis arrived. The first to be taken down was that Zhang Wantong. Warden Fan gave him 2 choices: either lower himself to a menial laborer or get out of the Tian prison. Zhang Wantong had always been used to being domineering and comfortable. He could never accept becoming a menial laborer. What did a menial do? They were cleaners, emptying chamber pots and carrying corpses. After all, he was a person of some standing who leaving the Tian prison didn't mean he couldn't find a place elsewhere. So he decisively chose to leave the Tian prison. Among Zhang Wantong's most loyal followers, 5 chose to follow him out of the Tian prison to seek their fortunes outside. Only 1 chose to stay. Warden Fan made an exception to favor the jailer who had abandoned Zhang Wantong, allowing him to remain a jailer instead of becoming a menial. With Zhang Wantong's departure, prison C was purged and replaced with a batch of new faces. At the same time, Ward A and Ward B also had a number of jailers replaced. That day, Chen Guanlo was summoned to the office. This was his second time in the office. The first was on his first day of reporting. Back then it was still Warden Jiang. Warden Fan's attitude was very cordial. Little Chen, ever since you came to the Tian prison, you've been performing very well. Never late, never leaving early, and never absent from your post. On the night of Vice Minister Sun's surprise inspection, you were the only one on duty, faithfully carrying out your duties. You saved the Tian prison's face from total disgrace. I don't deserve your praise, Your Excellency. I merely fulfilled my duty. Your greatest virtue is fulfilling your duty. as expected of a man from the Qin family, truly different from those old hands. I heard you've studied. In reply, Your Excellency, I studied for a few years, but unfortunately, I didn't pass the examinations. Warden Fan felt a kindred spirit. I too studied for many years without passing. The path of the imperial examinations is difficult. There are so many scholars under heaven, but how many can enter the hallowed halls? Yet we scholars aim high. Even if we cannot pass the examinations, we must not lose our ambition. Your Excellency's teachings are deeply engraved in my heart. You are very good. Warden Fan praised Chen Guanlo again. Although you were forced to take up this job as a jailer, you still maintain the integrity of a scholar and have not stooped to the level of the other jailers. I am very satisfied. It is only my duty. Chen Guanlo maintained his usual modesty and humility. Warden Fan laughed heartily, seemingly pleased with his performance. After all the preliminary talk, it was finally time to get to the real business. A vacancy has appeared in Ward A. Considering that Ward A requires someone who can read and write, I plan to transfer you to Ward A to serve. Chen Guanlo was stunned. Not seeing the anticipated delight, Fan Yuqing felt a slight displeasure. He questioned with a hint of dissatisfaction, "You're not pleased?" Chen Guanlo quickly composed his expression, putting on an air of trepidation, hesitating and struggling, then replied cautiously, "I dare not deceive you, sir. The warden of the first-class prison, Wan Yuli, has some grudges against me. If I transfer there, I'm afraid I'll only hinder the duties and disappoint your expectations." "Oh." Fan Yuqing's face lit up with realization. "You mean the matter of Wan Yuli taking your father's position? Rest assured, I've already spoken with Wan Yuli. He has no objection to your transfer and is actually looking forward to it. He even said he feels guilty for taking your father's place, forcing you to become a mere jailer, and has always wanted to compensate you. You must not refuse." "Bullshit. If Wan Yuli truly intended to compensate, why didn't he show up when the siblings were in such dire straits?" His words of compensation never materialized into action. Truly remarkable. Chen Guanlo absolutely refused to believe Wan Yuli's words. The compensation was likely a pretext. The real intent was to take advantage of him. He only wanted to stay in the third-class prison, communicating amiably with the inmates, keeping a low profile, and avoiding trouble. But judging by Fan Yuqing's expression, if he continued to refuse, he would be in for a world of trouble. He could only grit his teeth and reluctantly agree. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir. I will certainly serve diligently." "Ha ha ha. That's right. I believe your wisdom will smoothly resolve the minor conflict between you and Wan Yuli. I hope that in the first-class prison you will remain as loyal and dedicated as ever." "Yes, I will follow your instructions." Good. I have high hopes for you. Work hard." Fan Yuqing was very pleased with his tactfulness and instructed him to report to the first-class prison early the next morning. Chen Guanlo was deeply frustrated, silently cursing Fan Yuqing's ancestors over and over. Knowing the enmity between him and Wan Yuli, why would he deliberately transfer him there? Was it a reward or a deliberate torment? He wondered if he had ever offended Fan Yuqing. He had always been low-key, so how did he catch Fan's attention? When Su Fuguei learned about his transfer to the first-class prison, he looked at him oddly and whispered, "Did you offend Fan Yuqing?" "I don't know. Uncle Su, do you have any inside information?" Even Su Fuguei thought he had offended Fan Yuqing, which showed that the conflict between him and Wan Yuli was far from a simple matter. Those who worked in the imperial prison, perhaps shaped by the environment, were generally narrow-minded, irritable, greedy for wealth and pleasure, yet also afraid of death. The baser instincts of humanity were fully displayed. There was no way Wan Yuli held no prejudice against him. Could Wan Yuli truly be magnanimous enough to tolerate him? Su Fuguei stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. "Did you ever offend that Wan? I've never even exchanged a word with him. But he definitely remembers you." "Uncle Su, do you mean Wan Yuli asked for me himself?" "That couldn't be. Was that one crazy? Why would he actively ask for him? To humiliate him at his convenience. If that one dared to humiliate him, he was no pushover and had ways to deal with him. Whether he asked for you or not, now that you're under his control, be careful. Keep your wits about you when on duty. The first-class prison holds disgraced officials, and it's easy to offend someone. Remember, these officials have connections, classmates, colleagues, fellow townsmen, spanning the entire bureaucracy. It's not like the third-class prison. In short, good luck to you." Chen Guanlo's heart chilled. Such a bleak outlook on his transfer made the first-class prison seem like a dragon's den and tiger's lair. It seemed his good days were over. What a pity about his secret manuals and techniques. The only consolation was that he still possessed the profound inner cultivation method, Ascension Record, and the Ascension Record blade art. With these two other techniques were no longer worth coveting. Lu Dadu, while worried for him, also optimistically cheered him up. "That one doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Why fear him? Come on, tonight we'll go to Crown Beauty House, drink till we drop, and call 2 young ladies to keep you company all night. Chuanyang has been thinking of you." Chen Guanlo gave a bitter smile. The other jailers clamored to hold a farewell party for him, saying he was the first to be transferred from the third class to the first-class prison, and regardless of the future, they should enjoy tonight first. Chen Guanlo had no objection. Knowing everyone was short on cash lately, he volunteered to pay for the feast, treating everyone to wine and meat. A perfect end to his service in the third-class prison. At the table, someone brought up Zhang Wantong's recent situation. "Have you heard? After Chief Zhang left the prison with his disciples, he joined the Hitters Guild and became an informant. He found a good gig. He knows the capital well. Of being an informant suits him. I heard he's been handling cases for several county offices lately. What? He wants to take over litigation. He can't even read. What does illiteracy matter? He knows all the tricks in the prison. Plenty of people are willing to hire him to run errands and pull strings. They can just pay a scribe. Exactly. Chief Zhang left the prison, but he's living better than ever. You thinking of joining him? No way. The prison suits me better. The chatter soon shifted to women. After drinking, Chen Guanlo paid the bill, excused himself with a headache from too much alcohol, and went straight home. Once there, he stripped naked, drew a bucket of water from the well, poured it over his head, and began to practice martial arts. These days he felt constrained everywhere, all because he was too weak. If he had even second or third rank strength, he wouldn't fear anyone. After practicing the blade art for an hour, he continued cultivating the first chapter of the Ascension record. The strange force repeatedly scoured his body, subjecting him to unimaginable pain. Whenever he felt he had reached the breaking point on the verge of death, the longevity Tao fruit would instantly repair his body over and over again. The sheer agony. He felt that in this way, in at most 2 or 3 months, the first chapter of the Ascension record would reach perfection. Then he could begin cultivating the second chapter. Estimating the time, he finished his practice at the third watch, washed, and lay on the bed, waiting quietly. Soon he sensed someone entering the courtyard. He rose to greet the visitor. The one who had climbed over the wall in the dead of night was the swordsman. I've been promoted. Starting tomorrow, I'll be transferred to the first-class prison. I can't continue with the task you assigned. You call me here just for this. This is a big deal, isn't it? Chen Guanlo took a sip of tea, no longer feeling the initial fear of the swordsman, appearing quite at ease. The swordsman was annoyed by his ease. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? You can kill me anytime. He shrugged, spreading his arms as if to say, go ahead. The swordsman was taken aback. What's gotten into you? I have a conflict with one Yuli of the first-class prison. He took the position my father left me, so I ended up a mere jailer. Now that I'm in his hands, he won't let me off easy. Simple. I'll take care of him for you. If he dies, everyone will suspect me. Don't worry, I'll spare his life. Thank you. I see now. You call me here just to use me. The swordsman suddenly realized. Chen Guanlo admitted it openly. He had learned that one Yuli's neighbor was a martial artist, so he abandoned his plan to disguise himself and deal with one Yuli. The swordsman had been using him for so long, it was only fair that he occasionally used him in return, wasn't it? Early in the morning, Chen Guanlo stepped briskly into the Jiazi prison. All faces were familiar, and everyone greeted one another. Chen Guanlo, come here. Warden Wan suddenly appeared, looking haggard and gloomy, and summoned Chen Guanlo into his office. Your humble servant greets Lord Wan. Chen Guanlo performed the proper salutation, appearing as a greenhorn in the workplace. But Warden Wan stared at him intently. Just as Chen Guanlo felt the other was about to explode, Warden Wan spoke. Since you're here in Jiazi prison, work hard from now on. Lord Fan thinks highly of you. We happen to need a squad leader, so you'll take the position. Me as squad leader? Chen Guanlo doubted his ears. Was the swordsman's threat really that effective? Or did they want to put him on the spot? There are many seniors here in Jiazi prison. They should be more suitable than me. They barely know a few characters while you've had a proper education. Lord Fan said Jiazi prison needs talents like you. Do you have an objection to our decision? Warden Wan pressed his authority. Chen Guanlo quickly denied it. You misunderstand, my lord. I'm worried others won't be convinced. That's your problem. Find a way to make them accept you. Here's the shift schedule. From now on, follow the times listed. Be more attentive. This isn't the Bingzi prison where you can do as you please. Don't bring the bad habits from there. Warden Wan's every word belittled Bingzi prison. How much contempt did he have for his fellow wardens? They were all jailers, yet he had to stratify them. How exhausting. Chen Guanlo silently took the shift schedule and left the office. He first went to the duty room to meet his subordinates. Only 4 men in total. The short ones were Chun Quan and Lu Shi. The fat one was Qian Fugui, and the middle-aged greasy sleazebag was Wu Jin. This was his team. They introduced themselves. Chen Guanlo saw at a glance that these 4 were all-time serving wardens who wanted neither responsibility nor accountability, just to coast through the day. They had no sense of duty, they wouldn't make major mistakes, but kept making minor ones. He cleared his throat and began his address. You all know that the higher-ups recently cracked down hard on the prison due to the gambling incident. Many were forced or chose to leave. Those who stayed must have something special. Luck is also a kind of strength. I am the so-called lucky one, transferred from Bingzi prison to Jiazi prison as your squad leader. I have no special demands. Do your patrols and duties when required. Other times I don't care what you do. But if anyone stirs up trouble, you'd better solve it yourself. If you can't, then fend for yourselves. We all earn a hard living and shouldn't have to clean up after others. However, when I can protect you, I won't refuse. But only if you're willing to trust me. All right, dismissed. Just like that. No show of force. The 4 wardens exchanged glances. No intimidation. No establishment of authority. Seeing they hadn't moved, Chen Guanlo asked, any questions? Captain Chen, business as usual. Chen Quan, perhaps emboldened by their shared surname, spoke first. Chen Guanlo hesitated. How did you work before? We patrolled in groups of 3, Chen Quan replied. Our team is short-handed, so we'll do pairs. Lu Shi, you pair with Qian Fugui. Chen Quan, you with Wu Jin. Anything unclear? The fat one, Qian Fugui stammered. What else? Former Captain Zhao once collected a bribe. Qian finally mustered courage. Chen Guanlo raised an eyebrow. What does Captain Zhao's bribe have to do with me? A previous era's sword cannot cut the subjects of today. The mess left by the predecessor had nothing to do with him. Did Qian Fugui not understand the rules? He retorted irritably. Wu Jin interjected. That money was shared by everyone. Speak clearly. Chen Guanlo said, his face stern, showing authority. Long-term martial arts training had given his gaze a resolute sharpness, far more spirited than these loafers. Wu Jin quickly explained, Captain Chen, here's the thing. When Captain Zhao was in charge, he took silver from a Ministry of Works official who had committed a crime, promising to look after him and pass messages to his family. We're not asking you to pass messages, but we only collected half the money. As for the other half, Captain Chen, what do you think? Chen Guanlo finally understood they wanted him to join the scheme to split the silver. If he refused, they wouldn't dare openly attend to that official. Chen Guanlo frowned, propping a foot on the chair. First, tell me the rules of Jiazi prison and how they differ from Bingzi prison. The four exchanged glances and quickly reached a silent understanding. Wu Jin spoke again. The rules of Jiazi prison have been revised several times. Originally, each squad was assigned to a specific government office, collecting money from the officials of their assigned office who were imprisoned. Later, everyone felt that was unfair. Some offices had more criminals, some fewer, leading to unequal silver distribution, which hurt internal unity. So it was changed. Each squad is responsible for a block of cells. Whoever is locked in your block, your squad, gets the money. The distribution is 40% to warden, 30% to the prison's public account for overall pay. And the remaining 30% is split privately among us. Lu Shi added, the squad leader takes 10%. 10%. Chen Guanlo was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected the Jiazi prison squad leader to get a whole 10%. No wonder the prison's gambling stakes were highest and most luxurious here. Yes, that's the old rule. Lu Shi seemed to misunderstand, thinking Chen Guanlo found it too little, and quickly emphasized it was the established custom. Chen Guanlo gritted his molars. The squad leader takes 10%. No objections from above? Captain Chen, you don't know, but the prisoners in Jiazi prison are of special status, often needing the squad leader's attention. When the higher-ups don't want to get involved, they also need the squad leader to relay messages up and down. No wonder the wardens of Jiazi prison had to be literate. To relay messages, officials always spoke in circles, roundabout and implicit, never straightforward. If you haven't studied, you can't even understand the words, let alone relay them. Chen Guanlo cleared his throat and casually asked, are all of you literate? I know 100 characters. I know 300. I'm better than them. I can read the entire 1,000-character classic. Chen Guanlo. Damn, their literacy truly meant just recognizing characters. Having received a proper education, he indeed stood out like a crane among chickens among these wardens. Back to the money matter. You only collected half, meaning you haven't paid enough to the superiors. Now you need me to make up the shortfall. The warden of the prison is already urging us, Chen Quan said cautiously. What a damned mess this was. Then go find that disgraced official from the Ministry of Works and make him hand over the remaining money. That man says he will only give the money if he speaks with Chief Chen in person, Lu Shi said, then immediately shrank his neck, looking quite guilty. Chen Guanlo frowned deeply. Someone tell me the truth. What exactly did Chief Zhao promise him before? You're all seasoned veterans of the Celestial Prison. I don't believe you have no way to handle a disgraced official. Chief Chen, you may not know this, but that official's sister-in-law is the concubine of the Prince of the East Sea, and she is said to be extremely favored, Qian Fugui explained. That was the reason they dared not use forceful measures. Chen Guanlo was speechless. Good heavens. Truly good heavens. When he served in the C-class Celestial Prison, the most formidable people he encountered were merely the owner of some martial arts school or a minor bandit leader. He had been in the A-class Celestial Prison for less than 2 hours, yet he had already heard of the Prince of the East Sea's favored concubine and the disgraced official sister-in-law. Truly high and mighty. Since his sister-in-law is the favored concubine of the Prince of the East Sea, why is he still locked up in the Celestial Prison? The four wardens were clearly baffled by this question. Lu Shi muttered under his breath, if he's not in the Celestial Prison, it wouldn't be proper to send him to the embroidered uniform guard's dungeon, would it? Chen Quan added, yes, once he's in the Imperial dungeon, there's almost no room for maneuvering. Wu Jin chimed in, at least in the Celestial Prison, there's still a chance of getting out. Maybe even reinstated in his post. Those agents of the embroidered uniform guard are far darker than the Celestial Prison. We're at most a bit gray, but the Imperial dungeon is pitch black. Yes, yes. The four of them spoke one after another, and finally the matter became clear. Chen Guanlo was once again dumbfounded. Information asymmetry, a cognitive error caused by differing information. So being imprisoned in the Celestial Prison was actually a form of Kara privilege, not the terrible misfortune he had assumed. As for who was darker, he could only say that all crows under heaven are equally black. So is Chief Chen willing to step in? Are you all so cautious with every disgraced official in here? Chen Guanlo was extremely curious. More or less. These officials have connections throughout the court. No one can say when they might turn things around. Being careful never hurts. Chen Guanlo nodded and continued. How much money did you collect before? 300 taels. Meaning there are still 300 taels uncollected. Exactly. Did Chief Zhao take his share? Chief Zhao took 20 taels earlier. Hearing this, Chen Guanlo raised an eyebrow. That meant he could still take 40 taels. Lead the way. He had made up his mind. For the sake of the silver, he would reluctantly clean up Chief Zhao's mess. Damn it, the working style of the A-class Celestial Prison was clearly different from the C-class. The C-class celestial prison believed in subduing by force. Break the prisoners until they paid up. In the A-class, extracting silver couldn't be done with force, it had to be done with civility. Both were celestial prisons, yet one relied on fists and the other on courtesy. How quite interesting. In cell A-72, the former Minister of Works Lord Jean was sitting cross-legged on the bedboard reading a book with great relish. Damn, the A-class celestial prison cells even had bedboards. Some cells even had tables and chairs. The C-class only had straw. The smell in the A-class celestial prison was also far less foul than the C-class. Clearly the servants cleaned promptly and diligently. Chen Guanlo secretly glanced at the chamber pot in the cell. It was so clean. An even bigger difference was that over half of the A-class cells were above ground with windows in the walls, giving each cell ample light. This environment was indeed just a bit gray, not pitch black. Lord Jean, our Chief Chun, is here. Speak your mind freely to Chief Chun, Lu Shi said with a somewhat fawning tone. Seeing this, Chen Guanlo thought, is it really necessary to be so obsequious to a disgraced official? Even if his sister-in-law is the Prince of the East Sea's favored concubine, so what? Jean is still locked in the celestial prison, which shows that the prince probably won't intervene in his case, or perhaps can't intervene at all. At most he might get a little prison privilege. Officials arrested and thrown into the celestial prison were never isolated personal cases, there were always other hidden connections behind them. The Prince of the East Sea would have to be mad to stick his neck out for his concubine's brother-in-law. Did he really think the old emperor was too old to lift his blade? The old emperor had always killed not only to destroy the body, but also to humiliate the spirit. Destroy the body, extinguish the spirit. Court officials whispered among themselves that the old emperor grew more cold and ungrateful, with age no longer fit to be a ruler. You want to see me? Chen Guanlo said expressionlessly, sizing up the other man. Lord Jean also sized up Chen Guanlo. His first impression was youth. He probably hadn't even reached the age of capping. To become a warden so young, he was either a pure lucky one or had someone backing him. Lord Jean knew that the position of warden in the A-class celestial prison came with generous benefits and was a post that wardens fought tooth and nail to obtain. Then he frowned. So young could he handle things properly? A downy chick, unreliable in business. Lord Jean immediately thought less of Chen Guanlo. He waved his hand, and Chen Quan and the others understood, and all withdrew. Chen Guanlo frowned. Damn, his own men obeyed a disgraced official's command, without even asking for his opinion as the warden before stepping back. After this matter was settled, he would have to give them a good talking to, and teach them what discipline meant. What do you want to discuss? Is Chief Chen always so impatient? Lord Jean was about 40, composed and full of confidence, as if he had already gained the upper hand. Chen Guanlo didn't indulge him, and simply turned to leave. This time it was Lord Jin's turn to panic. Does Chief Chen still want to complete the task? Chen Guanlo looked back at him. If you want to talk now. If not, I'm leaving. I haven't read much and I don't understand your ways. In my territory, please follow my rules. Lord Jean was first stunned, then laughed. Truly young and hot-blooded. If not hot-blooded, can one still be called young? Chen Guanlo returned to the cell door. Speak. How will you hand over the remaining silver? When Chief Zhao was here, he promised me something. Unfortunately, before it was done, Chief Zhao was dismissed for gambling. Now this matter naturally falls to you, Chief Chen. What matter? Chen Guanlo didn't want to waste words. He could see that this Jean fellow was the type to climb over the wall once given a ladder. Chief Zhao and the others had been too courteous to this man, making him feel as if he were still an official in the yamen. Look at his airs. Even locked in the celestial prison, his facade never crumbled. He had no sense of being a prisoner. If this were the C-class celestial prison, he would have been dragged into the torture chamber and put to the rack long ago. Chief Zhao promised to bring someone in, but he hasn't done it yet. What are you saying? Chen Guanlo felt certain his ears had deceived him. What the hell? Actually bring someone into the imperial prison? The former Chief Zhao had such audacity. Chief Chen, why pretend not to know? Bring who? My household steward. The matter was sudden. Uai was taken directly from the yamen to the prison, leaving many domestic affairs unaddressed. Please, Chief Chen, do me this favor and bring my steward to see me. Rest assured, once I see him, the silver will be paid in full. Absurd. Chen Guanlo was utterly astounded by the modus operandi of Block. In Block C, anyone daring to make such a request would have their legs broken first. Do you take the imperial prison for your own backyard, bringing people in to meet you? Chief Chen, are you going back on your word? This is your predecessor's mess. If you're capable, go ask Chief Zhao to handle it. Chief Chen, aren't you afraid the warden will hold you accountable? Your side hasn't fulfilled this contract yet. Jean Darren smirked at him. Chen Guanlo cursed under his breath. Just you wait. With that he turned and left. Finding Chen Quan and the others, he immediately berated them. What the hell are you doing? Chief Chen, you don't know. The higher-ups have always known and simply turned a blind eye. As long as nothing goes wrong, they won't pursue it. What if something does go wrong? What if an official prisoner commits suicide? Can you bear the consequences? But in all these years, the situation you worry about has never occurred. Those officials value their lives more than anyone. They won't kill themselves. Chen Guanlo sneered. As far as I know, this year alone, 3 officials have committed suicide in Block A. Those 3 officials knew they couldn't escape death, so they ended it early. Is that the excuse you're using? Sometimes the higher-ups are fine with these officials dying quietly in the prison. Chen Guanlo. He truly had seen too little. He had forgotten the tradition of forced suicide. When an official knows too much the case is urgent, and there's no chance of reversal, it's better to just commit suicide. It seemed that bringing people in to meet prisoners was already a tradition in Block A. The reason no one investigated was that the officials themselves had such needs. They needed to send people into the prison to convey messages, resolve issues, and deal with certain individuals. Do the other shift heads also do this? The 4 jailers nodded in unison. If Chief Chen doesn't believe us, you can ask around. The warden knows everything. Deputy Warden Fan must also be aware. The presiding officer shares the silver and occasionally helps cover it up. He's certainly in the know. This has long been a tradition in Block A. Chief Chen served in Block C before, so it's understandable that you're not familiar with the situation here. The jailers of Block A have a tacit agreement not to disclose these practices. Chen Guanlo slapped the table, pondering the matter. What crime did Jean commit? Something about embezzlement. A conspiracy case. Not sure. Qian Fuguei, go tell Jean the price has gone up. If he makes up the full 500 taels, I'll agree. Qian Fuguei hesitated. Chief Chen, that's not appropriate, is it? Shouldn't we keep our word? Chen Guanlo snorted. Keep word with a prisoner. Besides, 600 was Chief Xiao's price. Now I'm in charge and my price is 800. I've already acknowledged the 300 he paid. That's generous enough. Qian Fuguei wanted to argue further, but Xiao Jin kept signaling him with his eyes, and even kicked him. Only then did Qian realize and left to carry out the order. Chen Guanlo stared at the remaining 3. From now on, anything involving the traditions of Block A must be explained clearly in advance. I don't want to encounter a situation like today again. And remember, I am your head. The 3 exchanged glances, then chorused, yes sir. Jean Darren was quite agreeable. As long as they brought his steward, he would immediately pay 500 taels. Chen Guanlo muttered, these officials sure have money. Jean served in the Ministry of Works. He must have handled countless construction projects. His cellar is probably stuffed with silver. Helping him spend a little is actually accumulating merit, so that when his property is confiscated, he won't be charged with massive corruption. Chief Chen, you're so insightful. Taking money from these corrupt officials is like removing their misfortune. Boundless merit. Chen Guanlo glanced at Xiao Jin, whose flattery was rather forced, and felt a bit unaccustomed to it. He was just a minor shift head, but suddenly he had silver subordinates, and even someone to flatter him. The shift in status and treatment was indeed substantial. Yesterday he was still an underling in Block C, and today he was the leading brother. Seeing Chen Guanlo staring at him, Xiao Jin was bewildered and asked cautiously, Chief Chen, any other instructions? Chen Guanlo shook his head. Xiao Jin immediately said, Chief Chen, the 4 of us have discussed it and plan to prepare a feast tonight at Guanmei Tower. We hope you'll honor us with your presence. Chen Guanlo wanted to refuse. He had drunk at Guanmei Tower just last night and really didn't feel like drinking again. But on second thought, this was a gesture of respect from his subordinates. If he didn't go, the 4 might start worrying and cause trouble. Oh well, fine. Tonight we'll drink at Guanmei Tower. My treat. No, Chief Chen, we can't let you spend. We'll treat. Please don't stand on ceremony with us. Having received an affirmative answer, Xiao Jin left in high spirits. Chen Guanlo returned to the duty room and met with the other shift heads and jailers. Their attitudes varied from cold to warm, depending on each person's character. As a newcomer promoted to shift head overnight, he drew considerable resentment from the other jailers, who were full of complaints. With Chief Xiao's departure, the jailers of Block A, especially the veterans, were all eager, some pulling strings, others spending money, all hoping to fill Chief Xiao's position. The post of shift head was highly coveted. To that end, the jailers fought tooth and nail, even drawing blood. They fought bitterly, only to find that the position had unexpectedly fallen to a newcomer transferred from Block C, a young man under 20, a greenhorn. Many jailers were indignant, 100 times so. When they saw Chen Guanlo enter the duty room, they snorted coldly and showed no friendly faces. Only Chief Li, who was on the same shift, treated him politely. Since both were shift heads with no immediate conflict of interest, Li Dahong was happy to give Chen face and greeted him warmly. I'm about a dozen years older than you. Since we'll be eating from the same pot, I'll take the liberty of calling you younger brother. No objections, I hope. Brotherly, you're being too formal. I'm new here and have many things I don't understand. I'll need your guidance in the future. I hope you won't find me too troublesome. Li Dahong and Su Fuguei were about the same age. One he called uncle, the other brother. Chen Guanlo felt quite good about it. The jailers dared not vent their anger directly at Chen Guanlo. Instead, they directed their fury at Chen Quan and the other 3, berating them for being timid as mice, asking why they submitted so meekly to Chen Guanlo, without a shred of backbone. Lu Shi muttered a faint defense. Our group originally had 10 men, and only 4 of us remain, precisely because we were cowardly. They had been too timid to join the high-stakes gambling, and thus luckily escaped disaster. Those who were bold had all followed Zhao Tu out of the prison, losing their iron rice bowls. So being a coward is justified. Are you even men? The burly jailer jabbed his finger directly at Lu Shi's face. Lu Shi cowered backward, appearing utterly spineless. He was naturally small in stature, and beneath the hulking jailer's shadow, he looked like a chick that could be crushed with a mere pinch. Xiao Jin stepped forward to block the burly jailer, explaining, the higher-ups are pressing us to hand over the money. If we don't cooperate with Head Chun and delay the real business, no one can bear that responsibility. You're not serving under him, so it's easy for you to talk. I can't afford to lose this job. Qian Fuguei muttered. He owed his plumpness entirely to the prison. He could not lose the prison job under any circumstances. Chen Guanlo. He's nothing. A fallen noble's son who's been in this prison for barely half a year. Why are you all afraid of him? The burly jailer was seething with anger. Head Chun has authority, Chun Quan said softly. Authority? Bullshit authority. A mere lad of 10-odd years still wet behind the ears. What authority could he have? Don't tell me you don't know his background. He's been estranged from the Pingjiang Marquis mansion for generations. If he truly belonged to the Marquis' household, would he have ended up as a jailer? In the eyes of outsiders, our profession is base, only slightly better than brothel girls or street beggars. The burly jailer was nearly driven mad by these 4 worthless colleagues. He had never seen such spineless wretches. Xiao Jin chuckled twice. You make valid points. But what about the money? How do we handle it? Jailer 1 doesn't care about these matters, and Deputy Jailer Fan never inquires. The officials above and the director above them all must take their share. Our troubles are trivial. Delaying the distribution of silver to the higher-ups, that would be a catastrophe. Exactly. This assignment has dragged on too long already. We can't delay any further. If we don't hand over the money soon, we'll all be in deep trouble. Head Chun at least solved the most pressing problem. The 4 men, as if sprouting 100 mouths, each retorted in unison. The burly jailer's face turned livid with frustration. Fine. You all have your difficulties, so I'm the villain now. Just wait and see. The burly jailer stormed off. Lu Shi worried. Do you think he'll go straight to cause trouble for Head Chun? He doesn't dare. Head Chun is still ahead. But Head Chun is new. This is the prison. Nothing matters except silver. As long as Head Chun has money, no one will be foolish enough to provoke him. Chen Guanlo knew nothing of all this. He was busy poring over the roster, studying the situation of the prisoners in Block A, striving to act with precision and avoid inadvertently offending those he should not. Anyone with clear eyes could see that Block A was far more complex than Block C. Block C was straightforward with no hidden intricacies, making the duty easy. Patrols only required head counts, verifying who was alive or dead, and preventing communication between inside and outside. The rest of the time was spent loafing. Block A was far more complicated. Openly bringing outsiders to see prisoners alone carried considerable risk. Better nothing went wrong. If it did, better the higher-ups never investigated. If they did, someone would surely die. The delicate balance depended entirely on personal wisdom. Thus, Chun Guanlo urgently needed to understand the situation of all prisoners in the prison, especially those in his jurisdiction. At the same time, he had to thoroughly grasp all the unspoken rules of Block A, lest he violate taboos and ruin others' profits. Depriving people of their livelihood was like killing their parents. He had no desire to inexplicably attract a host of enemies who might poison his water, stuff a dangerous prisoner into his block, or fabricate a few disturbances. He would either die or be skinned alive. Money in hand, tasks done. The jailers worked efficiently, and the next day they brought in the steward of the Jean family. They counted the money on the spot, then led the man to the cell of the disgraced official Lord Jean. The jailers stepped back a dozen paces, leaving space for the master and servant to speak. After receiving the money, they immediately handed it over and closed the assignment. Then came the distribution. On Chun Guanlo's second day in Block A, 60 taels of silver went into his pocket. The other 4 jailers also gained handsomely. The money that had once been split among 10 men was now divided among 4. What a delight. The master and servant talked for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, then the steward was escorted out. Chun Guanlo summoned Chen Quan and asked, "Did you see clearly? Did they pass any objects between them?" "Rest assured, Head Chun, I kept watch the whole time. Their bodies never touched." Chun Guanlo was somewhat relieved, then asked, "Did you overhear their conversation?" Chen Quan shook his head. "They spoke too softly. I couldn't hear." Chun Guanlo's expression grew solemn. Chen Quan grew nervous. "Head Chun, is something troubling you?" "I made inquiries. Lord Jin's case is part of a larger corruption ring. He's merely the thread end. The other end of the thread could be connected to anyone of any influence, and we don't know. From now on, keep a close watch on Lord Jin during your patrols. I don't want any irregularities in my jurisdiction, especially something like suicide to evade punishment." "You worry too much, Head Chun. Lord Jin values his life dearly. With his sister-in-law being the favored concubine of the Prince of Donghai, he's always been confident he'll get out safely." Upon hearing this, Chun Guanlo sneered, "Getting out? It's not that easy. The emperor needs to build palaces, gardens, and refine elixirs. He's short on silver. Otherwise, why couldn't the court's officials topple Jiang Tu, a mere sycophant?" Jiang Tu's greatest talent was discerning the emperors while always scratching the old sovereign's itch. When other officials spoke, the emperor could be furious enough to kill. When Jiang Tu spoke, the emperor would laugh heartily and eat 2 extra mouthfuls. Jiang Tu's second talent was raising money. He was a master at filling the old emperor's coffers. Just watch, the emperor cannot do without Jiang Tu. With the new year approaching, the old emperor was also short of funds. It was estimated that Jiang Tu would soon be reinstated. Soon the movements at court confirmed Chun Guanlo's judgment. Jiang Tu was reinstated as Copper Secretary of the Ministry of Works. A few days later, the emperor appointed him also as director of the Ministry of Works, in charge of constructing palaces and gardens specifically for the emperor's alchemy. One man now held both the office of raising money and the office of spending it. Such imperial favor, who in the court could compare? On his day off, Lu Daitu came to the Chun household carrying 2 caddies of braised beef to share a drink with Chun Guanlo. The old hen from the Chun residence was transformed into a fragrant roasted chicken through a warm bath, and an array of aromatic spices. Lu Daitu was ravenous, guzzling wine and devouring meat in large portions. Your place is the best, Chintu. The food and drink are exquisite. I could simply move in here. Just call me Chintu. As you wish, stick with what we used to. Call me Xiao Lu. Lu Daitu chuckled. Then I won't stand on ceremony anymore, brother Xiao Lu. Chen Guanlo. He could not be bothered to correct him again, so he focused on filling his stomach first. Lu Daitu gnawed on a chicken leg and muttered, "You are truly miraculous. When you first said Jiang Tu would surely regain his position before the years, and I remained skeptical. But now I have absolute faith in your judgment." You missed Su Fugui's expression when he learned of Jiang Tu's reinstatement. It was absolutely wretched. He likely regrets not heeding your counsel at the time. Should he harbor any regret, it would only be that he did not extract more wealth from the Marquis Manor. Chen Guanlo had a clear understanding of Su Fugui's nature, covetous, lustful, and short-sighted. Have those from the Jia character ward given you any trouble? Lu Daitu asked in a hushed tone, clearly concerned. Chen Guanlo shook his head with a smile. Things are relatively peaceful for now. Lu Daitu voiced his concern. I have heard that this position of yours was fiercely contested back when every guard worth their salt in the Jia character prison was after it. People quietly spent considerable sums arranging connections. Yet you somehow secured the appointment, and many now bear grudges feeling you stole their chance. You'd best be cautious. The waters in the Jia character prison run deep. Thank you for the warning, brother Daitu. If there is anything else they mentioned, please share it with me. Some people are looking to give you a taste of your own medicine. Who? I am not certain. I merely overheard fragments of conversation. In any case, stay vigilant. I have noted your advice. Once Lu Daitu had departed, Chen Guanlo freshened up and carried a small bottle of wine to Scholar Du's residence to seek his counsel. Upon seeing him, Scholar Du immediately displayed an air of heavy sighing. He teased, "What troubles you, Scholar Du? Has someone been causing mischief at the school again? Alas, I fear I may lose my post." "How could that happen? You have taught at the Marquis Estate's private school for many years. Would anyone dare dismiss you?" Scholar Du, do not speak in jest. Scholar Du poured himself a cup of wine. "You are aware, I trust, that the elderly madam of the Marquis Estate was originally a second wife, is that not so?" Chen Guanlo nodded. He was well aware of this fact. "Then you must also know that the eldest master of the Marquis Estate was born to the principal wife, whereas the second and third masters are the madam's own sons." Chen Guanlo nodded again. "Scholar Du, what exactly are you getting at?" With a heavy sigh, the old man replied, "I was originally engaged by the eldest master to serve as tutor. Ever since his injury, he has taken little interest in household affairs. It was then that the second master and his household began taking over management. 2 days past, the second master unexpectedly arrived at the private school for an inspection, and I imagined he might finally take an interest in our affairs. I never suspected the reason was that the young master from the second household had returned home with traces of rouge upon his lips, discovered by the servants. Thus certain parties embellished the tale, claiming the private school had descended into utter chaos, that the young masters had acquired nothing of value in their studies, but had instead picked up a host of disgraceful habits. What a monstrous slander this proves to be. The young masters of the Marquis Estate are precious jewels. How would I dare to discipline them, or even inquire after their conduct? They claim to attend the private school for their studies, yet they never once appear in person. Their attendance is nothing but a fig leaf. Heaven only knows where he was carousing yet when he returned home reeking of cosmetics, and was discovered. He dared cast the blame upon the private school, and upon me of all people. I am unable to clear my name despite 100 mouths. I will concede that my oversight of the private school may have grown somewhat lenient, but such accusations are baseless. How preposterous. Truly absurd." Scholar Du's beard quivered with indignation, furious that the second master refused to hear his defense. With his position seemingly forfeit, the old scholar had been weighed down by despair throughout these past 2 days. The moment Chen Guanlo appeared, Scholar Du felt as though he had found shelter and unburdened his soul entirely. The Marquis Estate boasted 4 generations beneath one roof. None held greater honor than the elderly madam. Next in rank below the madam stood the eldest master, heir to the Marquisate. Yet some years past, a hunting accident saw him thrown from his steed, and his leg shattered, leaving permanent affliction. From that day forth, his disposition transformed entirely, and he retreated from all household matters. The eldest madam suffered chronic ill health, perpetually frail and incapable of attending to affairs. The eldest son of the first branch had secured an official post that kept him perpetually absent from the estate, leaving him no time to meddle in household matters. As for the eldest young mistress, since bearing 2 children, she had become equally consumptive and equally unable to govern. Thus the burden of household management fell upon the second branch. The second master had secured a sinecure at the court of imperial entertainments, yet he scarcely ever attended his duties, preferring instead to linger at home, where he composed verses and drank deeply with literary companions. Or else he would vanish on leisurely excursions lasting 10 days or more. In truth, he was little more than a middle-aged profligate. His son, the second young master of the estate, had proven himself adept at neither letters nor arms. Having secured a sinecure at the yamen, he neglected its duties entirely, and instead devoted himself to managing the household's affairs. He presided over external affairs while his wife managed the interior. In the present day, the second branch held sway over all matters great and small within the Marquis Estate. Meanwhile, the third branch was consumed by their own internal squabbles. The third master was given to pleasure continually, bringing women of all sorts into his household, while the third madam and the concubines of the inner quarters waged ceaseless warfare. All could perceive that the madam showed unmistakable partiality toward the second branch, actively bolstering their position. Indeed, one might suspect she even harbored designs for the second branch to supplant the first entirely. Had the eldest master never suffered his leg injury, the madam would scarcely have entertained such ambitions. Yet fate had dealt the first branch a cruel hand, afflicted by both sickness and maiming, leaving the madam all the more prone to such contemplations. Under the madam's tacit encouragement, the second branch grew ever bolder in their ambition. Naturally, the third branch lent their support to the second, forging an alliance to suppress the first. The Marquis estate had descended into such chaos, all rooted in these very grievances. It was no wonder Scholar Du feared for his position. The second master's treasured grandson, still but a child, had returned from his studies reeking of cosmetics. Who would not be enraged by such conduct? Yet Scholar Du had been personally engaged by the eldest master. What course do you intend to take, Scholar? Can you merely sit at home lamenting, without seeking a resolution? What recourse do I have? The eldest master takes no interest in household matters. The eldest young master is perpetually absent from the estate, and both the eldest madam and young mistress are so consumptive they cannot manage anything. Tell me, what am I to do? Would the eldest master calmly permit the second branch to dismiss you? Chun Guanlo popped a peanut into his mouth. The eldest master is the rightful head of this Marquis estate. While he may neglect other affairs, can he truly remain indifferent when the private school and the welfare of the Chun clan's descendants are at stake? Scholar Du hesitated. Chun Guanlo pressed on. Even if you cannot restrain those unruly youths, do you believe another master would fare any better? Moreover, it was the second young master who set the worst example, corrupting the school's reputation from within. Having studied there myself in years past, I know its failings better than any. My eldest sister could bear it no longer. Fearing I would fall into bad ways, she willingly spent considerable funds to place me under Master Su's tutelage. In truth, Scholar Du, since your arrival, the scholarly atmosphere has already shown improvement. I myself am far better prepared than I was during my own student days. At the very least, there are now pupils who earnestly apply themselves to their studies. During my own student days, the lot of them were good-for-nothings, not one showed promise. Scholar Du appeared to glimpse a ray of hope. Do you genuinely believe the eldest master would intervene in this matter? Whether he chooses to act or not remains to be seen, but you must at least seek an audience with the eldest master and lay out the full circumstances. Regardless of the outcome, you owe it to yourself to make the effort. The bystander sees clearly. Master Du acknowledged Chun Guanlo's suggestion. It was time to fight for his own interests. After all, he couldn't just remain silent and be dismissed by the second master. In this era, things could be either easy or difficult. Finding another post as leisurely, well-paid, and responsibility-free as the Hofu's private school was extremely hard, even in the vast Jingqing. Scholars were abundant, competition fierce. At his advanced age, he had no desire to vie with young students for a mere 2 taels of silver a month. He couldn't bear the disgrace. He would strive to preserve his position at the Hofu if possible. Even if he couldn't, securing the first master's help to find him another job would be good enough. Once Master Du had made up his mind, his mood lightened. He asked Chun Guanlo, have you never thought of paying a visit to the Hofu to reconnect with your relatives? Working at the Tian Lao is no long-term solution. Chun Guanlo smiled. Thank you for your concern, Master Du. I knew from the start that the Tian Lao post was a lowly occupation. However, the pay at the Tian Lao is genuinely good. I need this job now, and I simply want to keep doing it well. Master Du looked at him with a complicated gaze. If you want to change jobs, you have the money now. You could still leverage the Hofu connections. I dare not say much, but with the Hofu's backing and your money, securing a minor 9th-rank official post would be no problem. Chun Guanlo laughed heartily. Would the Hofu even deign to look at me? We're already beyond 5 generations of kinship. If I shamelessly show up at their door, I'd probably be trampled underfoot. A true man can bend and stretch, playing the fool now and then is nothing. Besides, they are your own clan, not strangers. When you see the old madam, you must kneel and pay your respects. Master Du spoke the truth. Kneeling to one's own clan was better than kneeling to outsiders. After all, playing the grandson for one's own family wasn't shameful. Chun Guanlo shook his head repeatedly. Forget it. I'll stick to the Tian Lao for now. I have no intention of switching yamen. Even if you don't switch yamen, you should still build a good relationship with the Hofu. Master Du analyzed for him. Before, when you were poor, staying away from the Hofu was wise. Now that you have money, you should properly establish yourself and find a way to resume contact with the Hofu. Don't expect the Hofu to help you with anything. Just hope that when you encounter difficulties, others will show you some respect and grant you convenience because you are a descendant of the Hofu. Isn't that reasonable? Chun Guanlo nodded. He agreed with Master Du's reasoning, but in his heart, he was reluctant. In his past life, he had groveled enough to clients. He truly didn't want to continue playing the fool in this life. However, perhaps he didn't need to act like a fool. Dealing with the Hofu's stewards only required spending enough money. Then everyone would be good brothers. In times of trouble with these stewards on his side, he could borrow the Hofu's authority. If the stewards proved useless, then even if he begged the 3 masters of the Hofu directly, it would be futile. The 3 masters wouldn't intervene on his behalf. Unless he offered a substantial amount of silver, at least 1,000 taels, they might reluctantly lend a hand. Master Du speaks sense. But the Hofu is currently in chaos. Even if I wanted to curry favor, I have no clue where to start. If I flatter the main branch, the second and third branches will surely be displeased. If I flatter the second branch, the main branch might hold a grudge against me. Difficult, difficult, difficult. I hear the Hofu stewards are divided into several factions. Master Du stroked his beard. I was hired by the first master, so I have no choice but to stick with him through thick and thin. As for you, it depends on what you seek. Currently, the second branch manages the household. If you're not considering the long term, naturally, you should flatter the second branch. Most of the Hofu's stewards have chosen this path. For the long term, the main branch is the heir to the Hofu. You should flatter them early for stability. The old madam is advanced in years, her health declining year by year. One day she will pass. Then the Hofu will face division. No matter how hard the second branch fights, they cannot win against the main branch. They will eventually have to move out. Chen Guanlo nodded repeatedly. Master Du's analysis was well reasoned. Yet he dropped a bombshell. If the main branch has no heirs left, the second branch could win without lifting a finger. Master Du froze, his face gradually turning pale. He hastily set down his wine cup, burped, and said nervously, "Don't talk nonsense like that." Chen Guanlo picked up a peanut, chewed it, and said, "Am I really talking nonsense? Look at what's happened in the Hofu these past few years. Look at the situation of the main branch. Master Du, do you truly believe it's heaven's will?" "What do you mean by that?" "Shallow, you can drink recklessly, but you must not speak recklessly. Disaster comes from the mouth. Remember. Master Du was so anxious he wished he could stuff something into Chen Guanlo's mouth. Chen Guanlo chuckled. "The first madam is in poor health, bedridden, and taking medicine all year. I'll grant she's genuinely weak. But the first young mistress is also weak, also on medicine year-round. Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are sickly, frail as invalids. What a coincidence. Master Du, you've seen much of the world. Have you ever witnessed such a thing in other noble households? The first master has practiced martial arts since childhood. The Hofu rose through military merit. He has so many attendants, guards, and escorts, yet he fell and broke his leg while hunting. Heh, this family is truly cursed. Only the first young master remains, and he's rarely at the mansion. TSK. In the dead of winter, Master Du inexplicably broke out in a cold sweat. Don't talk nonsense like that. I don't know the exact situation of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but I do know about the first master's broken leg. It said that the first master went hunting with other noble lords, vainglorious and reckless, not realizing he was no longer young and his body wasn't what it used to be. That's how he fell from his horse. It was a pure accident. Human hearts usually manifest in the form of accidents. That's a lesson I learned at the Tianlao. Chen Guanlo said with a smile. If it were man-made, the first master would have found out by now. Master Du gritted his teeth and dropped that line heavily. Chen Guanlo nodded. Let's consider it an accident. But the main branch is truly unlucky. Everything goes wrong, either illness or disaster. If one day the main branch is left without heirs, I wouldn't be surprised at all. You. The father and son of the second branch don't have that kind of ability. Stop talking nonsense. The second branch may not have that ability, but the old madam of the Hofu might. Chen Guanlo raised his wine cup and took a sip, smiling. I am a member of the Chen clan. I've heard a bit about how the Hofu's old madam rose to power when she was young. It's not a big secret in the clan. The current old madam of the Hofu was born a concubine. When the old marquis lost his first wife, he intended to take a second wife, and his eye was on the old madam's legitimate elder sister. Something happened in between. In short, the elder sister was eliminated, married far away, and never returned to Jingsheng in her lifetime. Her family was unwilling to give up the marriage connection with the Hofu, so they registered the old madam under the legitimate mother's name, treating her as a legitimate daughter to marry the old marquis as a replacement. At that time, the old madam was only in her teens, yet she managed to turn the tables and marry into the Hofu as the proper madam. What ability could compare? Decades later, her skills have likely become even more refined, reaching the point of killing without a trace. Swordsman warriors, all pale in comparison to her. Master Du wiped the cold sweat from his forehead repeatedly. Your words are quite alarming. Chen Guanlo suggested. When you meet the Grand Master, you might as well bring up what I said today. If the eldest branch remains as before, even if I wished to curry favor with them, circumstances would not allow it. Do you truly believe that the troubles of the eldest branch were orchestrated by the old madam? That seems impossible. If she intended to act, why didn't she do so when the Grand Master was young? Chen Guanlo chuckled lightly as if spinning a tale and said casually, back then the old marquis was still alive and she had to play the role of a virtuous wife. Moreover, the Grand Master was granted the title of heir early on as she saw no opportunity and had no reason to soil her hands. Besides, she was still under the watch of her mother-in-law, so perhaps she had no chance to act. Now the situation is different. The old marquis is gone and the Grand Master is crippled. Ambition changes with time. Things once unthinkable. Now it's not too much to consider them, is it? Taking small cautious steps is not too much, is it? As the most honored person in the marquis's mansion, wanting more is not too much, is it? Master Du shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to believe. All his life he had studied books that taught benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. Books that portrayed women as virtuous homemakers and men as the sole protagonists of the world. He did not understand women. To him, women were simply that bearing children, raising them, and supporting their husbands. He refused to believe that women could be intelligent or cunning. Or perhaps he was unwilling to admit that some women were indeed clever and scheming capable of twisting men around their fingers. Just consider my words nonsense. Seeing Master Do deeply shaken, Chen Guanlo thought it best to say less. The affairs of the inner court of the Marquis's mansion had nothing to do with him. Whether the eldest branch prevailed or the second branch triumphed, it did not conflict with his interests. Even if the entire household were to be executed, he would not be implicated. For the extermination of 3 clans, he would not even qualify for the list. He merely felt that the eldest branch was extraordinarily unlucky. Once could be coincidence, twice perhaps, but 3 times was certainly no coincidence. Especially considering that a marquis surrounded by countless attendants could actually break his leg. In his youth, when he was full of vigor, he did not break his leg. Only when he grew older and more composed did he break it. If there was no human factor behind this, then all those novels, movies, and TV dramas he had consumed over the years would have been wasted. The ancients simply saw too little, received too little information, and had never experienced the information bombardment. They either did not think in that direction or dared not. As an observer, he could freely let his imagination run wild. If he were the old madam, would he have employed some means to gradually erode and destroy the eldest branch? Yes, he certainly would. He would leave the best for his own son. Right and wrong were irrelevant, only his stance mattered. The drinking session left Master Du psychologically scarred, affecting even his healthy heart. The instigator Chen Guanlo acted like one who starts a fire but doesn't care about the consequences. He ate, drank, slept, and the next day went back to his duties. As soon as he arrived at the imperial prison, he heard news of the Jin family's assets being confiscated. He came to cell No. 72 and stood before the door. Today Lord Jin was not reading, presumably because he already knew his family had been raided. His treatment remained unchanged despite the confiscation. The cell still had a bedboard and books, though no writing materials. Lord Jin, take it easy. Chen Guanlo cleared his throat. You've paid your silver, and as long as no orders come from above, I won't make things difficult for you. He was not the type to turn his back on a deal. As long as conditions allowed, he was willing to keep his promises and be a man of his word. His principle was simple: get paid, do the job. Pay accordingly, act accordingly. Lord Jin slowly lifted his head at the sound, startled for a moment before coming to his senses. First he uttered an ah, then said, rest assured, Chief Chen, I will not do anything foolish, nor will I take my own life. Those are your own words. I trust you, Lord Jin. Chen Guanlo emphasized the word trust, hoping the other would also keep his word and not turn the cell into a crime scene. He had just arrived and was genuinely worried whether he could bear the consequences of an official committing suicide in his jurisdiction. He did not want to give Wan Yuli an opportunity to settle scores. Although the swordsman had warned Wan Yuli on his behalf, that did not mean it was a permanent solution. If Wan Yuli one day gained new backing, the first thing he would do would likely be to settle old scores. Therefore, he must avoid leaving any leverage or giving anyone a chance to accuse him of negligence or poor management. He sincerely hoped Lord Jin would hold on until the day of his sentencing. Then whether he lived or died would be the court's business, not his. How is my family? No one tells me anything, Lord Jin asked. Chen Guanlo told him, your family members are under house arrest, but for now they are safe. The 6-fan school usually leaves some leeway. Unlike the embroidered uniform guard, which often employed ruthless tactics, leaving no room for mercy. That was one reason the 6-fan school had a better reputation than the guard. Upon hearing this, Lord Jin breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, it seems being locked up here is actually a blessing. You are right to think that way, Lord Jin. I won't boast, but the wardens of this imperial prison do have their principles and bottom lines. Lord Jin gave a faint wry smile as if he had heard a very amusing joke. Chen Guanlo was displeased. What? He didn't agree. If he had no principles or bottom line, he would have removed the bedboard, taken away the books, served him swill, and starved him for 3 days and 9 meals. Chief Chen, you seem different from the other wardens. Chen Guanlo liked hearing that. He said solemnly, though I am new, I have my own principles. Lord Jin nodded slightly. Blending in with the crowd ensures longevity. Standing out is a great taboo. Do you think I stand out, Lord Jin? You do look different from the other wardens at any rate. Lord Jin twitched the corner of his mouth, attempting a smile to appear harmless, but failed. Now his face was stiff and expressionless. It was truly difficult to smile. Chen Guanlo understood. Perhaps it's because I am too young, so I look different from the others. More energetic. Yes, you are more energetic than the others. Wine, women, wealth, and temper. Once you indulge in any of these, your cultivation will eventually be ruined. The wardens of the imperial prison are steeped in all 4 vices. Each of them wears a weary, listless face, and only their eyes light up at the mention of silver. But you are different. Have you practiced martial arts? I've learned a few fake moves just for show, Chen Guanlo admitted generously. No wonder you look so vigorous. Martial arts training is good. In my youth, I couldn't bear the hardship of martial training, so I chose the civil examination path, becoming a pure scholar. Yet now I find myself in chains, dragging my family down. Lord Jin was full of emotion today, and it seemed he could converse easily with Chen Guanlo, so he spoke more. Lord Jin was particularly sentimental today, and it seemed he could hold a good conversation with Chen Guanlo, so he spoke more freely. Your Excellency must have faith in yourself. Perhaps fortune will turn, and you'll be out one day, Chen Guanlo advised sincerely. As he listened to Jin's words, he felt that the other party had already made the worst preparations in his heart. You're truly afraid I'll die in the imperial prison and implicate you, haha. Jin forced a laugh. Chun Guanlo did not deny it, but instead gave him a piece of news. Jiang Tu has been reinstated to his former post, continuing to serve as the junior minister of the Copper Bureau. Then His Majesty appointed him as a director of the Ministry of Works responsible for constructing palaces and gardens to relieve His Majesty's burdens. Jin's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Why are you telling me this? Nothing much, just letting you know some news from outside. Don't die in the imperial prison for no reason. Jin did not believe it. Officials always like to complicate simple matters and drive complicated matters to the brink. Jiang Tu is merely a favored minister who hasn't even read many books. But Lord Jiang enjoys the emperor's favor more than anyone and understands His Majesty's mind better. Then may I ask Chief Chun, what is His Majesty's mind? Naturally it's money, Chun Guanlo said matter-of-factly. Reality cannot be that simple. The old emperor's heart certainly harbors more than just money. But among things that can please the old emperor, money comes first. With money one can indulge. The old emperor is becoming more and more extravagant, and the money he needs is also increasing. It is both time and fate that Jiang Tu receives imperial favor at this moment. If it had been 10 years earlier, Jiang Tu would have been killed before even seeing the old emperor's face. Chun Guanlo then added, the higher-ups haven't allocated funds to the imperial prison for half a year. It relies entirely on donations from you all to sustain. Jean was angered into laughter, calling extortion and bribery donations. The prison guards are all the same, utterly shameless. However, the word donation sounds nice, saving face for everyone. The truth is often cruel, base, and degenerate. No one wants to bear the reputation of a coward by sending money to the prison guards. Rest assured, Chief Chun. For the time being, I have no intention of dying. Very well. Chun Guanlo left with peace of mind, while instructing his subordinate jailers to keep a close watch on these disgraced officials and report any anomalies promptly. His subordinates were insufficient, so he submitted a request hoping the higher-ups would assign a few more jailers to fill the staff. The request was submitted but vanished into thin air. He didn't urge further bearing the extra burden himself. A new prisoner arrived. Yu Zhaoan, the right deputy censor-in-chief of the censorate, was imprisoned in the imperial prison, directly placed in cell 69 under Chun Guanlo's jurisdiction. After taking the man into custody, he casually asked about Yu Zhaoan's case. May I ask what crime this Lord Yu has committed? How should we treat him? Please enlighten me, sir. The runner from the 6 doors stared at him curiously. New here? Didn't the higher-ups tell you? Chun Guanlo's heart skipped a beat, then he smiled. As you know, sir, the imperial prison is a mess. Delays are common. The runner from the 6 doors looked at him with a half-smile. Prison Warden Fan has the case files. If you want to know what Yu Zhaoan did, ask Prison Warden Fan. I'll only tell you this: he offended His Majesty. Understood. Thank you for informing me, sir. May I ask your honorable name? When would you be free? I would like to prepare a banquet and invite you to grace it with your presence. You want to invite me for a drink? You're quite the opportunist. But if you want to invite me, you must show sincerity. With that, the runner from the 6 doors left. Chun Guanlo. Was this giving him an opportunity, or an opportunity, or an opportunity? He first found Li Dahong and asked about the procedures for receiving prisoners. May I ask if Brother Li is free tonight? I have prepared a banquet at Dishing Tower and would like to invite you. Haha, I'm free. Li Dahong seemed pleased with his obsequiousness. Brother, I heard you've taken in a new prisoner. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Brother Li, you're a great help. Now, the new prisoner I received was originally a censorate official. I'm not sure how to. Don't rush. We'll talk about it tonight. Huh. Chun Guanlo agreed repeatedly, but as he turned around, he cursed inwardly. Damn. He gathered the 4 jailers and found an empty room to ask questions. Tell me, how did Chief Zhao handle new prisoner officials before? In the past, when he was in Prison Block C, there were never this many issues. Prison Block C housed only outlaws of the martial world. What crime they committed didn't matter. What mattered was paying money. Apart from money, everything else was trivial. In Prison Block A, money was important, but other details were equally important. The level of treatment for prisoner officials, the severity of the case. One must have a clear idea of all these. Reporting to Chief Chin previously, when a new prisoner arrived, Chief Zhao would first go to Jailer Wan to inquire about the situation. If there were no special circumstances, he would follow the rules. If the situation was special, he would adapt according to the specifics. Chun Guanlo's head ached as soon as he heard the name Jailer Wan. Apart from Jailer Wan, is there any other way? Does Chief Chun really have a conflict with Jailer Wan? Qian Fugue asked. Chun Guanlo snorted coldly, his eyes fierce, and Qian Fugue immediately shut up. Xiao Jin, being an old hand, tentatively said, if Chief Chen wants to avoid Jailer Wan, I have a suggestion. Tell me. You should cultivate a relationship with Li Shuchuan, who is close to Prison Warden Fan. Li Shuchuan held no official position, but his treatment in the imperial prison was extraordinary. Nominally, he was the steward of the Fan residence, but in reality, he was like Prison Warden Fan's advisor, offering counsel. It was inconvenient to deal directly with Prison Warden Fan. Superiors would certainly be impatient if subordinates came running for advice every time something happened. Thus, Li Shuchuan's role became prominent, relaying information upward and downward. Chun Guanlo nodded repeatedly and said to the 4 jailers, from now on, if you have any ideas or suggestions, speak up boldly. In my place, there is no such thing as trouble coming out of your mouth. Yes. Then how should we arrange Lord Yu's treatment? Follow the rules for now. After I communicate with Advisor Li, will decide whether to adjust. As Chief Chin commands. That evening he invited Li Dahong for a drink. Li Dahong spilled a bit of truth, making him increasingly clear about the unspoken rules of prison block. The next evening he invited advisor Li to a banquet with courtesans, spending a great sum to have the top courtesan accompany them, and attended to advisor Li with utmost comfort. Advisor Li did not let the hospitality go to waste. Xiao Lu, rest assured. This Yu Zhaoan, though from the Jixiao Academy, has a stubborn and harsh temper and has offended many people in officialdom. Just follow the rules and you won't go wrong. Chen Guanluo was still uneasy. But Yu Zhaoan is stubborn and harsh. What if he refuses to pay according to the rules? If he won't pay, his family surely will. We must know how to adapt flexibly. Advisor Li's words suddenly enlightened me. I toast to you, Advisor Li. I'll finish mine, you do as you please. Haha, Xiao Lu has good capacity. Next time I'll host a gathering and you must come. It took Chen Guanluo 2 days to basically understand Yu Zhaoan's situation. The gains over these 2 days were considerable. He had established contact with Advisor Li, who was beside Jailer Fan, and could continue to interact frequently in the future. Li Dahong had accepted his wine and was willing to accommodate him. In case of any matters, they would look out for each other. As for that fellow Yu Zhaoan, the crime he committed in the final analysis was great disrespect, enraging the old emperor. The old emperor rarely attended the morning court, but Yu Zhaoan, oblivious to the consequences, disregarded others' objections, jumped out, pointed at the old emperor's nose, and cursed him loudly for indulging in alchemy and cultivation, neglecting state affairs, allowing the government to decay day by day, and shaming his ancestors. He was just short of directly calling the old emperor fatuous and a great tyrant. The old emperor, his face turning livid with rage, flew into a fury on the spot. He first had Yu Zhaoan beaten with a wooden board, then thrown into the heavenly prison for confinement. He further denounced Yu Zhaoan for lacking reverence for the sovereign and his father, being recklessly audacious and surely being instigated by someone clearly harboring malicious intent. He ordered the relevant authorities to strictly investigate the matter without any negligence. According to the old emperor's intention, he wanted to expand Yu Zhaoan's case into a mass case to round up all the officials who displeased him. However, Yu Zhaoan was after all a member of the censorate, and the censorate by all means did not want this case to expand. The censorate was taking action, and the old emperor's people were also taking action, and the two sides started to wrestle over Yu Zhaoan. The heavenly prison became the center of this case for a time, and the central figure was Yu Zhaoan. Chen Guanluo arrived at cell No. 69 and said, "Is your excellency you getting accustomed to living here?" Yu Zhaoan sat upright on the wooden bed, snorted coldly, and did not even spare Chen Guanluo a glance. In the eyes of that a lowly jailer like Chen Guanluo was not even qualified to speak to him. Chen Guanluo immediately sneered. "It seems your excellency you is living quite well, able to remain calm in the heavenly prison. Truly worthy of an official from the Jixiao Academy." Moreover, Yu Zhaoan was a third-rank martial artist. Third rank. Chen Guanluo was witnessing the formidable bearing of a third-rank martial artist for the first time. It was utterly extraordinary. He ordered the jailer, "Tell the meal server to starve cell No. 69 for a few meals. Only give him swill to drink. Drink it or not. If he didn't, he would die of thirst." Acting cool in the heavenly prison. Did he really think it was a vacation resort for officials? "Chief Chen, is this appropriate?" "That's the Jixiao Academy." "Yes, Chief Chen. After all, this is Class A prison." "That you is a fourth-rank right censor-in-chief with classmates, same-year graduates, and fellow townsmen all over the court. Moreover, I have heard that Yu Zhaoan's wife seems to be related to the Pingjiang Marquis Manor." Chief Chen, think twice. Dealing with a Yu Zhaoan is simple. But the fear is offending the Jixiao Academy. The people from Jixiao Academy are the most clannish and hold grudges the most. Exactly. Offend anyone, but not the people of Jixiao Academy. The Ministry of Justice also has people from Jixiao Academy. If they learn that we have humiliated Yu Zhaoan when they bring charges, none of us will get away with it. The four jailers, speaking one after another, all urged Chen Guanluo to change his decision. Yu Zhaoan was arrogant and tactless, so let him be. After all, the Yu family was sensible enough to know to send silver in. The opening price was 800 taels, and they had already agreed the money would be sent soon. Chen Guanluo gritted his molars. He truly couldn't stand Yu Zhaoan's attitude, still putting on airs even in the heavenly prison. However, offending a third-rank martial artist was indeed unwise. He had been short-tempered these days and hadn't yet adapted to the ways of Class A prison. No wonder everyone said that Class A prison was nothing but money. Being a jailer was damn frustrating. It was nothing like the fun in Class C prison, where if a prisoner dared to confront a jailer, they would end up in the torture chamber. Broken arms and legs were the least of it. He was used to the days in Class C prison where the jailer's word was law. Suddenly arriving in Class A prison as a head jailer, he inevitably had a bit of a temper, bringing out the habits he had developed before, and wanted to teach these disobedient prisoners a lesson. Unfortunately, these prisoners, one after another, had formidable backgrounds. The jailers even had to serve them with polite words, afraid that they might one day regain power, or that their former students and old subordinates outside would seek revenge through connections. For an official to deal with a lowly jailer was like crushing an ant. Seeing the four jailers all looking at him eagerly, he snorted coldly. All right. For now, maintain his current treatment. Remember to urge the Yu family to send the money quickly. The heavenly prison has been short of funds lately, and it's uncertain whose meals might be cut." Seeing Chen Guanluo heeding their advice, the jailers all breathed a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Thank heavens he was a chief who listened to advice. During the rounds they couldn't help but look after Lord Jin to prevent him from getting despondent and dying. Lord Jin in turn advised Chen Guanlo, "I heard that Yu Zhaoan from the censorate has been imprisoned. Yes, a few cells away from you." Lord Jin stood by the wall. In just a few days many white hairs had appeared on his head. He said softly, "Do not offend this man. Because he came from the Jixia Academy?" Chen Guanlo asked back. Lord Jin nodded, "Not only because of the Jixia Academy. Yu Zhaoan and His Highness Prince Jin are fellow disciples having studied under the same master. His Highness Prince Jin's influence in the court is growing, and the right chancellor is also the prince's father-in-law. Now do you understand?" Chen Guanlo clicked his tongue in admiration. A true noble. More than a noble. He can reach the very top with a hand. Lord Jin laughed bitterly. With such a strong background, why haven't Prince Jin and the others made any effort to get him out now that he's in the heavenly prison? You, though you've studied for a few years, do not understand the overt and covert rules of officialdom. Even a prince must consider the timing when rescuing someone. He cannot act entirely on impulse. Yu Zhaoan has offended His Majesty, so we must wait for His Majesty to calm down. And if His Majesty refuses to calm down, what then? Lord Jin chuckled. Then Yu Zhaoan will have to die whether he wants to or not. Sacrificing one Yu Zhaoan to save everyone else. I believe Prince Jin can accept that deal. TSK. Chen Guanlo drew a sharp breath. Lord Jin, your tone suggests you have a grudge against Yu Zhaoan. My being imprisoned this time is all thanks to that Yu. Lord Jin gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill his enemy with his own hands. So it turned out that Lord Jin's imprisonment was caused by Yu Zhaoan leading the impeachment. Between the two, it was a life and death enmity. Chen Guanlo casually remarked, "What were the higher-ups thinking locking you two together? If I can get out, the first thing I'll do is take care of Yu Zhaoan." Lord Jin did not hide his hatred at all. "You just advised me saying Yu Zhaoan has deep background and cannot be offended. Yet you yourself are so impulsive. Old Jin's survival is paramount. You can't act on emotion. We are precious porcelain. There's no need to collide with a piece of iron like him." Chen Guanlo in turn tried to console Lord Jin. Upon hearing this, Lord Jin laughed. "Sometimes I also think rather than being precious porcelain, it would be better to be a piece of iron impervious to swords and spears. Even if you want to become iron, you must wait until you get out first." Before you know it, the new year arrived. Time entered the 46th year of Taixing. In early spring, the capital's weather was still cold during the day and warm at night. People continued to wear thick winter clothes, living at the mercy of the heavens each day. Chen Guanlo finally reached the great perfection of the first chapter of the Xingtian record and began cultivating the second chapter. Then he experienced what it meant to make rapid progress and achieve a qualitative leap. His progress was visible to the naked eye, or it could be said that he advanced 1,000 li in a single day. The joy and sense of accomplishment from the rapid improvement in his strength swept away the gloom of serving in the heavenly prison. If cultivating the first chapter of the Xingtian record was like climbing a snow-covered plateau where death could strike at any moment, then cultivating the second chapter was like strolling leisurely on a level plain, carefree and at ease. Thanks to the longevity Dao fruit combined with the concealment of the Xingtian record, others only saw him as an ordinary martial artist, completely unaware that he possessed internal cultivation techniques. With his increased strength, he felt eager to test himself, impatient to find someone to spar with and assess his true level of ability. Late at night, he disguised himself as a rough, middle-aged martial artist. Looking at his new appearance in the mirror, no one would link the middle-aged man in the glass to the young Chen Guanlo. After masking his face and climbing over the wall, he set out for the route that Steward Liu had to take on his way home. He had already found out that Steward Liu would go out drinking and return home late at night, always taking a shortcut. Steward Liu was at the first rank, and they were merely acquaintances, not close. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he wasn't worried about being recognized. Ambushing in the alley, he waited for Steward Liu's carriage, then suddenly burst out, knocking out the coachman and servant, and charged at Steward Liu inside the carriage. Damn, there were actually two people in the carriage. No matter. Steward Liu, caught off guard, didn't have time to think. He immediately threw up a block to parry the first strike aimed at him. A first-rank martial artist exerted his full strength, engaging in a fierce fight with the assassin in the dim alley. Only a single lantern lay fallen in the corner, casting a faint glimmer of light into the darkness. The surrounding household seemed as if they were all dead. Not a single door opened, and no one even peeked through the cracks. After 10 exchanges, Chen Guanlo decisively withdrew and leaped away to escape. There was no need to continue the fight, for he already had absolute confidence in his victory. A first-rank martial artist was no longer a threat in his eyes. On the 7th move, he had the chance to slay Steward Liu. On the 8th, he could have severed the man's arm. On the 9th, he could have landed a blow to the abdomen, and on the 10th, he simply fainted and left. Having proven himself, there was no need to linger. He left decisively. As for Steward Liu, who stood bewildered in the wind, utterly puzzled by the assassination and overthinking the situation, Chen Guanlo naturally paid him no heed. He was thrilled. Returning home and restoring his original appearance, he gripped his blade, trembling with excitement, savoring the ultimate pleasure. It's time to exchange my weapon. The blade in his hand was too ordinary a common street item. Faced with a true divine weapon, it would snap in two after a single clash. With money on hand, he went to the blacksmith shop the next day and commissioned a suitable weapon. The price was negotiable. The key was that the materials must be of the highest quality. The blacksmith took a deposit and told him to pick up the goods in a month. After finishing his personal affairs, Chun Guanlo went to the heavenly prison for his shift. This month he was on night duty. Night duty was actually quite easy as long as nothing went wrong. When sleepy, one could go to the dormitory behind the duty room to sleep. The duty room of Block A's prison turned into a gambling den every night. Gamblers from Block B and Block C all came. He also saw Lu Datu. After the new year, Lu Datu's head seemed to have grown another size, his face jiggling with fat, but fortunately his appearance still looked honest. They exchanged greetings. Lu Datu was busy gambling and soon became fully immersed in the game. Where there were big stakes, there were also small stakes. Qian Fugue and a few others, after finishing their patrols, joined the lively small stakes gambling game. Everyone warmly invited Chun Guanlo to join them for a few rounds. Chun Guanlo waved his hand repeatedly and declined with a smile. In this life, he had sworn eternal enmity with gambling and drugs. Besides, the stench of the old gamblers was absolutely nauseating. He had no idea how many days they had gone without changing clothes. Yu Zhaoan had been thrown into the heavenly prison for such a long time with neither interrogation nor a single inquiry, as if he had been forgotten. Fortunately, the Yu family occasionally sent money to the prison, so Yu Zhaoan's treatment remained the same. He had a bedboard, bedding, a clean chamber pot, edible food, and books to read. He made several requests for writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone to write with, but Chun Guanlo bluntly refused. The sole reason: the heavenly prison strictly prohibits writing materials. Unless one is about to be escorted to the execution ground or has received orders from above. He operated strictly according to the apparent rules, so no one could reproach him. Moreover, Yu Zhaoan was originally imprisoned because he had offended the old emperor. If he were given writing materials, what if he wrote articles defaming the old emperor, specifically cursing him? Then everyone would be held accountable. The danger must be nipped in the bud. Since his request was denied, Yu Zhaoan wore a long face all day, treating all the jailers coldly. Truly a stone in a latrine, stubborn and repulsive. They had assumed this situation would persist for a long time. But before they knew it, it was March and someone from the censorate arrived. Chun Guanlo was inwardly astonished as he watched the imperial censor enter the heavenly prison. The second person inside Steward Lu's carriage that night was none other than this very censor. An imperial censor and Steward Lu of the Marquis Manor. How did these two get involved? Why were they sharing a carriage in the middle of the night? Could the Marquis Manor also be connected to Yu Zhaoan's case, trying to protect him? He only knew that Yu Zhaoan's wife was a relative of the Marquis Manor. But the Marquis Manor was not a charity. It would not step in to help just because of a family connection. Besides, Prince Jean was Yu Zhaoan's patron. If anyone was to exert influence, it wouldn't be the Marquis Manor. He instructed Xiao Jin, take Censor Su to see Yu Zhaoan and pay close attention to their interactions. Among his four subordinates, Xiao Jin was the most adaptable and resourceful. Though a greasy middle-aged man, he was fairly reliable. Xiao Jin nodded, acknowledged the order, and left. Chun Guanlo waited for news. He waited until Censor Su left before summoning Xiao Jin. Do you know what they talked about? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Chief Chen. Yu Zhaoan wouldn't allow me to approach the cell, so I couldn't hear their conversation. However, they started arguing as they spoke. I saw Yu Zhaoan get angry and punch the wall. Censor Su's expression also turned sour. It seems there's a significant conflict between them. Chun Guanlo had never been in officialdom. His judgments mostly came from the information bombardment of his past life, heavily influenced by countless films and novels. This allowed him to stand on the shoulders of giants and analyze the situation as an outsider. But this time he was a bit uncertain. However, he could seek advice. In the vast heavenly prison, no one was more familiar with Yu Zhaoan than Lord Jin. Chun Guanlo brought a jug of wine to Lord Jin. At the start of the new year, let everyone be a little merry. As long as one's head hasn't been severed, there remains a chance to walk out of the imperial prison. Lord Jin cradled the wine jug as if it were a cherished treasure, carefully taking a sip. What is the situation outside now? Lord Jin was exceedingly eager to understand the affairs beyond the prison walls, to grasp the currents within the court. His case had been lingering to this day without a definitive outcome. Even his own life and death were uncertain to him. Chun Guanlo deliberated for a moment. Jiang Tu spent the night in the imperial palace, and the censors have launched a collective attack against him. In recent days, no event in the court has stirred more commotion than this. Oh, Lord Jin was visibly stunned. Has Jiang Tu lost his mind? Does he not understand the gravity of spending the night in the palace? I heard it was His Majesty who kept him in the palace overnight. After the matter escalated, His Majesty refused to speak up for Jiang Tu, so the censors naturally dismissed this account. Lord Jin chuckled upon hearing this. It seems His Majesty also believes Jiang Tu has been a bit too prominent and needs a reprimand. It's merely a storm. As long as His Majesty still entrusts Jiang Tu with the construction of palaces and gardens, the man named Jiang will be safe. You are perceptive, Lord Jin. Then analyze Yu Zhaoan's situation. Censor Su argued with him. What do you think they discussed? Nothing more than the word yield. Either Yu Zhaoan abandons his principles, submits, and blends with the world, and the Jixiao Academy will find a way to release him. Or the Jixiao Academy and the censorate both intend to forsake him, preparing him for the worst. Indeed, Lord Jin is astute. But could there be a third possibility, such as uneven distribution of interests? Lord Jin shook his head and whispered, the Yu family is immensely wealthy. Yu Zhaoan lacks nothing in terms of money. That is also the foundation of his audacity to insult His Majesty. He fears no investigation. The man has many flaws, but I must admit he has no habit of accepting bribes. Such noble integrity. Lord Jean scoffed at this. Then guess how the Yu family rose from a modest landlord household to local affluence in just a decade or two. Chun Guanlo suddenly understood. Yu Zhaoan indeed did not take money, but his family's estates and businesses had grown to their current scale entirely due to his official rank, reputation, and connections in the bureaucracy. Bribery is not limited to direct monetary gifts. So will the censorate abandon Yu Zhaoan? Lord Jean shook his head. That is hard to judge. If there is no movement from above and the imperial prison is ordered to maintain Yu Zhaoan's treatment, it means the censorate and the Jixiao Academy intend to protect him. Conversely, it means they are abandoning him. I suspect that Censor Su came to see Yu Zhaoan to persuade him to yield and submit a plea of guilt. Once His Majesty's anger subsides, everyone can seize the opportunity to rescue him. Yu Zhaoan has an abominable temper. He will certainly not agree anytime soon. Well, it seems Yu Zhaoan's treatment still needs to be maintained. After finishing his conversation with Lord Jean, Chun Guanlo strolled over to Yu Zhaoan's cell door. Rarely Yu Zhaoan actually deigned to cast him a glance and asked, "What martial art do you practice? Your progress is swift." What? Was he seen through? Impossible, impossible. Chun Guanlo frantically performed self-suggestion to ensure his expression remained unchanged, betraying no trace. "What is your excellency saying? I do not understand." Yu Zhaoan sneered. "I am a third-rank martial artist. Do you think your little tricks can escape my eyes? Do not play clever in front of me, it only makes you look like a clown. The cultivation method of a mere martial artist is not worth my coveting." What a huge misunderstanding. He had never thought that way, nor had he played clever. He was simply feigning ignorance to prevent anyone from detecting the peculiarities about him. "Please calm your anger, your excellency. It is I who fail to appreciate your kindness. Could I be so bold as to ask how you discern my martial progress?" Yu Zhaoan unusually did not disdain his identity as a jailer and generously told him the reason. "Your breathing is long and rhythmic, your eyes are spirited, and your steps are steady and composed." Just from these, Chun Guanlo was curious. Yu Zhaoan glanced at him. "Your hands are strong, and you employ force with method. Is that not enough? Previously your steps were unsteady, clearly the mark of a crude martial artist who had just begun training. Lately I have watched your martial skills advance far faster than others. If you had martial veins, I believe you would have the chance to reach the 5th rank realm." "Thank you, your excellency. Though I lack martial veins, your praise alone is a comfort." Chun Guanlo was quite pleased in his heart. A martial artist, good. It once again proved that even a third-rank martial artist could not see through his true nature, simply taking him for an ordinary martial artist. His joy showed on his face, and his speech carried a festive tone. Yu Zhaoan, seemingly taking a liking to him, continued, "Knowing contentment brings happiness, not bad. Looking at all the jailers in this prison, each is vulgar, unfit for greater tasks, their bodies hollowed out by wine, women, wealth, and temper. Among them you alone are different. You neither indulge in gambling nor drink excessively, and you even practice martial arts to strengthen your body. So diligent, yet trapped in this prison as a jailer. What a waste." Chun Guanlo smiled and said, "Haha, thank you for your kindness, your excellency. This lowly profession of a jailer requires little skill, yet it demands enduring and inner torment and moral scrutiny that others cannot bear, while the body is constantly harmed by the cold and dampness of the prison. Wine, women, wealth, and temper. They may seem vulgar, but given the cost of a shortened lifespan, the humiliation and contempt from others, and the dual damage to body and spirit, one must gain something in return. A jailer seeks nothing else. Only wine, women, wealth, and temper can match these sacrifices." Yu Zhaoan listened to this discourse and showed a look of surprise. He slowly shook his head. "I never expected such reasoning to come from a jailer. I have truly underestimated you. Have you studied?" "I studied for 2 years, but I was not cut out for scholarship and achieved nothing notable." Chun Guanlo admitted frankly. "Only 2 years of study, yet so young and able to articulate such reasoning. Clearly you have considerable talent. I still say it is a pity you are trapped in this prison as a jailer. If I can get out, would you be willing to follow me as a minor clerk?" Chun Guanlo. A heaven-sent opportunity. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. And here the opportunity had arrived. If he were an ordinary man, he would have immediately kowtowed and sworn allegiance, my lord above. But he was not ordinary. He bore the eternal Tao fruit and the mysterious ascension record. How could he dare to linger daily before a shrewd man like Yu Zhaoan? He might deceive him for a year, but could he for 8 or 10? The day his secrets were discovered, death would be near. Therefore he could only refuse with regret. Your excellency does not disdain my vulgarity and is willing to grant me this opportunity. I am deeply grateful. However, I have no intention of leaving the prison for now. I can only thank you for your kindness." "You actually refused me." Yu Zhaoan could scarcely believe it. A mere prison guard had the audacity to spurn his patronage, truly ignorant of what was good for him, rude and insolent. His countenance darkened in an instant. As a third-rate martial artist, his authoritative aura erupted fully. Chun Guanlo felt as though Mount Tai pressed upon him, his entire body rendered immobile. He sensed an invisible force coiling around him, thick with lethal intent and malice, ready to rend him asunder at any moment. That power circled his body ceaselessly. He dared not move, could not move, and most certainly dared not resist. Should he resist, his secret would be laid bare for all to see. Bracing himself with all his strength, he struggled against the crushing pressure, sweat pouring down his forehead, yet he never lowered his head. His mind raced. Was this the power of a third-rate warrior? When might he wield such strength? These wandering thoughts distracted him from the pressure. Though his facial muscles twisted in agony, he still did not bow. In one fleeting moment, the devastating force that had surrounded him vanished entirely. Like a crushing weight lifted, he gripped the wall and gasped wildly, certain his lungs had burst. At the very least, he was alive. This is my wrath, and this is my power. You ungrateful cur. As expected of a lowly prison guard, turning down delicacies to choke on coarse grain, Yu Zhaoan ranted furiously, hurling vile insults. The distinguished vice censor-in-chief barked like a mad dog whose tail had been trampled. Chen Guanlo pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the steady pulse of life, and slowly straightened. My lord, you why fly into such a rage over trifles? I am but a prison guard. I am the one who is ignorant, insolent, and rude. He paused. But my lord, would you not wonder why I refuse to serve at your side? Pearls of fish eyes naturally cannot recognize gold-inlaid jade. Yu Zhaoan spat a vicious curse. Chen Guanlo chuckled darkly. I fear you. He roared in fury. Look at your state. Because I rejected your patronage, you seek my life. Tell me, if I had followed you, would I not err? I am no god. There would come a day when I angered you. They say your temper is foul and unyielding. Could you forgive me once or twice? Would you spare me 5 or 8 times? Rather than gambling on your conscience, it was wiser to refuse from the start and at least preserve my humble life. I did not refuse out of ignorance. I simply wished to live. Yu Zhaoan had never imagined Chen Guanlo would dare oppose him directly. Yet the reasoning offered seemed irrefutable. He knew his own temper better than any man. He was quick to anger, possessed formidable martial strength, and his strikes brought only death or crippling injury. He never considered himself at fault. Anyone who perished beneath his hand deserved their fate. Yet for the first time someone stood before him and openly admitted fear of death, unwillingness to follow, and Yu Zhaoan found himself momentarily stunned. For he had never imagined anyone would forsake such a promising future out of dread. Absurd. What good is being a prison guard? It is base, debauched, a place for worthless scum who deserve scorn. Were you to follow me, I cannot promise you vast prospects, but your status would surely rise. When you returned to the provinces, local officials would treat you as a lord. Yu Zhaoan was not speaking idle words. A censor of his standing had no need to fabricate tales to manipulate a mere prison guard. His regard for Chen Guanlo was genuine, though it had not yet reached the point where deception was necessary. Yet this humble one only wishes to remain in the capital. I harbor no grand ambitions, only the desire for a peaceful existence. Then you deserve to be a prison guard for life. Chen Guanlo fell silent. His counterpart was clearly enraged, humiliated by rejection from such a lowly soul. Chen Guanlo chose not to press the matter and departed with a smile. Yu Zhaoan felt profoundly embarrassed, yet he refused to accept Chen Guanlo's reasoning. Fear him. If one feared him, one should curry favor and serve him diligently, not oppose him. A mere prison guard dared defy him. Chen Guanlo knew full well that by rejecting Yu Zhaoan's offer, trouble would surely follow once Yu Zhaoan emerged from prison. But he was not afraid. Yu Zhaoan was but a mad dog. The best remedy for a mad dog was to kill it, preventing further biting. The prisoner in cell 23 has died, Xiao Jin reported breathlessly. Chen Guanlo sprang to his feet. What happened? He was fine. How could he die? Just when one fears it most, it arrives. Though cell 23 lay outside his jurisdiction, his superiors cared nothing for such distinctions. Every officer on duty bore responsibility. No one is certain, they replied. Chen Guanlo hastened to cell 23. The prisoner lay supine upon the ground, having stopped breathing some time ago. Xiao Jin whispered in his ear, a Ministry of Revenue official. No background, no backing, or perhaps insufficient protection. If you wish, head Chen, I shall investigate and discover who struck the blow. Can you discern the cause of death? Chen Guanlo had served in the heavenly prison for many years, but the dead he had encountered were few. His experience was limited. His shallow experience proved inadequate to determine how the prisoner in cell 23 had died. Leaning close, Xiao Jin murmured. Barring the unexpected, he likely starved first, then burst from overeating. Chen Guanlo visibly paused. Deliberate. Xiao Jin nodded. This was clearly intentional. Someone intended to eliminate the prisoner in cell 23. First reduce the man to the brink of death through starvation, then serve an enormous meal. No direct involvement required. A perfect execution. Should inquiries arise, one could simply claim the prisoner choked, and the matter would be settled. Even a coroner would conclude only death from overeating or choking. The prisoner in cell 23 was merely an insignificant minor official, and his case was not complex. Why eliminate him? Go and investigate the circumstances. Though it lies outside our jurisdiction, we cannot remain deaf and blind while others mock us like monkeys. Chen Guanlo handled the matter calmly. The man was dead. What remained was to manage the aftermath and uncover the cause. And what followed would depend upon that cause. Even if they could only watch from the walls, they needed to understand why. Fear not, head Chen. I shall find someone to investigate immediately. Soon the laborers carried away the corpse, and the gathered guards dispersed to their duties. A prisoner dying in the heavenly prison was hardly unusual. Moreover, the deceased was someone of no consequence. Likely no one above would even inquire. Xiao Jin proved reliable, and by the following day news arrived. The prisoner in cell 23 died for one reason alone: kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Chen Guanlo looked startled. Precisely. He drew a deep breath and asked, "Who is the monkey?" Xiao Jin, already well-informed, replied, "The prisoner in cell 27. Li Shaoqing of the Court of Judicature and Revision. It is him." Chen Guanlo was taken aback. Who ordered this? Chen Guanlo demanded, his mind focused solely on uncovering the mastermind behind the scheme. No official would issue such an order without sufficient incentive or threat, and the jailers would never commit such a self-defeating act. Xiao Jin shook his head slightly. I couldn't find out. Everyone just followed orders. Does Li Dahong know? Chief Li should also be acting on instructions. So it's possible even Warden 1 doesn't know who gave the order. Perhaps Deputy Prison Director Fan knows. Deputy Fan certainly knows who gave the order. To execute a disgraced official in the Imperial Prison, one must go through Deputy Fan. No ordinary jailer would dare bear such a heavy responsibility and casually kill someone. Chen Guanlo snapped. Only through Deputy Fan's involvement would the jailers resort to such a vile method to kill a man without hesitation. He rubbed his brow. I recall prisoner 27 was brought in for a murder case in the Yamen, and he should have paid the fee. Why make an example of him? Chief Chen, you've stumped me. How would I know? Officials always act in secrecy and obscurity. You needn't worry. Since it went through Deputy Fan, the higher-ups won't pursue it. When I came earlier, I saw Li Dahong taking money to the next duty room to gamble. He's not worried, so why should you trouble yourself? Chen Guanlo waved his hand, dismissing Xiao Jin and telling him to attend to his duties well. The next morning after his shift, he encountered Li Dahong at the main gate. Chen Guanlo greeted him, noticing the man's bloodshot eyes, a clear sign of an all-nighter. He casually asked, how did last night go? Win or lose? Damn it, I lost. That bastard Lu Dadu had incredible luck last night. I'll make him treat us another day. You should come too. We'll see. Lu Dadu's luck-won money would be gambled away within 10 days at most. He walked side by side with Li Dahong through the gate. The prisoner in cell 23 is dead. All that matter. It's been handled and the body was returned to the family. Chen Guanlo hesitated. Could we use a gentler method next time? He smiled at the other man as if joking. Li Dahong froze, uncertain whether Chen Guanlo was being serious or just making light of the matter. He let out a chuckle. The lads below were a bit rough. First time seeing it startled you, eh? Indeed, it gave me a shock. Back in the Bingzi prison, I only saw prisoners die from torture. Broken limbs couldn't bear the pain. This was my first time seeing a killing without a blade, yet the scene was more grotesque and terrifying than a bloody mess. I'm not used to it. With this explanation, Li Dahong understood. He naturally assumed Chen Guanlo was young and inexperienced, unable to accept the rules of the Jiazi prison. Everyone had gone through the same initiation. He laughed heartily. Don't worry, you'll get used to it after seeing more. You know the prisoners here are all officials, so we can't use bloody methods. Too much blood, and the officials can't handle it. We have to use a soft knife. No blood, no turmoil. Let me teach you, sometimes a soft kill is more effective at intimidating inmates than a gory scene. Silently and effortlessly you achieve your goal. Chen Guanlo chuckled, acknowledging the point. If you have any unruly prisoners you can't handle, just tell me. I'll take care of it for you. Li Dahong appeared eager to help, looking exceptionally warm-hearted. Chen Guanlo could only manage a laugh. If the need arises, I won't forget you, brotherly. Li Dahong put an arm around his shoulder. That's the spirit. We're brothers eating from the same pot. We should look out for each other, don't you think? This is the Imperial prison. It's normal for a few prisoners to die, right? Back when you served in the Bingzi prison, you beat inmates to a pulp every day, and if they died, it was for nothing. Why should martial artists die while officials live? Don't you agree? Brotherly speaks wisely. All are born of parents, all have one life, and all must die someday. But officials at least have an extra talisman of protection compared to wandering warriors. Aren't you worried about the higher-ups investigating, brotherly? Chen Guanlo feigned curiosity. Li Dahong was happy to enlighten him. You haven't been here long, there are things you don't know. Except for prisoners who are already too ill to survive. The ones even the king of hell can't stop. In normal circumstances, who dies in prison, and how is all carefully arranged. I advise you to get along well with Warden 1. With his support, you'll only benefit. I'd like to, but Warden 1 has to give me the chance. Actually, I'd be content just to have him not make things difficult for me, and I just want to do my duty peacefully. Little brother opportunities are earned. Li Dahong patted Chen Guanlo's shoulder. Some things you'll face sooner or later. Getting on good terms with the higher-ups is never wrong. They parted at the intersection. Back home, Chen Guanlo slept soundly. That night, he disguised himself as a rough old man, put on coarse linen clothes and a bamboo hat, and climbed over the wall under cover of darkness. He hid at the Fan residence. Deputy Prison Director Fan had recently taken a beautiful concubine whom he was said to dote on. Yet late at night, he was not in her chambers, but in his study. A prison deputy, hardly a high-ranking official, staying in his study instead of enjoying his concubine's company. There must be something peculiar. Chen Guanlo concealed himself on the study roof, suppressing his aura, and eavesdropped cautiously. He dared to do so because he was certain that Deputy Fan, a first-rank martial artist, could not detect him. Advisor Li attended Deputy Fan. Master, please don't worry too much. Deputy Fan sighed. I'm not afraid of anything else. Only that I might end up like Prison Deputy Jiang. Prison Deputy Jiang fell because he was careless and not thorough enough, which displeased the higher-ups. You have considered every aspect, master, and handled matters impeccably. There will be no mistakes. Advisor Li urged him repeatedly, not wanting Deputy Fan to muddle his thoughts late at night. In early spring, why not return to the bedroom and embrace the woman instead of vexing himself? The deed was already done. Our regret was useless now. They could only see it through to the end. Deputy Fan was fraught with anxiety, though the matter had gone smoothly. But after it was completed, he grew worried and uncertain. Prisoner 23 has no connections or backing, and the coroner has already examined the body. Everything is fine. Why should you fret, master? I'm not worried about prisoner 23. I'm concerned about what they plan to do next. Currently, His Majesty is obsessed with alchemy, favors Jiang Tu, and neglects state affairs. He is no longer the diligent ruler of earlier years. Worse, the crown prince has fallen out of favor and lost His Majesty's trust while the other princes are restless. If we make a single misstep now, it could mean utter ruin. Shun Guanlo quietly left the Fan Mansion and as usual went about his duties routinely. Every day, he would make a solo inspection of the Jiazi prison, paying particular attention to the condition of cell No. 27. The prisoner in cell No. 27 was in good health, free from illness or misfortune, with no visitors and no interrogations. Everything seemed normal. However, he observed that the prisoner's mental state was becoming increasingly anxious. While chatting with Lord Jin, he casually mentioned Li Shaoying of the Dali Temple. Lord Jin hastily warned him, "Stay far away from that Li fellow. He is a scourge. Be careful not to get tainted and lose your life." Shun Guanlo asked curiously, "Is it that serious? Offending Yu Zhaoan only means that after he gets out he might make things difficult for you, or even take your life. If you get involved with that Li, you might die silently in your home one day without knowing why or who killed you." Shun Guanlo instantly understood. Yu Zhaoan played his cards openly. He was stubborn and proud, disdaining trickery. Even when cursing the old emperor, he did it to his face. If he wanted to kill someone, he would do it himself, openly and uprightly. The matters involving Li Shaoying, however, were played as hidden cards, dark dealings that could not see the light. Behind him, how many people were implicated, how many interests were at play? No one knew. Once entangled, any party might kill the meddler without a trace. Just like the deceased prisoner No. 23, who was killed merely because he was weak. How innocent. Thank you for the warning, Lord Jin. I understand. Lord Jin was pleased to see that he had heeded his advice. Lord Jin, there has been no news about your case. Would you like me to inquire on your behalf? Shun Guanlo intended to return the favor. He was a man of principle. Lord Jin had clarified his doubts several times without causing him trouble. He wanted to reciprocate as it was a small effort that cost nothing. Unexpectedly, Lord Jin refused. As for my case, I have already had my suspicions. You need not specially inquire. Can you get out? Shun Guanlo asked with concern. Lord Jin gave no indication, neither shaking nor nodding his head. He only said, "Everything is fate." Judging by his tone, it seemed rather pessimistic. Entering on charges of corruption, if he gave back the money, he should be able to save his life. Could it be that Lord Jin hadn't fully disgorged the ill-gotten gains, or that he had spent it all and couldn't plug the hole? Shun Guanlo, being young and powerless, could not help much, and could only console him to think positively. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lord Jin let out a scornful laugh. The old emperor is vainglorious, ruthless, and venomous, and now he has developed a love for money. Of the prisoners held in the imperial prison, I dare say that 8 or 9 out of 10 will never get out. Unless they are like Yu Zhaoan, who not only has Prince Jin as his backing, but also the Jixia Academy intervening to rescue him. For people like us without deep backgrounds, as we are locked up, we either die or are completely forgotten in the imperial prison. How many years has the longest held prisoner in the imperial prison been detained? Shun Guanlo knew the answer. In the last few cells of the Jiazi prison, several old prisoners were held. The longest one has been held for nearly 30 years. 30 years. Lord Jin sighed, deeply feeling sympathy for his own kind, and couldn't help but argue for the prisoner who had been detained for nearly 30 years. How many 30-year periods does a person have in life? The prime of youth, the most beautiful time of life, is spent in the sunless prison. Pitiful, lamentable, deplorable, and hateful. If he hadn't studied, if he hadn't entered officialdom, how could he have suffered this calamity? I'm afraid that fellow's family has already forgotten him. Lord Jin need not worry. That official's family still remembers him and regularly sends clothes and money. With family support, he could endure 30 years of imprisonment. Otherwise, he would have either gone mad or died. Please, Captain Shun, convey my regards to that fellow. I would rather die than be imprisoned for 30 years. This was Lord Jin's attitude toward life, resolute and determined. The days in the imperial prison were truly unbearable even for a single day. Although the conditions here were like a vacation compared to the Bingzi prison for the officials who had once wielded power, every moment was torment. That scoundrel Yu Zhaoan, upon seeing Shun Guanlo inspecting the prison, immediately locked his gaze on him. Shun Guanlo could only offer a bitter smile. Lord, you, why bother with a lowly jailer like me? Everyone scolds me for being narrow-minded and vengeful. You'd better watch out. To avoid daily torment, since I am here, now you might as well finish me off and be done with it. Killing an ordinary man like me is nothing but a flick of your fingers. Shun Guanlo stood boldly before the cell door, appearing willing to die, and closed his eyes, waiting for the other to act. Yu Zhaoan was furious. He cursed angrily. You lowly jailer, how dare you scheme against me? You are audacious beyond belief. You are certain that I won't lay a hand on you, especially not in the imperial prison, so you put on this act. You little thief, once I get out, I will not forgive you. Chun Guanlo slowly opened his eyes, slightly furrowed his brow, and questioned, Lord, are you always so malicious in guessing others' intentions? In your eyes are all people harboring ill intentions, all scheming, all evil. If so, you must firmly believe that human nature is inherently evil. Oof. Are you saying that human nature is inherently good? Yu Zhaoan wore a scornful, disdainful expression, his eyes contemptuous, as if mocking Chun Guanlo's naivety. Chun Guanlo chuckled softly. He had roughly figured out Yu Zhaoan's weakness and knew what kind of temper this man had and how to handle him. He said with righteous indignation, I believe that at birth there is neither good nor evil. Have you seen a newborn child, Lord? Teach him good, and he will be good. Teach him evil, and he will be evil. If no one teaches him, the child will follow animal instincts. Instinct is survival. As long as something benefits survival, he will do it regardless of good or evil. Yu Zhaoan was visibly stunned. Clearly he had heard such a viewpoint for the first time. It seemed novel and apparently reasonable. He frowned, pacing irritably 2 circles inside the cell. How can people have no distinction between good and evil? Chun Guanlo laughed inwardly. Throwing out a philosophical question, indeed it hooked Lord Yu. He continued, did you, Lord, from childhood inherently know the distinction between good and evil without being taught? Was it not through the teachings of your tutors and parents that you learned the difference? If you ever have the chance to go to remote mountain areas where there are no tutors, no education, the children there lack guidance. If you observe carefully, you will find that the children there act solely on survival instincts. In such places, what good or evil is there? Yu Zhaoan was clearly perplexed by the concepts of good and evil. In the days that followed, he no longer fixed his murderous gaze upon Chun Guanlo. Chun Guanlo, thank heavens. If this could dispel Yu Zhaoan's desire to kill him, he wouldn't have to risk devising a way to eliminate a third-rank martial artist and a disciple of the Jixia Academy. Let each mind their own business and live in peace. He would continue his official duties while Chun Guanlo remained a jailer. Peace under heaven. As the weather grew hot, the stench in the imperial prison became increasingly unbearable. A disgraced official covered in wounds from torture had to hold his breath every time he passed the cell door. Seeing maggots festering in the wounds and fearing an outbreak of disease, Chun Guanlo ordered the jailers to summon a physician to clean the wounds and apply medicine. Such a small act, yet Warden 1 made a great fuss. He summoned Chun to his office and berated him. Do you have any brains? Do you understand the rules at all? Since when does a lowly jailer get to meddle with matters settled by the higher-ups? Every expenditure in the imperial prison has its quota. Who authorized you to summon a physician and use medicine for a disgraced official? Did you bother to consult me, your warden, before acting so presumptuously? Chun Guanlo, do you still want to be a jailer? Chun Guanlo was hardly the type to break rules out of ignorance. He had to defend himself. Your Excellency, 10 days ago, I submitted a report requesting medication for the tortured officials to prevent an epidemic. Maggots have already appeared in the wounds. If we don't administer medicine, the death of the men is the least of our worries. We risk an epidemic within the prison. Everyone knows the environment of the imperial prison. It is most prone to malignant diseases. Though those incarcerated are disgraced officials who can guarantee that some of them might not be reinstated in the future. To avoid any untoward incidents, I took the necessary measures. So you think you're in the right? Are you accusing me of disregarding the lives of prisoners and jailers and letting the imperial prison fall into an epidemic? Chun Guanlo, how dare you? Warden 1 was beside himself with rage. He knew all along that Chun Guanlo was only obedient on the surface. Beneath it, he was full of cunning schemes, and who knew what mischief he was brewing. Nonsense about an epidemic and untoward incidents. Who was he trying to scare? The imperial prison had survived this way for years. Even if everyone in the capital died, the prison would remain peaceful. Utter rubbish. I meant no such thing. Chun Guanlo slowly bowed his head. Whether you did or not, you know it yourself. Let me tell you, Warda will never be under your command. Since you refuse to follow the rules, I think you no longer need to be the head jailer. Warden 1 finally revealed his true intentions, showing his fox's tail. He had long been seeking a pretext to drive Chun Guanlo out of Ward A, or even out of the imperial prison altogether. But he had never found a good opportunity. Chun Guanlo strictly adhered to all prison regulations, never participated in gambling, performed his duties diligently, distributed money fairly, and knew when to be flexible. This had long vexed Warden 1, who thought of Chun as a stubborn stone in a latrine, hard and stinking. Now finally he had caught Chun in a fault, and he would not be surnamed Wan if he didn't exploit it ruthlessly. Chun Guanlo was equally blunt. I have a clear conscience. If you, Warden 1, cannot stand the sight of me, please transfer me back to Ward C. I will have no objection. Heh. Do you really think Deputy Warden Fan's support makes me powerless? Just you wait. Get out of my sight. Chun Guanlo turned and left without even a farewell, completely disregarding Warden 1's dignity. In a rage, Warden 1 grabbed a document and hurled it at him. As if with eyes in the back of his head, Chun Guanlo caught the flying document and tossed it back, landing it precisely on Warden 1's desk. Warden 1. He was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, he didn't chase after him. He fumed in silence, determined this time to drive the surnamed Chun away. But this matter required Deputy Warden Fan's approval, because Chun was Fan's personal recommendation. As a subordinate, he had to go through the motions and show proper respect to his superior. Chun Guanlo returned to the duty room, seething with anger. Several jailers gathered around him, all worried but silent. Compared to the previous head Zhao Qian Fuguei, and the others much preferred working under head Chen. Chen followed the rules, didn't order people around for personal errands, and never embezzled their money. He paid them exactly what they were owed, neither skimming nor delaying, and never forced them to gamble. In the old days under head Zhao, as soon as they received their wages they were forced to gamble, and each had to lose a certain amount to Zhao before he would let them go. Moreover, because of head Chen their squad had never been fully staffed. As a result, the money they divided among themselves was doubled. These past few months everyone had made a small fortune, and life had been smooth. Just as they were thinking of saving up this year to buy a small courtyard and settle down, who would have expected Warden Wan to stir up trouble again? What a mess. If head Chen left and someone else took over, it would surely be like head Zhao again. Only thinking of lining his pockets not only from the prisoners, but also from the lowly jailers like them. Life would return to its old miserable state, utterly meaningless. Head Chen, why not have a drink with Advisor Li, suggested Xiao Jin. Chun Guanlo remained silent, weighing whether to stay in Ward A or seize this opportunity to jump back to Ward C. Even going to Ward B seemed better than staying in Ward A. But someone who transferred back and forth like him would surely be an oddity in the Imperial prison. He only wanted to blend in with the dust and occasionally attend to private matters. Why was it so difficult? Did anyone die today? Rest assured, head Chen, all is peaceful today. No one died. Thanks to your decisiveness, head Chen, in having the physician treat the tortured prisoners. This damn weather. It's only the 3rd month, yet it's as hot as July or August. The cells stink all day long. Head Chun about Warden Wan. Maybe we can spend some money to avert disaster. Chun Guanlo sneered. Do you all think that the conflict between me and Warden Wan can be resolved with money? The 4 jailers said nothing. Chen continued, if I could produce over 1,000 taels of silver, it might temporarily ease the conflict. But why should I spend so much money? And even if I did, it might not resolve the conflict. This isn't a petty feud, it's a conflict where cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Even if I say I'll let bygones be bygones, would Warden Wan believe me? Hard to say. The jailers were at a loss. Chun Guanlo comforted them. Do your jobs well, and don't let this affect you. It's not so easy for Warden Wan to get rid of me. Disperse all of you. Don't crowd around here. The 4 jailers left the duty room and returned to their posts. Chun Guanlo calculated the silver he had on hand. It was still ample. Going through Advisor Li would certainly work. But the question was, did he really want to stay in Ward A? Chun Guanlo spared no expense, hosting a lavish banquet at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion for Master Li, complete with melodious tunes and fine wine, and even invited the courtesan queen to accompany them. He had made up his mind, he would remain in the first-class prison. The generous rewards of the first-class prison were one reason, but more importantly, he could not concede, could not bow to Jailer Wan. Bowing was easy, but lifting one's head again afterward would be far more difficult. Jailer Wan, wielding his authority like a chicken feather, not only sought to strip him of his post, but also intended to drive him out of the Imperial prison, an unbearable outrage. He had already taken his position, and now he wanted to humiliate him further. Even a saint would lose patience. If he did not retaliate, how would the prison staff view him? Who would show him any respect? As the saying goes, a tree lives by its bark, a man by his face. Even if he could afford to lose face, it must be his own choice, not something forcibly taken from him. After several courses of delicacies and rounds of wine, both men were flushed and warm, in the perfect mood for amiable discussion. You're an interesting fellow. Rest assured I've looked into your matter, and will certainly put in a good word for you with Lord Fan. Thank you, Master Li. Let me toast you. Drink as you please. Haha, I've long heard you have an unquenchable capacity for wine. One day, I must challenge you to a drinking contest. You flatter me, Master Li. I merely rely on youth. You're too modest. The conflict between you and Jailer Wan is known to all in the prison. As for this recent matter, Lord Fan also agrees with your view. This season is prone to epidemics, and it is wise to take precautions. Rest assured, if Jailer Wan thinks he can oust you over this, he is dreaming. Chun Guanlo, upon hearing this, felt half his worry dissipate. Master Li waved his hand, and the courtesan queen gracefully rose, saying, let me brew a pot of tea to help both gentlemen sober up. Please wait a moment. The courtesan queen led the other ladies out of the private room. Chun Guanlo anticipated that Master Li must have something important to discuss with him. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Master Li said, this Imperial prison is a cursed place. Although Lord Fan is the warden, he often has to follow orders from above and feels quite constrained. Chun Guanlo quickly responded, if Lord Fan has any worries, I am willing to share his burden. Master Li nodded approvingly. The lad was astute. You may not know, but recently in Jiangnan there was a major tax rebellion. Those rebels even dared to attack government offices. The situation was initially suppressed, but then some officials from the Shaofu meddled and reported it to His Majesty. Chun Guanlo was momentarily stunned. A tax rebellion among commoners in Jiangnan had nothing to do with the Imperial prison. This connection seemed far-fetched. He couldn't understand it. Master Li, knowing he wouldn't grasp it, continued, do you know who is implicated in this case? Please enlighten me, Master Li. I am dull and cannot guess. Chun Guanlo murmured. Master Li stroked his beard and said with an air of profundity, I will tell you. This case involves Jiang Tu. Lord Jiang. How could that be? Chun Guanlo was puzzled. As far as he knew, Jiang Tu was a native of the capital who had always served there and never been posted elsewhere. Could Jiang Tu's reach extend all the way to Jiangnan? That was the turf of high-ranking court officials. Who would dare to meddle there? Even princes and imperial kinsmen, when making money in Jiangnan, did so discreetly, hiding behind layers of proxies. Master Li chuckled mysteriously. As one of His Majesty's most favored ministers, many are eager to curry favor with Jiang Tu. It was only a matter of time before they caused trouble in Jiangnan. It just so happened to erupt at this moment. May I ask, Master Li, how does this matter relate to Lord Fan and the imperial prison? And what should I do? Master Li was pleased with Chun Guanlo's quick wit. Do you know the prisoner in cell 27? The vice minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Exactly. Lord Fan is worried. The tax rebellion in Jiangnan is also entangled with the Court of Judicial Review. Now do you understand? Chun Guanlo opened his mouth, but said nothing. He needed time to sort out the connections. Earlier, the execution of a chicken to scare the monkeys was meant to intimidate Vice Minister Li of the Court of Judicial Review. Now with the tax rebellion surfacing, Jiang Tu was also implicated. He couldn't help but make a bold guess. Could it be that Vice Minister Li is actually Lord Jiang's man? When did Lord Jiang build such a vast network? Astonishing to have the Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review under his thumb. What are you thinking? Master Li rolled his eyes. Vice Minister Li has nothing to do with Lord Jiang. However, Lord Li once served as a censor in Jiangnan. Chun Guanlo leaned forward slightly and whispered, "Do you mean Master Li to use Vice Minister Li to target Lord Jiang?" Master Li was satisfied. The lad was sharp, catching on instantly. Chun Guanlo was taken aback. Can that work? They are so unrelated. How can they be linked? That's not your concern. What do you want me to do, Master Li? Vice Minister Li should be willing to implicate Lord Jiang. In theory, this should be easy, not requiring his involvement. But Master Li brought it up with such gravity, suggesting the internal affairs were far more complex than he imagined. If we want to implicate Jiang Tu, we cannot bypass Yu Zhaoan. These two once served as officials together, both as censors. Moreover, it may involve officials from Jiangnan. This case is difficult to handle, meaning they wanted Vice Minister Li to bear the entire burden alone. No wonder Vice Minister Li had remained tight-lipped. Taking on this alone would mean his death. The old emperor was unpredictable. Killing a few officials was trivial, especially when it involved his favored minister Jiang Tu. Chun Guanlo put on a troubled expression. But I am not skilled in interrogation or coercion. He truly didn't want to take on this messy task to dirty his own hands. Yet Master Li wouldn't let him off. Lord Fan has difficulties, shouldn't we share his burden? Chun, don't be muddled at a critical moment. At that moment, Chun Guanlo wanted to quit. Damn it. He had only signed up to be a prison guard, not to do dirty work. He didn't know which high official had devised this scheme, using Vice Minister Li's career and life to bring down Jiang Tu. And they might not even succeed in ousting Jiang Tu. In any case, he wasn't optimistic. The old emperor clearly couldn't do without Jiang Tu for now, yet the court ministers insisted on opposing him. Sooner or later, this would cause a major disaster. When that happened, the high-ranking ministers would be safe, but small fry like him would die. Yet if he refused now, he would surely end up on Warden Fan's blacklist. Unless he didn't want to continue working in the imperial prison. The prison was a treasure trove, and he truly couldn't bear to lose this job. He gritted his teeth. May I ask what extent Lord Fan wishes to go to? Master Li was extremely satisfied. The lad was savvy and had a bright future. Fan Yuqing spoke, rendering Wan Yuli's threats null and void. Chun Guanlo's position as head guard remained steadfast. However, this also meant the heavy burden now fell squarely upon his shoulders. Late into the night, the prison guards were all huddled in the duty rooms gambling. Chun Guanlo walked out of the duty room alone, silently, making his way to cell 27. Li Shaoqing was extremely alert. Sensing eyes upon him, he immediately opened his eyes. Recognizing Chun Guanlo at the cell door, he clearly froze, obviously not expecting it to be him. So it is Chief Chun. Not sleeping late at night, not gambling, yet standing before my cell door. Truly terrifying. Li Shaoqing teased as he calmly sat up, displaying remarkable composure. How is your honor Li faring in the imperial prison? Is the food agreeable? If you have any needs, you may voice them. I shall endeavor to accommodate. Chun Guanlo lowered his voice, endeavoring to show goodwill. He had his own plans, and did not wish to threaten people right from the start. He always believed that anything in this world could be negotiated, even grudges rooted in life and death conflicts. As for why he and Wan Yuli did not negotiate, it was simply because neither wished to sit down and talk. Perhaps in Wan Yuli's eyes, Chun Guanlo was not even worthy of a conversation. And in Chun Guanlo's view, Wan Yuli was merely a nobody, not worth discussing. In the imperial prison, everyone survives by their own abilities. Whoever falls on hard times deserves their fate. Li Shaoqing did not stand on ceremony, saying, "Any books will do. Bring several. The books in this cell I've read through countless times already. They've grown tiresome. A minor matter. I shall arrange it tomorrow." Chun Guanlo agreed without hesitation. Li Shaoqing did not ask about his intentions, simply chatting idly. Eventually Chun Guanlo could hold back no longer and asked, "Your honor Li, have you ever contemplated your future?" Such a broad and distant topic. Li Shaoqing smiled knowingly and said, "What future could there possibly be? Simply surviving is enough. Not as promising as officials who graduated from the Jishao Academy." Was he subtly mocking Yu Zhaoan? Both were disgraced officials imprisoned in the imperial prison, yet everyone believed Yu Zhaoan would eventually walk free. He merely lacked an opportune moment. When the aging emperor forgot about the matter or cooled his anger, Yu Zhaoan would submit another petition of apology, and his release would be a certainty. Chen Guanluo dismissed this thought and said, "It's fine to consider it occasionally. The opportunity lies right before you. Only if someone is willing to seize it." Li Shaoqing laughed with delight, mocking him. "So they've sent you as a messenger. Have the higher-ups run out of people? Or are they afraid that getting involved in my case would bring nothing but trouble? Both reasons apply. This messenger is venturing into uncharted territory." Chen Guanluo openly acknowledged, never concealing that he was merely a pawn. But if someone underestimated him because of his role as a pawn, they would find he was not so easily trifled with. Truly rare. Li Shaoqing examined Chen Guanluo once more. "Following the imperial prison's usual methods, you should be dragging me to the torture chamber, now showing me the darkest aspects of this place. Using threats and temptations to achieve your goal. But standing alone at my cell door, what can you possibly accomplish? Simply gambling on an opportunity. Avoiding torture if possible, wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?" Chen Guanluo spoke, candidly demonstrating absolute sincerity. He genuinely had no penchant for torture, no fondness for scenes of blood and gore. He had visited the torture chamber before, and just seeing the various implements there filled him with discomfort. After all, he possessed memories from a past life. He was not entirely native to this world. His values carried the weight of his previous existence. Some adherence to law still lingered in his mind. Even as he was gradually assimilated, he would hold fast to his bottom line. He would endeavor to accomplish tasks within ethical boundaries. Yet when cornered, he could become a villain, fully embracing the despised identity of a lowly prison guard. Li Shaoqing slowly shook his head. "Indeed a newcomer, not as seasoned as the other guards." Chen Guanluo countered, "Jiang Tu will not fall, at least not for now." Li Shaoqing stared at him in utter astonishment, speechless, his eyes wide open. Chen Guanluo took a deep breath and continued, "They want you to be the sacrificial lamb, merely to increase their own certainty. They would never place all their bets on you. You are simply not that important." Li Shaoqing scratched his ear. "Are these words also scripted by your superiors? Who told me is irrelevant. What matters is, I stand on your side. I do not wish to see you endure torture. Why should I trust you?" Li Shaoqing eyed Chen Guanluo with deep suspicion. "I only wish to complete my mission. Matters beyond the task do not interest me, nor do I intend to involve myself. You are my target. I do not wish for my first mission to end in bloodshed. Your Honor, you may doubt my intentions, question my stance, but never doubt my resolve to accomplish this task. Courtesies first, then force. That is my respect for you." Chen Guanluo met his gaze directly, unflinching, without a trace of guilt. Throughout he remained utterly composed. He did not expect his words to necessarily sway the other man. But what if it worked? He had to try. Thus tonight he came bearing sincerity, seeking a mutually beneficial arrangement, only to see if Li Shaoqing would be wise enough to cooperate. The higher-ups wanted Li Shaoqing's pledge of loyalty, demanding he step forward and accuse Jiang Tu. To curry favor with officials above, Fan Yuqing privately took on this task, first employing intimidation as a warning seemingly to no effect, now intending to resort to force. As the newest guard in the Imperial Prison's first-tier cell block, and its head Chen Guanluo was expected to provide his own pledge of loyalty. One could not enjoy benefits without blood on one's hands. This violated the prison's unwritten rules. In the Imperial Prison, no one could remain untouched. Once becoming a guard here, one must learn to be a villain, to become a person drowning in inescapable shame. Let the curses from the outside world become justified. Trying to remain untainted means opposing the prison's way, opposing Fan Yuqing himself. Fan Yuqing was a mere nobody before officials, but among the guards he was an emperor. Life and death hung by a thread at his whim. Chen Guanluo understood clearly that even without the conflict with Wan Yuli, even without Wan Yuli's threats, Master Li would eventually demand his pledge of loyalty. If he wished to make a living in this prison, he had to accept its unspoken rules. Li Shaoqing blinked, seemingly surprised to hear such sincere, insightful words from a prison guard. He curiously asked, "Chief Chen, have you studied? 2 years of private tutoring, but I never made anything of myself. What a pity. What a pity that a scholar would debase himself to become a prison guard." Li Shaoqing approached the cell door, facing Chen Guanluo directly. "Go back and tell those above. If they want my pledge of loyalty, so be it. But I will not be a lackey for others. Offer sufficient benefits. What manner of benefits do you desire? Convey my words to whoever ordered you to do this. They will understand my meaning." With that, Li Shaoqing returned to his bed plank, lay down, closed his eyes, and refused to acknowledge Chen Guanluo any further. Chen Guanluo stood before Fan Yuqing with Li Shiya in attendance. He nodded several times and said, "I dare not deceive you, Your Excellency." This is exactly what Li Shaoqing said. As long as sufficient benefits are provided, he is willing to act according to orders and submit a pledge of allegiance. Fan Yuqing and Li Shiya exchanged a quick glance, then asked, "What do you think he wants as benefits?" Li Shiya dared not presume to guess, but suggested in a low voice, "This matter must be reported to the higher-ups promptly. Oh, let them decide. Master, you only need to follow instructions, and you will be safe." Fan Yuqing nodded, clearly agreeing with Li Shiya's suggestion. He was merely a minor jailer, utterly unqualified to make decisions, let alone participate in them. He would just obediently serve as a tool, collect his due benefits, and smoothly get promoted in a year or two. Fan Yuqing turned to Chen Guanluo and said, "You have done well this time. With your own effort you managed to persuade Li Shaoqing to cooperate. This shows that I was not mistaken about you. When it comes to work, it takes an educated man, sharp-minded and steady-handed. If it had been someone else, they would have simply added another tortured official to the prison, earning a reputation for cruelty. From now on, I will entrust you with more tasks. Work hard. I have high hopes for you. Chen Guanlo quickly expressed his loyalty. Thank you for your patronage, Lord Fan. I will certainly work diligently. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Fan Yuqing waved his hand. Chen Guanlo bowed slightly and withdrew from the office. After he left, Li Shiya approached Fan Yuqing and said, Master, do you truly approve of Chen Guanlo? Isn't he too young? Youth has its advantages. His blood is still warm and he is willing to work. Moreover, he is educated and knows when to advance and retreat rather than being solely obsessed with money. I have heard that he never participates in gambling. You are right, Master. Chen Guanlo indeed never gambles. That is the proper way to conduct oneself. In the future, give him more responsibilities to temper him, as sooner or later he will be able to stand on his own. Chen Guanlo is incredibly fortunate to have gained your appreciation, Master. Haha, I am always happy to promote those beneath me. Fan Yuqing, having played the role of a talent scout, felt quite pleased with himself. Chen Guanlo's competent handling of duties and his excellence among the jailers further proved Fan Yuqing's keen insight and discerning judgment. Such a reputation was built up bit by bit. Although no one cared about the filthy cesspool of the imperial prison, Fan Yuqing was still happy to display his talent for recognizing talent, distinguishing himself from other jailers, and appearing unique. When it comes to officialdom, you never know. A casual move might bring you a smooth career path. Chen Guanlo returned to the imperial prison, informed Li Shaoqing to wait for news, and relayed that he had delivered the message. At the same time, he instructed the jailers under him to take good care of Li Shaoqing. If he has any needs, as long as they are within the rules, try to satisfy them. If other jailers mistreat him, you should do your best to mediate and prevent anyone from humiliating him. Do you understand? Understood. Chief Chen, is it really settled with Wan Yuli? So Chief Chen doesn't have to leave. Rest assured, I will continue to serve in the first ward. Wan Yuli is reasonable and won't make things difficult for me. No one believed this. However, since Chief Chen said so, the jailers naturally echoed him, all praising Wan Yuli as a good official who was most fair in his dealings. When this reached Wan Yuli's ears, he immediately sneered. This Chen fellow sure knows how to play the game. Does he think that speaking well of me behind my back will make me let him off? How naive. In this prison there are lifelong jailers, but no lifelong jailer chiefs. Fan Yuqing will leave sooner or later, and then I'll see if he can still be so arrogant. This time he had suffered a silent loss. He had intended to take the opportunity to deal with Chen Guanlo, but was firmly suppressed by Fan Yuqing, leaving him utterly humiliated. People from the neighboring third ward were all laughing at him, mocking him for trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice, losing face and substance alike. With new grievances added to old one, Yuli's heart was already burning with rage, eager to eliminate Chen Guanlo. But he was not a rash man, without certainty, he would not arrange for anyone to deliberately harass Chen Guanlo. He wanted to strike with a single blow to be beyond reproach. Now he could see that Fan Yuqing was genuinely protecting Chen Guanlo. And Chen Guanlo, with just a few words, had managed to persuade Li Shaoqing, handling the matter brilliantly. Compared to the other jailers who were as dumb as logs, Chen Guanlo was like heaven compared to earth. Before Fan Yuqing left the prison, there was clearly no chance to move against Chen Guanlo. Wan Yuli could only swallow his anger for now. One of his lackeys offered a bad idea. Chief, when shall we find some men to teach that Chen a lesson? He is totally ignorant of the rules and doesn't even know to pay tribute to you. Idiot. Will beating him up help? Can it drive him away? Don't do something that gives others leverage. If you don't act, then don't. But if you do, you must finish the job thoroughly. You are right, Chief Wan. I am dull-witted with a stupid mind and can't think that far. Wan Yuli was quite disgusted with his lackeys. If only you were willing to read more books like Chen Guanlo, who can get things done with just a few words, I wouldn't have to worry so much. All you know is gambling, drinking, and women, not even willing to flip a page of a book. Do you even know 300 characters by now? Almost there. Just a few more characters and I'll reach 300, the lackey said guiltily. Wan Yuli was immediately furious. If you had spent your gambling time and money on reading, how could that Chen fellow have had a chance to show off? Calm down, Chief Wan. It's not that we don't want to improve, but whenever we hold a book our heads spin. We want to learn the characters, but the characters refuse to know us. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Wan Yuli, seeing his underlings, was filled with rage. He waved his arms and said disdainfully, get out, all of you. Don't come here to disgrace yourselves in front of me. After the lackeys had left, Wan Yuli casually picked up a book from the desk and started flipping through it. But after reading just half a page, his head became dizzy and his mind felt like a lump of paste. This book is really hard to read. How can it compare to the loveliness of silver or the tenderness of women? They say that in books there are jade-like beauties and golden houses. He hasn't seen a single one. To hell with reading. No matter how much you read, you still end up as a jailer. With that, he tossed the book aside to gather dust. Anyway, with his knowledge, he was more than qualified to be a jailer. He didn't believe that Chen Guanlo could lord it over him. Chen Guanlo hadn't even thought about lording it over anyone. After finishing his shift, he sauntered home, stopping on the way to buy 2 caddies of braised beef. He planned to visit Du Fuzi later for advice. A tenant had moved into the house of Sister Chuanxiang next door. It was said he was a scholar who had come to the capital to seek guidance from a renowned teacher preparing for the next year's imperial examinations. Due to limited financial means, he had chosen to rent a side room from Sister Chuanxiang. Chuanxiang's sister-in-law was born into servitude within the Marquis' residence, yet she married an outsider. When she wed, the Marquis' household generously released her from her indenture contract. Because of her, her entire family resided in the alley behind the Marquis' residence, allowing them to look after one another and spare themselves from being extorted or beaten by government runners. No matter how formidable those runners might be, they dared not cause trouble on the Marquis' territory. Her husband was a martial artist who served as an escort at a transport company. Recently, he had accompanied a shipment to another region and had not yet returned. Their residence shared the same layout as the Chun family's home, though with an additional side chamber and a small annex room. Perfect for renting out to supplement their household income. Previously, they had mostly rented to small and medium merchants doing business in the capital, but this was the first time they had housed a scholar. Such novelty. Chuanxiang's sister-in-law, usually loud-voiced, suddenly spoke in a much softer, affected tone. Quite remarkable indeed. Chun Guanlo sliced 3 tails of braised meat and brought it to Chuanxiang's family. With 3 children at home, that amount would satisfy their cravings. He also wanted to observe this rare occasion and gauge the new scholar's caliber. Heaven forbid this scholar possess any martial meridians. It would affect his own cultivation. Knocking on the door, he entered Chuanxiang's home. Chuanxiang greeted him enthusiastically. "You came, yet you brought braised meat too." "I've already eaten, thank you. I grabbed something on my way back." The two families were close enough that no formalities were necessary. Chuanxiang did not stand on ceremony with him either. She served tea while attending to household chores and engaging in casual conversation. At that moment, the door to the East Wing chamber opened. The scholarly tenant emerged dressed properly, though sleep still clung to the corners of his eyes, with visible red veins. "Young Master Zhao, why are you up so early today? Would you prefer to eat breakfast outside, or shall I prepare something for you? We have millet at home. I could cook some porridge. Then could I trouble you, landlord, to prepare a bowl of millet porridge and 1 steamer of buns?" Having said this, young Master Zhao gave the money to Chuanxiang. Chuanxiang instructed her eldest child to go out and buy the buns, specifically reminding him to purchase from Zhang's shop. Zhang's establishment used generous portions. The buns were large and quite worthwhile. She also quietly told her eldest to buy an extra steamer for Chun Guanlo. Even the millet porridge was prepared with 2 servings in mind. "This gentleman here." Young Master Zhao had clearly noticed the unfamiliar Chun Guanlo and inquired curiously. Chun Guanlo smiled and introduced himself. "My surname is Chun Guanlo. I live right next door." "Ah." Young Master Zhao was suddenly enlightened. "So you're that young Chun who works at the Imperial prison?" "Exactly. A pleasure to meet you." Young Master Zhao showed no disdain for the jailer's occupation, but neither did he seek closeness, maintaining appropriate social distance. "Young Master Zhao, where are you from?" Chun Guanlo inquired about his background. Zhao neither concealed nor showed wariness. "My home is in Fuzhou." "Fuzhou is a fine place. Have you grown accustomed to the capital?" "The cuisine here differs greatly from Fuzhou's." "Not bad. This isn't my first time traveling. I'm quite adaptable." Young Master Zhao was rather proud of himself. A young man in his 20s, still in the stage of enjoying self-display. Chun Guanlo could see that his counterpart had no martial meridians and had never practiced cultivation, which put his mind at ease early on. "Young Master Zhao, should you encounter any troubles in the capital, please do tell me without reservation. Matters on the streets, I can still be of some help." He did not make grand promises, only saying he could help with street matters. The implication was that official affairs were beyond his capability. Upon hearing this, young Master Zhao immediately warmed to him and offered to treat him to drinks. Chun Guanlo agreed, saying they would share drinks another day when he had time, and he would introduce him to the capital's customs. Seizing the midday hour, Chun Guanlo headed to Teacher Du's residence. Teacher Du's wife was in their hometown, and so were his children. Only an elderly servant attended to him. Each time Chun Guanlo visited, he was overjoyed. It was not merely because Chun Guanlo always brought wine and food, but also because the old man and young man could converse harmoniously. Teacher Du taught at the Marquis' residence and often felt lonely. He had no one to talk with nearby. Chun Guanlo's arrival filled that void, making his life more vibrant. Upon seeing his guest, Teacher Du warmly welcomed him, instructing the servant to bring the braised beef to the kitchen for slicing and serving. They would also prepare 2 additional dishes. Today, he was in high spirits. "Last time I was greatly helped by your advice. A few days ago, I went to see the eldest master." Chun Guanlo was also curious and asked, "What did the eldest master say? Did he make any statement?" Teacher Du spoke with deep feeling. "Upon learning of my situation, the eldest master told me to teach with peace of mind and not to worry about the second master. He also said he trusted my character and scholarship, and that if anything arose at the private school, I could report directly to him." "Congratulations, Teacher Du. From now on, you needn't worry about the second master finding fault with you, nor fear losing your position at the Marquis' private school." Chun Guanlo celebrated Teacher Du's good fortune, and his own as well. Teacher Du's scholarship was excellent, and for the time being, he did not wish to find another mentor. Teacher Du laughed heartily, quite pleased with himself. He raised his wine cup, and the old man and the young man drank together. As the two drank until they were flushed with wine, Teacher Du mentioned another matter. "What you said last time truly frightened me half to death. When I met the eldest master, I boldly brought up those suggestions of yours. The eldest master's expression grew displeased, and I dared not say much more. However, I believe those words must have reached the eldest master's ears. Having said this, Teacher Du glanced around, and lowering his voice continued, "A few days ago, I heard that the Marquis's residence changed the physician attending to the eldest madam and the young madam. I hear the prescription was even altered." Shun Guanlo picked up a slice of braised beef, smiling. "Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are sickly. I suspected something was amiss." As expected, the eldest master replaced the physician. "Did the old madam of the residence say anything?" "I hear the old madam took the opportunity to scold several servant women and also reprimanded the second young miss of the residence, saying her manners needed work. By the way, the second young miss belongs to the eldest household. Though born of a concubine, she was raised under the eldest madam's name from childhood, treated as if she were the legitimate daughter." Upon hearing this, Chun Guanlo immediately scoffed. "The old madam is panicking. When people panic, they make mistakes. See, she's reprimanding servants and the second young miss. These actions seen through the eldest master's eyes will inevitably make him think twice. However, the old madam has a robust constitution and occupies the moral high ground of filial piety. The struggle within the Marquis's residence is far from over." Teacher Du clicked his tongue. "I think so too. A marvel that someone so young could think so deeply. Where did you learn this?" "Have you forgotten, teacher? I spent a few years making a living with my elder sister at the Su household. I learned a thing or two about reading people's hearts. Now I work at the Imperial Prison." "The Imperial Prison? What demons and spirits doesn't it house? Without 108 cunning hearts, one would have been sold long ago. How could the Imperial Prison be so perilous?" Teacher Du did not quite understand. In the common understanding, weren't Imperial Prison guards merely tasked with watching prisoners? Where did the need for scheming come in? Scheming was something only officials needed to worry about. Chun Guanlo snorted and spoke aloud. "The perils of the heavenly prison are no less than those of officialdom. It is simply that we jailers are insignificant figures, and no one pays us any heed. Naturally, such matters never reach the outside world. The common folk regard us as cruel and contemptible, a swarm of insatiable pests. Little do they know that along with our wages, we also shoulder enormous risks. Moreover, the lion's share of the money goes upward, while we take all the blame." After listening, Scholar Du sighed and murmured, "No trade is easy. Even street vendors must expend effort cultivating good relations with the constables, lest their stalls be overturned and their livelihood destroyed. Come, let this old man toast you." Shun Guanlo hastily replied, "Scholar, you must not do this. I ought to be the one toasting you. Though I never had the honor of studying under your guidance, these past few months of your instruction have modestly advanced my learning. I have found that reading more does prove useful. At least when conversing with the gentlemen confined in these cells, they are willing to lend an ear and deign to cast a proper glance my way." Scholar Du burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this, and asked curiously, "Those imprisoned officials still behave so arrogantly even after being sent to the heavenly prison? Don't they fear we jailers might make things difficult for them?" It was idle chatter after all, and sharing the truth with a touch of exaggeration was harmless. Chun Guanlo sighed deeply. What a hard life a jailer leads. Who would dare harass them? They might be reinstated to their former posts at any moment. With a single glance or word from them, they could easily ruin our rice bowls. Not only must we not trouble them, we must serve them as though they were lords. Tell me, aren't we in a dire predicament? Indeed, difficult, most difficult. Scholar Du rocked his head back and forth, suddenly struck by a spark of inspiration and eager to pick up his brush and write. Chun Guanlo eagerly volunteered to grind the ink, longing to see what would emerge. Scholar Du had intended to compose an elegant essay, and inspiration seemed to have arrived, yet once he set brush to paper, only the opening came before the rest dissolved into nothing. Chun Guanlo grew anxious watching him, but dared not urge him on. Instead, he offered comfort, saying, "A fine composition is naturally wrought by heaven and grasped by adept hands in moments of inspiration. With master, your mind holds certainty, and your breast conceals valleys and ridges. You will surely produce a masterpiece. The daylight is too bright now, lacking somewhat the atmosphere conducive to writing. One must wait until nightfall, when the deep night stands silent, and then thoughts will surely gush forth like a spring. Xiaolu, you speak beautifully, especially those first two lines. A fine composition is naturally wrought by heaven and grasped by adept hands. Excellent, excellent, truly excellent. I never imagined you possessed such talent for verse. It is a profound pity you did not persist in your studies, otherwise you might well have secured an academic degree. Scholar, do not mock me. I have already entered the heavenly prison and become a jailer. What qualification would I have to take the imperial examinations? When the official masters investigated my background, they rejected me on the spot. I am better off being self-aware and keeping my distance from circles of scholars, lest I soil their eyes and invite their contempt." Shun Guanlo wore a self-mocking expression. His status as a law-abiding commoner meant he could fully qualify for the examinations, yet he had chosen to pursue the despised profession of jailer. Others would furrow their brows upon hearing his occupation. This was especially true for scholars who held themselves in particularly high esteem. Not every scholar was like Scholar Su, Scholar Du, or young Master Zhao, who did not disdain jailers. In truth, his status as a commoner had already been sullied, no longer entirely pure. The world presumed that jailers had dirty hands and black hearts, that they had partaken in numerous sordid affairs such as murder and bribery. Could one who had taken a life be called pure? Do not insult the very word purity and invite ridicule. Scholar Du felt profound regret and sighed along with him. What a pity. Why did you specifically enter the heavenly prison and take up this degrading occupation? A pity, truly a pity. Chen Guanluo was remarkably open-minded. Though everyone pitied him for entering the heavenly prison and choosing to degrade himself, he embraced it with sweetness. Without the heavenly prison, this treasury, where would he have had the opportunity to practice martial arts, let alone obtain the profound martial manual, Shengtian Lu? Having practiced for less than a year, he was already able to defeat a first-rank martial artist. Though he could not flaunt it, his heart felt an extraordinary thrill, a secret delight. And such secret enjoyment was the highest pleasure. No one could comprehend how much he treasured his position as a jailer in the heavenly prison. What did it matter that jailers held lowly status? In a world that revered martial arts, only the powerful in the martial path could proudly triumph over all beneath the heavens. Moreover, possessing the Tao fruit of longevity, there was no better place for him to conceal himself than the heavenly prison. He said with nonchalance, there is nothing to regret. Only by letting go can one gain. At that time I was so destitute I possessed nothing but my undergarments, watching my rice pot go empty. It was this profession of jailer that relieved my urgent distress and allowed me to accumulate savings so that every 3 or 5 days I could enjoy a meal of meat and drink a pot of wine. Had I not entered this trade, I would not know which merchant house I would be bent over serving tea and pouring water, earning merely enough to scrape by. I could neither enrich myself, nor assist my eldest sister, nor even have the opportunity to come to you, scholar, to inquire about learning. That is going too far, far too far. Scholar Du waved his hands repeatedly. He was no glutton, of a few taels of meat and 2 liang of wine would suffice. He had never expected to receive much wealth from Chen Guanluo. Seeing that Scholar Du had misunderstood, Chen Guanluo hurriedly explained, if I were employed in a merchant house, I would be busy from dawn till dusk. Even if I harbored the intention to come to you, scholar, to study, I would have neither the time nor the inclination. How is this like the present, with 3 rotating shifts, returning home as soon as my duty ends? I have money and leisure. Aside from my lowly status, I cannot imagine being more carefree. Carefree indeed, yet it wastes your talents and learning. Where would I have any talents or learning? Chen Guanluo firmly refused to admit he possessed either. He would rather be taken for an illiterate. Why must Xiao Lu be so self-deprecating? This old man has conversed with you for quite some time and knows roughly your measure. Although your foundation in learning is not firmly laid and your basics are insufficiently solid, but you excel in flexible thinking, able to draw inferences about one instance from 3 others, unbound by convention, possessing ideas, independent judgment, and insight. These are precisely what scholars today most urgently lack. If you could invest more time strengthening your fundamentals, I would not dare say you could become a jinsher, but a jiren is still within reach. Chen Guanluo never expected Scholar Du to hold such a lofty opinion of him, actually claiming he possessed the talent of a jiren. His heart swelled with joy, exceedingly pleased. To be appreciated and praised by others was always a delightful matter. No wonder the old emperor loved to hear flattering words of officials who spoke the truth, were never given heavy responsibilities. Sometimes the truth was simply too harsh to bear. That wretch Jiang too could gain the emperor's favor. Speaking of nothing else, his emotional intelligence must have been exceptionally high, and his words must have been particularly eloquent. Only when the sky had grown dim did he finally leave Scholar Du's residence. Carrying a touch of intoxication, he threaded through streets and alleys, making his way toward his own home. From afar he spied Lu Xiaochuan, the gate servant of Steward Lu's household, leaning against a wall with the air of one about to stir up trouble. He approached and offered a greeting. Lu Xiaoga, are you not on duty today? What are you doing here? Lu Xiaochuan was momentarily startled upon being called by name. Turning around to see it was Chen Guanluo, he instantly relaxed. Oh, it's brother Xiaochun. Are you not on duty today? I've been working the night shift these past few days. I haven't yet reached my turn. What are you doing here, acting so sneakily? By now Chen Guanluo was at least a squad leader with money in his hands, and most crucially, he had already repaid Steward Lu's kindness. Therefore, when speaking with Lu Xiaochuan, he felt no need to hold back, and naturally said whatever was on his mind. Chill, they're coming. Lu Xiaochuan quickly pulled Chen Guanluo to hide in the corner of the wall. Who was approaching? Chen Guanluo was quite puzzled. Just then a horse-drawn carriage turned into the intersection ahead. Suddenly over 10 toughs emerged from both sides of the alleyway, wielding clubs and smashing them toward the carriage. The horse was spooked and neighed loudly. The driver struggled to control the reins. A person emerged from the carriage. It was a young, handsome gentleman. The young man knew some martial arts. He snatched a club from one of the toughs and began fighting with the group. What's going on? Did you set this up? Chen Guanluo asked Lu Xiaochuan. As expected, these thugs were under Lu Xiaochuan's command, waiting in the alleyway to ambush and attack. Someone offended you, and you specifically ambushed them. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled scornfully. It wasn't offending me. It was offending the second young mistress. I'm just following orders, settling a score for the second young mistress. Care to guess who it is? Who? A relative of the first young mistress from her maiden family. He came to the capital recently, and is staying at the Marquis Manor. This young man thought his wit made him above meddling, but he interfered and ruined the second young mistress's plans. She's quick to anger, so she ordered us to teach him a lesson. I figured a good beating would suffice. Be careful not to injure him badly. Don't worry. He knows martial arts. He won't be seriously hurt. He'd already planned to collect his reward from the second young mistress afterward. At that moment the young man roared, "The second young master of the city patrol censor's household is here. Who dares lay a hand?" The city patrol censor held a low rank, but wielded tremendous influence. In recent years most of the capital's major cases had been instigated by those censors. When they struck, heads rolled by the dozens. Even the dimmest thugs froze at the mention of the censor's second young master. They all turned toward Lu Xiaochuan, who was hiding in the corner waiting for his orders. Lu Xiaochuan's heart skipped a beat. Why would the censor's second young master be in that carriage? And which censor was it? It couldn't possibly be Censor Zhang. He couldn't understand how someone surnamed Yi had become such close acquaintances with the censor's son that they were sharing a carriage. The man named Yi had only arrived in the capital a little over a month ago, yet he'd already forged a friendship with the censor's second son, close enough to ride together in the same carriage. While Lu Xiaochuan was lost in thought, another young gentleman emerged from the carriage clutching his forehead and groaning in pain. Seeing the carriage surrounded by thugs and Lord Yi injured, he immediately bellowed, "In the capital beneath the sun of heaven's rule in broad daylight you dare to ambush a carriage, looking for death. Why are you still standing there? Run!" Chun Guanlo punched Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder to snap him out of it. "Didn't you agree on a retreat signal beforehand? Good luck to yourself." He made a quick decision to distance himself from the scene and avoid getting entangled in this mess. Warning Lu Xiaochuan was already the utmost kindness he could offer. There was no way he was going to help Lu Xiaochuan extricate himself. His ambition was to become a grandmaster of martial arts. He needed to keep a low profile. Standing out served no purpose to him. Besides, he owed nothing to Steward Lu and certainly nothing to Lu Xiaochuan. He retreated decisively. Realizing his mistake after Chun Guanlo's warning, Lu Xiaochuan cried out and bolted. The thugs saw him flee and followed suit, disappearing in a flash. Lord Yi declared angrily, "I know exactly who they are. They may run, but they can't escape their fate. Brother Zhang, are you injured?" "I took a couple of falls, but nothing serious." "Old Yi, these men were clearly targeting you. It seems your life at the Marquis Manor isn't easy. Would you like me to speak on your behalf? With my backing, the manor wouldn't dare protect them." "Thank you, Brother Zhang. Perhaps you could accompany me back to the manor for treatment and have a physician examine the injuries properly." Lord Yi was no pushover. If the second young mistress made the first move, he would make the 15th. He was fighting for himself, but also on behalf of his older cousin. His cousin was the first young mistress of the Marquis Manor, constantly suppressed by the second young mistress, an injustice he couldn't tolerate. As a member of her maiden family, he felt compelled to defend her. When the first young mistress learned her cousin had been ambushed at the entrance to the alley outside the manor, she was furious. Though the attackers were unfamiliar faces, everyone in the manor knew Lu Xiaochuan. He was Steward Lu's man. Steward Lu was entirely devoted to the second branch. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by the second young mistress. Without her tacit approval, Lu Xiaochuan wouldn't have dared to ambush and assault anyone. The first young mistress immediately caused a scene, running to the matriarch, wailing and pleading, claiming the manor was giving her no way to survive and trying to force her to death. "I've been bedridden from illness for years and already surrendered the household management to the second branch, yet they still won't let me be. Now they won't even spare my own cousin. You might as well give me poison wine and end my suffering." The matriarch had initially intended to smooth things over, minimizing the incident. But when she learned that the second young master of the Zhang censor's household was also in the carriage and had been struck on the head, leaving a large bump, she was immediately alarmed. She dispatched someone to summon the eldest master, hoping he could rein in the first young mistress, and present gifts to apologize to the censor Zhang's family, thereby resolving the matter. The eldest master made excuses about being unwell and went into hiding. It was clear he wanted the first young mistress to continue her uproar. The bigger the scandal, the better it served his purposes. The second branch was bullying them far too ruthlessly. The second young mistress had grown increasingly domineering and arrogant, refusing to tolerate even relatives from her sister-in-law's maiden family. Not accepting them was one thing, but sending men to ambush and assault them was absolutely outrageous, absurd, and shamelessly arrogant. Were they truly bullying the first branch because there was no one to stand up for them? And the first branch's relatives were implicated as well. Most alarming of all was the fact that Lord Yi had become friends with the second young master of the censor Zhang's household. This young man was formidable. In such a short time, he had already befriended the son of a powerful official in the capital. His social prowess far exceeded that of the young masters of the Marquis Manor. The matriarch's head pounded from the first young mistress's clamor, compounded by the involvement of the Zhang censor's second young master. Even if the censor showed magnanimity and let it go, the manor had to take a position. In reality, Censor Zhang was notorious for his narrow-mindedness and vicious temper, likened to a mad dog that bit without reason. This forced the matriarch to make a decisive ruling. Consequently, every thug involved in the assault was arrested and sent to the capital's prison. Lu Xiaochuan, as the ringleader, was imprisoned in the Imperial Prison, confined to cell block B. Upon learning that Lu Xiaochuan had been sent to the Imperial Prison, Chun Guanlo specially came to visit him, bringing wine and food. When Lu Xiaochuan saw Chun Guanlo, he was overcome with emotion, nearly in tears, as if seeing a long-lost relative. "Xiaochun, Brother Chun, you're the only one who hasn't forgotten me." Chun Guanlo handed him the wine and food. "Eat. I know conditions here aren't kind, so I brought these specially. I never imagined you'd be the first from the manor to end up in the Imperial Prison." Lu Xiaochuan gnawed on the chicken leg as he spoke. When Steward Lu originally arranged for you to take a post in the prison, he said if anyone from the manor ever ended up incarcerated, at least there'd be a trusted ally to look out for you. I never expected those words to prove so quickly fulfilled. Doesn't Steward Lu protect you? You were handling affairs for the second young mistress. When trouble arose, why didn't she stand up for you? Chen Guanlo asked, extremely curious. Although he could guess some of the situation inside the Marquis' mansion, it was never as vivid as hearing it from a first-hand witness. People, after all, love gossip, especially about someone's misfortune or a family feud. Such gossip is always the most marketable. After all, he and the Marquis' mansion shared the same ancestor, both surnamed Chun. Was it too much for a Chun to watch another Chun's internal strife as a joke? It was just a bit of amusement to spice up the dull days. Things got out of hand. The first young mistress wailed and cried, running to the old madam, threatening to die. The elder master didn't intervene, and the elder madam paid no heed. And there was also the second young master of Sensor Zhang's family. Attacked from both sides, the old madam was forced to take drastic measures. The second young mistress was so angry, she took to her bed. I, a mere servant, could only spend some time in the imperial prison. Only when the matter is settled and Sensor Zhang's anger has subsided can I be released. Lu Xiaochuan sighed repeatedly. He was truly unlucky. He had thought it was a surefire task, but who could have expected to run into the second young master of Sensor Zhang's family? It got him thrown into the imperial prison. Did the second young mistress give you any compensation? Chen Guanlo asked nosily. Compensation? None at all. Not having me beaten to death was already extraordinary mercy. Lu Xiaochuan was full of frustration. Having messed up the task so badly, even Steward Lu despised him. He said aggrievedly, how was I supposed to know that the second young master of Sensor Zhang's family was also in the carriage? If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to act, even if I had 100 times the courage. That's not right. The second young mistress is too unrefined in her ways. Whether the task was accomplished or not, now that you're in the imperial prison bearing the blame for her, she should at least give you some compensation. She's so stingy, who will be willing to share her burdens in the future? As the steward's wife of the Marquis' mansion, she doesn't lack this bit of silver. Chen Guanlo spoke up for Lu Xiaochuan, while also stirring up a bit of resentment. After all, a spectator is never afraid of a big scene. Just fan the flames relentlessly. The second young mistress loves silver above all. Since I botched the job, not getting a beating was already merciful. How could I dare hope for compensation? Brother Chen, don't mock me. I'm so miserable now. I just hope to avoid torture and get out safely. TSK. Chen Guanlo shook his head, feeling sympathy. I pity you truly. The failure of the task wasn't your fault. Didn't Steward Lu bribe the prison for you? I see your cell doesn't even have a bedboard, just a layer of straw. How can you sleep at night? Lu Xiaochuan looked at the condition of the cell, almost in tears, gazing pitifully at Chen Guanlo. Chen Guanlo put on a look of sympathy and indignation. Don't worry. If Steward Lu won't arrange things for you, I will. I'll talk to the jailers here in a moment and ask them to take good care of you. Brother, you're my real brother. Lu Xiaochuan was deeply moved, tears streaming down his face, almost pulling Chen Guanlo to swear brotherhood, becoming sworn brothers with no blood ties. Chen Guanlo, however, would not let him succeed. He quietly shook off Lu Xiaochuan's hand. He had no intention of becoming sworn brothers with a Lu. Someone who could cause such a big mess by intercepting an official. What could you expect from him? He didn't scout beforehand, and after the incident, he didn't know how to clean up the mess. With such handling skills, he deserved to be in the imperial prison. Of course, the second young mistress's harshness and ingratitude also deserved criticism. Unexpectedly, the first young mistress, who had always been inconspicuous, could be so bold in a critical moment. Even the old madam was forced into a corner by her. In the future, if the first young mistress could recover her health, it was estimated that even the second young mistress would be no match for her. The main branch and the second branch would have plenty of trouble ahead. Early the next morning, Chen Guanlo finished his shift and went home to rest, only to find a carriage blocking his gate. He was puzzled. His doorstep had always been quiet. This was the first time he encountered a carriage blocking the gate. Quite unusual. At that moment, the carriage door opened and a slender, fair hand reached out. Truly beautiful. His gaze slowly moved up from the hand, revealing a familiar, yet alluring face, none other than Lu Wanshur, Steward Lu's wife. Madam, why have you come? If you had something to say, you could have sent a message. How could I trouble you to come in person? Chen Guanlo immediately approached. A faint fragrance emanated from Lu Wanshur, reminiscent of peach blossoms. Her waist belt was tied tightly, accentuating her curvaceous figure, and a waist so slender one could almost encircle it with one hand. Steward Lu was truly fortunate and had good taste. Chen Guanlo appreciated the charms of such women. He was intoxicated by the fragrance and didn't want to extricate himself. Why don't you welcome me? Lu Wanshur looked at him with a half smile. How could that be? Madam is a distinguished guest I could never invite upon. I've been hoping every day, never expecting it to come true today. If Madam doesn't mind, please come inside for a chat. All right. I've never seen what a single man's house looks like. Lu Wanshur's eyes fluttered, drifting to Chen Guanlo's face, soul-stealing. All her alluring charm resided in her eyes. Chen Guanlo stared at her face, then extended his hand. Lu Wanshur hesitated for a moment, then smiled, and placed her slender hand on his, letting him help her down from the carriage. The maid Xiaojuan secretly stuck out her tongue. Only after Lu Wanshur had descended from the carriage did she come forward to help, just for show. As they entered the courtyard and the gate closed, neighbors from the entire street almost simultaneously opened their doors and stuck out their heads, both men and women. Chun Guanlo loved to hear gossip about the Marquis's mansion, but now he had become the subject of gossip himself. With ulterior motives, Chun Guanlo directly invited Lu Wanshi into his small study, and then ordered Xiaojuan to boil water and brew tea. Xiaojuan. She was here as a guest accompanying the madam, and yet this man surnamed Chun dared to order her around. Outrageous. With just a look from Lu Wanshi, the indignant Xiaojuan obediently accepted the order and went to the kitchen to boil water and brew tea. For a moment, only the lone man and lone woman remained in the study. The study was small: a desk, a chair, 2 bookcases, and a wooden couch, leaving just enough space to turn around. Lu Wanshi sat on the wooden couch, which was padded with a cushion and very comfortable. Seeing Chun Guanlo sitting rigidly upright on the chair, she let out a soft laugh, then softened her body and leaned against the armrest of the couch, revealing her beautiful figure without any concealment. Chun Guanlo stared straight at her, not just at her face, but from head to toe, his eyes unabashed, completely abandoning the gentlemanly demeanor he had shown at their first meeting. He asked, trying to make conversation, "Madam, are you cold? If you don't mind my scent, I'll fetch you a blanket." Lu Wanshi gave a knowing smile. "Cold? Not really. You live quite comfortably, able to afford a blanket. Not cheap, is it? It's okay. Even if Madam doesn't say it, I know it was with your help that I was able to get the job in the Imperial prison. I've always remembered in my heart that I want to repay Madam. Now I'll give you a chance. How will you repay me?" Chun Guanlo. At this moment, why pretend to be reserved? He wasn't stupid. He grasped Lu Wanshi's hand firmly. "Sister, how do you want me to repay you?" "You lecture. Not calling me Madam, but Sister instead. You must have visited brothels quite often." Lu Wanshi's eyes shimmered with allure, her expression a half-smile. She made a show of struggling twice, then gave up. "Then Sister, are you happy for me to call you that?" Chun Guanlo took the opportunity to sit on the wooden couch, pressing close to her. "So hot." Xiaojian served the tea, the first infusion of the new harvest this year. Chun Guanlo sat upright in his chair, his expression solemn and dignified, embodying every virtue of a moral exemplar. One could tell at a glance that he was a fine young man, an example for all to follow. He lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, then praised Miss Xiaojian's skill in brewing tea grows ever more refined. Xiaojian shot him a sideways glance, then moved to stand beside Lady Lu, ready to serve whenever needed. Lady Lu sighed softly. No matter how one looked at her, she was the picture of a virtuous and dignified daughter-in-law. "Xiao Chuan is in the heavenly prison now. It will be some time before he gets out, so I must ask you, young Chun, to look out for him." "Madam, you speak as though we are strangers. Even without your asking, I would see to this myself." Lady Lu smiled, satisfied. This time, when the first branch and second branch fell out, the eldest master merely sat back and watched. The second master wanted to intervene, but even that depended on whether Censor Zhang would grant him face. "My husband is cursed with ill fortune, dragged into this mess, and caught in the middle, unable to please anyone. I haven't been able to rest well these past few days. Madam should put her mind at ease. This matter will be resolved sooner or later. However great Censor Zhang's temper and authority may be, he cannot disregard the Marquis mansion's standing entirely." "That is hard to say. Those censors love nothing more than catching nobles in their mistakes, safe and risk-free, and a wonderful way to build one's reputation. Censors targeting nobles to elevate their own standing was a drama as old as history itself, particularly pronounced in this dynasty. The nobility born into wealth and privilege enjoyed generational advantage, occupying the finest resources of the realm for decades. Scholars, by contrast, toiled at their studies for decades before gaining a slim chance to enter the imperial court and earn the right to serve alongside those nobles. Jealousy. Any proper scholar, having witnessed the boundless extravagance of the nobility, could not help but feel envious. Once an opportunity arose, he would mercilessly impeach them, sparing no effort. Whether the old emperor acted upon these accusations was secondary. What mattered was projecting an attitude of absolute refusal to collude with the nobility, thereby winning the praise of the scholarly establishment. Scholarly praise may seem unimportant to outsiders, but those who navigate the official world know it is the true currency of advancement. With a strong reputation among the scholars, even the old emperor would hesitate before mistreating someone lest he chill the hearts of all the literati under heaven and bear the infamy of being a tyrant. Scholars may be mediocre at most things, but ruining an emperor's reputation, that was their specialty, effortless and practiced. Even while the emperor lived, scholars dared not openly defame him. But once he was gone, they would tear him apart without restraint. No new emperor could stop them, not in the least. Even if one wishes to build reputation, surely one should consider the consequences. Chun Guanlo showed no urgency at all, smoothly following Lady Lu's conversational thread, with light banter, deliberately avoiding the real point. Lady Lu cast him a sidelong glance, and thought this bold young man has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. She took another sip of tea. "What matters is that my husband is caught in the middle, unable to win either side. Steward Lu has been exhausted by these duties. Might I suggest inviting a physician to examine him?" Chun Guanlo offered this casually. Lady Lu sighed at once. "One may fall ill for a time, but not for a lifetime. Regarding Master Du's previous incident, I heard it was your idea that sent him to complain to the eldest master." She fixed him with a steady gaze, her hostility unmistakable. Chun Guanlo flatly denied it. "Madam, do not speak so carelessly. I have studied only a few years. What ability could I possibly have to advise Master Du? You greatly overestimate me. Whether I overestimate you or not, you know well enough in your heart. I also heard that after Master Du spoke with the eldest master, the latter was suddenly overcome with impulse. He hired an unfamiliar physician to treat the second young mistress and completely changed her prescription. And so after taking the new prescription, the second young mistress regained enough strength to storm before the old madam, threatening her life until the second miss was forced to kneel and beg forgiveness. Speaking thus, Lady Lu let out a snort. Now if one traced this matter back to its source, the root lay squarely with Chen Guanlo. Had the second young mistress not improved, she would not have had the energy to cause such a scene. If there had been no uproar, Censor Zhang's second son could have been pacified quietly, and the matter would have faded without a trace. Steward Lu would have been spared his painful predicament, and Lu Xiaochuan would never have been sent to the heavenly prison. Chen Guanlo. Also, there had been a kneeling punishment as well. What a spectacle. But what right did Lady Lu have to pin the blame on him in the first place? She was bullying him outright. He did not hold back, retorting sharply, Madam, whatever you say. These are two matters separated by 8 poles, and yet you twist them together. If I truly possessed such power, do you think I would still be a mere prison guard? Everyone knows you are obsessed with martial arts. Since entering the prison, you have been pestering every inmate for their secret martial arts manuals. Huh. Chen Guanlo was clearly startled and murmured, word of this has reached the Marquis mansion. Lady Lu rolled her eyes at him. What do you think? Your affairs are hardly kept secret. One rumor this way, another that way. It is only natural they reach the mansion. Chen Guanlo. Fortunately, he had not revealed his true secret. As for collecting martial arts manuals in the prison, that could hardly be hidden. So from the beginning he had made no attempt to conceal it, nor would he have volunteered the information. He could not stop others from gossiping about him. Let the Marquis mansion know what they wish. In the future at least he would have an explanation for his martial prowess, as long as his inner cultivation method remained undisclosed. Regardless of why I became a prison guard, this matter at the Marquis mansion has nothing to do with me. Madam, if you have come to reprimand me, I am afraid I can no longer keep you entertained. Chen Guanlo adopted the manner of one dismissing an unwelcome guest, refusing to indulge her. Lady Lu looked at him and suddenly burst into laughter. Look at you so anxious. Did I say I came to reprimand you? You think so ill of people, don't you? Her words were delicate and coquettish, utterly intoxicating. Chen Guanlo raised an eyebrow unmoved and asked in a stern tone, truly not here to accuse me. Of course not. Though Censor Zhang is fierce, the Marquis mansion has its ways of dealing with him. As long as he does not seek to expand this matter and attempts to trample upon our house, the mansion is willing to grant him face. Originally this should have been handled by that young Master Yi, but he is set on supporting the eldest young mistress and has been putting on airs. Unless proper recompense is offered, he refuses to negotiate. Madam's meaning is... Chen Guanlo grew somewhat curious. This matter seemed to have nothing to do with him at all. Lady Lu smiled softly. My husband learned that Yu Zhaoan is imprisoned in the heavenly prison, and it is said that it falls within your jurisdiction. Might you help pass a message to Yu Zhaoan? What does this have to do with Yu Zhaoan? Chen Guanlo looked utterly bewildered. Lady Lu set down her teacup casually. Xiaojian quickly took it from her hands. She then produced a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of her mouth, her expression cool and indifferent as she spoke. Do you not know? Yu Zhaoan and Censor Zhang have never been on good terms. Yu Zhaoan is a convicted criminal. Even if he and Censor Zhang are at odds, what of it? Lately Censor Zhang has been very active, leading the impeachment of Jiang Tu and accumulating great fame. But that is not all. He has been secretly coordinating, hoping the censorate will be the first to abandon Yu Zhaoan. Yu Zhaoan comes from Jixiao Academy and has the Prince of Ji behind him. If he learns that Censor Zhang is shooting arrows from behind the scenes, he will certainly not remain passive. Come now, this small favor should not trouble you, should it? Chen Guanlo pretended to be silent, appearing completely absorbed in studying the teacup in his hand. What pattern, what style, and how much it was worth. Reading between the lines, Lu Wanshi smiled knowingly in her heart. Seeing him like this, she knew he was the type who wouldn't give up without a sure gain. A year had passed, and he had traded his old gear for a new one. He was still the same person, but no longer the destitute, cautious, and humble Chen Guanlo of a year ago, who begged for favors. Now he had money. Money gave a man courage, and with money came confidence. Lu Wanshi got the precise answer, but she misunderstood the reason. Chen Guanlo was indeed full of confidence now, but his confidence came not from money. Money was but a worldly possession, though it had some effect, it was only a little. His true confidence came from martial power, from the formidable strength that had defeated a first-rank martial artist, filling him with inner assurance. As time passed, he would grow stronger. One day he too wanted to touch the mysterious realm of a grandmaster martial artist, to stand on the mountaintop and gaze down upon the masses. Naturally, I won't ask for your help for nothing. Lu Wanshi said with a smile. Tell me what you want. Just speak freely. I see that your room lacks a woman. Why not let Xiaowan come and serve you? At these words, both parties changed color instantly. Xiaowan was so flustered that her face turned red and purple, stealing glances at Chen Guanlo. Her brows clearly showed disapproval, yet there seemed to be a hint of anticipation. It was hard to tell whether it was more expectation or nostalgia. Chen Guanlo quickly calmed down and teased, Madam cannot spare Miss Xiaowan for even a moment. How could I dare to take what you cherish? Lu Wanshi laughed heartily, her laughter full of charm and her eyes lively. Oh well, why should I worry about matters in your chamber? Knowing your obsession with martial arts, I specially ordered someone to find a boxing manual for you. I think it might be of some help. As she finished speaking, a boxing manual landed in Chun Guanlo's hands. It was very old and tattered, bearing the obvious marks of time and the earnestness of repeated reading. Madam, I appreciate this gift very much. If the matter is accomplished, there will be additional rewards. How about it? Are you satisfied? Chun Guanlo closed the manual and smiled. Satisfied, yes. But how can you be sure that Yu Zhaoan will comply with your wishes? Yu Zhaoan has been imprisoned in the imperial prison for nearly half a year. How much influence does he still have? Are you overestimating him? Lu Wanshi only said, do your best and leave the rest to fate. If the Yu Zhaoan approach fails, we can try another path. No matter whether the matter succeeds or not, the reward due to you will not be reduced by a single cent. Now can you rest assured? Madam, even if there were no reward, I would still do my utmost to help. After all, my surname is Chun Yu. I cannot stand by and watch the Marquis' mansion be bullied by Censor Zhang. If the Marquis' mansion falls, how can we, the descendants of the Chun family, have a good life? You are right to think that way. Although the Marquis' mansion has never cared for you, the fact that you live in the back lane itself means you enjoy the protection of the mansion, free from worries of harassment or robbery. That was true. Living on the Marquis' estate, coming and going were all Chun family members or household servants. Outsiders could not even think of causing trouble. Government officials and clerks would actively avoid the place. Chun Guanlo didn't mind delivering the message. His rule was to collect money and do business fair and square. He believed Lu Wanshi would honor her promise and send silver afterward. Madam, go back and wait for news. When the matter is settled, I'll have the boy from Sister Chuanxiang next door inform your residents. Lu Wanshi smiled amiably, looking very satisfied. I know you've had a hard night. I won't disturb you further. The mistress and maid set off. When they reached the door, Chun Guanlo suddenly called out, Madam, you are so industrious. Could it be that the second young mistress has promised you some benefit? Lu Wanshi turned back to look at him. I won't hide it from you. It's not the second young mistress. This time it's the second madam's order. Since the second madam has given instructions, my husband and I naturally have to act diligently to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Alas, the old madam is getting on in years and cannot withstand repeated shocks. Aren't you afraid of offending the first young mistress? Chun Guanlo was genuinely puzzled. Can I curry favor with the first young mistress by doing nothing? Lu Wanshi sighed. You can't have it both ways. Once you've taken sides, you can't back out halfway. The fate of a fence-sitter is usually not good. With that, she pursed her lips in a smile, glanced seductively, and left, leaving behind a room full of intoxicating peach blossom fragrance. After the previous discussion of good and evil, Yu Zhaoan's attitude toward Chun Guanlo had improved slightly, just a tiny bit. His eyes were still on the top of his head, still refusing to look at people directly, but he had stopped shouting about killing and fighting. His murderous intent seemed to have weakened a little. Chun Guanlo was very satisfied. As long as Yu Zhaoan didn't want to kill him, he didn't have to worry about how to kill a third-rank martial artist, especially one from the Jixia Academy. That relieved him of a troublesome worry. While patrolling the prison, he deliberately stopped in front of Yu Zhaoan's cell and stared inside. Yu Zhaoan was reading. Sensing his gaze, he slowly raised his head. What do you want? Chun Guanlo coughed lightly, trying to appear innocent. How have you been these days, Lord Yu? Do you need me to tell you, Chief Chin? Do you know Censor Zhang from the central city? What? Have you offended that Zhang? You're doomed. That Zhang is the most vengeful. Yu Zhaoan gloated, delighted to see Chun Guanlo suffer. You're not much better, Lord Yu. You're petty and hold grudges. You and Censor Zhang are cut from the same cloth. Chun Guanlo didn't indulge him, he shot back directly. Neither brother could blame the other, they were much alike. Yu Zhaoan immediately turned displeased. His face dropped, his expression fell, and his eyes blazed with fury, as if he was about to eat someone. Chief Chin, I've finally changed my opinion of you somewhat. Don't force me to turn against you. Even though I'm in the imperial prison, dealing with a lowly jailer like you is just a word away. Lord Yu, how unreasonable you are. You mock me first, yet you won't allow me to mock you back. Only the official can set fires, but the common people cannot light lamps. How tyrannical. The official sets fires, the common people light lamps. How you have a sharp tongue. You've even picked up the pedantic habits of scholars when you mock people. You haven't wasted your time reading. All thanks to the teacher's instruction. Since you say I'm petty and hold grudges, if I don't take note of this, I'll be wrongly bearing this reputation. Yu Zhaoan smirked triumphantly. Chun Guanlo's expression stiffened, and he quickly begged for mercy. Lord Yu, why bother arguing with a nobody like me? You are a lofty literary star, there's no need to lower your noble head and look down on a small figure like me. Your gaze should be fixed ahead on those who are your equals, or even higher, such as Censor Zhang. That makes some sense. Yu Zhaoan raised an eyebrow slightly. Come on, what exactly did Censor Zhang do to you? Did he sleep with you by force that you can't stop talking about him? Ha ha ha. As expected, from a dog's mouth no ivory can come out. Yu Zhaoan only survived without being beaten to death because of his privileged background with the Jixia Academy and Prince Jin as his backing. If it were anyone else, the grass on their grave would already be as tall as a person. How can you slander people without basis? I'm an innocent person. How can you recklessly ruin my reputation? Chun Guanlo almost lost his temper. He was completely straight. Yu Zhaoan chuckled. What are you rushing about? I didn't say it was you. You seem unaware that Censor Zhang has a fondness for pretty boys. Someone as youthful and handsome as you would fall within his hunting range. Chun Guanlo's face turned green. Can we not discuss this topic? Let me be straightforward with you. Censor Zhang has been quite conspicuous lately, and some find it disagreeable. I've also heard rumors that he's inciting the censorate to abandon you and focus their fire entirely on Jiang too. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhaoan sneered, not a single honest word. You may leave. What kind of truth are you after? Who instructed you to deliver this message? Yu Zhaoan shot him a sidelong glance this time. Tell me about it. If your story is compelling, I wouldn't mind being used as a blade. Frankly, I find that man surnamed Zhang quite distasteful, so I'd welcome anyone dealing with him. Chen Guanlo weighed his words carefully, considering the advantages and disadvantages. This Yu Zhaoan had numerous flaws and might well stab him in the back at any moment. Yet he possessed one redeeming quality: perseverance. Whatever he agreed to, he would see through to the end. Even if betrayal were on his mind, he'd complete his promises before striking. He carried himself with the dignity of a gentleman while not shying away from the ruthless tactics of a villain. Yet stubbornness defined him as well. Once he set his mind to something, not even 9 oxen could sway him. His superiors had requested he draft a memorial of self-reproach, but to this day, he hadn't so much as picked up his brush. Within him churned nothing but sheer loathing toward the aging emperor. Such a contradictory and suspicious man would never act without something substantial in return. Chen Guanlo cleared his throat and lowered his voice. The Marquis Manor has recently fallen out with Censor Zhang. That man is obdurate and unyielding. He won't soften his stance to resolve things. So the Marquis Manor thought of you, Master Yu, hoping you could intervene and mediate. Hehe, you want me to pressure Censor Zhang, don't you? First tell me why the Marquis Manor would clash with Censor Zhang. The two sides are worlds apart. Don't tell me he's targeting them without reason. Yu Zhaoan, a veteran of officialdom and a censorate man at that, could immediately detect that Chen Guanlo was holding back, revealing only half the story. Those who understand you best are your enemies. That's an axiom. And Yu Zhaoan was among those who understood Censor Zhang best. Censor Zhang was like a mad dog, but he never attacked without purpose. There always had to be sufficient cause and benefit to provoke him. The eldest master of the Pingjiang Marquis Manor, since becoming disabled, had only held the title without exercising any real authority. Officials of noble rank like this were typically avoided by censors who preferred to save favors for critical moments. That Censor Zhang was targeting the Marquis Manor now. Yu Zhaoan wanted to hear the details behind it. It would merely add some entertainment to his tedious imprisonment. After a moment of silence, Chen Guanlo decided to tell the truth. Trying to play clever games with genuine scholars and intelligent people was pointless. Only sincerity had a chance of moving them. So he lowered his voice and recounted everything about young Master Yi and young Master Zhang ere being beaten. He laid out the full circumstances clearly. After hearing everything, Yu Zhaoan was not surprised at all. When the eldest master fell from his horseback, then I knew the Marquis Manor would eventually tear itself apart. Here we are seeing it unfold right before our eyes. Your family and the Marquis Manor are long past the 5 degrees of mourning. Why would you willingly help them? The Marquis Manor offered money, and I like money. Chen Guanlo admitted candidly. Yu Zhaoan chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with wickedness. You take money from anyone, yet you turn down opportunities when I offer them. As expected, you're only fit to be a jailer, so short-sighted. Chen Guanlo secretly rolled his eyes. At the moment, he needed something from this man, so he chose not to rise to the provocation. Censors were all mad dogs. The more you engaged them, the more energized they became. Go back and tell the Marquis Manor that I'll take on this case. I'm willing to share their burden. What are your conditions? Chen Guanlo quickly asked. Yu Zhaoan flashed a mocking smile. The conditions must be discussed directly with someone from the Marquis Manor. You're not qualified. I also want to see whether the Marquis Manor has the courage to take this step. Chen Guanlo felt this was going to be problematic. The request to seek Yu Zhaoan's help had been Madame Lu's decision alone. It bypassed the second master entirely and never reached the eldest master. Only when the second madam intervened and instructed Lu Guanshi to find a solution did this course of action begin. Now Yu Zhaoan was making exorbitant demands, insisting on extracting favors directly from the Marquis Manor himself. Let it be. His message had been delivered, and whatever came next was no longer his concern. The ones who needed to worry were Lu Guanshi and the second madam. With that in mind, he solemnly assured Yu Zhaoan, "Rest assured, I will convey your words to the Marquis Manor. When you return, tell that brilliant mastermind who sent you that everyone in officialdom knows my temperament. Anyone bold enough to have me work behind the scenes. They may have the audacity to think it, but I wonder if they'll dare to follow through." Chen Guanlo remained silent for a long while before responding. "If you have no further instructions, Master Yu, I'll continue my rounds of the prison cells." "You're already a squad leader. Why still personally patrol the cells?" "It's my duty. The prisoners in cell block 8 don't have any martial arts manuals you need. Stop wasting your time. Besides, you lack martial aptitude anyway. Practicing or not makes no difference to you." Chen Guanlo thought, none of your business. He ignored Yu Zhaoan's remark and continued his cell inspections regardless. Yu Zhaoan grew furious. "Are you a dog? Pull up your pants and forget who helped you. Who was groveling just now begging me for assistance. The moment the task is done, you turn hostile." Chen Guanlo at least put on some show of decency. Chen Guanlo didn't turn around, simply raising his middle finger to convey his attitude. What does that gesture mean? The native Yu Zhaoan was puzzled, yet he could guess that giving someone the middle finger couldn't be any kind of compliment. So he too raised his middle finger toward Chen Guanlo's retreating back. One wasn't enough, so he gave 2. 2 days later, Chun Guanlo wrote a letter and asked the eldest son of Chunxiang Sa's family to deliver it to the Lu residence. The delay was intentional. He didn't want Lu Guanshi to think his tasks were handled too easily. He needed to create the impression that this required considerable effort and struggle. With Yu Zhaoan's notoriously foul temper, spending several extra days was entirely justified. Chunxiang Sa's eldest son, named Do Wang, returned with a letter. Inside the letter were 2 silver notes. The transaction was complete. Payment received, goods delivered. He gave Do Wang 5 chin of silver and warned him, "Don't tell your mother. This is your private money. Do you understand what private money means? It's money you can spend as you please." "Thank you, brother Xiaolu." Do Wang was quite satisfied with the silver. "Call me uncle." Chun Guanlo protested indignantly, demoted a generation. "You're not much older than me," Do Wang retorted stubbornly. "I call your mother sister-in-law, you call me brother. Does that seem appropriate?" "It seems perfectly fine." Do Wang wore an innocent and sincere expression, successfully playing the role of a thoughtless, mischievous fool. Chun Guanlo was utterly exasperated. 2 days later, Manager Lu made a trip to the imperial prison, meeting with Yu Zhaoan in secret for the duration of an incense stick. He deliberately chose a time when Chun Guanlo was not on duty. By the time Chun Guanlo learned of this, the matter had long been concluded. He would not seek an explanation from Manager Lu, but he would take the opportunity to subtly probe Yu Zhaoan. Yu Zhaoan dismissed him, saying, "You're just a child. Don't meddle in adult affairs." Chun Guanlo was furious. Previously you had called him Chief Chun, but now he was belittling him for his age, treating him like a child. When he was being scolded, why didn't they remember he was a child? He raised his middle finger again. Yu Zhaoan returned the gesture and said, "I'm not telling you for your own good. You, a jailer, do you think your shoulders are broad enough, your head hard enough to bear such burdens? Just because you share the surname of a marquis' household and have acted as a go-between, don't think you're anything special. You aren't even a pawn, at best you're cannon fodder." Chun Guanlo had no retort, stopped pressing, and decisively left. "It's all for your own good. Don't mistake kindness for ill intent," Yu Zhaoan shouted after him. Chun Guanlo accepted the sentiment. He had no intention of getting involved. At that moment, he only wanted to stay far away. Initially, he had thought the matter simple. The Marquis' household wanted to resolve the conflict with Censor Zhang and end the affair as quickly as possible. The Marquis' household had him connect with Yu Zhaoan simply because they could not lower their proud heads and beg Censor Zhang for leniency. Instead, they intended to use a drastic measure, employing Yu Zhaoan to counter Censor Zhang, rendering him powerless to target the household. This would achieve the aim of turning a major issue into a minor one and then making it disappear. But after hearing Yu Zhaoan's warning, his heart skipped a beat. Disaster. The matter was far more complex than he had imagined. He had thought it was about dealing with Censor Zhang. Now it seemed that Censor Zhang might merely be a side dish. The true purpose was hidden behind a thick veil of mist. No wonder Manager Lu had shared a carriage with Censor Su in the dead of night. The two factions had actually been in contact long ago. Because he was an outsider unaware of the inside story, he had failed to connect these events. Now once he connected them, he suddenly realized the unfathomable depths involved. It seemed he had unwittingly become entangled in something enormous. He felt a shiver of fear. Thinking further, had Lu Xiaochuan's beating of young Master Yi and the accidental injury to Censor Zhang's second son truly been an accident? Disturbed, he took a flagon of wine and a packet of braised meat to the C-section prison to drink with Lu Datu. Only when he returned to the C-section prison did he feel like a simple man again, free of burdens, needing only to perform his duties without worrying about anything else. Lu Datu was visibly excited to see him. Chun Guanlo drove out all the jailers gambling in the break room. Get out, get out. Gambling during duty hours. One day I'll deal with you all." He said this without a trace of embarrassment. After driving them away, he laid the braised meat on the table, fetched 2 wine bowls, and began to eat and drink with relish. "Rare that you have time to drink with me. Come, come. It's been a long time since we brothers gathered. Let's have a cup." Chun Guanlo raised his bowl and downed it in one gulp. A large mouthful of yellow wine went down, but with his tolerance, it was like drinking soda. No effect at all. Meanwhile, Lu Datu smacked his lips in satisfaction. He noticed that people in this era generally had poor alcohol tolerance compared to those in modern society. Whether it was yellow wine, distilled spirits, or rice wine, the alcohol content was low, only 20 to 30%, or even 10%. How could it compare to later generations? At a banquet, if you didn't open a bottle of liquor over 50%, it was as if you hadn't drunk at all. Low alcohol beer was drunk straight from the bottle, case after case. Any modern person could easily surpass the locals' drinking capacity. Since he drank wine like soda, he earned the reputation of being Little Brother Chun, who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Lu Datu urged him, "Don't just drink. Eat some food. Everyone's happy that you've established yourself in the A-section prison. A while back I heard Warden Wan was going to deal with you, but in the blink of an eye you turned the tables. Amazing. We were all worried for nothing." Warden Wan acts methodically and mostly follows the rules. That's precisely why I could turn the tables. Because Warden Wan adhered to the rules, he could leverage Advisor Lee's connection and befriend Prison Officer Fan to suppress Warden Wan. If Warden Wan had been a rogue who disregarded rules, the card of Prison Officer Fan might not have been played effectively. It's good to follow the rules. Everyone displays their skills within the framework. Whoever makes full use of the rules wins. Those who follow rules fear most those who ignore them, the unscrupulous rogues. Just as a regular army fears a roving band of outlaws who act without order, Outlaws rob when they're hungry, rob when they're unclothed, rob for weapons, and forcibly recruit people. A regular army, when hungry, must send gifts to superiors to beg for grain supplies, and even smile when rations are embezzled. When without pay, they must bribe superiors to release funds. When faced with an opportunity in battle, they cannot act rashly, but must report and await approval before moving. Everywhere there are rules which are also constraints. Rules restrict one's freedom, but ensure that no one goes wild, and one need not fear rule-breaking behaviors like assassinations or ambushes. Stabbing in the back, shooting hidden arrows, making secret reports, or even openly turning hostile. All are permissible. But one must not resort to despicable and terrifying tactics like assassinations or ambushes. Those who break the rules are condemned by all. Lu Dadu wore a puzzled expression. You're praising him. I'm stating facts. He wanted to kick you out of the prison, and you still praise him. Lu Dadu couldn't understand. Chun Guanlo said, only by recognizing an opponent's strengths and weaknesses can you target your efforts and strike with precision. I don't get it. Chun Guanlo laughed. Forget about him. How have you been, Brother Dadu? Same old, same old. I forgot I still owe you money. Next time for sure. No rush to repay the money. Chun Guanlo wasn't short on silver. Recently, he had taken a liking to a small courtyard and planned to buy it under a false name as his second hideout among his 3 boroughs. Brother Dadu, do you know anyone in the revenue section of the Southern County office? What's wrong? In trouble. A friend from out of town wants to acquire some property in the capital. He's worried about being harassed, so he asked me to introduce him to someone in the revenue section. More friends, more paths. Lu Dadu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, that's easy. Don't look down on our prison as a filthy place. Every government office in the capital has to show us some respect. No one can guarantee they'll never end up in jail, right? Jailers are a family. At the Southern County office, look for Son Dadu. When we were kids, we lived next door. He excelled at his studies, got a job in the county office through connections, and I hear he's already a clerk. When your out-of-town friend meets Son Dadu, just mention my name. He won't refuse. I knew you had wide connections, Brother Dadu, knowing people everywhere. I'll thank Brother Dadu on behalf of my friend. Forget about the silver. Another day, when we're free, we'll go to Drunk Fragrance Tower for a drink. As expected of someone serving in the A section, now you're drinking Drunk Fragrance Tower's wine. Lu Dadu was overjoyed at the mention of not needing to talk about silver. He had been only slightly tipsy, but in an instant he was 8/10 drunk, utterly delighted. In the dead of night, while deep in slumber, a thunderous crash echoed from the courtyard. Chun Guanlo bolted upright, seized the broadsword resting by his bedside, shouldered the bundle hanging from the roof beam, and then cautiously stepped out of his chambers. Who's there? He called out in a hushed voice, but received no answer. In the dim moonlight, he spotted an indistinct figure lying motionless in the courtyard. He approached slowly. Who dares prowl about in the middle of the night? He demanded warily, keeping his guard raised. Prodding the unconscious body with his scabbard proved futile. Is he dead? To rule out deception, Chun Guanlo rolled the figure over with his scabbard. Surprised, it was someone he recognized, a swordsman from the militia. The man lay covered in blood and grime, unconscious. Confirming the man was still breathing, he carried him to rest beneath the eaves. As he rose, something flashed through the darkness. A sinister projectile streaking toward him. He lurched sideways with surprising speed, barely avoiding the glinting weapon. Poison. The projectile was coated in venom. This attack was meant to kill. In one swift exchange, his broadsword had already left its scabbard. The familiar ghost mask, that belonged to the Ghost Domain sect. A third-rank martial artist. 3 rounds, 4 rounds. The blade techniques of the Ascension records flowed effortlessly from his memory. His sword slashes wove an impenetrable net, releasing powdered medicine into the air. Thud. The Ghost Domain's third-rank warrior fell rigid to the ground. The top-tier anesthetic formula, the one gifted to him by the flower-plucking demon, had been refined and used for the first time in battle, yielding extraordinary results. If the flower-plucking demon could see from heaven that his anesthetic had finally served its purpose, he would surely find solace and depart this world without regrets, ready for a better reincarnation. Stabbing the man's kidney with his blade tip elicited no response. He was thoroughly rendered unconscious. Once certain the threat was neutralized, Chun Guanlo reached up and removed his own mask. The face beneath was utterly ordinary, the kind of face one would instantly forget upon seeing it in a crowd. Never seen this face before. Completely unfamiliar. He searched the body. Roughly 10 taels of loose silver were all he found, aside from a fine straight sword and 1 poisoned hidden weapon. This was his first genuine kill, yet Chun Guanlo felt no discomfort, no urge to retch. Perhaps having spent so long in the heavenly prison, the scent of blood had become familiar, almost comforting. Silently, he fetched a shovel and hoe from behind the rear wall, dug a pit deep along the foundation, and deposited the thoroughly deceased Ghost Domain warrior within. He took only the silver. The mask, sword, and poisoned projectile all joined the corpse in the grave. He covered the body with soil, tamped it smooth, and matched the surrounding earth as closely as possible. Still uneasy, he layered straw over the grave and placed a bamboo chicken cage on top for additional cover. Come tomorrow, he would plant a peach tree there, one that would surely thrive. With all tasks complete, he sat composed on his chair, gently polishing the broadsword with soft cotton cloth. Forged custom by the old blacksmith, the blade was razor-sharp, perfectly balanced, and devastatingly effective. He never bothered naming the sword, yet he treasured it deeply, practicing his blade forms daily. Had it not drawn such obvious attention, he would have carried it to his duties every single day. His touch upon the blade was tender, almost as gentle as caressing a woman's form, attending to every minute detail. Only then did he begin to savor the sensation of clashing blades with the third-rank warrior. It was transcendent, exhilarating, thrilling, and left him craving another encounter. Against the third-rank warrior's sword he had managed to endure 5 exchanges, and he was certain that Duan Tianlin's earlier assessment, that he possessed third-rank strength, had been somewhat exaggerated. This particular third-rank warrior far surpassed Duan Tianlin by a considerable margin. Perhaps Duan's chained limbs had hindered his full combat potential, inflating his apparent capability. 5 exchanges. Did this mean he could now challenge a second-rank martial artist? He glanced at the swordsman on the wooden cot, a ready-made second-rank warrior, who in his desperate flight from certain death, had fled to Qin's home seeking refuge. Had he not been sufficiently vigilant, had he not habitually imagined ambush scenarios, kept his anesthetic within easy reach, and reacted with such swiftness, tonight would have been his final night. Escaping a third-rank warrior alive owed more to fortune than skill. Though a measure of abilities certainly played a role, it was minimal. Had any single factor fallen short, he would have perished. For instance, had he not carried the anesthetic on his person, had he lacked even that sliver of caution. Only now did the nearness of death fill him with genuine terror. Tonight he had brushed against the gates of death itself. Even with the immortality Dao fruit within him, a severed head could not be regrown. The swordsman's vitality proved remarkably resilient. He had regained consciousness by midday. Upon waking, the first thing he saw was Chun Guanlo seated in a chair engrossed in a book. So it was Headman Chun who saved me. I am deeply grateful. Chun Guanlo lowered his book and regarded the man steadily. He had briefly considered whether to dispatch the swordsman. The freshly dug grave could accommodate 2 bodies, not just one. Ultimately, he chose to spare him. Last night the man had been completely unconscious, unmoving even when stabbed, clearly unaware of subsequent events. Chun Guanlo faced no risk of exposure. You're awake. When you recover you may leave. This is not a sanctuary. Do not return next time. Last night. The swordsman sounded puzzled, hesitant. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Nothing untoward occurred. A figure materialized in my courtyard in the middle of the night. That alone constitutes the most significant event. The swordsman unusually appeared somewhat embarrassed. Now Chun Guanlo could clearly see the man's features. Young, surprisingly so. Why dressed like a weathered middle-aged man? Such aged affectation would scarcely attract young maidens. The swordsman struggled upright from the cot, drawing a sharp gasp through clenched teeth. Chun Guanlo had cleaned his wound and applied hemostatic herbs, but nothing beyond that. Movement caused the wound to split open, once more bleeding anew. Gritting his teeth against the agony, the swordsman said, I thank you, Headman Chun. I shall repay this debt. My surname is Qi. For the first time they exchanged names. Chun Guanlo returned the formal bow acknowledging the introduction and poured the man a cup of hot water. 1 cup of hot water seemed to restore life to swordsman Qi. Color returned to his cheeks. I shall depart now. The carriage should be arriving. I will escort you out. I arranged a carriage for you. Simply inform the driver of your destination. Chun Guanlo explained. He asked no questions. Why the man had chosen his home, why he had brought danger to his doorstep, or what grievance he held against the Ghost Domain sect. He moved like an emotionless automaton, maintaining cold indifference throughout, finally delivering the swordsman to the threshold and shedding his unwanted burden. Seated in the carriage, gasping through pain, the swordsman could only manage a wry smile. Last night, he had indeed been desperate, choosing Qin's residence in a life-or-death moment rather than a safer, more reliable refuge. Heavenly praises befitting the Ghost Domain's executioner had not pursued him. Had they done so, he would have doomed Chun Guanlo to an unjust death alongside himself. He resolved in silence. Once his wounds healed, his affairs concluded, and if he still drew breath, he would properly thank Chun Guanlo for saving his life. That said, Qin's salvation had been rather rough and impatient, applying medicine yet refusing to bind the wound properly. Chun Guanlo transformed into a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, bearing an out-of-town accent, going by the surname Guan. He contacted Sun Datu of the county office and invited him to a drinking party at a brothel. Upon hearing that the introduction came from Lu Datu, Sun Datu appeared quite warm. When Chun mentioned wanting to buy a house, Sun began describing the values of various properties and the types of people living in each neighborhood. He also offered to find a reliable and sharp-minded agent to show Chun around. Chun Guanlo expressed his gratitude repeatedly, but mentioned a difficulty: his household registration documents had been lost on the way to the capital. He asked how to handle this situation. You're a friend introduced by Lu Datu. If it were anyone else I wouldn't say this. This matter, it's both difficult and easy. What makes it difficult? And what makes it easy? As the words fell, a silver ingot slipped from his hand into Sun Datu's palm. Sun Datu, good heavens, that was a practiced hand at slipping silver. Weighing the ingot, Sun Datu grew even more delighted. He rubbed his round, large head, and with a smooth motion the silver disappeared into his sleeve. Both men executed the entire sequence with fluid grace. The serving girls nearby couldn't discern their subtle maneuvers. Their techniques were far too practiced. Only seasoned veterans of bribery could have caught the sleight of hand. For Boss Guan, the difficulty is not difficult, and the ease is very easy. Tomorrow come to the county office and I'll arrange a replacement identity for you. What preparations are needed? Sun Datu chuckled, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. One word: money. Chen Guanlo only needed to prepare money. The replacement identity would be ready in 3 days. Seeing this, Chen Guanlo narrowed his eyes with a smile. Only money, excellent. He had feared the official might demand other documents as well. With a legally recognized identity, he could truly wrap himself in a layer of skin, a genuine one, not a false skin like that of Mr. Kong Kong. Having an extra identity would make future dealings far more convenient. That evening, host and guest were thoroughly pleased, and the brothel girls rejoiced as well, for Boss Guan was generous with his tips. 3 days later, he obtained his new identity and purchased a small one-courtyard residence in Shuingfang South City. Most of the neighbors were merchants from other regions who had come to the capital for business. People came, and when it was perfectly normal for someone to be absent for 3 to 5 months, arousing no suspicion. From then on, he frequented the brothel, as Boss Guan, always requesting the most captivating Qing Yang to attend him. When he was busy, the dispute between the Marquis Manor and Censor Zhang also came to a close. The manor sent silver, and Censor Zhang took the opportunity to reconcile, turning his attention to dealing with Jiang too. However, later on, Steward Liu secretly entered the heavenly prison once more to meet with Yu Zhaoan. No one knew what they whispered about, and Chen Guanlo pretended ignorance, asking not a single question. After all, even if the manor were to suffer the punishment of exterminating 3 generations, it wouldn't reach him. He still went to Master Du's place to catch up on gossip. Master Du was always glad to see him, but would repeatedly lament what a pity it was that he had become a prison guard. Each time, Chen Guanlo would explain with a smile that he simply loved money and had no interest in anything else. As long as there was money, he would gladly work as a prison guard, or even a corpse mover. He presented the image of a vulgar, money-grubbing Philistine. Young man, you should aim high. Once you've earned enough, switch careers immediately. The money in your hands is truly unclean. Master, you are mistaken. It is people who are unclean, not money. Besides, is the money of officials clean? If we prison guards didn't take bribes, do you think the prisoners would feel at ease? This money in the end is just buying peace of mind, buying convenience. A win-win situation. What about prisoners who have no money? Master Du asked curiously. If we truly encounter a poor prisoner, they can only rely on their own luck, Chen Guanlo said tactfully. There was no need to detail the dirty tricks and bloody scenes to outsiders, only those on the inside needed to know. Master Du snorted twice. So everyone says a prison guard's money is dirty. Admit it. Yes, it's all dirty. Even the heart is dirty. Come, let me toast you, Master. Chen Guanlo didn't argue with him. It was pointless to change someone's values, seek common ground, while reserving differences. Arguing back and forth would convince no one, and only hurt feelings, a loss outweighing gain. After drinking 2 liang of wine, seeing Master Du in high spirits, he seized the opportunity to ask, is the Marquis Manor peaceful lately? Outwardly peaceful, but inwardly turbulent. Master Du summed up the manor's current situation in a single concise sentence. Chen Guanlo wanted to know the internal affairs of the manor. Since the manor shared the surname Chen and was the main family, he naturally had to pay close attention. No other Chen family could match the manor's prestige. It was a beacon for all Chen surnames to watch. To ignore the manor and instead focus on the prisoners would be to put the cart before the horse. Work and life should not be conflated. What kind of turbulence? Do tell, sir. The discord between the second branch and the first branch is well known. In this incident, a young Master Yi, a relative of the first branch, disrupted the second young madam's plans. She hired someone to teach him a lesson, but they accidentally injured the second young master of Censor Zhang's household. In the end, the manor apologized, reportedly sending a generous gift and finding intermediaries to mediate, thus resolving the dispute. The first branch also contributed to this effort. The first branch helped the second branch avert disaster. Chen Guanlo was skeptical. Given how fiercely the first young madam had protested before, how could she be willing to help the second branch? Master Du lowered his voice. The second branch gave young Master Yi substantial benefits, and the old madam also gave face to the first young madam. Having received benefits, one must contribute. Don't you agree? Could the first and second branches be content with that? What else can they do? They can't keep quarreling and let outsiders laugh at them. This version differed greatly from the one he knew. There was no mention of Steward Liu or Yu Zhaoan. It seemed this might be a hidden thread. Will the first young madam take over household management? Chen Guanlo was curious. The first young madam had seized the opportunity to make a scene, and with the covert support of the elder master coupled with her improved health, it was only natural for the eldest legitimate grandson's wife to hold the reins of household affairs. No one could obstruct that. By law and custom, the eldest daughter-in-law of the main branch should manage the household. The second young madam's role was merely acting in charge. Master Du, sipping his wine and shaking his head, said, wanting to manage the household. It's not that easy. Don't forget the old madam still presides over the second branch. Unless the old madam relents, the first young madam has a long road ahead. What about the elder master intervening? The elder master was the heir to the manor's title, the true master of the estate. Master Du chuckled. A single word, filial piety, can bind the elder master's hands and feet. Besides, the second young madam has managed the household competently over the years, keeping everything orderly inside and out. The first young madam, however, has been out of internal affairs for years. How can she take over? Matters in the manor cannot be settled with a few words. It requires persistent, painstaking effort over time to see results. The old madam has controlled the manor for decades. She did not earn her reputation for nothing. Chun Guanlo encountered Lord Yi for the second time at Sister Chunxiang's residence. Lord Yi had come seeking Master Zhao, who rented quarters there planning to attend a poetry gathering together, and had even promised to introduce him to the second young master of Censor Zhang's household. Master Zhao Mingxiao had grown rather familiar with Chun Guanlo after sharing drinks on 2 occasions. Zhao Mingxiao enthusiastically introduced Chun Guanlo to Lord Yi. Although Chief Chun is merely a prison guard, he is a proper scholar. His learning is by no means negligible. I do not deserve such praise, Chun Guanlo demurred modestly. He knew himself well enough. In writing essays or composing poetry, he was inferior even to the youngest boys at the village academy. His true advantage lay in the gap between eras, in the accumulated wisdom of 2 lifetimes. Watered constantly by the vast currents of information from the internet age, his perspective on problems often broke free from the constraints of his times, offering angles remarkably fresh and unconventional, yielding insights that rang like thunder. That was precisely why Zhao Mingxiao treated him with exceptional warmth. That warmth, however, did not extend to Lord Yi. Born into a family of officials and scholars, Lord Yi held himself in exceedingly high regard. To deign to bestow even a single glance upon a mere prison guard was already considered remarkably free of pretension. How could he possibly place a prison guard in his true regard? He offered Chun Guanlo a courteous nod with no desire whatsoever to forge an acquaintance. Zhao Mingxiao persisted in his efforts, hoping to reveal Chun Guanlo's learning to Lord Yi, imagining how splendid it would be if the 3 of them sat together sharing wine. His dream was lovely, but Lord Yi clearly grew impatient. Chun Guanlo quickly cut in, silently chiding his companion for his lack of tact. You 2 are off to the poetry gathering. You should depart now. Should you arrive late and miss the spectacle, would that not be a profound regret? Master Zhao, Lord Yi, I shall not detain you further. I still have matters to attend to at the yamen. He clasped his fists in greeting and took his leave first. No sooner had he stepped beyond Sister Chunxiang's residence than Lord Ye's words drifted to his ears. Why should Master Zhao lower his stature by consorting with a mere prison guard? Should others learn of it, it might rebound upon you. A most disagreeable outcome. From now on, I advise you keep your distance from that Chun fellow. Chief Chun is also a member of the Chun clan, Zhao Mingxiao offered in his defense. Lord Yi immediately let out a scornful laugh. The Chun surname is common. Surely not every bearer belongs to the Marquis Manor's Chun lineage. A proper Chun family member would never so degrade himself as to become a prison guard in the heavenly prison. His father at least held the position of jailer. Yet he simply descended to become a guard, declining further with each passing year. Lord Yi, you 2 are acquainted with Chief Chun. His notorious reputation has long circulated throughout the Marquis Manor. Since I reside there, naturally I have heard of him. He truly possesses considerable learning. If he truly possesses such learning, why does he deign to serve as a prison guard? His character is so base that even granting him talent, one should keep far from him lest it defile one's own name. Their voices grew fainter and eventually faded entirely. Chun Guanlo chuckled softly, his expression composed. He would not allow a few careless words from a man named Yi to rattle him. In the current age, all of society looks down upon prison guards. If he grew angry every time someone spoke ill, he would have nothing better to do each day than seethe, and the hours would slip away in vain. He and this man surnamed Yi were clearly cut from different cloth. They could never be friends, nor even share a drinking table. Such people were best kept at a distance. Since the man looked down upon him, Chun Guanlo was equally unwilling to grant him a second glance. Henceforth their paths would run parallel without intersection. The heavenly prison was where he truly roamed free. When he reported for duty at the heavenly prison, he received a shockingly startling piece of news. Mr. Kong Kong from the Bing Cell block had escaped. Mr. Kong Kong's case had reached its verdict. He had spent his life savings bribing officials, and the man who accepted the money had placed a hand over his chest and guaranteed nothing more than exile. With favorable fortune, he might not even face exile, perhaps only a few years behind bars before release. With such assurances, Mr. Kong Kong had settled peacefully into imprisonment, awaiting the result. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine the official verdict would be immediate execution. The man who took the money had accepted it, yet failed to deliver. Whether Mr. Kong Kong raged with fury remained unknown, but certainly after the verdict was pronounced he fell completely silent and refused all food. It was a guard delivering meals who first noticed something was amiss. Only then did they discover, to their astonishment, that the cell held no prisoner, only a dummy draped in clothing. Mr. Kong Kong had long since escaped. Within a single year the Bing Cell block had experienced 3 separate prison breaks. Such frequency of disaster was truly unmatched. Just as the prisoner was about to be led to the execution ground, he simply vanished, nowhere to be found. What was one to do? From top to bottom the Bing Cell block had descended into utter chaos. No one had anticipated Mr. Kong Kong would attempt escape at such a moment. None could fathom how he managed to slip away from the heavenly prison without leaving so much as a whisper of evidence remaining undiscovered for a full day or 2. Su Fuguwei burned with anxiety until mouth sores erupted. He ferociously berated every guard under the Bing Cell block. In his fervor, he even snatched up a staff and began striking them. Young or old, none dared utter a sound or attempt to dodge. At such a moment no one would play the martyr. Submitting quietly to punishment was the only prudent course. Su Fuguwei, incensed beyond reason, thundered, "We cannot apprehend him, and thus cannot fulfill our duty. If the authorities demand my death, I shall ensure I take every one of you with me first. Not a single soul among you shall escape unscathed. No one may stand aloof from this disaster. Especially you, Lu Datu. Now that that wretch Zhang Wantong has departed, what kind of leadership have you shown? All day, all night, you think only of gambling. Should the authorities hold you accountable, you shall be the first I sacrifice to the flags. Lu Datu felt utterly wronged. He had not begun gambling merely today. 10 years prior, he was already a seasoned gambler. Yet he had never faced such blame before. Now they demanded his head. Did they possess any sense of justice? Chief Su, there are only 2 days remaining before the execution date. Even if you intend to sacrifice me, you must first surmount the crisis at hand. After all, I remain of some use to you. Use? Use my grandfather's foot. What good is a big head and a large behind? Absolutely none. Su Fuguwei delivered a kick and Lu Datu willingly staggered backward. He must perform as though Su Fuguwei possessed peerless martial prowess and he himself had suffered grievous injury. As a mature prison guard, this was an essential skill. Essential skills for prison guards included, but were not limited to gambling, drinking, boasting, making sweeping promises, and procuring money. Most importantly, there was the matter of making money. Chief, I truly am useful, I swear it. A substitution scheme, absolutely feasible. Feasible, my grandmother's foot. Chief, hear me out. That thief Kong Kong excels above all in disguise. Who dares claim to have seen the true face of little thief Kong Kong? Who can assert that the figure they once encountered was his real countenance? Everyone knows Kong Kong's transformation arts are profoundly mysterious, a peculiar technique requiring no external aids. Lu Datu's mind was remarkably clear at this moment, offering a witty and astute analysis of the situation. Since no one dared claim the face they saw was truly Kong Kong's, this created the perfect opportunity for substitution. You say he is not the thief Kong Kong. By what authority do you claim so? How many faces of his have you truly witnessed? Can you distinguish which visage is authentic? He has languished in the heavenly prison for so long. We declare him Kong Kong, and so he is. Even if the Jade Emperor himself descended, he would still be Kong Kong. For this is the heavenly prison guarded by a capable and diligent crew of prison officers. No prisoner could escape, even with wings. Su Fuguwei's face flushed with fury, then grew pensive as his eyes darted about, fixing their gaze intently on Lu Datu. Can this be done? Absolutely, it can be done. How do we pull the wool over heaven's eyes and slip past the identity verification? The officials above aren't so easily duped. If we encounter a conscientious execution inspector, once this is exposed, both our heads will roll and our families will be exiled 3,000 li. 3,000 li. Even if one could survive the journey, they'd be as good as dead by the end. The mere thought of losing his head and his family being exiled left Su Fuguwei sighing ruefully. His heart was torn between hope and dread, mired in indecision. On one hand, he believed Lu Datu's plan was feasible, on the other the risks seemed enormous. The powers above were not so easily deceived. The crux of the matter was that considerable time had passed since the incident, yet inexplicably there had been no movement whatsoever from prison warden Fan. The probability that Fan had received no news was virtually zero. In a place like the Imperial Prison, nothing could truly escape prison warden Fan's web of informants. Yet if he chose not to report it, Fan would simply feign ignorance about the escape. Was he trying to pass the buck? The more Su Fuguwei pondered, the more terrified he became, feeling his head growing increasingly unstable on his shoulders. He did not want to die. Lu Datu sensed Su Fuguwei's hesitation and drew closer, whispering softly, "How foul-smelling a prisoner who has languished in the Imperial Prison for nearly a year would behead Su. You know better than anyone. Those noble officials above are all fastidious souls. Why would they deign to personally conduct the examination? At most, they'd send one of their retainers to go through the motions. Even if we encounter a conscientious execution inspector, the day after tomorrow's execution won't involve just one miserable thief of a prisoner. In all of the capital, there are anywhere from 100 to 120 prisoners awaiting execution. We blend one among them, and since no one present has ever seen the real Kong Kong Xiao Zhe, who could possibly distinguish the truth from the falsehood? The key to this whole affair lies in our own people keeping their mouths absolutely sealed." Su Fuguwei paced about the cell, still unable to make a firm decision. He turned to survey the assembled jailers. "What say all of you? We all follow Head Su's lead. Brother Data's plan will surely work. Head Su, let's do this. We absolutely mustn't let the officials above learn the truth. Once the day after tomorrow passes, everything will be settled. Brother Data's method is certainly foolproof." The jailers, desperate to save their own lives, raised their hands in unison to endorse Lu Data's proposal, substituting the innocent for the guilty, pulling the wool over heaven's eyes. If not now, then when? We absolutely must not hesitate. One moment of hesitation, and every single one of our heads will be forfeit. Driven by the jailer's persuasion, and having weighed the matter thoroughly, Su Fuguwei had to acknowledge that Lu Data's approach was indeed the only viable option. As long as they could successfully slip through the day after tomorrow, all would be peaceful and most auspicious. Gritting his teeth, he finally made his decision, addressing Lu Datu. "This matter you shall handle, and it must be done in such a way that no human hand nor divine eye shall ever perceive it. How much silver do you need? Name your price, and we shall pool the funds together. Any objections?" "No objections whatsoever. We entirely defer to Head Su's arrangements." At this moment, pooling silver to weather the crisis, the usually miserly jailers did not a single one complain or protest. If spending some silver could resolve this catastrophe entirely, it would be an extraordinarily good deal. Lu Datu clearly hesitated. This was not merely a matter of silver, but of human lives, matters touching upon survival itself. Silver was the lesser concern. The real difficulty lay in finding someone to take another's place. The underground contacts could certainly handle such work, but he did not wish to be the one to arrange it. He wanted to shift this burden onto another's shoulders. Should the worst occur, he would have an excuse to absolve himself. Su Fuguwei perceived his hesitation and indecision, issuing both warnings and promises of reward. The idea was yours to begin with. If not you, then who should handle this? Rest assured, once this is accomplished, your rewards will not be lacking. Whatever silver is owed to you shall only increase, never decrease. Lu Datu hemmed and hawed, then pulled Su Fuguwei into a corner. Head Su, it is not that I am being ungrateful. This matter is rather difficult to execute. Now you tell me it is difficult. Lu Datu, are you deliberately making trouble? Previously you swore this plan would work. I agreed to your proposal, and now you change your tune. What do you think? Because I am getting on in years, my eyes have grown dim, and I am easy to bully. If you cannot deliver, you will be the first one I deal with. Su Fuguwei was beside himself with rage. If Lu Datu dared to play tricks on him, he would teach the man what it meant to wish for death, but find it insufficient to endure life, but find it worse than dying. Head Su, please calm your anger, calm yourself. Lu Datu hastened to soothe him. Head Su, silver is easy for this matter. What is difficult is finding a suitable person. We must make certain they are willing to keep silent unto death. What if we find some clumsy oaf who at the moment of execution suddenly changes their mind and starts shouting? That would be catastrophic. Su Fuguwei nodded vigorously upon hearing this. These words held truth. Do not look at those who loudly declare they are unafraid of death. When the moment of truth arrives, they all soil themselves in terror. At that time, who could possibly keep their mouths shut? They would cry out with all their might, desperately seeking to preserve their own lives. If such a thing truly occurred, the very heavens would be torn asunder. The case would immediately reach the ears of the emperor himself. From the Ministry of Justice to the imperial prison heads would surely roll. Perhaps even the Minister of Justice might lose his head. At the mere thought of such consequences, Su Fuguwei was seized by fear. A shiver ran through his entire body, and his face turned ashen. Then what do you propose we do? Once we bring the person here, simply administer medicine. Poison them mute. Su Fuguwei's heart hardened with cruelty. He absolutely would not permit the most horrifying scenario to unfold. Lu Datu nodded in approval. That is one method. The optimal approach, however, would be to find someone who willingly goes to their death. Where in the world would we find someone willing to die? Are you joking with me? Anyone with the capacity to live would choose life over death. Those with vulnerabilities, with hostages held against them with sufficient incentives. Such a person can indeed be found. Lu Datu whispered conspiratorially. A gleam of excitement sparkled in Su Fuguwei's eyes. Yes, how could he have forgotten this crucial point? In this age, those living worse than death were not entirely uncommon, and those who yearned for death could indeed be sought out. The key lay in offering sufficient reward. He patted Lu Datu's shoulder enthusiastically. This affair truly cannot be entrusted to anyone but you. Go and arrange it immediately. Time waits for no one. Before noon tomorrow this matter must be accomplished. How much silver you require? Just name your price. Lu Datu realized this task could not be shirked, so he opened his mouth wide like a lion demanding its due. 500 taels to start with, any surplus to be returned, and any shortfall to be made up. 500 taels. The audacity of the man. Su Fuguwei cast a deep penetrating glance at Lu Datu. The man's head was large, his scheming heart even larger, and his appetite the largest of all. One breath, and he demanded 500 taels. For now I shall endure. Once the matter is successfully concluded, then we shall see. Very well, 500 taels it is. Let us pool the sum from everyone. But you must act with haste. Do not under any circumstances delay this critical matter. The fates of everyone rest upon your shoulders. Rest easy, Head Su. This humble one shall certainly accomplish the mission. You wouldn't happen to be planning to take the money and run, would you? Su Fuguwei harbored such dark suspicions. 500 taels. For an ordinary person, this was a colossal sum. Fleeing to some remote countryside, one could easily build a fine brick and tile house, purchase 100 mu of land, take 2 concubines, and thereafter live the comfortable life of a rural landlord. Lu Datu hastily protested his innocence. Head Su, you underestimate me. For a mere 500 taels to abandon my entire family and flee? Certainly not. Though this one lacks wealth, it does not mean I have never encountered money. 500 taels. Let me remain in service at the imperial prison, and I can earn it back in time. If you see it that way, so much the better. I trust you understand full well what you ought to do and what you ought never to do. Shun Guanlo encountered Lu Datu at the main gate. He grabbed him and pulled him to a secluded corner. What's going on? Has Mr. Kong Kong really escaped from prison? Lu Datu's mouth fell open. You've heard, he asked. Is it true? Lu Datu gnashed his teeth and cursed. That coward Kong Kong fled using disguise arts unnoticed. Now all of us will lose our heads. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Where would you catch him? There are only 2 days until the execution. Has the C-number prison come up with a solution? Shun Guanlo was quite concerned. They were all old colleagues. He couldn't bear to see them die. Lu Datu harbored a secret. Facing Chun Guanlo's sincere gaze, he seemed a bit guilty. We'll figure something out. Don't worry about it. In any case, we won't let things get out of hand. A solution? Chun Guanlo stared suspiciously at Lu Datu. Suddenly a thought struck him and his expression changed. He whispered, Brother Data, tell me the truth. Are you planning to substitute one for another and deceive the heavens? Shill, how did you figure that out? Just know it and don't speak a word. Such things lose their power if spoken aloud. You people are really. Chun Guanlo couldn't blame them. Since coming to the Tianlao, his integrity had shattered and his standards had lowered. Sometimes he even wanted to despise himself. Such was the world beyond human power to change. Lu Data, both guilty and innocent, said, Brother Chin, you're different from us. Just pretend you don't know, okay? Dozens of people in the C-number prison have their lives hanging on me. I don't want to, but if I don't do this, everyone will die. Chun Guanlo's face darkened as he stared intently at Lu Datu. Lu Data grew a bit scared under his gaze and muttered, You won't tell, will you? Chun Guanlo snorted coldly. I don't care what you do, but don't involve the innocent or force anyone. Yes. Don't worry, I've already thought of that. The capital is full of wretched souls. I'll pay enough, there will always be those who aren't afraid of death. Hearing this, Chun Guanlo could only sigh. Even in his poorest days, he still owned a house. He and his neighbors, though living frugally, were actually among the better-off commoners in the capital. They were proper people with steady property and steady minds, the backbone of the capital's stability and the main consumer group driving market prosperity. The truly miserable had no money, no house, and were riddled with ailments from years of labor. Seeing doctors and buying medicine might have left them deep in debt. They defaulted on rent and could be evicted by their landlords at any moment. Every winter, many froze to death. These were the true underclass of the capital. Lu Data's target was these people. To find among them someone who resembled Mr. Kong and Build, had vulnerabilities and burdens, whose life was a drag, and who could exchange death for a better life for their family. That was not difficult, but also not easy. Chun Guanlo released Lu Datu and promised, I'll pretend I don't know. I'll also keep my jailers in line and forbid them from spreading the word. Go on, attend to your business. Don't delay. Before they die, at least give them a proper meal. A little conscience won't hurt. Brother Chin, don't worry. You don't need to instruct us, we'll handle it well. We won't mistreat the person. We'll definitely choose one who is willing. Go ahead. All right. Lu Datu hurried away. Chun Guanlo felt a bit melancholy, thinking of Mr. Kong. That scoundrel had quietly staged a grand prison break. The key was that he had disguise arts. Finding Mr. Kong would be extremely difficult. In low spirits, he went to a brothel in the evening to listen to songs. Disguising himself as Boss Guan, he changed into silk robes in his southern city residence, looking like a traveling merchant. He went to the Flower Street and Willow Lane and requested the company of the alluring Lady Susu. The brothel had a new repertoire. According to Susu, they were promoting a new girl to compete for the Flower Queen title. The new songs were actually prepared for the newcomer, first building hype, then launching her. The madam bought a new girl from elsewhere. She's been kept locked in a room and not allowed to be seen. It said she's been trained since childhood, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and she's beautiful. Next month she'll officially have her hair done up. If Boss Guan is interested, you must come. It'll be extremely lively. Is your madam planning to take the high-end route? What about you? Don't you have any thoughts? Your servant is already a withered flower and fallen willow. How dare I harbor any illusions? I'm grateful that Boss Guan doesn't disdain me and requests me every time. It deeply moves me. Let me toast you, sir. Chun Guanlo laughed and drank the wine Susu poured. I like your essence, Susu, languid yet full of charm. Other men are blind, not knowing your worth. Susu giggled and threw herself into Chun Guanlo's arms, her body soft as noodles, feeling wonderful. As they were having fun, the downstairs became bustling with people coming and going. Chun Guanlo suddenly froze and craned his neck to look downstairs. He had caught a glimpse just now, but he shouldn't have mistaken the person. He pushed Susu aside. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Saying this, he hurried downstairs, searching for the familiar figure in the crowd. He searched the main hall, but didn't see anyone, then ran to the backyard. The backyard was full of private rooms with servants waiting outside, putting him in a difficult position. He simply changed his clothes, climbed onto the roof, and planned to spend the night waiting. The capital in the early morning was quiet, deep, like a sleeping monster. Occasionally patrol troops passed by like the monster's fangs. In the distance, the imperial palace had scattered lights. In the middle of the night, the Jinui mobilized in full force, signaling that someone was about to be unlucky. Compared to the Jinui's Xiaoyu, the Tianlao was like a vacation. Officials feared not the Tianlao, but the Xiaoyu, which was truly a 9-to-1 chance of survival. Many officials who were thrown into the Xiaoyu, even if they walked out alive, had their lives ruined, either crippled, disfigured, or doomed to die soon. Someone came out from the back door of the brothel. Watching the figure, Chun Guanlo decisively followed. He remembered that the other party had a second-rank cultivation level. After so many days of recovery, even if not at peak, he should still retain some skill. A dark alley. Chun Guanlo struck decisively, drawing his blade and slashing. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, he confirmed that he could kill the other within 10 moves. After all, he had been imprisoned for a year and hadn't fully recovered. Who are you? Who sent you? The John demanded harshly. He had never revealed his new identity to anyone. Oh, why had the other found him? Where had the leak occurred? When Chun Guanlo spoke, it was with the tone of a seasoned veteran. Since you're out, get out of the capital immediately. Relying on a paltry skill, you dare to linger in the capital. Are you truly unafraid of death? Then I'll send you to see the king of hell right now. Mr. Kong Kong was filled with astonishment and uncertainty. That's right. This middle-aged man who brazenly entered and exited the brothel, the one whom Chun Guanlo had cornered in a dark alley at midnight and slashed 3 times, was none other than Kong Kong himself in disguise. What had led him to see through the other's disguise? Chun Guanlo could only say there was no basis, just a feeling, an extraordinarily strange feeling. The moment he saw the other's silhouette, he knew it was a certain person. Ever since he began cultivating the Ascension record, his 5 senses had grown increasingly sharp. May I ask if you are an old acquaintance? Kong Kong, Xinxing, uncertain of the other's origins and identity, could only probe with words. How could Chun Guanlo allow himself to be recognized? Without another word, he drew his blade again. After all, Kong Kong had not yet recovered to his peak condition, so he could only dodge in a flustered manner. A vague suspicion arose in his mind, but it couldn't be right. That person had no martial meridians and could not cultivate inner techniques. Yet this man before him was clearly a martial arts expert, and his depth was unfathomable. Most likely a hidden meridian practitioner. Hidden meridians reappearing in the world? Kong Kong's heart was startled. Spare me, senior. Once the city gates open, I'll leave the city. I swear I'll never come back to the capital to fool around. If I break this oath, you may take my head. Chun Guanlo gave a cold snort. You'd better keep your word. If you haven't left the capital before sunrise, you died. With those words, the man was already far away. Kong Kong, relieved, hurried back to his hideout, packed his valuables, and prepared to leave the city. Chun Guanlo returned home, counted his gains, and sat quietly under the moonlight, savoring the feeling of his fight with Kong Kong. At the strength of a second-rank martial artist, even with a slight discount, he could easily slay his opponent. The second chapter of the Ascension record truly brought about a complete transformation. Progress was swift, and the improvement in strength was astonishing. Perhaps he was indeed a martial arts prodigy, but there was no way to verify it. Once he mastered the second chapter to perfection, what terrifying strength would he attain? Could he contend with a third-rank martial artist? The Ascension record had only 9 chapters in total. What would happen if he perfected all 9? That would be even more horrifying. He could hardly imagine it, for he had never seen anyone more powerful than a third rank. Yet he already felt a yearning and an excitement within. Strong. Become stronger. Even stronger. Humanity is forever on the path of pursuing greater strength. Where did Luo Jingtian, a social element, and the small boss of a vibrant social group, manage to obtain the Ascension record, such a formidable inner cultivation method? Unfortunately, the Luo family had been exiled to the northwest. Luo Jingtian's underlings had long since scattered. Now if he wanted to inquire, he had no leads. In a few days it would be the anniversary of Luo Jingtian's death. Grateful for the great gift Luo had given him, he decided to burn some paper money for him on that day to express his gratitude. In the dead of night, Lu Dadu sneaked back to the imperial prison. The jailer of cell block C had been waiting for a long time. After receiving the person, without a word they quietly returned to cell block C. The cell that had been empty for 2 days now held a prisoner again. Su Fuguei stood outside the cell door, scrutinizing carefully. A bit too clean. Don't worry, Chief Su. Come back tomorrow, and I guarantee he'll be no different from the other prisoners. Making someone clean was not easy, but making them filthy and reeking was all too easy. The jailers knew how to torment people, so they naturally knew how to turn a clean person into a real prisoner in no time. Su Fuguei pulled Lu Datu aside and whispered, "Is he reliable? Make sure he doesn't shout out during the execution." Chief Su, rest assured he's 100% reliable. He took the medicine voluntarily. Lu Datu, seeking credit, wore a fawning smile. Where did you find him? Su Fuguei asked curiously. Lu Datu just smiled and said nothing, making it clear that this matter could not be disclosed. Su Fuguei was satisfied. Not saying a word is the right thing. From now on, no matter who asks you, you must stay silent, know nothing, understand nothing. Have you handled the aftermath? Any potential risks? Lu Datu, using his usual tactics, guaranteed. That man was a sickly wretch, barely alive, a burden to his whole family. The family's life was so miserable that even Data couldn't bear to see it. I gave them silver, made up some excuse, and the whole family was grateful. When that man learned he could exchange himself for silver and improve his family's life, he was willing. Just to be safe, I fed him medicine on the way back. He won't breathe a single word. The job was well done. Su Fuguei was extremely satisfied. The heavy pressure of losing his head that had weighed on his heart was instantly halved. He instructed, handle the follow-up properly and securely. Make sure he looks exactly like that little thief Kong Kong. After the execution day passes, I'll reward you with a promotion. I won't ask how much silver you spent. In any case, the credit is yours, and the silver is yours to keep. Thank you, Chief Su. Lu Data, having completed the task and gained a sum of silver, was overjoyed and quite smug. If the situation weren't so urgent and there wasn't so much to do, he would have wanted to start a gambling game, bet big, and live it up. Don't be fooled by the jailer's earnings. They were all poor wretches, unable to pull out even a tael of silver from their pockets. They spent today's money today, never saving it overnight. When they had money, they gambled. When they didn't, they watched others gamble, often suffering from a shortage. Someone like Chun Guanlo, who knew how to save and plan long-term, was a rarity among the jailers. That was also one reason for the jailers' bad reputation. They were all damn gamblers. What good reputation could a gambler have? Good women wouldn't marry a hopeless gambler. The jailers' wives were all fierce and tough. It wasn't that these women were born that way, it was that if they were even a little gentle, life would be impossible. Only with their fierceness could they tame their gambling-addicted jailer husbands and pry out a few broken coins from their pockets to run the household. Day after day the wives turned into tigresses. Su Fuguei left with relief, but he muttered to himself, 500 taels of silver. Lu Dadu had embezzled at least half of it. Damn bastard, his appetite was far too big. Once this matter was settled, he would find an excuse to squeeze that silver out of Lu Dadu and teach him a lesson. Cell Block C was not a place for Lu to act arrogantly. Lu Dadu had no idea that Su Fuguei was coveting the silver in his pocket. If he had known, he would have quit the job no matter what. He had completed the most dangerous and difficult part. Yet Su Fuguei wanted to burn the bridge after crossing it. That was no way to do things. Now unaware of it all, he was enthusiastically transforming the prisoner, determined to make him into a stinking, universally despised little thief Konkon, so that the execution supervisor would not dare come near. What could be more stinking than excrement, urine, and farts? Nothing. So let's go with excrement, urine, and farts. The Imperial Prison's specialty. First roll 3 times in the most disgusting cell, then roll twice in the torture chamber. That gives you the smell, the bloodstains, and the look of having been tortured into a daze. Then feed him 2 meals of swill, aiming to make the smell from his mouth even worse than that of dung. So foul that opening his mouth would drive people 10 meters away. Thoroughly groom him from inside out, ensuring authenticity to save everyone's heads. For the last meal, give him a good one, persuade him gently, and let him go peacefully, without any thought of reneging. Everything was done, they only awaited the execution. On the day of execution, Lu Dadu brought 4 jailers to lurk at the execution ground, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. The other jailers carried out their duties as usual, waiting for news in the heavenly prison. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Until heads rolled, none could rest easy. In both the E and Jia numbered cells, all were as quiet as mice. Most could guess at the secret dealings behind the Bing numbered cell's door, yet no one spoke of them aloud. Not even a single word of gossip passed between them. This was an unspoken understanding. No instruction needed, no warning required. All kept their mouths firmly shut, pretending ignorance of the prisoner escape. Nor was there any truth to the rumors of substitution and deception. Everyone understood that if the matter surfaced, the entire heavenly prison would be purged in blood with no one spared. Dreaming that exposure would save one's life was naive indeed. The heavenly prison lacked naivety above all else, while sharp-witted individuals were in abundance. The heavenly prison had held countless souls who believed betraying others would spare them. 9 out of 10 met their end. A lesson written in blood and tears. The wisdom distilled from the lives of those who came before must be etched into memory. Yet no one possessed the energy for duty, all waiting instead for word from the execution ground. They gathered in the duty room to play cards and idle away the hours. Even Shun Guanlo, who never gambled, tossed 5 mace of silver onto the table to place a bet. Truly unprecedented. Li Dahong burst out as though witnessing something extraordinary, shouting, a spectacle for the eyes. Tonight we feast at the VIP pavilion. I'm treating. Chief Li is mighty. Chief Li is generous. Count me in. Shun Guanlo declared magnanimously, whatever the cost, put it on my tab. Chief Chun is generous. Chief Chun is magnanimous. Shun Guanlo's generosity was genuine. He always honored his word, never shirked, and gave whatever was asked without hesitation. Li Dahong's hospitality was all talk. Though he promised to treat, he never produced silver, and instead relied on the jailers below to chip in each time. Having witnessed this pattern repeatedly, the jailers understood the truth. When they praised Chief Chen's generosity, it came from genuine conviction and heartfelt excitement. Li Dahong, HMPF, a penny-pinching miser. They tolerated him only because he held the position of squad leader. Without that rank, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Shun Guanlo had established himself firmly in the Jia cell, with few causing him trouble precisely because of his lavish spending and unwavering integrity. All were won over by his personal charisma. After all, he didn't gamble, so he could save money. When expenses arose, he had funds to draw upon. Whoever faced hardship and sought loans from him could count on receiving them. This stood in stark contrast to the hollow boasts of Li Dahong and his ilk. Today's presiding magistrate overseeing executions was Sun Downing, left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice. Lu Dadu's heart sank upon catching sight of him. Last year's prison break had seen prisoner No. 13 spirited away, and to this day, cell 13 remained empty. Orders from above dictated that until the case closed, the cell would stay vacant, serving as proof of everyone's innocence in the heavenly prison. Why such measures? Because this case fell under the supervision of Master Sun, renowned for his meticulous scrutiny and formidable reputation. He was an accomplished investigator of legendary repute. Lu Dadu murmured to the nearby jailers, act natural. Don't let Master Sun detect the slightest irregularity. If you're guilty of inner turmoil, leave now and spare us all. Rest assured, Big Brother Lu, we have nothing to fear. Then act accordingly. This isn't your first execution. Behave as usual, stay composed. Yes, the day sweltered, and the constables could barely endure the heat, constantly wiping away sweat. Sun Downing, robed in full official regalia, seemed untouched by the oppressive heat, appearing refreshingly composed. Second-rank martial artists simply possessed different fortitude, impervious to extreme temperatures. The executioner glanced at the sky and softly queried Master Sun, do you deem it time? Setting down his teacup, Sun Downing inquired leisurely, have identities been verified? Verified. They were checked upon arrival. Here is the warrant, esteemed Master Sun, for your review. The executioner presented the document. Today, 18 would face decapitation. Some from heavenly prison, others from imperial custody, the court of judicature, and revision, the county yamen, and more besides. Every entry was properly marked, fair and transparent beyond reproach. The executioner assumed Sun Downing would perform only a cursory review as presiding magistrate, as had been the custom in years past. But Sun Downing, having reviewed the warrant, rose regardless of the heat, and walked from the tent to examine each prisoner in person. The executioner's expression darkened immediately. As an official of the capital prefecture, answerable and independent from the Ministry of Justice, he could simply refuse to concede face. He rose and joined Sun Downing, asking sharply, what is the meaning of this, Master Sun? Are you suggesting our work has been inadequate? Without imperial decree or the Chancellor's warrant, what authority did a Ministry of Justice official possess to question the capital prefecture? Though technically verifying prisoner identity fell within the presiding magistrate's purview, yet such directness violated established official protocol. Mutual courtesy was the foundation, all elevating one another. To withhold face in public suggested intentional enmity. Master Sun lightly covered his nose and mouth. Summer's heat made the prisoner's stench unbearable. He murmured softly, Master Lin, why such haste? As presiding magistrate bound by imperial mandate, some display of diligence is expected. Had I remained seated throughout, critics would call us neglectful of duty. Master Lin's countenance hardened. Then, Master Sun, could you expedite this? Do not delay beyond the appointed hour. The heat is unbearable for us all. Fear not, I shall be swift. Upon seeing Sun Downing personally verify each prisoner's identity, Lu Dada's heart seized with alarm. The other jailers shared his anxiety, having witnessed Master Sun's relentless thoroughness. Big brother Lu, what should we do? Stay composed. Whatever he does, we need only maintain our duties. With clear consciences, he shall find no grounds to frame us. Words were easily spoken, yet their hearts pounded, and palms grew slick with sweat. Had these not been seasoned veterans adept at deceiving superiors and subordinates alike, bearing hearts of iron, an ordinary person would have wet themselves on the spot from sheer terror. Lu Dada prayed inwardly that the man would remain calm and not falter at this critical moment. Thankful to the heavens, he had administered sedatives beforehand, ensuring no ill-timed words would escape. One after another. Soon Sun Downing reached the empty-handed thief. Raise your head. The thief responded with notable sluggishness, only lifting his face upon hearing the second command. Filthy and foul, his gaze unfocused, facing death, the man was entirely broken. Sun Downing studied the face before him, then cast a subtle glance toward Lu Datu and the others in the crowd. In that instant, Lu Datu's heart leapt into his throat. Had he discovered it? Would he uncover the truth? None of the jailers dared to utter a sound at this moment. They had even forgotten how to breathe. What should they do? What should they do? Would their heads be lost? Would their families be implicated? They didn't want to die. They knew this approach wouldn't work. If they stepped forward now to report it, could they survive? Should they go ahead with the denunciation? Should they shout it out right now? It was all Lu Datu and Su Fugue's idea. They had nothing to do with it. They were all innocent. Just as everyone was on the verge of collapse, feeling the pressure mounting to a breaking point, Sun Downing moved toward the next prisoner. A few jailers collectively exhaled in relief, only to realize that in such a short time, they were drenched in sweat, soaked through. They barely noticed their own discomfort as they exchanged glances with one another, all breaking into smiles of profound relief. Brother Dada, did we pass? Lu Dada silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shut up, all of you. We'll talk when the heads start rolling. Yes. But Lu Dada felt no relief whatsoever. He kept replaying that look in Sun Downing's eyes. What could it have meant? Had he uncovered the switch, guessed at the secret of the heavenly prison? Why did that look come at the last moment? Why wasn't it there when the other prisoners were being examined? Lu Datu was filled with guilt. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Sun Downing had discovered the secret. But why hadn't he exposed it? Oh, perhaps he was afraid of being implicated too. With such a massive problem in the heavenly prison, no one in the Ministry of Justice could escape responsibility. It had to be so. Lu Dada tried hard to convince himself, attempting to ease his mind. It wasn't until the execution began, when Kong Kong the thief was publicly executed and the corpse collectors came to take the body, that he finally relaxed. He ordered the jailer, go back and report to Su Tu that everything has gone smoothly. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be on duty this afternoon. He needed a drink to steady his frayed nerves. After finishing, he headed naturally to the gambling house. With money in hand, not placing a few bets would leave him restless. When the good news reached the heavenly prison, everyone exchanged knowing smiles and finally resumed their duties as usual. Unbeknownst to them, the entire guard's unusual behavior throughout the morning had already caught the eye of certain sharp-minded individuals. Even though the guard's demeanor hadn't changed dramatically from normal, to some perceptive observers those subtle differences were like two characters written across their faces. Something was wrong. That sharp-minded person was Yu Zhaoan, former vice-censor-in-chief of the censorate. His gaze was like a hunting dog's. Nothing in the heavenly prison could escape his keen eyes. He never engaged the lower-ranking guards in conversation because none of them spoke to him. Either they didn't understand what he was saying at all, or they were deliberately playing dumb. Regardless, he had no real interaction with the other jailers. He only liked talking to Chen Guanlo. When Chun Guanlo passed his cell during his rounds, Yu Zhaoan would immediately call out to him. "What's happened?" he asked, bluntly, aiming to catch him off guard and study his reaction. In the past, this tactic had never failed him. It always yielded the information he wanted. "What do you mean, what happened?" Chun Guanlo stared at Yu Zhaoan with confusion, as if looking at a madman. Yu Zhaoan frowned. Had his method failed? Had it backfired? Or was he wrong? He couldn't detect any hint of guilt on Chun Guanlo's face at having his suspicions called out. Chun Guanlo wore an expression of utter innocence. This clumsy trick to bluff him. Keep dreaming. In his past life, he had been a master of slacking off, slacking right under his boss's nose, and still being mistaken for a diligent and responsible worker. Lying without hesitation and never showing guilt were essential skills for office workers. The most effective counterattack was to throw the question right back at them and accuse them instead. "Lord Yu, what's wrong with you today? Disliking the weather or the food?" Yu Zhaoan was never a man to doubt his own judgment. Even when he was wrong, he would never admit fault. He would simply blame his enemies for being too cunning and deceiving him. Right now, Chun Guanlo struck him as nothing less than a consummate fraud, performing so convincingly, it was almost believable. All morning the guards have been distracted and anxious. Has nothing happened outside? What could possibly happen? Chun Guanlo looked at him oddly. "Lord Yu doesn't understand the lives of us lowly people. With payday approaching, everyone's wondering how much money they'll receive. They all depend on that salary to survive." Yu Zhaoan frowned, deeply dissatisfied with this answer. Yet he could detect not the slightest trace of deceit on Chun Guanlo's face. The other man's tone hadn't changed at all. "Is nothing really happening? Lord Yu, can't you wish us well? If something goes wrong, the first to suffer will undoubtedly be you prisoners." With that, Chun Guanlo flipped him off. Yu Zhaoan snorted coldly. "I hope I never discover the truth. Otherwise you'll be the first I deal with." Chun Guanlo merely grunted back, wearing a disdainful expression, and continued his rounds through the prison cells. After the rounds, he gathered his men and said, "From now on, no one is to speak with Yu Zhaoan, not even make eye contact. Ignore every demand he makes. Understood?" "Understood. Chief Chun, what happened? What scheme is Yu Zhaoan up to?" "It's not what you think. This guy has a dog's nose. He caught a whiff of something and is trying to dig to the bottom. You all understand the stakes involved. Can you manage that?" "Don't worry, Chief. We'll manage." Is Yu Zhaoan really that formidable? Never doubt the abilities of a censor-in-chief. The reason he rose so swiftly in those years was not only because he had backers, but also because he possessed genuine talent. After all these years as a censor, even if he didn't know investigation at first, he is now nothing short of a seasoned hunter. No one should attempt to challenge him. Whoever gets caught will only have themselves to blame. Chun Guanlo delivered his instructions with a combination of threats and reassurance, finally suppressing the doubts within the jailers' hearts. Everyone adhering to the principle that avoiding trouble was better than seeking it out naturally followed the orders. During the subsequent rounds, indeed, not a single jailer paid attention to Yu Zhaoan. Even the one serving meals remained silent throughout. It concerned everyone's livelihood and safety, so no one dared to act recklessly. At certain moments, Chun Guanlo would also reflect upon himself. Had he been wrong to let Master Kong Kong go? Of course it was wrong. From the standpoint of the law, he had made a grievous error. He was committing a crime. But from the standpoint of self-interest, he had done exactly the right thing. If he had arrested Master Kong Kong, to whom would he hand him over? How would he explain it? Even if all these issues were resolved, on what grounds should he have arrested Master Kong Kong in the first place? How would he explain the full sequence of events? One lie requires countless others to cover it up. If the matter were to blow open and superiors came questioning him, he certainly couldn't fabricate some tale about stumbling upon an unconscious Master Kong Kong on the road and instantly seeing through his disguise. Who would believe such a story? Once the investigation turned its attention to him, could he still protect his secrets? Even if he never showed his face, his alter ego would face the risk of exposure. Who could guarantee that Master Kong Kong wouldn't confess everything in order to save his own life? Whenever there was the slightest hint of danger, he had to crush it. He absolutely refused to risk exposing his secrets just to remain some nameless constable. Lord Jin's case was concluded, and he was sentenced to exile 3,000 li away. Upon hearing the verdict, Lord Jin could not help but sigh deeply, saying, "I wonder if I will ever have the chance to return to the capital in my lifetime." Chun Guanlo initially wanted to offer some words of comfort, but then he reconsidered. Lord Jin's sister-in-law was the favored concubine of the Prince of Donghai. Even with the Prince of Donghai as a patron, the sentence of exile could not be overturned. His words of consolation would only seem utterly feeble and hollow. Strive to stay alive, be willing to spend money, and you can manage to get by. Perhaps one day His Majesty will grant a general amnesty, and you may return to the capital. Chun Guanlo said this, aiming to be practical. Exile. The dreadful part is not the place of exile itself, but the journey there. As long as one does not die on the road to exile, someone like Lord Jin would be considered a talent at the place of exile. If he handles things flexibly, it is not impossible to seize opportunities. When the day of the great amnesty comes, bitterness will give way to sweetness, and there will be hope for a turnaround. Lord Jin nodded, his face still gloomy, but a glimmer of hope had appeared in his eyes. Living is hope. Look on the bright side. At least it wasn't immediate execution, and the whole family can still be together. May I entrust you with a matter, Chief Chun? Speak. Chun Guanlo had become very tactful now. Compared to the time when he held firm principles in the C Block prison, his bottom line had been steadily lowering. The prisoners he managed were all disgraced officials. Regardless of their future, he would first build a casual connection, as if buying peace of mind lest any of these lords upon returning to power remember their days in the imperial prison and come back for revenge. Last time my old servant told me that perhaps the confiscation team was not discerning. There are 2 rare books in my home that were not taken. Could you help find a buyer, Chief Chun? A fair price will do. My family members are now inconvenienced to go out and search for a buyer, and I fear someone might take advantage of the situation to drive down the price. This exile will require bribes along the way, and we also need silver to start a new life at the place of exile. Now only these 2 rare books can fetch a decent price to relieve the immediate distress. This is a small matter. I will surely find you a suitable buyer. But tell me, are these rare books truly what was overlooked during the confiscation? Are there no hidden dangers, no loose ends that haven't been dealt with? Chen Guanlo was willing to help, but he could not involve himself in trouble. He knew the nature of these officials, cunning as a hare with multiple burrows. It was unlikely that the confiscation team was ignorant. They were seasoned veterans, and how could they miss valuable items like rare books? Most likely before the confiscation, the Jean family had hidden a small amount of valuables and managed to escape detection. Now in urgent need of cash and fearing that discovery would add to their crimes, they turned to him. Lord Jean, as a seasoned bureaucrat, showed no panic when confronted directly by Chen Guanlo. Just find a buyer, Chief Chun. I guarantee nothing will go wrong. I am willing to give you a 10% commission. How generous. In the end, everything still comes down to silver paving the way. Chen Guanlo said to him, ever since I came to the A-block prison, you have been kind to me many times, resolving many of my doubts. I have always kept that in mind. Now that your case has been decided, you will need money for many things. Finding a buyer is a simple favor. I don't care where the goods came from. If anything goes wrong, I won't take responsibility. I'll shift it all onto you. Is that fair? Lord Jean nodded and said, after the goods are sold, you can take a 20% commission, Chief Chen. Indeed, he was very straightforward. Chen Guanlo did not refuse, as that would have been pretentious. Fine. This is purely a transaction. I wish you a smooth journey and a swift release from suffering. He accepted Lord Jin's request. But he was cautious. When he met with the Jean family's old servant, he disguised himself and changed his identity, claiming to have been sent by Chief Chun and presenting a token. Although the other party had doubts constrained by circumstances, they could only choose to trust him silently, hoping that he would not abscond with the goods. Chen Guanlo would never do such a thing as running off with the goods. There was no deep hatred, and it was not a one-time deal. The imperial prison was a huge warehouse, and in the future many would come to beg him for favors. It was not worth ruining his reputation and cutting off future income for a few pieces of silver. He had no grudge against the Jean family and would not push them to the brink. Finding a buyer was both easy and difficult. The straightforward way would be to go to a pawnshop, but the pawnshop would drive the price down to a frightening degree, making it not worthwhile. He specially consulted Master Du, a cultured man, who helped him estimate the value. These 2 rare books, if they find a buyer who truly loves them, could fetch 3,000 to 5,000 taels. However, since you are helping someone in urgent need, you won't get a good price. How much could they sell for? I estimate around 2,500 taels. Master, do you know any suitable buyers? As you know, my position doesn't put me in contact with the right kind of purchasers. Master Du laughed heartily. The right buyer is right in front of you, far away, yet close at hand. You want to buy them, Master? Chen Guanlo was shocked. He had always thought Master Du was financially strained, never expecting him to be a wealthy man. You misunderstand. How could I afford such precious rare books? Though I cannot buy them, I know someone who is rich and willing to purchase. Who is it? His lordship. Chen Guanlo was surprised and asked quietly, if I recall correctly, his lordship is a military officer. Though his lordship is a military man, he is also well-read and skilled in both civil and martial arts. He has a passion for calligraphy and painting and loves collecting rare books from previous dynasties. As far as I know, his lordship has built a special study to house his collection. That was excellent. Then I must trouble you, Master, to help make the connection. It's late today. I will go on your behalf tomorrow. Are you comfortable leaving these 2 rare books with me? I am at ease. I trust you, Master, and know you won't deceive me. Leave them here with you. Master Du was very satisfied and greatly comforted by Chen Guanlo's trust. He would not let him down. The next day, after presenting his card, Master Du successfully met with his lordship and pitched the 2 rare books. His lordship was captivated by them, and after inquiring about their origin, he immediately decided to buy. But I will only offer 2,000 taels of silver. These 2 rare books were surely extracted from prisoners in the prison. If it weren't for his surname being Chun, I wouldn't even give him 1,000 taels. Master Du was left speechless and finally said, he is merely helping out. Helping out? Do you dare say he didn't get any benefit? Tell him that if he ever has similar good items, he can bring them directly. Let him come through the back door, and I will negotiate with him personally. Master Du had no choice but to relay the words to Chen Guanlo. Chen Guanlo pondered the matter. He had disguised himself and gone to a pawnshop to inquire. The pawnshop only offered 600 taels for the 2 rare books, obviously driving the price down because he seemed in urgent need of money. Moreover, pawnshops are all in collusion. Once one pawnshop sets a price, the others will not raise it, unless he left the capital and went elsewhere to find another pawnshop. It wasn't worth it. 2,000 taels was still a good price compared to the pawnshop. His main consideration was long-term benefits. If he could establish a connection with his lordship and sell stolen goods exclusively to him, it would be perfect. After all, which government office would dare to investigate a first-rank marquis? No wonder Lord Jean asked him to find a buyer. Lord Jean probably realized that if his own family tried to sell, they might not even get 600 taels and might even be extorted. The Jean family was utterly stunned upon receiving the 1,600 taels of silver. It far exceeded their expectations. They had been quite content with merely 800 or 900 taels. But what choice did they have when they needed someone's favor? Though they knew it was a fire sale, they could only grit their teeth and accept it. The rare additions at home served no immediate purpose, but the silver would prove most useful. Along the way, they needed to grease the palms of yamen runners and purchase medicine, food, and clothing. Upon reaching the place of exile, they would need to bribe local officials. The family still needed to survive, and money was needed at every turn. Chief Chun truly is a man of his word. It's only a pity he didn't appear in person, sending merely a middle-aged man to deliver the money. The old servant of the Jean family sighed with admiration. Their master had a keen eye for judging people. He was certain Chief Chun was a man who kept his promises, acted with principle, and never overreached. Unlike other prison guards who were purely greedy, someone might have demanded as much as 800 taels from 1,000. The old servant was well acquainted with the going rates. The money Chief Chun provided was undoubtedly the highest price attainable. There was nothing better to be found. This was genuine trustworthiness and honesty. According to the agreement, Chun Guanlo took 400 taels. He set aside 200 taels to hand to Master Du as an intermediary fee. Master Du kept declining, refusing to accept it. As long as you come to visit often so I may drink and eat with you, that is all I ask. But Chun Guanlo felt uneasy within. Master Du was living alone in the capital, while his wife and child waited back home for his remittances to sustain them. Master, this time you have done me a great favor. If you refuse even a single coin, what kind of person would I become? I would not dare seek your help again. Besides, if you do not consider your own needs, should you not think of Madame as well? Madame has toiled so many years. Letting her enjoy some good food is hardly unreasonable. Chun Guanlo insisted on pressing the 200 taels into Master Du's hands. Master Du felt the banknotes were burning his fingers as he kept declining. In the end, he accepted only 100 taels. But with that amount, the family's circumstances would see great improvement. Seeing Master Du adamant about accepting less, Chun Guanlo resolved to bring him fine food and wine in the future. Once Master Du had drunk a bit, he grew more talkative. He told Chun Guanlo, "The great lord has taken note of you. Next time you have goods of this nature, go through the back gate into the Marquis Manor. The great lord wishes to see you in person." "To see me? I am but a humble nobody several degrees removed from the Marquisal line. Can I truly catch the great lord's eye?" Chun Guanlo felt no excitement or honor, but rather suspicion regarding the great lord's motives. He did not believe such good fortune would ever fall to him. A man of self-awareness, he knew his station and how others viewed him, and he understood it well. "Do not speak so lightly of yourself. The great lord said it himself, you are superior to your father. Your father never understood these matters. He was rigid and inflexible in his conduct, which is why no one would assist him when trouble came." Chun Guanlo paid it no mind, saying, "My father was merely a fringe figure in the heavenly prison, handling documents and archives with no profitable opportunities whatsoever. When wages were distributed, he was never considered. All that prison guard title brought him was prestige without matching income." "You look down upon your father as well?" Master Du asked with a half-smile. Chun Guanlo shook his head. "I believe my father chose the wrong trade. He should never have gone to the filthy place of heavenly prison. Any yamen office would have been preferable. I wonder how he ended up there." Though his words sounded dismissive, his thoughts were otherwise. Heavenly prison was excellent. The position was an iron rice bowl passed from father to son and grandson. The prison guard duties of heavenly prison were hereditary. Regardless of how many generations had passed, the posts were basically inherited. Ancestors had served as prison guards with virtually no complete newcomers. When the eldest brother died, the second took his place. When the second died, the third stepped up. If all perished, the next generation would fill the roles. In short, this bowl of rice was secured. Even knowing the risks existed, nothing could deter the enthusiasm of these prison guard families. The remuneration was simply far too generous. No other trade offered such profits, nor the opportunity to flaunt borrowed authority. Master Du nodded frequently. "Your father's temperament was indeed unsuited for heavenly prison. But you navigate affairs with such smoothness and adaptability at so young an age. You thrive in heavenly prison like a fish in water. Did you know my father, Master?" His father had passed before Master Du came to teach at the Marquis Manor. Teaching came only after death. "I never knew him, nor did I ever see him. I merely heard tales about your father and analyzed his character from them. Your father would have been better suited to a quiet, uncorrupted post, fewer duties away from filth, maintaining his integrity. Master has keen insight. I toast you. From now on, let us cooperate regularly. I lack discernment. You shall be my judge, and then the great lord will dispose of the goods for us." Chun Guanlo stumbled over his words, his tongue quicker than his mind. Fortunately, he realized his error and quickly corrected himself. "I mean, the great lord supports our business." He understood nothing of bronzes, or ancient curiosities. He was a complete layman. But scholars of this era, especially veteran tutors like Master Du serving in wealthy households, generally possess some knowledge. Though they might not match the expertise of professional pawnshop appraisers, they far surpassed ordinary people by countless degrees. Rather than extorting wealth from prisoners, he felt that helping them buy and sell goods was far more defensible. This was a new financial pathway, and he resolved to pursue it. Selling goods to the Great Lord meant never worrying about investigations. Unless the emperor himself spoke or the court underwent upheaval, which Yamen would dare search the study of the first marquis of the current dynasty? Did they not want their heads? Should any Yamen ever come to investigate the Marquis manor, it would never be for fencing stolen goods. It would be because they had chosen the wrong faction or offended the old emperor. No third explanation existed. Throughout millennia of history, the greatest noble houses that fell overnight could never escape these two causes alone. Charges of callousness toward human life, forcing virtuous women into prostitution unlawfully, seizing commoners' land, illicit exchanges, corruption, and bribery. None of these could topple the highest nobility in a single night. Only offending the emperor and taking the wrong side proved fatal. Jiang Tu's misdeeds over the years had been countless, yet no Yamen dared raid the Jiang residence. As long as the old emperor offered protection, Jiang Tu remained unharmed. But once the new emperor ascended, Jiang Tu would surely be the first to face retribution. No wonder Jiang Tu and the crown prince were at odds. Each sought to destroy the other. Let them fight then. Let them struggle. Since the old emperor had grown elderly, court affairs had grown increasingly turbulent. Jiang Tu was merely a small pawn at the center of the turmoil. Master Du was genuinely impressed by Chun Guanlo's daring and decisive spirit. His execution surpassed that of many accomplished men. Most people talked far more than they acted, if they acted at all, spending their days only in complaint. Yet he harbored some hesitation. Will this truly work? How many opportunities does heavenly prison offer you? When others see you profiting, won't they grow envious? Chun Guanlo let out a derisive laugh. What use is envy? They are not members of the Chen family, nor can they find a patron as generous and discerning as the Great Lord. Every soul in that prison from top to bottom lacks any real foundation. Within those walls, even though I'm related to the Marquis manor only distantly, I remain the most well-connected person there. One cannot force me. Despite Yu Qingfan's warnings, was he not also wary of the Chen family behind me? With thousands of Chun clan members, and my position granted by Steward Lu, Wan Jailer must show some restraint. You're bluffing, using the tiger's skin to inflate your banner. If Wan Jailer knew the inner affairs of the Chen clan, he would have no reason to fear the Marquis manor. Where would he learn the Chun clan's secrets? Which Chen family member would speak carelessly abroad? Among kinsmen, reckless talk is forgivable, but abroad such gossip invites beating. The clan also had its advantages. Family shame should not be aired publicly. Externally, they stood united, while internally, they competed among themselves. As long as the Marquis manor had not yet fallen, the Chun clan members would act with restraint and observe proper etiquette. But should the day come when the Marquis manor collapsed and order vanished, the clan would disgrace themselves openly. As in the tale of Dream of the Red Chamber, where scandals within the household spread throughout the capital, shame reaching even the imperial palace. When the authorities seized upon any weak point, they would strike with pinpoint accuracy. Chun Guanlo spun a web of persuasive words, stirring even Tutor Du's excitement as he began to fantasize about an old tree sprouting new buds. Chun Guanlo also promised that once this venture was on track, Tutor Du could summon his eldest son from his hometown to help earn a tidy sum. The capital was vast, populous, and teeming with wealthy families, which meant abundant opportunities. With the Marquis mansion as their backing, as long as they dared to act, they would never lack for money. The Marquis mansion was their greatest pillar, and the imperial prison their greatest treasure trove. I've heard that the second young madam owns a jewelry shop that also deals in recycling. I might approach Steward Lu and perhaps open up another business route. He couldn't fixate solely on rare books and antiques, for not every official had such knowledge or preference. Most families preferred to hoard gold and silver, and women loved buying gold and silver jewelry. As for the second young madam, we must proceed slowly and not rush. On the surface, the main branch and the second branch appear harmonious, but behind the scenes they are locked in endless strife. We've been following the path of the first master all along. If we rashly entangle ourselves with the second branch, we might anger the first master. Offending the second young madam would at most bring some hardship. Offending the first master, however, would spell disaster. Listen to this, old man, do not be greedy. Tutor Du was not completely dazzled by Chun Guanlo's boastful rhetoric. He still maintained a basic level of clarity. He was the first master's man, and he could not commit any act of betrayal. Spreading such news would label him as a disloyal servant. Other matters were trivial, but once branded with the stigma of betraying one's master, his future would be utterly ruined. No wealthy family would employ a person who had betrayed their master. If one stuck with their master through misfortune without switching allegiances, others would respect their integrity and might even offer another chance. A betrayer, no matter how brilliant, would be despised and never get a second opportunity. Thank you for the reminder, Tutor Du. This matter truly cannot be rushed. We must first prioritize the first master's affairs. If that doesn't work, I'll find another avenue. In short, from now on, you and I will make money together and drink together. As long as you don't look down on my shallowness. Oh, you're too modest. If you were to serve in a proper government office with your abilities, you would rise to prominence in no time. That would be far better than the imperial prison. Yet you stubbornly refuse to listen and insist on the prison. I can't fathom what's so good about it. Tutor Du shook his head repeatedly, unable to comprehend, no matter how long he pondered. Chun Guanlo laughed heartily. How could the world understand what the imperial prison meant to him? He had no need to explain the reasons to anyone. Drink, drink. He quickly changed the subject, no longer discussing the prison, and instead indulged in visions of the future. Taking advantage of his day off, just before dawn, Shun Guanlo disguised himself, changed his appearance, and went out carrying incense, candles, and paper money to burn offerings for Luo Jingtian outside the city, thanking him for the treasure left behind, the ascension record. Though it was merely a transaction, in his heart what Luo Jingtian had left him far exceeded the terms of the deal. He was a man of his word, and one who repaid kindness. This was a matter of principle. After leaving the city, he walked another 20-odd li before reaching the burial site. The place was remote and desolate, with scarcely any human presence nearby. The Luo family had chosen such a spot to bury Luo Jingtian, likely seeking seclusion, unobtrusive and free from worries that someone might covet this barren land and forcibly relocate the grave. He lit the incense and candles, then set fire to the paper money. Old Luo, dust to dust. Take the money and bribe Lord Yama, hoping for a better reincarnation in your next life. Maybe we'll meet again someday. I might not come back, so I'm burning extra for you this time. Your silence means you've received it. After the flames died out, he began his journey back to the capital. On the way, two figures trailed behind him, wearing bamboo hats and obscuring their faces, dressed like wandering martial artists. Surveying the surroundings, barren with dense woods on all sides, it was a perfect spot for murder and burial. He stopped, turned, and fixed his gaze on the two tails. Why are you following me? This time he was disguised as an old man past 50, even his patched clothes bought from a ready-made garment shop. As long as he made his requests, the shop assistants could fulfill them. Hand over the goods. The two tails were in their prime, both second-rank martial artists. No wonder they spoke with such ferocity and menace. Facing an ordinary old man, a second-rank martial artist naturally had the right to be arrogant. Shun Guanlo was puzzled. What goods? Don't play dumb. Hand over Luo Jingtian's belongings. I don't know what you're talking about. Old man, don't be foolish. We've been guarding Luo Jingtian's grave for nearly a month, and you're the first to pay respects. His things must be with you. Hand them over, and we'll give you a quick end. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Quite arrogant indeed. Shun Guanlo tilted his head and thought carefully. I truly don't know what you're talking about. I have none of Luo Jingtian's belongings. Still playing dumb at death's door. They're not with the Luo family, so where else could they be at? Luo Jingtian cheated us and kept the goods for himself. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. He was already executed by the court's executioner. You're the only one who came to his grave, so your bond must be extraordinary. You'd better be smart about this. I truly don't understand what you're saying. Shun Guanlo stuck to his story. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Dream on if they thought he'd admit to taking Luo Jingtian's last possessions. Enough talk, let's teach him a lesson. The two tails drew their swords to kill. Shun Guanlo's blade left its sheath. He was utterly unafraid, even feeling a surge of intense excitement. A battle against two second-rank martial artists at once. Come on, let it be fiercer. The blade flashed. Swords clashed. 3 moves. Tail A fell dead on the spot, a thin line across his heart, crashing to the ground without a breath. Tail B couldn't believe his eyes, his face a mix of panic, shock, and bewilderment. He stared at his comrade's corpse, then at Shun Guanlo, and shouted, So Luo Jingtian's goods really did fall into your hands. You keep harping on goods, without ever saying what they are. Now that it's just the two of us, can you tell this old man what exactly you're searching for? He advanced step by step, while Tail B retreated, his expression shifting unpredictably. Kill me if you must. Why play these games and mock me now? Shun Guanlo looked innocent. I truly don't understand. Well, I'm not mocking you. He seemed sincere, but the other clearly didn't believe him. The man gave a bitter, mocking laugh. You have no martial meridians, yet you possess a top-tier internal cultivation technique. How dare you keep up the pretense? Liar. If it weren't for what Luo Jingtian left you, I could have killed you with one strike. To be honest, Luo Jingtian gave me a sum of silver to collect his corpse and burn paper for him after his death. As for my martial arts, haven't you heard of hidden meridians? Hidden meridians haven't emerged in 10 years. How could you possibly have them? Don't think you can fool me. Tailby was on the verge of breaking down. He refused to believe it, absolutely refused. As a hidden line cultivator, the most important thing is to conceal your identity. Shun Guanlo continued to press forward. You seem to have been searching for something Luo Jingtian left behind. What exactly are you looking for? Since you are a hidden line cultivator, this matter has nothing to do with you. Let us consider today's business concluded. Tailby was clever. Since he couldn't win, he would run. He retreated at extreme speed, confident in his lightness skill. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? The words fell, and Shun Guanlo was already standing before Tailby, a blade's length away, close enough to slay him in an instant. Tailby was clearly terrified. What swift movement! He hadn't even seen how the other had arrived beside him. Even more frightening was the blade in his hand. Fast, impossibly fast swordsmanship. Before he could even discern the trajectory of the blade, his companion had already met his end. Could this be the power of a hidden line cultivator? Then, what rank is this old man before me? Certainly above second rank. Third, fourth, or fifth. Shun Guanlo. Even he himself didn't know exactly what rank his strength equated to. He was still feeling his way through, determining his own strength through combat. Both tails were second-rank martial artists, but clearly not at the pinnacle of second rank. That was why he could dispose of one so easily. He kept the other one alive because he wanted to interrogate him. Speak. What exactly are you searching for? Tailbeat clearly realized that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. His eyes darted about as he tried to delay, simultaneously thinking of ways to escape. We're looking for a secret manual. What kind of manual? Chun Guanlo asked with interest. Even though he knew they meant the Heavenly Ascension record, it didn't prevent him from wanting to learn its origins. Why would someone like Luo Jingtian possess such an advanced manual? What kind of background did it come from? The two tales he encountered today proved that people in this world who knew of the Heavenly Ascension record were not limited to himself alone. This was extremely dangerous. The secrets on his body must never be known to others. They must be eradicated. I don't know. You don't know? Chun Guanlo stared fixedly at him, observing his expressions. The man didn't seem to be lying. You don't know yet you insist on guarding around Luo Jingtian's grave. I only know that Luo Jingtian had a staggering martial arts manual in his possession. They say after cultivating it one's martial prowess advances by leaps and bounds, as if being reborn. It can even break through one's bone marrow limitations, and very likely allow one to step into the master realm. What's more, it can also conceal one's cultivation level. So powerful a manual, yet Luo Jingtian didn't cultivate it. He didn't dare. Why? Because the manual wasn't originally his. He just stumbled upon a huge windfall through sheer luck. Unfortunately, he died too early. Chun Guanlo pressed further. How do you know so much about this? How can you be certain that Luo Jingtian's manual can truly allow someone to transcend their limits and enter the master realm? Everyone says so. And who exactly is this everyone you're talking about? This time Tailbeat clamped his mouth shut tightly. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you a single word. Chun Guanlo. Fine, no need to tell. It's not a big deal. He asked again, how do you know the manual is in Luo Jingtian's possession? Before Luo Jingtian was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, he didn't hide himself. He didn't look like someone concealing a manual. We certainly have evidence before we could be certain the manual was in Luo Jingtian's hands. Why didn't he hide himself? Perhaps he had no idea how valuable the manual in his hands truly was, nor the chaos its disclosure would cause. Yet you knew. May I ask what your background is? I won't tell you. Sigh. Chun Guanlo let out a sigh. Tell me, why won't you just cooperate properly? The blade flashed and a life was claimed. Both second-rank martial artists lay dead. He searched the bodies as usual. Two more with no identities, ordinary-looking Jianghu toughs, and dead broke. The two of them combined had barely 10 taels of silver. He dug a pit and buried the bodies. The bamboo hat and 2 decent swords were all buried in the hole as well. He would leave no traces that could lead investigators to him. Every swordsman's sword carries their personal characteristics. These were walking evidence of murder. Useless to keep buried was the correct way to handle them. After covering up the traces, he returned to the city. Killing was like any other skill. The first time made you nervous, the second time made you familiar. He believed that soon enough he would become a regular. If someone asked him someday why he was so skilled at it, he could reply, nothing else, just practice makes perfect. When entering the city, he ran into his sister-in-law's father-in-law, Su Deshang, and exempted him from the head tax. Shalu, back from your outing. Went out of the city on some business, just got back. Uncle Su, haven't you finished your shift yet? I'm on duty today. Won't be off until tomorrow morning. When you have a day off, I'll buy a jug of wine and come visit at your place. Sure, we can talk about it. After a few more words of pleasantry, Chun Guanlo took his leave. Su Deshang had 2 sons. The elder also worked at the city gate. Because he was literate, he served as a tax collector. The second son, that is Chun Guanlo's brother-in-law, had opened a cheap tea house right near the city gate. He pulled customers straight from the gate, and the business was quite good. He didn't go to his brother-in-law's tea house. Instead, he detoured to the market to buy wine and a few pounds of pig's head meat, which he brought to the Su family. He also secretly slipped a packet of silver to his elder sister Chen Xiaolan. When old mistress Su saw him arrive with wine and meat, her usually sharp face showed a rare smile. When she learned that Chun Guanlo wouldn't be staying for a meal, she smiled even more happily. He had a private conversation with his elder sister Chen Xiaolan in the inner room and gave her the silver. Chen Xiaolan didn't stand on ceremony. After accepting the silver, she began her lecturing. Now that you're making money easily, you should start saving. You haven't taken a wife yet. The Chun family line depends entirely on you to continue the family tree. What kind of girl are you even looking for? I can start making arrangements for you. You're not young anymore. You can't keep messing around like this. Last time your brother-in-law told me you're always going to the brothels with the other jailers. It's fine to go occasionally for business dealings, but how can you linger there long term? You should still find a proper wife to bring home. That's what's serious. Chun Guanlo felt his head buzzing. Don't worry about my affairs, sister. I have no intention of marrying for now. A few more years won't matter. Chen Xiaolan's temper flared. A few more years? How many years are you planning to wait? I think you've clearly gotten rich and your heart has grown wild. You've stopped looking at decent girls from good families, completely enchanted by those flashy vixens at the brothels. I'm telling you, when looking at women, don't just stare at their faces. Virtue is what matters most. Are you even listening to me? Sister, how does old mistress Su treat you now? Chun Guanlo skillfully changed the subject. Does she still mistreat you like before? As expected, the mention of her mother-in-law immediately redirected Chun Xiaolan's attention. Ever since you started working at the heavenly prison, your frequent visits with wine and gifts have softened my mother-in-law's attitude considerably. She's much more affable now. Last time on my father-in-law's birthday, even though you couldn't make it in person, the gifts you sent were absolutely adored. They treasure them like precious gems. Chen Xiaolan lowered her voice, grinning smugly. Now my mother-in-law treats me far better than my elder sister-in-law. She makes my sister-in-law do all the heavy chores and kitchen work. I'm just hoping to give your brother-in-law a big bouncing son. Chen Xiaolan had been married for years, but had only one daughter, now 3 years old, nicknamed Yaya. She spent her days running wild with the neighbor's older sister. Not seeing her now meant she was surely out playing again. Big sis, you're sure to get your wish. Maybe even twin boys. Chen Xiaolan's smile widened. If that really happens, 2 sons in one birth, I'd be laughing in my sleep. You should also settle down soon and bear a child for the Chen family. I know, Chen Guanlo replied impatiently. He had no intention of marrying anytime soon. Marriage would only slow down his blade-drawing speed. The secrets he carried could never be shared with anyone, including a wife. A wife would bring too many complications, and his secrets might be discovered by the one who slept beside him. Procreation could happen anytime, there was no rush. Fearing his sister would keep nagging, he excused himself by claiming urgent business at the yamen. Returning home, Sister Chuanxiang called him to dinner, and he gave a casual reply. Sister Chuanxiang told him that young Master Zhao had recently befriended a great Confucian scholar in the city. The scholar was very impressed with Zhao's talent and prospects, and had decided to take him as a closed-door disciple. These days young Master Zhao lived at the scholar's home, studying diligently. Soon young Master Zhao will move out. In 2 years we'll have to address him as Lord Zhao. If my courtyard produces an official, the reputation will spread, and it'll be easier to rent out. Little Chun, do you think I should raise the rent after young Master Zhao leaves? After all, it's the room where Lord Zhao once stayed, blessed by the literary star in the sky. Chen Guanlo sincerely advised, maybe wait a bit. When young Master Zhao officially passes the imperial exam, and his name is on the golden list, raising the rent then would be more justified. What if young Master Zhao runs into trouble, or isn't so lucky? Absolutely impossible. The first time I saw him I knew he was a literary star descended to earth. He's destined to pass the exams, and enjoy a prosperous official career. But you have a point. It's not too late to raise the rent later. Chuanxiang was convinced. Rents on the entire street were fixed. If she raised it now she'd face criticism. It was better to wait until the good news of Zhao's success arrived. Then the rent increase would be more persuasive. Neighbors get along by mutual understanding, tolerance, and compromise. If you didn't want to make enemies or become a local bully, you shouldn't fall out with the neighbors. Distant relatives are not as good as near neighbors. When trouble truly comes, you rely on these neighbors for help. Just like a wanderer working far from home, when something happens, family back home can't help immediately. You have to rely on colleagues, classmates, and friends. A few days later, young Master Zhao indeed moved out. Chen Guanlo was on duty at the time, so they didn't have a chance to say goodbye. Chen Guanlo had wanted to treat him to a meal, but their schedules never aligned. In the future, when young Master Zhao became Lord Zhao, they would have even less chance to drink together. Chen Guanlo could only sigh in regret. The room in Chuanxiang's courtyard became vacant, and soon attracted a new tenant, an itinerant merchant from out of town. He was often away but spent generously. He didn't have the stingy, penny-pinching habits of other traveling merchants. Chen Guanlo had only met him once. His surname was Lai, with a broad face, a large forehead, and shrewd little eyes. He looked like someone who would make a fortune. When the man learned that Chen Guanlo worked at the heavenly prison, he clearly wanted to get closer. Chen Guanlo told him, business at the yamen. You're from out of town, you can't handle it. Stick to your own trade first. When you have enough capital, then consider other things. You're right, Officer Chen. I never knew how prosperous the capital was until I came here. Now I realize I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. I'll need your guidance, Officer Chen. No problem. If anyone deliberately gives you trouble, don't fight back. Come to me afterward. Chen Guanlo only said to come to him, but didn't specify how he would help. Boss Lai, being shrewd, immediately offered silver. Chen Guanlo, following his principles, refused to take the money. His rule was always help after payment, payment after help. He wouldn't accept advance payment, allowing others to use his name to throw their weight around. That approach wouldn't work with him. Boss Lai felt a bit awkward. He was a stranger in the capital, and in his eyes, prison guards at the heavenly prison were people worth currying favor with. But the other party didn't let him curry favor. That was awkward. Officer Chen, is it not enough? Chen Guanlo waved his hand. You misunderstand. You've just arrived in the capital and are doing honest business. You need capital. Focus on your business for now. We'll talk later. Yes. Thank you, Officer Chen. When are you free? If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you to a drink. There will be plenty of opportunities to drink. As I said, later. Chen Guanlo dismissed Boss Lai. Chuanxiang was puzzled. He offered you money, why didn't you take it? If you don't take his money, Boss Lai will panic. I'm just a lowly jailer. Why would I take his money? I don't need his paltry sum. As a jailer, honestly, there's only so much I can help with. Maybe passing on some information. I don't have the power to be anyone's protector. Chen Guanlo understood that merchants wanted a capable protector. But he knew his own situation, his identity, and circumstances didn't allow him to be anyone's shield. Exposing his secrets for a few pieces of silver wasn't worth it. Besides, he had plenty of ways to make money. He didn't fancy Boss Lai's small change. Chuanxiang clicked her tongue. You're so modest. You're more perceptive and smoother-tongued than your father. If he had half your skill, he wouldn't have borne a bad reputation and died poor. People have been mentioning his late father a lot lately. How rigid and stubborn his father must have been while alive. And yet he chose to be a jailer. How strange. Chen Guanlo chuckled. I'm learning from the lessons my father left me. Without his example, I wouldn't be where I am today. Chuanxiang laughed. You always have an answer. But it's a skill to learn from your father's mistakes. Tomorrow when De Wang's father returns, I'll prepare a feast. You must come. Brother Qian is coming back. Chuanxiang's husband was named Qian Yoli. A practical name. By my reckoning, it's about time. I checked at the escort agency. They said this trip went smoothly, safe and sound. A safe return is all that matters. For dinner, Chen Guanlo ate together with Lu Datu. They found a simple roadside stall and ordered a few snacks. Lu Datu wanted to drink, but Chen stopped him. I still have duty at the yamen later. Don't drink when you have duty, did you forget? It's only you who clings to all these tedious rules. Lu Datu grumbled a couple of times, but didn't insist. He looked disheveled, his eye sockets filled with red threads, a classic sign of sleep deprivation from late nights and overindulgence. Chen Guanlo advised him, take it easy, don't drop dead suddenly one of these days. Knock on wood, don't curse me like that. The two were so familiar with each other that they spoke with complete ease. Chen Guanlo asked him, lost everything again. How much did you lose this time? Lu Datu ran his hand through his hair, looking thoroughly miserable. Don't even mention it. I suspect there are cheaters at the gambling den. You're only figuring that out now. Chen Guanlo mocked him, relentlessly clicking his tongue. Even someone who doesn't gamble like me knows that gambling dens must have professional cheaters on staff to prevent others from cheating and to ensure the house always wins. Someone like you with a steady job, regular income, and a gambling habit. You're every casino's favorite customer. They'll squeeze you slowly over 30 to 50 years. To the gambling den, you're a walking gold bar. Absolutely adorable. Is it really that bad? You even said adorable. Don't make me sick. Lu Datu felt aggrieved and helpless. He felt his luck had been terrible this year, rarely winning any money. Wherever he went, he lost. How infuriating. How much did you actually lose? Lu Datu held up 3 fingers. Chen Guanlo raised an eyebrow. 30 taels? Seeing the other man shake his head, Chen Guanlo immediately frowned and asked in a low voice, 300 taels. Good heavens, how did you lose so much? Where did you even get that kind of money? Chen Guanlo could calculate Lu Datu's income, at most 20 to 30 taels a month. 300 taels was almost a full year's earnings. Lu Datu was reckless with money, spending as soon as he had it, never able to save anything. Where could 300 taels have come from? There was something suspicious here. Lu Datu looked around nervously, then leaned forward and drew close to Chen Guanlo, whispering, that matter last time. I pocketed some of the silver. Su Fugue turned a blind eye and later gave me an extra 50 taels. Chen Guanlo snorted. Only 50 taels. Su Fugue is too greedy. Don't be fooled by the Class C prison's constant requests for money shaking down the prisoners. In truth, most of the money gets handed over. What actually reaches the jailer's hands isn't much. The Class C prison doesn't have the profit-sharing system of the Class A prison. It all depends on the conscience of the officials above. Out of every 100 taels earned, if they can spare 20 for the jailers below, that's considered extremely generous. Lu Datu sighed. You're lucky getting assigned to the Class A prison. Your income at least doubled. More than doubled, it was several times more. Of course, Chen Guanlo would never reveal his actual income. The people in the Class A prison were disciplined about keeping earnings confidential. Everyone understood the principle, it's not about having too little, but about inequality. If the jailers in Classes B and C learned the truth about the income gap, they'd probably riot. The officials above issued repeated warnings, emphasizing again and again that the primary requirement for the Class A prison is controlling one's tongue. Nothing inside the imperial prison may be revealed to the outside. Not a single pen, a single sheet of paper, a single copper coin's worth of matters may be disclosed. Anyone who dares speak carelessly will be expelled. How many days are you planning to rest? With all his money lost, the coming days could only be spent resting. Elegantly termed as cultivating one's character. Lu Datu wagged his head. I'll rest until next month's pay at least. Chen Guanlo sneered at him. No wonder you'll never get rich. As long as there's enough to eat. What will you eat when you're old? By then my son will take over my position at the imperial prison. I'll never want for food or drink till the day I die. Lu Datu spoke of this proudly, showing off that he had a son. Chen Guanlo clicked his tongue. If you're serious, spend some money and send your son to study for a couple of years. Then I'll figure out a way to get him assigned to the Class A prison. For real, as long as you send your son to school, I'll stand by this promise. How about it? Then it's a deal. Gamble less next month, save some money for your son's education. If you don't send your son to school within 3 months, this promise is void. Yes, I'll definitely do it. I'll find a place for him as soon as I get home. I heard the Marquis' residence runs a clan school. Do they accept students outside the Chen family? Forget that idea. Even if the Chen clan school accepts outsiders, they're all connected families' children. I don't have the pull to stuff even a connected student into the clan school. You can find Tutor Su, a private school run by my brother-in-law's clan. I studied there before. The teaching is good and the discipline strict. It costs about 10 taels a year. If your son is good at studies, add another 2 taels for books and supplies. For someone with your income, this little money isn't a problem. A child going to school costs over 10 taels a year. That's too expensive. Lu Datu complained, endlessly full of grievances, as if it were cutting flesh from his body. Chen Guanlo despised him. You just lost 300 taels, enough to send your son to school for 15 or 20 years. You didn't see you upset about that. The money spent on your son's education will come back eventually. What's there to be stingy about? A father like you. It's a miracle your son hasn't rebelled against you. What a filial child. If my son dares rebel against me, I'll break his legs right now. Lu Datu said viciously, displaying all the authority of a father. The shopkeeper, hearing them mention the word rebellion, quickly stepped out to interject. Gentlemen, this is not the time to be saying such things. I heard from traveling merchants that in Jinzhou, due to years of drought, people really have taken up arms in rebellion. They've killed many officials and have already captured several cities. I hear the leader has crowned himself the Great Bright King. These past few days the horse patrol has been noticeably more aggressive. If they overhear the word rebellion, it could bring disaster. I heard about the unrest in Jinzhou early this year, and officials said it could be wiped out in a day. Shopkeeper, from what you're implying, it seems to be getting worse. Chen Guanlo pressed curiously. The shopkeeper glanced around. There was only this one table of customers, and pedestrians had mostly gone home for dinner. He whispered, the official story is naturally painted in the best light. His Majesty loves hearing good news. That's something we all know, right? The real situation, from what those merchants told me, is that Jinzhou has long been devastated. The more the rebels are suppressed, the more of them there are, and their territory keeps growing. I hear many poor folk who can't afford food are heading toward Jinzhou to join the Great Bright King's forces. Hearing this, Chen Guanlo couldn't help but feel dazed. He was in the capital, far from it all, and always felt that they should be living in an era of imperial prosperity. Even with the court factions endlessly scheming against each other, what dynasty isn't like this? The old emperor, though growing more foolish and greedy by the day, still maintained overall stability in the court. He assumed the common people could still get by, yet he never imagined the flames of rebellion in Jinzhou had already illuminated half the sky. Meanwhile, the capital continued its songs and festivities, the court still singing praises of virtue and achievements, declaring excellent conditions that could be wiped out momentarily. He shook himself from his daze, seemingly already able to foresee the day when the imperial prison would be overflowing with prisoners. Day after day, he served as a jailer in the Tianluo. Lord Jean and his family had already embarked on the road to exile. Cell No. 72 was left empty. Yet before 2 days had passed, a new prisoner was thrown in, a poor capital official. So destitute that his official robe was patched, and he lived on borrowed money. Why would such a man be imprisoned? It was said that he had signed his name on a memorial impeaching Jiang too. The old emperor had grown irritable of late, and more courtiers were rallying to topple Jiang. Even officials from the most idle yamen came out to join the fray. In a fit of rage, the old emperor pulled out the most scathing memorial and threw all the signatories into the dungeon to vent his spite. Wasn't Jiang Tu merely acting on the emperor's behalf, demanding money, exotic stones, and beautiful women from local governments under the pretext of building palaces and gardens? He was sharing the sage ruler's burdens, not committing any fault. Yet the courtiers seized on a minor flaw, scolding endlessly, even insinuating criticism of the old emperor. The old emperor lost his temper several times, but could not quell the officials' fighting spirit. Compounding matters, the violent tax resistance case in Jiangnan had recently implicated Jiang Tu. Even the rebellion in Gold Province to the north was linked to him. The old emperor, furious and desperate, arrested a batch of officials to test the waters. If the courtiers remained obstinate, heads would roll. The new inmate of Cell No. 72, named Jiang, was thrown in under these circumstances. He had merely signed his name, and then the Jinui, fierce as wolves, dragged him into prison. Because he was a poor capital official with no oil to squeeze, and because the Jinui cells were cramped, Lord Jiang was fortunate enough to be sent to the Tianluo. The Tianluo had its own rules, and poverty was no excuse. Qian Fuguei and the others complained to Chen Guanlo. Chief Chen, the higher-ups are pressing us to collect the fees according to the regulations. But that Jiang fellow can't yield even a drop of oil. What are we to do? He's even owed several dozen taels of silver to others. His family is so poor you can't find a single valuable item. He has to borrow money just to eat. I hear the yamen hasn't paid salaries for half a year. For a poor capital official like him, it's a miracle he hasn't starved to death. According to the regulations, at least 600 taels. Even if you sold him, you couldn't get that much. The jailers babbled on. On one hand, the rules of the Tianluo, on the other, a penniless official with no grease to extract. They, the jailers, were caught in a difficult position. Chen Guanlo was also vexed. He even suspected that Jailer 1 had deliberately placed Lord Jiang in his jurisdiction just to spite him. He said bluntly, "Tell Jiang to borrow from a loan shark. The rules of the Tianluo cannot be broken. Jiang says he'd rather die than borrow from a loan shark. He says he couldn't pay it back anyway. Since he's doomed to die, he might as well die in the Tianluo and maybe gain a reputation after death. These officials value reputation over life. Chief Chen, what do you think we should do?" Chen Guanlo rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. He must know some rich men. Let him find a way to borrow from his former classmates and colleagues. Jiang is like a stone in a latrine, hard and stinking. Most of his acquaintances are poor capital officials like him. There seems to be no one who can lend him 600 taels in one go. Chen Guanlo was now furious. If this won't work and that won't work, what do you suggest? How about taking him to the torture chamber? So be it. Chen Guanlo made the decision. The rules of the Tianluo must be obeyed, the silver must be paid, even if it meant selling everything. Just then Jailer 1 sent someone to urge them. Chen Guanlo went to the office to see Jailer 1, asking for a few more days' grace since his men were working hard to get the money. Jailer 1 gave a cold laugh. Don't bring the sloppy rules of the C block to the A block. Here we hold court officials who are still officials until the court convicts them. Without a superior's order, how dare you use torture? Chen Guanlo, use your brain. Chen Guanlo was seething with anger, but forced himself to stay calm. Jiang is a stubborn poor official unyielding to both soft and hard tactics. If we don't give him a taste of severity, he'll never borrow the money. Could you Lord One grant a few more days? Perhaps we can find a way to get the money without torture. How dare you? Are you questioning my decision? Don't think that just because Assistant Warden Fan favors you, you have a backer. In the A block, I call the shots. I tell you to collect the money, and you must collect it. That's the rule. Don't give me excuses about difficulties, and don't think about using heavy torture. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't have the money in 3 days, I'll dismiss you, and you can roll back to the C block. At that moment, Chen Guanlo was certain Jailer 1 was playing an open game, deliberately placing Jiang in his jurisdiction to force him to extract money. Everyone knew Jiang was a poor capital official, yet Jailer 1 gave only 3 days, clearly to spite and harass him, to find an excuse to get rid of him. Since that was the case, further words were useless. Chen Guanlo returned to the duty room, thought for a moment, and decided to see Jiang himself. Lord Jiang was thin and gaunt with barely any flesh on his cheeks, making his eyes bulge out and appear large. But his eyelids were wrinkled, making him look old. The case file showed he was actually only in his 30s, under 40. His face, however, seemed 50. He was short, below average height for the era. At 180 meters, Chen Guanlo towered over him, exuding an oppressive presence. He tapped the cell bars with his water and fire staff. Lord Jiang, is a newcomer, are you finding things uncomfortable? Jiang Fengyu stared at Chen Guanlo at the cell door, a little slow to react. Oh, you're the Chief Chen they mentioned. Thank you for visiting me, Chief Chen. I am quite well. Chen Guanlo pursed his lips, his expression turning serious. They've explained the rules to you, haven't they? I know, no loud noises, no. Are you joking with me, Lord Jiang? Chen Guanlo stared at him with unfriendly eyes. The rule of the Tianluo is that every inmate must pay 600 taels upon entry. All this. Jiang Fengyu looked bewildered and said innocently, I don't have it. Truly I don't. He turned out his sleeves and pockets. Not a single copper coin. Whether you have it or not is not our concern. Oh, we only collect the money. With money comes food. The higher-ups haven't paid salaries or grain money for months. If you don't pay, all the inmates in the Tianluo will have to starve. Lord Jiang, you wouldn't want everyone to starve because of you, would you? But I truly have no money. Then borrow it. I can't. Jiang Fengyu remained innocent throughout. Chen Guanlo finally understood this man was simply destined to be poor. Starve him, give him no water. Chen Guanlo instructed the prison guards. Let us withhold food for several days and observe. Guard Xiao Jin whispered softly, Warden Chen, that official Jiang appears accustomed to periods of hunger. I doubt starving him for a few days will prove effective. One who regularly endures hunger develops peculiar methods of coping, far more adept than ordinary men at suppressing the pangs of starvation. I believe he could withstand fasting for 10 or 15 days, yet I hardly think he shall survive 3 days without water, Chen Guanlo remarked. He himself had never known true hunger, but his mind held a wealth of knowledge. Scientific inquiry confirms that while a man may endure starvation, he cannot long live without water. What if after 3 days he still cannot produce the funds? What then? What then? How was he to know? In his former life, he had never been a debt collector. Jiang Fengyu was a solitary bachelor serving in the capital, while his family remained thousands of li distant in their ancestral homeland. Nor could he simply soar thousands of li to seize whomever he pleased. We shall address it when the moment arrives. Warden Wan showed no patience. Once Jiang Fengyu was settled, he would undoubtedly employ further means against him. Ultimately, Chen Guanlo's presence had stretched Warden Wan's patience to its breaking point. Only by forcing him out could Wan find any respite. Jiang Fengyu's blatant maneuver was executed with striking clarity, and to Chen Guanlo it proved genuinely nauseating. He could not merely sit passively and await ruin. Block A's prison operated under one ironclad law: money. It was the foundation of all things, the standard by which all else was measured. His earlier words held truth. The authorities had neglected disbursements for grain and wages for 6 months. Each month the allowances and bonuses distributed to the staff the provisions for sustenance within the celestial prison. All of it, by heaven's wrath, came from the guards' own labors. Witnessing the prison's ability to self-sustain financially, the higher authorities grew ever more complacent in denying allocations. The lower-ranking officials of the capital had endured harsh conditions throughout the past half-year. Though they dared not speak openly privately, they cursed the old emperor's lineage through 18 generations. Such was not the conduct of a righteous ruler. Such circumstances compelled them to devise schemes of embezzlement and corruption merely to sustain themselves. Driven by his pursuit of longevity through Taoist arts, the aging sovereign grew ever more avaricious year after year. Any funds resting in the Ministry of Revenue's coffers were swiftly requisitioned. Salaries for the officials were consistently withheld, with only hollow assurances that they should bear the hardship. Only when the discontent grew too boisterous did they deign to distribute meager rations of grain, a superficial gesture to muffle their grievances. Chen Guanlo considered himself fortunate to serve within the celestial prison, for there he could extort funds from inmates to resolve the bureau's financial shortfalls. Had he been posted elsewhere, he would undoubtedly be fretting over an empty rice pot. He arranged to dine with Lu Daitu. Noticing Chen's distressed countenance, Lu inquired, "Has Warden Wan troubled you once more?" "You certainly keep abreast of developments. Within Block A's confines, Warden Wan stands as your sole adversary. Beyond him, who else would seek to harass you?" Lu Daidu popped a peanut into his mouth and sipped his wine. Speak, what assistance do you require? Shen Guanlo offered him a toast, signaled the innkeeper to bring additional dishes, and lowered his voice. What grip do we have on Warden Wan? Upon hearing this, Lu Daido's countenance shifted between trepidation and eagerness. You genuinely intend to take action? Shen Guanlo offered no confirmation, merely remarking, preparation averts peril. One cannot remain perpetually subject to his coercion. Countermeasures must be devised. Lu Daidu contemplated for a moment as the food on the plates diminished visibly. I have no direct dealings with Warden Wan, yet I have associates who know his brother-in-law. We frequented the same gambling establishment. A genuine brother-in-law. Shen Guanlo's interest peaked instantly. Lu Daidu emitted a sly chuckle. Warden Wan maintains a mistress in another residence. His legitimate wife is formidable, and he has never dared reveal this arrangement. This brother-in-law hails from the mistress's natal family and regularly solicits funds from her for gambling pursuits. Shen Guanlo's curiosity deepened. What manner of man is he? Far worse than myself. He indulges in every vice, dissipation, debauchery, gambling. On one occasion he attempted to obtain the services of a courtesan without payment, incurred debts, and was pursued through multiple streets before being soundly beaten. Shen Guanlo could now paint a clear portrait of this brother-in-law in his mind. What astonished him most was Lu Daido's surprising self-awareness, acknowledging his own deficiencies. Truly uncommon. Truly rare. This brother-in-law has likely committed numerous misdeeds under Warden Wan's guise, has he not? Shen Guanlo pressed. Lu Daidu nodded emphatically. That youth is avaricious and lecherous, prone to harassing virtuous women. On multiple occasions when he provoked trouble, Warden Wan was forced to intervene and settle matters. The young man fails to learn his lesson. Each scandal is followed by a period of rectitude, only for him to relapse into his former vices within moments. A faint plan began to take shape within Shen Guanlo's mind, awaiting only the refinement of its details. Brother Daido, I am deeply grateful this day. I always knew there was no matter in the capital that escaped your knowledge. Ha ha ha. Among brothers such pleasantries are unnecessary. Lu Daidu possessed extensive connections throughout the capital, well acquainted with every stratum of society. For any inquiry he proved an infallible contact. His sole failing was an insatiable gambling habit, willing to wager even the smallest coin with life or death intensity. Within Block A, either Warden Wan remained or Shen Guanlo departed, not both. This conflict demanded resolution, ambiguity could persist no longer. Otherwise an endless cascade of complications would ensue, exhausting him until he departed Block A in disgrace. Should Shen Guanlo refuse to yield, then Warden Wan must be the one to depart. Warden Wan harbored vulnerabilities, whereas Shen Guanlo possessed none. This constituted his superior position. 3 days elapsed in the fleeting moment. Shen Guanlo returned once more to the cell where Jiang Fengyu was confined. Official Jiang, have you made your decision? Though Jiang Fengyu had endured 3 days of starvation, the absence of water for 3 days left him feeling on the brink of death, moments away from confronting the king of the underworld. Shen Guanlo held a cup of water, plain tasteless boiled water. Yet to Jiang Fengyu's eyes it appeared more alluring than any vintage wine or delicacy. He nearly crawled to the cell door. Grant me water. I beg you, grant me water. Where is your payment? Produce the funds and water shall flow to you daily. Water. I crave water. Jiang Fengyu's mind spiraled with thoughts of nothing but water, incapable of registering any other words. The water lies before you. Shen Guanlo signaled subtly. Guard Xiao Jin produced a damp cotton pad and gently traced it across Jiang Fengyu's lips. That trace of moisture fell upon him like blessed rain, intensifying Jiang Fengyu's desperate craving for water. Tears streamed down his face, genuine, unrestrained weeping. After years of official service, he had weathered every manner of suffering. He had believed himself forged into something unbreakable, yet the guards had accomplished in 3 days, without so much as laying a hand upon him, what had reduced him to breakdown and bitter weeping. All the tribulations and humiliations he had endured throughout his life paled before this 3-day ordeal. Thus he discovered that deprivation of water inflicted far greater torment than starvation alone, surpassing every other form of agony. I possess no funds whatsoever. I shall do as you command, but I genuinely have no money. Then borrow what you need. I cannot secure a loan. On the contrary, you shall obtain funds. With those words, Guard Xiao Jin produced an IOU as though by sleight of hand. Official Jiang observed carefully. Our methods honor integrity. An annual interest of 30%, considerably merciful compared to compounding usury. Upon your signature and seal, this sum shall be recorded as your loan. Henceforth you may study in peace within these walls, enjoy fine sustenance, and repay when your release comes. Sitong Money House. Jiang Fengyu leaned closer for a detailed examination, recognizing it as a financial institution's loan note, requiring only a signature and thumbprint. Indeed, Sitong Money House. We deal honestly with all young and old alike. Upon learning that official Jiang sought funds to preserve his life, they agreed without hesitation. In consideration of the prison's standing, they waived compounding interest. What say you? This arrangement proves far more favorable than securing loans elsewhere, does it not? Every night Shen Guanlo would disguise himself and venture out, returning only in the dead of night. The assignment at the heavenly prison was stable enough, yet Overseer One had transferred another prisoner to him. broken, and maimed his family's assets confiscated with not a single tael of silver to his name. Still insisting, he hand over his share according to regulations. This time, however, Chun Guanlo chose not to confront him directly, merely requesting a few extra days. Overseer Wan gave him a long, penetrating look. Fine. You'll have 5 days. If you can't produce the money by then, and the superiors come asking, I'll have no choice but to hand you over. Don't blame me for being heartless. This is the rule. In the heavenly prison, everyone must abide by the rules. Thank you, Overseer Wan, for the reminder. I will certainly abide by the heavenly prison's regulations. Qian Fugui and the others were visibly indignant on Chun Guanlo's behalf. This was clearly a deliberate targeting. Money was the bottom line at the heavenly prison. Without it, Deputy Warden Fan wouldn't protect anyone. Overseer Wan had made up his mind to use open legitimate means, a straightforward scheme to force Chun Guanlo out of cell block A. Everyone was deeply worried. If Head Chen left and was replaced by another sergeant whose greed knew no bounds, they would all face hard times once more. Head Chen, should we seek some advice from Advisorly? We can't go to Advisorly every time something comes up. Human connections should be reserved for critical moments. If I can't even handle this small problem, how would Deputy Warden Fan view me? Chun Guanlo's expression remained calm, radiating quiet confidence. The fellow prisoners assumed he was putting on a brave face, pretending nothing was wrong. How could everything be fine when his superior was deliberately making things difficult for him? Li Dahong also chimed in, draping an arm around Chun Guanlo's shoulders. Head Chen, shall I put in a good word for you with Overseer Wan? Thank you, brotherly. Let me try to work something out on my own first. If I truly run out of options, I'll ask you to intervene. Just don't shy away when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Just say the word, and I guarantee I'll get it done for you. I still have some standing with Overseer Wan. What standing? Everyone knew who he was. Chun Guanlo didn't take the words to heart. Li Dahong was merely talking big to draw attention to himself. With his miserly nature, he'd calculate for half a day before spending money to buy drinks for Overseer Wan. What face could he possibly have? Among the sergeants in cell block, Li Dahong was the most stingy and shrewdest calculator, as if determined to squeeze every last coin from the jailers under his command. The jailers harbored nothing but complaints about him, yet could do nothing about it. Advisor Li had been waiting for Chun Guanlo to ask for help, but there was no sign of it. He muttered to himself, this lad sure has patience. Let's see how long he can hold out. Overseer Wan has also grown sharper, knowing how to weaponize the rules against people. Either poor or crippled. What a headache. He pitted Chun Guanlo for 2 seconds, but instead of the man coming to beg for help, a juicy piece of gossip arrived. Overseer Wan's brother-in-law had killed someone. Ha ha ha. It was actually the brother-in-law of Overseer Wan's mistress who had killed someone, and Overseer Wan was implicated as well. Because the corpse was discovered in a residence registered under Overseer Wan's name. When Wan's wife received the official notice, she was completely bewildered. Her own brothers were either on duty or bedridden with illness. Certainly no time for adventures with women, let alone murder. After much confusion, she finally understood it wasn't her brother, but the brother-in-law of Overseer Wan's mistress. Her wrath erupted instantly. Gathering her family, she stormed straight to the heavenly prison, determined to make Wan pay. The commotion drew all the jailers rushing out to witness the spectacle. Overseer Wan's wife was a formidable woman. Being a jailer's spouse required toughness, or life would be unbearable. She seized Wan by the collar, demanding answers. She had worked tirelessly to hold the household together, yet Wan maintained a mistress behind her back. Now a murder case had surfaced, and her family would bear the consequences. It made her furious just thinking about it. You cursed man. I served your parents, raised our children, fulfilled every duty. Where have I fallen short? I granted you a concubine when you lusted after beauty, yet you demanded a mistress outside. There's no living with you. The couple tore at each other within the yamen, while her family cheered them on, and the jailers gathered to watch the spectacle. Chun Guanlo watched with keen interest. Lu Dada slipped up beside him unobtrusively and whispered in his ear, "Did you do this?" "Brother Dada, don't talk nonsense. You can eat anything, but you can't say anything. Besides, I hardly have the capability." Chun Guanlo denied it outright, not admitting a single word. Lu Dada remained skeptical. He may have been a rough sort, but he wasn't stupid. Recently, Chun Guanlo had specifically sought him out to inquire about Overseer Wan. Today, news broke that Overseer Wan's mistress had gotten someone killed, and her brother was implicated in murder. Undoubtedly, Wan himself would become a suspect in this case. Seeing his companion's disbelief, Chun Guanlo insisted again, "I had nothing to do with this. It's divine retribution. Even heaven couldn't stand seeing this, so it sent down its punishment." Heh, if heaven were truly almighty, why does it lose every time? Lu Dada didn't believe a single word Chun Guanlo said. Yet he couldn't fathom how Chun Guanlo had managed it. Had he paid someone to orchestrate this? Was he not afraid of leaving traces? You'd best have nothing to do with this. The Six Gates Division officers are like hounds. Their noses are sharp. Watch yourself. Thank you for the warning, Brother Dadu. My conduct is beyond reproach. I have nothing to fear from investigation. Chun Guanlo spoke with righteous fervor, his demeanor utterly dignified. Lu Dada momentarily doubted his own judgment. Could it truly not be Chun Guanlo? Then why had he been inquiring about Overseer Wan earlier? The scene had become utterly disgraceful, forcing Deputy Warden Fan to intervene and restore order. He then summoned both Wan and his wife into the administrative office for a private discussion. Afterward, Overseer 1 was placed on leave to resolve the matter involving his mistress's brother without letting it interfere with duties at the heavenly prison. 1 took a 3-day leave. Before the leave even concluded, fresh news emerged. New leads had surfaced in the case. Not merely was a property connected to Juan, but evidence now indicated his direct involvement in the murder. The county bailiffs showed no mercy, immediately arresting Overseer 1 and confining him in the county prison rather than the heavenly prison. The jailers were utterly stunned. Overseer 1 is wealthy. Why would he risk killing someone? I heard the deceased woman was notorious as a shrew. One truly has no standards, accepting anyone regardless of reputation. How strange. I heard she was an innocent young maiden. Overseer 1's brother-in-law from the mistress's family has a well-known reputation for harassing respectable women. In this case, he surely won't escape punishment. Beauty brings ruin. A wife should be the original spouse. When trouble strikes Madam, Juan runs around seeking connections to secure his release. That mistress of his hasn't been seen anywhere. Now that Overseer 1 has been arrested, can his position even be saved? Someone finally addressed the crux of the matter. For a moment, silence fell over everyone as thoughts began to stir. If Overseer 1 lost his post, who would take his place? Could this opportunity finally come my way? There was no time for idle chatter. Everyone scrambled to leverage their connections. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Boss Chun, should you vie for the position of Warden 1? We support you, Boss Chun, in making a bid. If Boss Chun becomes the jailer of the first-class prison, we'll all have better days. Several jailers clustered around Chun Guanlo, urging him on with a chorus of voices. Chun Guanlo felt a flicker of temptation, but only a flicker. What concerned him more was whether he could finally oust Warden 1. As long as the higher-ups hadn't spoken, the matter remained uncertain. He couldn't afford to be careless. He dismissed the jailers and pondered deeply. Just then, Prison Officer Fan sent for him to discuss matters in the office. He quickly composed himself and proceeded to the office. Prison Officer Fan wore a stern expression, revealing no hint of emotion. He said the affair with Warden 1 has become too disgraceful. Since he's not short of silver, he should conduct himself with more propriety. You are quite right, Your Excellency, said Advisor Lee, an adept straight man. After venting his complaint, Prison Officer Fan finally deigned to look at Chun Guanlo. Has there been any trouble in the prison these past few days? With your concern, Your Excellency, everything in the prison has been proceeding as usual. No issues for now. However, with Warden 1 absent, the jailers are restless. If this continues, I fear there might be slip-ups. Chun Guanlo employed a small tactic, hoping to probe whether Warden 1 could ever return. Prison Officer Fan's face remained impassive, neither approving nor denying. Even without Warden 1, you must perform your duties well. Keep an eye on things for me. If anyone engages in secret collusion or stirs up unrest, report it promptly. As you command. And what about Warden 1? You need not concern yourself with Warden 1. Just keep watch over the first-class prison for me, and I will not treat you poorly. Prison Officer Fan made a casual promise. Chun Guanlo dared not take it seriously. Since he couldn't extract the truth from Prison Officer Fan, he decided to work on Advisor Lee instead. As he took his leave, he secretly gestured to Advisor Lee, who responded with a knowing nod. They would meet at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion that night, to drink the finest wine and sleep with the loveliest women. Advisor Lee was more than willing to accept Chun Guanlo's invitation, for Chun Guanlo was generous and free with his money. He in turn was happy to offer a few nuggets of truth. After his shift, Chun Guanlo first went home to change into a more respectable set of clothes before heading to Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. He reserved a luxurious private room, arranged the feast and the accompanying ladies in advance, and waited for Advisor Lee's arrival. Advisor Lee arrived late, a far cry from his plain attire at the yamen. He was clad in silk and satin, a folding fan in hand, and a scholar's cap on his head, exuding the air of a great talent. Chun Guanlo greeted him warmly and ushered him into the luxurious private room. They were well acquainted, having shared drinks and beds before. After 3 cups of wine, their conversation grew relaxed and pleasant. Even without you saying it, I know what's on your mind. You want to ask me whether Warden 1 can return to his post, don't you? Advisor Lee wore a self-satisfied expression, as if he had the other man completely figured out. Chun Guanlo nodded repeatedly, playing the role of a slightly desperate young man with little worldly experience. He raised his cup. Please enlighten me, Advisor Lee. These days have been unbearable. Warden 1 made things difficult for me at every turn, dumping the poorest, most miserable prisoners, even those who had been beaten, crippled after their families were confiscated, into my jurisdiction and forcing me to come up with silver. I've been at my wits' end trying to find the money, nearly driven to hanging myself. These few days without Warden 1 have been my only chance to catch my breath. The thought of his return and having to live through those dark days again truly terrifies me. Ha ha ha. Advisor Lee, watching him play the victim, actually burst out laughing. Oh, I've been waiting for you to come begging me, but instead Warden 1 got into trouble first. It's your luck. Had Advisor Lee ever suspected Chun Guanlo? Even if a fleeting thought had crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chun Guanlo was nothing but a lowly jailer, an ordinary man with no martial veins, distantly related to the Marquis' household through a tenuous connection, utterly alone. How could he possibly have the means to frame Warden 1? Warden 1 was no pushover either. Chun Guanlo filled the cups. It's all thanks to your guidance, and that of His Excellency. Advisor Lee stroked his beard and said with feigned profundity, Even if Warden Wan is eventually found innocent in this case, I can guarantee you that there will be no place for him in the celestial prison by then. Chen Guanluo's heart leaped with joy, but he didn't dare relax. Instead he asked, everyone says Warden Wan has powerful backing. If he's truly innocent, can't he come back? He could try. Whether he can or not doesn't matter. You must understand, one hole, one nail. Even if he finds a way back, the first-class prison won't be his to manage. Chen Guanluo's mouth fell open in feigned surprise. So the higher-ups are appointing a new jailer. No need for a new appointment. There are plenty of idle jailers throughout the celestial prison. Any one of them can be chosen to take over the post. The jailers had been dreaming of this opportunity falling into their laps of replacing Warden Wan. Clearly they had been overthinking. Indeed, the celestial prison had no shortage of jailers. Those in charge of logistics, warehouses, provisions, accounts. Any of them could be transferred to serve as the jailer of the first-class prison. Moreover, these men were closer to prison officer Fan. As long as they were willing to spend silver, their chances were far greater than those of ordinary jailers. Are you disappointed? You're young and inexperienced. Perhaps in a few more years you might have a chance, Advisor Li consoled him when he remained silent. Chen Guanluo quickly replied, you're right, Advisor. I'm young and ignorant. I'll just do my current job well. I dare not hope for too much. Advisor Li chuckled. It's okay to dream a little. But what I've told you, don't breathe a word of it. His Excellency has been busy networking lately and is in need of silver. The jailers below are quite sensible, choosing this time to make generous, voluntary contributions. His Excellency is very pleased and satisfied. Damn, they didn't even give a chance and kept it all hidden. They accepted the silver the jailers had scraped together to curry favor and shamelessly called it voluntary contributions. In their eyes, the jailers were nothing but clowns. Not only did they have to fork over money, but they also had to provide entertainment. What a gross injustice. On the other hand, one was willing to give, the other to take. No one had the right to complain. Chen Guanluo laughed and joked, keeping Advisor Li company in drinking and carousing. But in his heart he had long lost all interest in wine and pleasure. Once he had flattered the man to satisfaction, handed over the silver, and escorted him to his room, he left. He walked through the capital in the dead of night, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He had only wanted to be a simple jailer, yet unwittingly he had fallen into this mire. Enough. Why be so sentimental? If he had to blame something, it was this damned world. A streak of sword light shot toward him. He neither dodged nor flinched, like a drunkard oblivious to his surroundings. The sword light grazed past his head, striking behind him. A muffled grunt sounded from behind. Imperial guards on official business. All bystanders, clear the way. Who are you and why are you wandering the streets in the dead of night? Don't you know the government has imposed a curfew? Chen Guanluo looked at the man in brocade on horseback, and a chill ran down his spine. Only belatedly did he feel the terror. He quickly lowered his head and said, I just finished drinking. I'm heading home now, right now. I'm a jailer at the celestial prison. Here's my badge for your inspection, gentlemen. Since you're a jailer from the celestial prison, we'll let you off this time. Get lost now. Yes. Chen Guanluo ran off without looking back, and from start to finish he never turned to see what lay behind him. Upon returning home, Chen Guanluo thoroughly inspected every corner to ensure no one had entered, then finally lay down. What a close call. He had almost instinctively tried to block that sword beam, nearly exposing himself. At the last moment he discerned that the sword beam was not aimed at him, and withdrew just in time. More alarmingly, he recognized the brocade-clad man on horseback as the same one who had killed Duan Tianlin in the heavenly prison. So it was the Jinyue. That swordsman surnamed Qi was merely a pawn of the Jinyue, carrying out their orders. He operated within the Dahang, a guise that facilitated his actions. He was deeply vexed. The last thing he wanted was to tangle with the Jinyue. His current strength was meager, and he needed a stable environment along with a substantial income. For now he was reluctant to abandon his post in the heavenly prison. He would wait until his strength rivaled that of a 5th-rank warrior. Then the vast world would be open for him to roam free. Those below the 5th rank were as numerous as hairs on a cow, while only those above could be called martial arts masters. The higher the rank, the fewer the people. Should one attain the Grandmaster realm, even emperors, princes, generals, and nobles would show respect and tread carefully. Wan Jailer had spent a fortune to extricate himself from the case. His mistress came weeping to beg him to save her brother. Wan Jailer kicked her away, his face filled with regret. To get free, he had nearly emptied his coffers, and the pain of it almost made him pass out. But compared to being locked up in prison, spending money was still worthwhile. The money he had spent could be earned back in time. After resting for 2 days, Wan Jailer dressed early in the morning and reported to the heavenly prison with the utmost vitality, as he had done countless times before heading straight for the duty office. Unexpectedly, halfway there he was stopped. Wan Jailer, Fanjo Warden wants you to see him first. Did he say what it was about? I've been away so long, the Jiazi prison must be in chaos. Can't I handle my duties first? The messenger chuckled strangely. You'd better go when you're told. It won't delay your work. You've been gone so long, a day sooner or later makes no difference. Wan Jailer was displeased, but still changed direction toward Fanjail Warden's office. When he went in, he was spirited, as if ready to fight. When he came out, he was like a frostbitten eggplant or a defeated rooster, his head drooping and his soul lost. Someone deliberately stood outside to mock him. Wan Jailer, what did Fanjail Warden talk to you about? Did he say what's next for Jiazi prison? Old One, want to share your experience of staying in prison. Old One, have you struck it rich? You're ignoring everyone. Old One, after a trip to prison you've become so deep. One jailer turned abruptly, seeing the mocking faces, and felt a profound bitterness. Everyone already knew, only he was kept in the dark. Fan jail warden had stripped him of his post and sent him to the equipment room. This was a prison, not a military camp. The equipment room was as barren as the archives department with not a drop of grease. He would still receive a monthly pittance, but it was pitifully small. Compared to his previous income, it was a drastic cut, slashed to the ankle. The disparity was enormous. He gnashed his teeth in rage, hating fan jail warden for burning the bridge after crossing. He had always given ample bribes. The moment he faced trouble, fan jail warden wasted no time in casting him out, showing no regard for past favors. His greed, ruthlessness, and coldness made even one jailer feel inferior. How bitter. Chun Guanlo sat in the duty room, poured himself a cup of tea, and felt a surge of joy. Learning that one jailer had been sent to the equipment room, he was secretly delighted. Prison guards gathered in small groups, discussing who would replace one jailer. Some still harbored illusions about the position, wondering if a little more silver could secure the post of head jailer of Jiazi prison. Chun Guanlo sneered. All were donations without exception. That plum post would never fall to these guards. They should just do their duties and find ways to make money. A few guards came up to him. Chief Chun, one jailer is out. Should you make a bid for the position? I think Chief Chun has a good chance. Chun Guanlo laughed coldly. Which of your eyes sees that I have a good chance? Don't just flatter me. Tell me, do I have enough seniority? Do I have enough age? Do I have more money than others? So many people are eyeing that spot. What makes you think such a good thing could fall on a prison guard's head? Rest easy, don't waste your money. Wouldn't it be better to spend it on a few good meals? Why must you join in the fuss? Xiao Jin, being a seasoned veteran, could read between the lines. Chief Chin, have you got inside information? Has the higher-ups already decided on someone? Who is it? It can't be Li Dahong. Li Dahong won't part with his silver, so it can't be him. Chief Chin, give us a hint. I don't know who it is either. Chun Guanlo spread his hands. Anyway, it won't be his prison guards. Enough. Isn't there something better to do with this time? Aren't you gambling today? Did you win back what you lost yesterday? The higher-ups' decisions are not for us to worry about. He waved his hands, shooing the guards away to attend to serious matters. Everyone was guessing who would replace one jailer. But no matter how they speculated, they all ended up as cannon fodder. A newcomer arrived at the heavenly prison, an outsider appointed as jailer, taking over the Jiazi prison post directly. This man had powerful backing, surnamed Fan, the same Fan as fan jail warden, his nephew. All the guards, all the jailers, the Fans were not decent people. Too outrageous. They had toyed with everyone, taking bribes and perks with such ugly manners. They showed no decorum at all. Those guards who had paid money privately cursed fan jail warden, the new fan jailer, and this damn world. Chun Guanlo did not curse because he had expected it. Since fan jail warden was leading everyone on, he must have already chosen his candidate. He was summoned to the duty office. Fan jail warden was in high spirits. Even the scorching heat could not dampen his mood. Little Chin, you're here. Come and meet the new fan jailer. From now on, your Jiazi prison will be under his charge. He's new here, so be attentive and help him manage the Jiazi prison duties. Any problem? No problem. Greetings, jailer Fan. So you're Chun Guanlo of the same Chun as the Pingjiang Marquis Mansion. Have you studied? Fan jailer was clearly a novice in officialdom, no older than 30, with a pair of small mustaches. He deliberately put on a stern face, trying to assert authority. A seasoned veteran could tell at a glance that this fellow had little experience, was somewhat pedantic, and overly concerned with face. He had probably read himself into a daze, and was now finally willing to work, putting on airs. To answer the warden of 10,000 prisons, this humble one studied books for 2 years, but achieved nothing. Warden Fan responded with feigned profundity, then sighed. Indeed, studying is terribly difficult. Chun Guanlo's eyes flickered as he listened. Evidently Warden Fan had studied for many years, yet never earned a single official title. No wonder he was willing to swallow his pride to become a prison warden. These days making money is hard, truly hard. While the prison guard's reputation wasn't exactly sterling, the compensation more than made up for it. The work environment proved surprisingly tolerable, with no requirement for daily inspections of the lower dungeons. One could easily go months without descending into the dungeon at all. One could simply relax in the office with tea, perhaps even read a newspaper in peace. Xiaochen, why don't you brief Warden Fan on the current state of cell block? Focus on what matters most. Deputy Chief Fan instructed with a satisfied smile. What truly mattered? 2 things, money and people. Master these, and you grasp the essence of officialdom. No one could escape your control. Chun Guanlo considered where to begin and decided to start with personnel. Cell block A contains 100 cells. Noting Warden Fan appeared to be listening intently, he continued. Among the guards, the shift leaders are respectively, and the rules are. He delivered a swift, comprehensive briefing in the most efficient manner possible. Deputy Chief Fan listened with quiet satisfaction, confirming his judgment. Xiao Chun possessed a sharp mind indeed. His summary was both clear and straightforward, easy for anyone to grasp. Though Chin's directness did lack certain scholarly refinement. Warden Fan glanced toward Deputy Chief Fan, hesitating to speak. He had wanted to ask about how money changed hands and how the ledgers were maintained, but reconsidered. In front of his clan uncle, such blunt inquiry would expose his mercenary nature. He'd approached Chin privately afterward to clarify those particulars. He needed to know his approximate monthly earnings and whether he'd pocket a cut or receive monthly settlements. His position hadn't come free either. Deputy Chief Fan was merely a clan uncle, not his actual uncle. Favors required payment. Years of study had yielded nothing. He couldn't even pass the entry-level examination. The clan's children, barely 10 years old, had already achieved their first rank, yet he remained unable, a laughingstock in both reputation and dignity. Finally, desperation won out. He surrendered 20 acres of irrigated fields and his pride, persuading his uncle to secure him a prison guard position. He had agreed to remit 20% of his monthly earnings to his uncle for 2 years as thanks. These are the rules. I can't bend prison rules just because you're my nephew. Don't think me heartless. Once you learn the ropes, ask around. Find out what a cell block, a prison guard position, is truly worth. My price is more than fair. For anyone else, I demand 30%. 20 is a family discount. Work diligently, follow established procedures, and don't create trouble for me. If anything is unclear, consult Scribely. For stubborn guards, let Shin Guanlo handle them. You simply collect your silver. Before arriving, Deputy Chief Fan had imparted this wisdom. Every word a harsh lesson about society's brutal realities. Even family connections required payment. Without money, nothing moved. There were parents who boastfully arranged relatives' problems for their city-working children, then expected those children to solve everything while bearing the cost themselves. Such parents remained trapped at the bottom, never grasping how society truly functioned. Living only for face, they incurred debts of tens of thousands. Pitiful and wretched. Those who understood social dynamics never spent their own money on others' affairs. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Only one's own children warranted both money and face. Having finished official business, Chun Guanlo withdrew from the office to wait outside. Inside, Deputy Chief Fan admonished Warden Fan once more. You're new here. Don't try to accomplish anything. The prison has little real work. Ideally, nothing happens at all. Comprehend. Keep your distance from those imprisoned officials in cell block A. Never consider any scheming. You might get burned. Remember, in the prison, no news is good news. Don't be clever with tricks. Deputy Chief Fan concluded. Now go. Learn your duties. Thank you, Uncle. In the prison, address me as Warden. Remember this. Don't err again. Deputy Chief Fan spoke with stern gravity. Warden Fan straightened immediately. Understood, Warden. Deputy Chief Fan smiled. Good. Address me this way from now on. Warden Fan departed. Seeing Chun Guanlo waiting outside, he immediately straightened himself, mimicking Deputy Chief Fan's authoritative bearing. Chun Guanlo approached respectfully. Does Warden Fan have time this evening? The other 3 shift leaders and I have reserved a table at Drunken Fragrance Tower. Would you honor us with your presence? His first day, and his subordinates were already presenting gifts. Warden Fan was internally overjoyed. Though newly arrived in the capital, he asked with genuine curiosity, what kind of place is Drunken Fragrance Tower? Chun Guanlo glanced around before whispering, the most beautiful and charming ladies in the capital, sir. They'd absolutely adore a talented young man like yourself. Warden Fan was absolutely delighted, thinking Xiao Chun was most reliable. I have time. Come to my office, we have much to discuss. After their conversation, it was nearly noon. Chun Guanlo summoned Xiao Jin, pressing a silver ingot into his hand. Reserve a premium table at Drunken Fragrance Tower with a private room. Get the most enchanting ladies. Consider it done. But what if the ladies are already claimed? In the capital, wealthy men were plentiful, and brothel workers never lacked patrons. Beautiful ones, sensible ones, skilled at service. Must have at least one celebrity. Mediocre company could ruin the whole evening. He handed over another silver ingot. Better to overspend than risk failure. He'd worked hard to remove Warden One. He couldn't let Warden Fan become his next headache. The group would split the bill. Back at his post, he informed Li Dahong about the evening banquet for Warden Fan at Drunken Fragrance Tower, top tier. Li Dahong grumbled immediately. Crown Beauty Tower won't do. Drunken Fragrance costs twice as much for the same quality. Chun Guanlo shot him a cold glance, already planning to speak ill of him to Warden Fan. He'd grown weary of this fellow's behavior. Being stingy was one thing. Constantly freeloading was another matter entirely. As he left work, a minor incident occurred. Chun Guanlo changed his clothes and was about to exit the yamen when he collided head-on with Warden Wan. The two stared at each other. Any onlooker would have mistaken their gaze for deep affection, perhaps even suspecting them of being sworn brothers or intimate companions. Chun Guanlo gave a vague smile and took the lead in greeting. Warden Wan kept his face stern. As they brushed past each other, he muttered in a low voice, "Quite pleased with yourself, aren't you?" Chun Guanlo looked straight ahead where the bustling capital and lively streets lay beyond. He replied softly, "Indeed I am. Don't get too cocky. Let me savor it while I can. If you're dissatisfied, Warden Wan, you can always strike me." "You?" Chun Guanlo let out a peal of laughter and strode away with grace. He had no interest in conversing with a loser. That evening he hosted a banquet for Warden Fan, delighting both host and guest, and spending a fortune in silver. Chun Guanlo discreetly prepared a packet of silver, choosing an auspicious sum, 80 taels. The others gave similar amounts, perhaps slightly less, with differences of only a few taels at most. The one who gave the least was Li Dahong, who offered only 50 taels. Even that made him wince and grimace in pain. On his first day in office, Warden Fan enjoyed fine wine, exquisite cuisine, and the company of beautiful women with silver flowing in. His heart swelled with excitement. He nearly shouted, "The Imperial Prison is wonderful. The Imperial Prison is superb. I want to serve here forever." In youth, one never knows the value of the prison, mistaking arduous study for a treasure. That night Warden Fan, holding a courtesan from the brothel, wept bitterly. After his tears, he silently vowed to serve diligently from then on, uphold the prison's fine traditions, grow stronger, and frequently visit the ladies of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. With Warden Fan's arrival, the entire Jiazi ward was revitalized. Li Dahong was conspicuously sidelined, while Chun Guanlo rose to prominence. First, Warden Fan filled the ranks of jailers, increasing them from 4 to 10. Then, claiming he was literate, he insisted that all accounts be submitted through him. In other words, the silver would pass through his hands. Warden Fan knew how to play the game. Returning favors, he gave Chun Guanlo opportunities to skim off the top. Chun Guanlo thought, a living savior. Other jailers and squad leaders, seeing such a windfall fall into his lap, burned with envy. Li Dahong in particular spewed sarcasm and discontent. The literate ones are different, not like us roughnecks. Even flattery lands on the horse's hoof. Chun Guanlo didn't indulge him. Chiefly the 3 invoices you submitted earlier were short on silver. I'll give you 1 day to make up the difference. Once it was brotherly, now it was chiefly. Li Dahong rolled his eyes. What's wrong? Where's the problem? Do you even know arithmetic? Have you got eyes? Don't shout at me. I say it's short, so it's short. Chun Guanlo put on airs, deliberately picking a fight. Chun Guanlo, you're a petty man who's come into power. Don't think you can run wild just because you have Warden Fan as your backer. I paid the full amount when I handed it over. How can it be short when it reaches you? I'd like to ask you, where did the money go? Li Dahong bawled, wanting everyone to know Chun Guanlo had embezzled the silver. Jailers gathered at the door, exchanging glances, unsure whom to believe. Chun Guanlo sneered. Chiefly suspects I embezzled everyone's silver. Qian Fugue, can you use an abacus? Can you read accounts? Work out the numbers for Chief Li in front of everyone. Let's see who's the one who can't count. As for the missing money, whose pocket did it go into? Let's lay the accounts open in the sunlight and pull the excess from whoever's pocket it is. Qian Fugue lived up to his name. He had known the abacus since childhood. Unfortunately, he never became an accountant. Instead, he became a jailer. Today his skills finally found their use. He picked up an abacus on the spot and began to audit the books. He only needed to check the last 10 days' accounts. The records were few, and after tallying each entry, the result came quickly. Chun Guanlo announced the audit result in a clear voice before everyone. 40% goes to the higher authorities, 30% to the public account. According to the ledger, chiefly, you should have handed in 870 taels and 5 qian of silver, but you actually handed in only 790 taels and 2 qian. Where did the difference of 80 taels and 3 qian go? It couldn't have ended up in my pocket. I don't know. Anyway, I always paid the full amount before. Now that you're in charge, I'm the one with the problem. Chief Chun, are you trying to fool me? Li Dahong's eyes darted around, shifting the blame directly onto Chun Guanlo. Chun Guanlo tossed the ledger aside. The books are here. If you think I'm fooling you, fine. Let's go to the clerk and have him re-audit the accounts. How about that? The clerk has the original records. There can't be any mistakes. No need. Li Dahong stiffened his neck, trying to appear tough. Who knows if you two haven't colluded long ago? Chun Guanlo laughed in exasperation. If you insist on saying that, chiefly, this matter can't end quietly. We'll have to take it to Deputy Warden Fan for a fair judgment. I won't bear the false charge of collusion. Let's go, chiefly. Let's see Deputy Warden Fan together. Li Dahong flew into a rage, jumping up. Chief Chun, don't go too far. We all eat from the same pot. Do you have to push it this far? Chun Guanlo looked at him with a half smile. He was rattled. The man was rattled. He waved his hand, and the old hand Xiao Jin stepped forward to shoo everyone out of the duty room. What are you staring at? Nothing to see here. Go patrol the cells. It stinks to high heaven. Get the laborers to clean up, flush the night stools a few more times. Apply medicine where needed. Don't let anyone die. In the duty room, only Chun Guanlo and Li Dahong remained. Li Dahong's face was livid, breathing heavily like an angry ox. I know you're riding high now, favored by the 2 magistrate fans. You bookish types always stick together, never giving us roughnecks a chance. He grumbled, endlessly blaming everything on his lack of education. Chun Guanlo didn't argue. He only said, make up the shortfall and I won't report this. It never happened. We'll still be brothers. Make it up. How am I supposed to do that? Nearly 100 taels. Where can I get that? Chief Chun, we've been brothers for so long. Tell me, how have I treated you? When you first arrived, everyone was against you, but I helped you save face and silence the dissent. Not asking for repayment, but now that I'm in trouble, can you really force me? Then why are you forcing me? Chun Guanlo suddenly exploded, pointing at Li Dahong's nose. Before I took this job, the accounts were never a problem. The moment I took over, you damn well created a shortfall of nearly 100 taels. You deliberately gave me a slap in the face, made me look bad, wanted everyone to laugh at me, never considering my difficulties. Now you turn around and ask me to help you and accuse me of forcing you. Li Dahong, have some shame. I never meant to embarrass you, I swear it. Li Dahong tried to defend himself, but his excuse was so feeble it lacked even a shred of persuasiveness. It only made him appear hypocritical and foolish, as if everyone else was a fool. Chun Guanlo gave a dry laugh, unwilling to waste his breath on meaningless words. Yet he still had to force Li Dahong to hand over the money, so he couldn't let the conversation fizzle out. So he said, you know in your heart whether you did or not. You really won't help me. Li Dahong stared at him intently. Chun Guanlo raised an eyebrow. Help? How? By giving you money to fill the hole. You're not my dead father, so why should I? Couldn't you just make a little adjustment in the ledger? I've heard that people who know how to cook the books can smooth it over with a few digits. Chen Guanlo laughed. He laughed at Li Dahong's stupidity and was even more furious that the man took him for a fool. He picked up the ledger and tossed it in front of Li Dahong. Go ahead, make a few strokes. I'd like to see how you smooth it over. Li Dahong stared at the ledger, his eyes bloodshot. Through gritted teeth, he said, I have no money. How can you have no money? Chief Li, let's be straightforward. Back when Warden Wan was in charge, he always looked after you, assigning you prisoners who were rich. You've been in the head warden's position for so many years. Given your habits, you must have saved quite a bit of silver. I know you hate to part with the silver you've earned, but this is your own doing. You have to make up the deficit. I have no money. Despite Chen Guanlo's exhaustive persuasion, Li Dahong still refused to budge, insisting he had no money. Chen Guanlo was livid. If you insist on this, you're forcing me to take this higher up. Don't blame me for ignoring brotherhood. Whatever happens when it goes up, you'll bear the consequences. I'm not lying to you. I was cheated. Li Dahong wiped his face, cornered at last. He finally swallowed his pride and told the truth. There was this business, buying and selling goods between North and South. Very profitable. I watched it for over a year before deciding to invest. At first it was fine, I really made money. But then a recent shipment, a whole boatload of goods, was seized by the local tax soldiers when it passed through. I paid the money but couldn't get the goods back. I lost everything. All my money is gone. Why do I have a deficit? Because I borrowed from others. The debt collectors came knocking. I was desperate, so I dipped into the funds. I never thought I'd be found out. He clutched his head, looking as if he regretted his actions. Chen Guanlo frowned deeply and remained silent for a long time. Seeing no reaction, Li Dahong suddenly looked up and demanded, You don't believe me? Chen Guanlo cleared his throat. Why don't you repeat what you just said in front of Warden Fan? Maybe if he sees you've suffered a misfortune, he'll give you some leeway. Why won't you believe me? What do I need to do to make you believe me? Chief Chen, tell me, after all this time, how have I treated you? Do you have to drive a brother into a corner? Luo Dada borrowed money from you, and you lent him dozens of taels without asking for repayment. Why do you have to be so meticulous with me? Oh. Chen Guanlo raised an eyebrow. Rare indeed. After all this dragging, Chief Li, you finally tell the truth. So you see me as a sucker wanting me to cough up money to cover your deficit. Who do you think you are? Don't go too far. Luo Dada, leave Luo Datu out of this. No matter how bad Luo Datu is, he wouldn't try to cheat me. But you, from the very start, you've been scheming to get my money. Chief Li, I may be young and inexperienced, but I'm not a fool. I'll give you one day. If the money isn't made up by this time tomorrow, I'll definitely take this higher up. Then you'll face the consequences. Chen Guanlo slammed the table. He had been right about Li Dahong. Stinginess was one thing, but always trying to take advantage of others was a character flaw. This guy was no good. He had cheated the prison guards out of their money, and now he even dared to try it on him. Dream on. Who cared about a falling out? He'd just overturn the table. Chen Guanlo, fine, just fine. I've been blind to have called you a brother for so long. We'll see about this. Remember this time tomorrow, if I don't see the money, don't blame me for not taking our old friendship into account. Chen Guanlo didn't take the threat seriously. He could now even stand up to a third-rank martial artist. Would he be afraid of a Li Dahong? He had assumed Li Dahong wouldn't dare cause trouble, but he underestimated human nature. That evening after drinking, he was on his way home when a group of thugs blocked his path. They were ferocious, brandishing blades and clubs, scaring the street vendors out of their wits. The vendors fled in panic. In an instant, the alley emptied, leaving only a mess. Kid, someone doesn't like you. They told us to teach you a lesson so you'll know your place. Did Li Dahong send you? Never mind who sent us. The point is, you're in someone's way and you deserve what's coming. Boys, get him. Don't kill him, that's all. They ganged up on him from the start with no regard for martial honor. Fine. Just fine. He had originally planned to leave Li Dahong some leeway. Since Li Dahong struck first, he couldn't blame him for striking back. Bang. The fight ended. Chen Guanlo looked at the only one still standing, the small-time leader. The leader blinked, full of confusion. What just happened? Why were all his brothers on the ground? Didi, don't come any closer. This is under the emperor's nose. Killing is against the law. So you know it's against the law, huh? Chen Guanlo stepped forward and kicked the leader, flying. I'll spare your dog's life. Go back and tell Li Dahong, don't you dare chicken out. With that, Chen Guanlo slowly disappeared into the depths of the alley, step by step. The next day, he went to work as usual, but didn't see Li Dahong all morning. When the time came, he took the ledger and went to the office to meet with Warden Fan, reporting on the recent grain and money accounts and Li Dahong's deficit. But as soon as he entered the office, he saw Warden Fan sighing. Ah, Xiaochen, you're here. I have news for you. I just received a notice from the county office. Li Dahong is dead. His body was found early this morning, and his identity has just been confirmed. What? Chen Guanlo was stunned. He was certain he hadn't killed Li Dahong, hadn't even laid a finger on him. Nor did he have a habit of sleepwalking and killing people. He wasn't Xiao Mingda, who murdered in his sleep. Are you sure? Warden Fan nodded. The county office just sent someone. They hope we can send a person to go with them. First, to reconfirm the identity and ensure no mistake. Second, to help notify the family and calm them down. You and Li Dahong were close, so you can go on behalf of the Imperial Prison. If there's anything needed for the funeral, just report it. How did he die, eh? That was all Chen Guanlo cared about. Seems like he fell into the water while drunk. Drunk and drowned. Another case of drunk drowning. Chen Guanlo was utterly dumbfounded. He didn't catch a single word Fan Yulo said afterward. Handing over the account books, he thought better of it and called the jail guard Chun Quan to accompany him to the county office for body identification. Along the way, Chun Quan kept sighing in disbelief, unable to accept that a perfectly healthy man could simply vanish overnight. This came too suddenly, too damn shocking. He was a straightforward man, unlike Xiao Jin, who was slick and sly. Carefully he asked, "Boss Chun, this incident has nothing to do with our imperial prison, does it?" Chun Guanlo shook his head and then sighed. "Yesterday I had an argument with Li Tu. Today he's gone. If I weren't absolutely certain I never did anything illegal, I'd suspect I might have done something in my sleep. Tell me, how could this happen so coincidentally?" Same manner of death as Jailer Jiang. When Chun Quan heard him mention Jailer Jiang, he immediately felt uneasy. "Boss Chun, please don't scare me." "I'm not scaring you." The entire way there, Chun Guanlo thought endlessly, yet nothing came to mind. Arriving at the county office after exchanging credentials, they were led to a remote, desolate building far from the yamen, cold and dreary. Even in the heat of summer, it made people shiver. A perfect place to store bodies. "The body is inside. I won't accompany you in." Working at the imperial prison, death was nothing to fear. Chun Guanlo and Chun Quan entered the morgue without any hesitation. There was only one body lying on a wooden board in the center of the room. "It's Li Tu. It's really him, no mistake." Chun Quan cried out first. Chun Guanlo remained silent. He stepped closer, using his rudimentary knowledge as an amateur coroner to examine the remains. No visible external injuries, no signs of poisoning either. The fingernails were relatively clean. Before death, there should have been no violent struggle. He was still wearing yesterday's clothes. "Where's the pouch?" "What pouch?" Li Tu always carried a pouch embroidered with a duck containing some loose silver. Ask them if they saw a pouch when they discovered the body. Chun Quan went out to inquire. He returned moments later. They all said they didn't see any pouch. Could it have fallen into the water? Possible. Chun Guanlo didn't know the pouch's origin, but he was certain that this rough fellow Li Dahong treasured it dearly. He wasn't a professional coroner and couldn't detect any problems. For now, he accepted the explanation of drowning from intoxication. Afterward, he followed the county yamen officials to the Li residence to deliver the death notice and arrange for the family to claim the body. At the Li household, the one who opened the door turned out to be a young, beautiful, and gentle woman. When everyone learned she was Li Dahong's wife, they were all stunned. The yamen runners were deeply envious. One quietly asked Chun Guanlo, "Do all the men from your imperial prison marry such high-standard wives? Our runners earn decent money too, yet we can't find such beautiful wives." Chun Guanlo wanted to say this was absolutely an exception. He had met Lu Data's wife, Su Fugue's wife, Zhang Wantong's wife, and the wives of the other jailers and guards under him. Without exception, they were all termagants and shrews, big sturdy women. Never in a million years did he expect that Li Dahong had married such a delicate little beauty. What fortunate fate. He quietly asked Chun Quan, "Did you know about this?" Chun Quan shook his head repeatedly. "I didn't even know when Li Tu got married. I only knew he had a family." They entered the Li household and took a look around. The place was neat and orderly inside and out. They had hired an elderly maid for grocery shopping, cooking, laundry, and sweeping. Li Dahong's wife was from the Lu family, Lady Lu. There was also a young servant girl attending to her. It made sense, really. If he himself had married such a beautiful young wife, he wouldn't want her doing all the scrubbing and menial chores that would roughen her hands and wear out her beauty, turning her into a haggard woman. When Lady Lu learned of Li Dahong's death, tears immediately streamed down her face. True to her beauty, even her weeping was so delicate and lovely. The yamen runners were deeply moved, at a loss for words on how to offer comfort. Beside her, Chun Quan was also greatly distressed, awkwardly offering, "Sister-in-law, please accept our condolences." Only Chun Guanlo, having seen too much beauty, remained unmoved. Whether she shed 2 tears or cried torrentially, it made no difference to him. "May I ask, dear sister-in-law, where are you from? Do you have parents or elder brothers at home? What relatives does the Li family have? For the funeral arrangements, our imperial prison can handle everything. We can send people to assist. We can also notify all relatives on both sides." Lady Lu slowly shook her head. Her graceful posture and woeful expression reminded Chun Guanlo of a phrase, "willows swaying in the wind." "Let Boss Chun know my parents have both passed away. I have a brother, but he's not in the capital right now. I can't reach him for the time being. On the Li side, my husband had 3 brothers. After his parents passed away, the family divided their assets, and we haven't been in contact for several years. My womb has been unsuccessful. I haven't given birth to a single child to this day. However, my husband had an earlier marriage. He has a son from that union. Li Tu has a son." Chun Quan's mouth was always faster than his brain. I've never heard him mention it. Li Dahong was no spring chicken. He was over 30. Having a son was perfectly reasonable. Having a son is good. May I ask where Li Tu's son is? I'll send someone to bring him back immediately. Chun Guanlo asked urgently. Lady Lu clutched her handkerchief, gently dabbing the corners of her eyes. "I don't know where he is either." Everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Lady Lu continued to explain, "The father and son had a terrible argument 2 years ago. Dalong ran off and never came back. Now for the time being, I don't know where to find him either." Lady Lu was pitiful indeed. Most questions drew a "don't know" from her. She was a typical inner-chamber housewife. Chun Guanlo made a decisive move, ordering the runners to help search for Li Dahong's son. He also arranged for Chun Quan to return to the imperial prison to fetch more people for assistance. First, move Li Dahong's body back, set up the mourning shed, and make a proper funeral arrangement. All expenses would be covered jointly. Lady Lu expressed endless gratitude. When they were alone, Chun Guanlo boldly asked, "May I ask, dear sister-in-law, when did you marry Li Tu? Are you past 20? Lady Lu's complexion changed, but she still answered, "I won't hide it from Boss Chun. I married Li Tu 2 years ago. I'm already past 20. Chun Guanlo, forgive my rudeness, sister-in-law. Please don't take offense. Such major matters often require a woman's involvement, which can be inconvenient. You should write to your brother and ask him to return soon. We will also do our best to find Li Tu's son and bring him back to fulfill his filial duties. As for the Li brothers, we should notify them according to proper procedure. If they cause trouble when the time comes, sister-in-law, don't be afraid. The imperial prison will stand up for you. We cannot let Li Tu pass on with an uneasy heart. There would definitely be trouble. Chun Guanlo had already foreseen what the coming days would bring. More than likely someone would come to make a scene. Li Dahong had saved quite a sum of money over the years. Setting aside everything else, just this house where Lady Lu lived, the Li relatives would surely covet it. Lady Lu had no children. Li Dahong's son from his previous marriage might not acknowledge her as his stepmother. Once trouble started, Lady Lu would surely suffer. Since ancient times, there have never been shortage of those who prey upon families with no heirs and covet widows' fortunes. Chen Tu has thought of everything so thoroughly. Lady Lu expressed her gratitude repeatedly, then spoke bitterly. I am merely a woman. If others cause trouble, what can I do? I only hope my eldest son returns home soon to uphold the family. Chun Guanlo studied the other and suddenly asked, sister-in-law, have you had any education? Lady Lu nodded slightly, seeming a bit embarrassed. When I was in my father's house, I read a few books and could recognize some characters. Too modest. Far too modest. That aura about her that learned refinement. She was far more than simply familiar with a few characters. Li Dahong was blessed beyond measure, a mere prison guard somehow marrying a daughter of a scholarly family. May I ask, presumptuously, did you and Headley meet through a matchmaker? In modern society, Chun Guanlo's behavior would be unremarkable. But this was an era of strict feudal propriety. It was truly presumptuous and abrupt. Yet he was genuinely curious. Though he had only interacted with Lady Lu for a short time, it was enough for him to judge she was a woman far above Li Dahong's station. Whether in learning, cultivation, or manners, Lady Lu was simply not of the same class as Li Dahong. Why would a beautifully educated woman marry a man like Li Dahong, who could hardly read his own name? There must be something more to it. Lady Lu hesitated noticeably before replying, my father on his deathbed entrusted me to my husband. He helped me greatly, and I had nothing to repay him with except my life and myself. Chun Guanlo pressed on, and might I ask your father's full name? His name was Lu Mingwei. Lu Mingwei. The name was unfamiliar. Chun Guanlo filed the name away in his memory, intending to ask around later whether anyone knew such a person. By the time the guards from the heavenly prison arrived, everyone fell into their assigned tasks. The spirit pavilion was quickly assembled, and Li Dahong's body was brought back. Xiao Jin had thought ahead and purchased ice blocks, placing them inside the morning hall. On such a hot day, the hall was kept refreshingly cool, enough to last 3 days without issue. White lanterns were hung at the main gate, and word spread quickly throughout the neighborhood that Li Dahong was gone, and neighbors came one after another to offer their condolences. Chun Guanlo took the opportunity to learn more about Lady Lu, and what he heard matched what she had told him. They had married 2 years prior and had no children. As for Lady Lu's origins, the neighbors all had their guesses, but none hit the mark. Some even speculated she had been a courtesan before Li Dahong redeemed her. But Lady Lu's conduct was beyond reproach, and such rumors naturally fell apart. In the midst of the arrangements, Chun Guanlo returned to the heavenly prison to inquire further, but no one had ever heard of the name Lu Minghui, nor could they find any record of him among the case files. He had initially thought Lady Lu was the daughter of a convicted official. Apparently he was wrong. Or perhaps he wasn't wrong, but was looking in the wrong place. Not every convicted official was imprisoned here in the heavenly prison. The neighboring Jinyui prison also held many convicted officials. Afterward, he sought out Lu Datu and asked, do you know any coroners? Someone discreet, experienced, and skilled. Why do you want a coroner? Marshal Zhang died after drinking and falling into water, and so did Li Dahong. I've been thinking about this. Stop overthinking it. Just listening to you describes is chilling. Lu Datu shivered with distaste, rubbing his arms. If you want a coroner, why go to such lengths? We have one right here in the heavenly prison. We do. Chun Guanlo was surprised. Of course. Old man Zhang in the torture chamber. His craft, his eye, sometimes even the neighboring Jinyui invite him to examine cases. Old man Zhang is actually a coroner. Chun Guanlo was quite astonished. Old man Zhang was the master of the punishment hall, the patriarch of extracting confessions. When he personally handled a case, it took only 1 day, and the prisoner would confess everything. Even the childhood incident of peeking at a woman bathing, every detail laid bare. There was nothing he couldn't extract. Truly a nightmare, even ghosts feared. Old man Zhang knew he was unpopular, so he trained several apprentices and rarely came to the heavenly prison for duty. He only appeared when there was major work. Chun Guanlo had the misfortune to witness old man Zhang interrogate a prisoner once. Those methods. Since that day, unless absolutely necessary, he swore never to step foot in the punishment hall again. It was truly a test of one's nerves. A normal person would be driven mad by even a single visit. Hard to imagine old man Zhang had practiced this trade for decades. Lu Datu asked secretly, you want to examine Li Dahong's body? You suspect he. Don't you think his death was too sudden? Besides, he had a wife as beautiful as a blooming flower. How could he bear to not return home in the dead of night, and instead wander about outside? What are you talking about? Li Dahong's wife was old and ugly. Aren't you mistaken? You're thinking of the previous one long dead. I'm speaking of the new wife he recently married. Once you see her, you'll understand. Li Dahong truly had remarkable luck. By the way, have you ever heard the name Lu Mingwei? Lu Datu was still stunned by the news of Li Dahong's new bride and casually shook his head. Never heard of it. Li Dahong really married a new wife, and I never heard anything about it. Not just you. Many in cell block A didn't know either. He kept it well hidden. His first wife passed away, don't you remember? Lu Datu shook his head again. How would I know? No one ever mentioned it. I frequently went to cell block A to play cards, but no one ever told me. Li Dahong was so greedy for money. When his first wife died, he didn't even make a fuss. And he didn't try to collect funeral contributions. How suspicious. Let's set aside the past matters for now. With Lu Datu stepping in, old man Zhang was summoned. Lu Datu was a compulsive gambler with a host of bad habits. But his connections were genuine. Chen Guanlo had no confidence he could recruit old man Zhang on his own. Lu Datu showed up with 2 pounds of pork and a jar of wine, and that was all it took to bring him out. As soon as the three met, old man Zhang let out a sigh. Death puts out the lamp, does it not? I heard from Datu that you suspect Li Dahong's death was not normal. Chen Guanlo did not bother concealing his thoughts. Li Dahong was healthy, no illness, no ailments. And he had a beautiful young wife at home. I simply want to confirm whether he truly died from drunkenness and drowning. Please do me this favor, Uncle Zhang. Old man Zhang stared at him, studying him closely, seeming to think of something. Or perhaps nothing at all. He spoke plainly. You are thoughtful, I'll give you that. I've heard you had a disagreement with Li Dahong just 2 days ago, and even after his death, you're still seeking the truth. You're an interesting character. No wonder others call you an oddity. But have you considered, if you truly discover something wrong with Li Dahong's death, can you bear the consequences? Uncle Zhang may have misunderstood. I don't intend to make a public fuss. That is the Li family's affair. I only wish to know the truth. But often it isn't, because you don't wish something that others will let it go. Have you considered that there may be people who do not want the truth about Li Dahong's death to come out? It's not too late to turn back now. Help the Li family finish the funeral arrangements, bury the body, and let it all end. They were a humble family with no real connections. What use would it be even if you uncovered everything? If the people of the heavenly prison cannot avoid death, at least they ought to know why they died. Chen Guanlo said this calmly. Old man Zhang was left speechless. He wanted to scold the young man for his naivety. But gazing into those clear eyes that held no desire, only the earnest pursuit of truth, eyes untouched by the great corruption of the heavenly prison, every word of admonition was swallowed back. Very well, very well. In this world there must always be a few who act not by considering the outcome, but simply by following their conscience. The funeral hall was deep and gloomy in the dead of night, with white funeral banners fluttering, exuding an inherently terrifying atmosphere. Lucier had been keeping vigil there all day. Chen Guanlo stepped forward and gently urged, "Sister-in-law, you should rest for a while. There will be more people coming tomorrow. If you don't get enough sleep, you might not be able to hold on. We'll stay here and watch over things. You can rest assured nothing will happen." Lucier hesitated for a moment, feeling the weariness in her body, and finally nodded. "Thank you, Head Chen. Thank you all for your help. If it weren't for your assistance, I as a woman would truly be at a loss what to do." Sister-in-law, saying that makes you sound like a stranger. Rest assured and go get some sleep. Lucier, supported by her young maid, returned to the rear courtyard. Only Chen Guanlo, Lu Datu, and Old Zhang remained in the funeral hall. Old Zhang tucked his tobacco pipe into his waistband, the smell of smoke lingering on his breath, and walked over to the coffin. Chen Guanlo and Lu Datu worked together to bring a candlestick closer for light. "Uncle Zhang, please take a look." Old Zhang drew on his expertise and began the autopsy. The detailed process is omitted. About half an hour later, he put away all his tools, his expression heavy. However, he usually wore that same inscrutable face, making it impossible to guess his inner thoughts. After finishing, Old Zhang walked out of the funeral hall. Chen Guanlo and Lu Datu quickly followed. "Old Zhang, what's the situation? Give us the truth. Don't stay silent. It's eerie in the middle of the night." Lu Datu rubbed his arms, looking around nervously, fearing a sudden figure might appear. He quickly moved closer to Chen Guanlo, seeking safety in numbers. Who would want to squeeze together in such hot weather? Besides, Lu Datu, an inveterate gambler, reeked of body odor, having not bathed for who knows how many days. The stench was so strong that Chen Guanlo silently moved away in disgust. "Uncle Zhang, feel free to say whatever you need to. There are only the three of us here, no outsiders." His senses were sharp. He could detect that there were only 3 living souls in the courtyard, front and back. There would be no fourth. Old Zhang took out his tobacco pipe, and Chen Guanlo, being perceptive, lit a flint to light it for him. "Old Zhang, can you stop being so mysterious? Is there anything wrong or not? Give us an honest answer," Lu Datu said impatiently. Old Zhang smacked his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I can only say that Li Dahong indeed drowned." Reading between the lines, Chen Guanlo immediately caught the key point. "Uncle Zhang, does that mean there's something fishy about this? You said he drowned in the river." "Yes. The county office fished his body out of the river. By the time they pulled him out, he was already gone." "That river in the southern part of the city?" Old Zhang asked again. Chen Guanlo nodded again. "That's right. The Yamen runners even took us to the scene, and the nearby households confirmed that the body was recovered from the river. Is there a problem? Old Zhang sighed. I'm not sure if there's a problem. I only know one thing: Li Dahong didn't drown in the river. You all know what that river in the south is like. Li Dahong's mouth was perfectly clean. There was none of the filth from the river. Lu Data was stunned. Chen Guanlo thought to himself, just as I suspected. Lu Data was terrified and lowered his voice instinctively. Old Zhang, are you sure? He really wasn't drowned in the river. I've been in this line of work for decades. I can tell the difference between a drowning in a river and a drowning in a well. Li Dahong was unnaturally clean. He clearly wasn't drowned in the river. River water is dirty. Don't be fooled by its clear appearance. River water is full of aquatic plants and has a strong raw water smell. Moreover, the river in the city is certainly dirtier than one in the countryside. People wash clothes, vegetables, and bathe in it. All kinds of filth and stench are dumped into it. Dead branches, rotten leaves, decomposing animal carcasses. In a city of hundreds of thousands, how could the river be clean? Old Zhang's findings were beyond doubt. A person drowned in a well would certainly be cleaner than one drowned in a river. There was no question about it. Lu Data panicked. He hurriedly asked Chen Guanlo, what do we do now? Chen Guanlo was silent for a moment. Nothing. Everything as usual. What was before will be the same going forward. That's it. Lu Data couldn't believe it. Chen Guanlo's face darkened. What else? We're not agents of the 6th Fan Bureau, we're just prison guards at the Imperial Jail. Li Dahong's death reminds us to be more careful from now on, drink less, and stay away from the riverbank when we've been drinking. Lu Datu was left speechless, unable to argue. Chen Guanlo silently returned to the funeral hall and burned paper offerings for Li Dahong. Old Zhang pulled Lu Datu aside and whispered, Head Chen is right. A prison guard should do the work of a prison guard. Don't overreach. This matter is not to be spread. The waters are deep and we can't bear the burden. Then why go to the trouble of asking you to examine the body? Consider it as giving ourselves an answer, seeking the truth. Li Dahong was first drowned in well water, then thrown into the river to be made to look like a drunken fall. No murder, no crime. After the funeral, everything is done and dusted. After a long silence, Lu Data sighed. First prison warden Zhang drowned, and now Li Dahong has drowned too. Old Zhang, do you think these two incidents are connected? Don't ask, don't think, and you'll live a long life. Old Zhang smoked his coarse tobacco, his expression as dark as water. After burning the paper, Chen Guanlo left the funeral hall. Due to the recent curfew, everyone couldn't go home, so they decided to keep vigil together in the funeral hall. The night was cold as water. Chen Guanlo suddenly remembered something and casually asked Old Zhang, Uncle Zhang, have you ever heard the name Lu Minghui? Old Zhang shook his head. Chen Guanlo had asked on a whim and didn't expect an answer. However, Old Zhang unexpectedly said, I haven't heard of Lu Minghui, but I have heard of Lu Mingchang. Oh, who is Lu Mingchang? That man has quite a background. When Lu Mingchang was young, he married a woman surnamed Wang. The Wang family was just an ordinary household in the outskirts of the capital. But the women of the Wang family had an unusual tradition. For several generations, they had served as wet nurses for wealthy and noble families. Decades ago, Wang married Lu Mingchang and soon gave birth to a son. Around that time, the Xiaofu was seeking a wet nurse, and Wang was selected. Guess whose wet nurse Wang became? Who? Old Zhang, stop being mysterious and just tell us. Lu Data was too impatient to guess. But Old Zhang remained unhurried. Wang was good-looking, dressed decently, and kept herself clean every day. With ample breast milk and a patient, meticulous nature, that immense fortune fell upon her. She was selected as the wet nurse for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Before her, the Crown Prince had already gone through a dozen wet nurses. Wang served the longest and was the last one. Naturally, Lu Mingchang became the Crown Prince's wet nurse's husband, transforming from an illiterate pauper into someone serving by the Crown Prince's side. From then on, the Lu family soared to prominence, and the whole family rose with the tide. But their good fortune lasted only about 30 years. The Crown Prince's wet nurse's husband. Lu Data scratched his head. I feel like I've heard of that. During the Lu family's glory days, everyone in the capital knew about them. Old Zhang puffed on his pipe. Chen Guanlo pressed on. What happened to the Lu family afterward? Later they all died. Old Zhang's expression remained unchanged as he spoke the most cruel words in the world with a detached tone. How could they all die? They were all the Crown Prince's men. The Crown Prince is still sitting in the Eastern Palace. Lu Data did not understand. With such a powerful backing, how could they die? Old Zhang let out a cold laugh. He looked at Chen Guanlo and asked, surprised. Chen Guanlo nodded and then shook his head. Favor comes from above. A life or death is merely a whim of the noble. You're sharp, boy. No wonder you're educated. You know so much. Unlike Datu, who has lived decades in vain and is still less than a young man like you. Old Zhang looked down on Lu Datu. Lu Datu refused to accept it. Don't slander me first. Tell me how the Lu family died. I'm too curious. Old Zhang clearly hesitated for a moment, but finally continued the story in a cold, emotionless tone. Wang, relying on being the Crown Prince's wet nurse, threw her weight around in the Eastern Palace, even disregarding the Crown Princess's face, and meddled in the Crown Prince's harem affairs. Lu Mingchang was also restless. Relying on his status as the Crown Prince's wet nurse's husband, he took a post in the Xiaofu ostensibly to gather wealth for the Crown Prince. In the end, this couple both incurred displeasure. Wang was forced to drink poison wine, while Lu Mingchong was executed by slow slicing, with 500 cuts personally decreed by His Majesty. As for the rest of the Lu family, most of them died, probably all of them. After saying this, old Zhang's mood was unusually low, as if reminded of painful memories. Chen Guanluo's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly he had a bold guess. Was it Uncle Zhang who personally wielded the knife for Lu Mingchong's execution? Lu Dada. What was that? Old Zhang performed the slow slicing. Old Zhang tapped his pipe and glanced at Chen Guanluo. A clever man like you. Why are you stuck in the imperial prison? What a waste. Indeed, I don't know what Lu Mingchong did, but His Majesty detested him so much that he personally decreed his execution by slow slicing. The embroidered uniform guard lacked experience, there hadn't been a case of slow slicing in decades, and the skill was lost. In the end, the embroidered uniform guard asked me to do it. I performed the execution personally. 500 cuts, not one more, not one less. Originally His Majesty demanded 1,000 cuts, but it said the Crown Prince knelt and pleaded reducing it to 500. Since it was a matter of the imperial family, it wasn't made public. It's natural you didn't know. Lu Dada was so shocked his mouth couldn't close. He said excitedly, I heard that the art of slow slicing is passed down through executioner families. You have to slice the flesh while ensuring the person stays alive. They say the flesh on the chest is all gone, leaving only bones, and the heart inside is still beating. Is that true? Old Zhang, you're amazing. You actually know this skill. You. Staying in the torture chamber is wasting your talent. Old Zhang snorted coldly. Executioners. They're nothing. The technical skill of killing isn't even fit to shine the shoes of the torture chamber. Every executioner in the capital, not to brag, not one of them truly knows the art of slow slicing. Not one. Old Zhang, you're the only one in the capital who knows the art of slow slicing right. Old Zhang remained silent, and silence meant acknowledgement. Lu Mingchong must have had brothers, Chen Guanluo pressed. He didn't care about the art of slow slicing, he felt he was already very close to the truth, as if only one step away. Probably. Old Zhang said indifferently. Even if he did, they're all dead. Chen Guanluo turned back and looked toward the backyard. Was she from the same clan as Lu Mingchong? Could Lu be a survivor of the Crown Prince's wet nurse's husband case? This case would certainly not appear in any official records. It was a matter of the imperial family involving the killing of imperial servants, and no court official could intervene. If Lu truly was from Lu Mingchong's clan, then Li Dahong was outrageously bold, risking his life for a woman. Then Li Dahong's death might well involve the palace. But why was Lu still alive? He suddenly stood up, startling Lu Dada beside him. He raised his hand slightly, signaling Lu Dada not to panic. I'll go check the back. It's dry and windy, beware of fire. We've received quite a few morning gifts these past 2 days to watch out for thieves. Makes sense. We should guard against some reckless thief daring to come and steal the morning gifts. Chen Guanluo walked through the corridor and arrived at the archway. He called out softly, come out. I know you're hiding behind the wall. Under the moonlight, a frail figure slowly emerged. It was Lu, who should have been resting at this hour. Tears streamed down her face, pitiful and helpless, as if the sky had fallen. Chen Guanluo sighed inwardly. What is Lu Mingchong to you? He was my uncle, Lu sobbed. Chen Guanluo thought to himself, just as I suspected. She is indeed a descendant of the Lu family. Your age? Wasn't she too young? Lu gently wiped the corner of her eye. My father was the late child of my grandparents, 20 years younger than my uncle. My father was exceptionally talented in literature from a young age, and was highly valued by the Crown Prince, traveling everywhere on his behalf. When the incident happened, we had no warning at all. The embroidered uniform guard came like wolves and tigers, and took everyone away. Then how did you end up marrying Li Dahong? The Crown Princess secretly spared me, and arranged for me to be taken care of by my husband. Your brother, is he really still alive? Alive, but living a life worse than death. His Majesty showed mercy, and left one bloodline for the Lu family, my brother. But he was exiled 1,000 miles away, working in the mines. If he survives 10 years of labor, he can be free. By this point, Lu was already choking with tears. Her body was so weak she could only lean against the wall to barely support herself. Chen Guanluo sighed inwardly. Anyone who saw Lu's appearance would feel compassion and sympathy. But he did not reach out a hand to support her. Any man with improper thoughts would have taken the opportunity to hold her in his arms. Your age. Before the incident, weren't you betrothed? According to the tradition of the time, women married at 15 or 16, and betrothals were arranged at 13 or 14. Before the incident, why hadn't the Lu family arranged a marriage for Lu? Lu seemed to have something difficult to say. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said, I used to serve the Crown Prince, but I didn't have any official rank. What? Li Dahong had slept with the Crown Prince's woman. He was outrageously bold. He deserved to die. Wait, you just said the Crown Princess spared you, and then arranged for Li Dahong to take care of you. Chen Guanluo had discovered a shocking truth. Exactly. The Crown Princess harbored evil intentions. She didn't let Lu die, but humiliated her in this way. A former woman of the Eastern Palace, now reduced to the wife of a prison guard. Her status had plummeted from heaven to earth, straight from the celestial court into a muddy pit. The Crown Princess's method of humiliation was truly to break a person from the spirit, while also earning a reputation for being loyal and compassionate. Were you truly naive and innocent, or was everything an act? The Crown Princess spared you. Are you grateful to her? Chen Guanluo asked tactfully. Grateful, of course I am grateful, Lu Shi said with heartfelt sincerity. She lowered her head slightly. As long as one lives there is hope, as long as one lives there is a future, isn't it? But between you and Li Dahong, Captain Chen, you misunderstand. Although my husband is a rough man, he treated me with genuine sincerity. Though I am not particularly clever, I can still distinguish sincerity from pretense. He held me in the palm of his hand, yet I caused his death. I deserve to die. Lu Shi suppressed her emotions, leaning against the archway and weeping, her tears flowing like raindrops on pear blossoms. What a delicate daffodil waiting to be defiled. It aroused a perverse desire to ravage her to the brink of death. How wicked. This woman was a completely different type from Lu Wan's wife. Yet Lu Shi was more likely to make people lose their sanity. She possessed a peculiar kind of flawed beauty, making one long to see her weep in sorrow, to see her suffer, and thus derive immense satisfaction. Perhaps the crown prince sensed this in her as well, and that might be why Li Dahong died. Her beauty was fragile, the kind that made one want to break it. Evil, a manifestation of humanity's deepest dark desires. Chen Guanluo tightly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and silently recited the mantra of the Ascension scripture, finally, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. He even kindly reminded her, try not to cry in front of others, especially men. In this era his words were excessively presumptuous and bold, completely crossing the line. Lu Shi was clearly stunned for a moment. When she realized what he meant, her ears turned red. She quickly lowered her head, too ashamed to look at him, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Chen. What are your plans next? I don't know either. Try to get in touch with the Crown Prince. He should probably have been keeping an eye on you all along. Don't contact those from the Crown Princess's side. Lu Shi bit her lip, looking distressed. I can't go back. His Majesty won't tolerate me. The Crown Prince can at least settle you outside the palace and ensure you live without worries. You don't want to be bullied by a bunch of wretched men, do you? Only the Crown Prince can protect you. But I am no longer worthy to serve by the Crown Prince's side. Lu Shi's soft, helpless appearance stirred pity. Then let the Crown Prince arrange a future for you. Whether it's marriage, becoming a nun, or setting up your own household, it's just a word from him. Chen Guanluo took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm. Don't reveal your background anymore. Rest early. Farewell. He turned and left. But Lu Shi called out to him, Captain Chen, you are a good man. My husband once mentioned you, saying you are methodical in your work. If he encountered trouble, he would rather ask you for help than turn to those worthless friends. Chen Guanluo looked back at her. Good men don't live long. Don't be a good man. Lu Shi was bewildered, unable to understand. He was clearly a good man, yet he advised others not to be good, saying good men don't live long. Wasn't that cursing himself? Chen Guanluo always thought he couldn't see through Lu Shi. If she was a naive fool, how could she have survived safely? Though she fell into hardship, Li Dahong held her in the palm of his hand, and she never suffered, escaping unscathed. What incredible luck, what extraordinary wisdom. If she was a calculating woman with deep schemes, then she was too good an actress, fully immersing herself in the role of a naive fool, arousing no suspicion, and making people willingly worry and run errands for her, afraid she might suffer the slightest grievance. For her sake, Li Dahong did not hesitate to drive out his own son, and even gave up his life for her. Chen Guanluo cast aside all desires, stepped out of the circle, and viewed this woman from an omniscient perspective. She was incredibly beautiful, unbelievably lucky, and unfathomably deep in her thoughts. The Lu family were all dead, her brothers toiling in distant mines, yet she alone continued to enjoy a life of luxury, still remembered by the Crown Prince. That the Crown Prince still remembered Lu Shi was based on speculation. However, Chen Guanluo firmly believed his deduction aligned with the facts. If the Crown Princess wanted to humiliate Lu Shi, there was no need to kill Li Dahong. As long as Li Dahong lived, Lu Shi could only be the wife of a jailer. What a lowly identity. In the eyes of the nobility, it was the perfect way to humiliate her. Only the Crown Prince could not tolerate Lu Shi continuing to stay by Li Dahong's side as his wife. Li Dahong had enjoyed a rare beauty. Dying under the peony blossoms, he died without regret. Lu Shi was too soft, too seductive, making people unable to restrain the darkest desires deep within their souls, to destroy and torment her, to witness her broken and suffering beauty. Chen Guanluo resolved to stay far away from this dangerous woman. He sat by the brazier, the firelight casting alternating light and shadow on his face. Lu Dada yawned. Why did you take so long? Did you find any thieves? Chen Guanluo shook his head, sat on the stool, and remained silent. How about playing cards? The night is long and hard to endure. Li Dahong liked fun, he wouldn't mind. Playing cards in front of the funeral shrine. You've got some nerve. Chen Guanluo scoffed. What's the big deal? Li Dahong wasn't a stickler for formality. He'd be delighted to see us playing cards, maybe even buy a side bet. Lu Dada grew more excited, eager to set up the card table. He was already pulling out silver to see how much he had brought. Chen Guanluo teased him. Not scared anymore. You were terrified earlier, and now you dare to play cards. I've figured it out. Even if Li Dahong became a ghost, he'd be a card-loving ghost. I'm catering to his hobby. Why should I fear him? He'll be grateful that I let him touch a card, even after death. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, making the fire flicker, and the shadows on the wall danced. Lu Dada let out a loud yell. See, I told you. Li Dahong is so thrilled he's sending me signals. Come on, let's play dominoes. 10 coins per round, no cheating. No one echoed him. Lu Dada. He could only play alone, amusing himself nonetheless. Old Zhang seemed preoccupied, his pipe losing its appeal. Chen Guanlo threw paper money into the brazier and said, "Relax, everything will be fine." Old Zhang gave him a deep look, grace from above. Chen Guanlo nodded but remained silent. The only one in the dark was Lu Dadu. "What are you two muttering about? So I'm the only fool here, huh? You degenerate gambler, why do you need to know so much? When you lose you can't keep your mouth shut and spill everything." Old Zhang scolded harshly. Lu Dadu retorted, "Old Zhang, you old cabbage, want to go a few rounds? You..." Old Zhang sneered, his eyes full of contempt. "With your flabby frame, you can't last a single move under my hands. One slash of my knife, and you'll bleed. If it were Captain Chen, maybe he could last a few moves." "Uncle Zhang flatters me," Chen Guanlo said modestly. "Don't be modest, Captain. I know you're a martial artist." He kept watch through the night until dawn, then handed over his shift. Taking sudden leave, he went home to rest. That evening would be the funeral procession requiring everyone's assistance. Just as Chen Guanlo was deep in sleep, someone hammered at his courtyard gate, rousing his fury. Storming to the door in a rage, he found a jailer from the Imperial prison standing there, informing him that the Li family had gathered a mob to cause chaos at the morning hall, demanding his presence to mediate. Splashing cold water on his face, Chen Guanlo finally shook off the drowsiness, dressed hastily, and rushed toward the Li residence. Upon arrival, where was everyone? Not a single Li family member was in sight, only a group of supportive jailers remained. He was bewildered, and the messenger jailer was even more so. Summoning the seasoned veteran Xiao Jin, he inquired, "What's happening here? Weren't the Lis supposed to be creating an uproar at the morning hall? Where did they all go?" Xiao Jin swallowed hard, visibly nervous and pale with fear, as if he had witnessed something truly terrifying. He whispered to Chen Guanlo, midway through, a group of unidentified people arrived wielding truncheons. They beat the Li family members without mercy, beating them within an inch of their lives. This group seemed to recognize us jailers and didn't lay a finger on us. When we tried to intervene, they simply threatened us to stay out of it. What happened afterward? Chen Guanlo pressed urgently. A vague suspicion tugged at his mind, yet he found it hard to believe that person would resort to such brutality. Perhaps it was merely the subordinates acting on their own initiative. Xiao Jin shuddered. Someone shouted that official authorities were arriving, and the group stuffed the Li family members into several carriages and drove them all away. No one knows where they went. Were all of them taken? Xiao Jin nodded repeatedly. "I saw it with my own eyes. Not a single one was left. They stuffed everyone into the carriages and took them away. Chief Chen, those people looked like demons, yet they didn't wreck the morning hall. They only beat the Li family. Their actions were swift and organized, their movements disciplined. It was clear they weren't ordinary street thugs. They resembled more of..." "Resembled what?" "Military men, sir. Strict discipline and absolute obedience." "Chief Chen, are we going to get into some serious trouble?" Xiao Jin wore an expression of utter cowardice. Chen Guanlo asked him, "Did Lu Shirley Dahong's wife show herself?" Xiao Jin shook his head. "We haven't seen her all day. Don't worry. Nothing bad will happen." "Really?" Xiao Jin remained uneasy. "Chief Chen, what kind of powerful figure did Li Dahong provoke? I'm genuinely unsettled. Do you trust me or not?" "I said we'll all be fine. Do you believe me?" Chen Guanlo stared at him, his eyes burning with absolute confidence. Xiao Jin nodded instinctively. "Of course I trust you, Chief Chen. Then keep watch over the morning hall. Rest assured no one else will come to make trouble. I'll go see Lu Shi and ask what she needs. You watch over this place for me and keep everyone calm. Tonight we'll dine at Guansalu restaurant, the finest banquet. Consider it done. To win people's hearts, fine food and drink are essential. After everyone's hard work and the fright they endured, they deserved a good meal to settle their nerves." The money would naturally come from the funeral donations. Arriving at the rear courtyard's reception hall, Chen Guanlo instructed a servant woman to inform Lu Shi that they needed to discuss matters. Shortly after, Lu Shi appeared in mourning attire. A woman looks most enchanting dressed in white. At this moment, Chen Guanlo finally comprehended the essence of those words. Lu Shi wore coarse hemp garments, a hemp cloth draped over her head, a hemp rope around her waist, and plain silk embroidered shoes on her feet. She moved with such grace, so delicate and fragile, resembling a quiet stream, a gentle river, a crimson mole upon the heart. Tenderly and silently she glided across his soul, leaving a faint imprint that he couldn't bear to erase for a long while. Compared to a raging river, it is the tranquil stream that truly captivates the heart. One longs to cup this wisp of stream in their hands and fondle it freely. Snapping back to his senses, Chen Guanlo cleared his throat to conceal the turmoil within. "Sister-in-law, were you frightened? The Li family went too far." "Thank you for your concern, Chief Chen. I'm quite all right. Having experienced it once, the second time is much easier to bear." Lu Shi's voice was soft like feathers caressing gently. "No wonder the crown princess couldn't tolerate her." Chen Guanlo mused for a moment. "It seems that person has made their move. Sister-in-law, your future is secure. Congratulations." Lu Shi's face remained expressionless, her lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. Chen Guanlo understood that in broad daylight with walls having ears, he couldn't speak more or reveal too much. He cleared his throat again. "Li Dahong's son is still missing, but I've entrusted someone to search. We should have news soon. Chief Chen has gone to great trouble these past 2 days. I have nothing to offer in return. When Dalong returns, if he's willing to serve at the Imperial prison, I hope Chief Chen can look after him. Consider it settled." It was only natural for Li Dahong's son to work at the Imperial prison. If there's nothing else, sister-in-law, I'll take my leave. Lu Shi rose and curtsied gracefully. From then on, the two parted ways. Afterward, no one else caused trouble, and the funeral concluded smoothly. Only Li Dahong's son remained without news, possibly having left the capital. Chen Guanlo thought he would never meet Lu Shi again in this lifetime, unaware that the gears of fate had already begun to turn. With Li Dahong's death, the position of head jailer in Ward Jia became vacant. Jailer Fan instructed the remaining 3 head jailers to each recommend candidates, promising to choose the best. After careful consideration, Chen Guanlo wrote down 2 names, then added Lu Dada's name as a bonus. The list was submitted. He had expected Jailer Fan to ask for opinions. After all, he was new and hadn't even learned all the jailers' names. Instead, Jailer Fan directly announced the appointment. Shi Hong, the hulking brute. When Chen Guanlo first became head jailer, Shi Hong had been the most vocally opposed among all the jailers in Ward Jia. He had not recommended Shi Hong, and upon asking the other 2 head jailers, both claimed they hadn't recommended him either. Shi Hong was talkative, troublesome, and loved being the center of attention. Relying on his massive build, he had always considered himself the leader of the jailers. I found out the truth. Shi Hong has a cousin, quite a pretty one. Remember when Jailer Fan took a concubine some time ago? Guess who that concubine was? Could it be Shi Hong's cousin? Exactly. Who would have thought Shi Hong could be so shameless, actually handing over his cousin to Jailer Fan as a concubine? This guy is a threat. Sending out a cousin just to get a head jailer position. Wasn't that a losing deal? You know nothing. First become head jailer to make money, then use that money to climb higher. That's the mature strategy. Shi Hong is so ugly. How pretty could his cousin be? If I had a sister, I'd give her to Jailer Fan as a concubine too. If you had a sister with your looks, she'd be lucky just to pour bath water for Jailer Fan. Even being a foot washing maid would do. At least she'd be close to power and might rise in the world someday. The jailers chattered endlessly, their feelings towards Shi Hong ranging from contempt to disgust, but mostly envy and jealousy. They only regretted not having a pretty sister themselves, not having hearts black enough or ruthless enough, not knowing how to give gifts that catered to others' tastes. What good was sending silver? Sending women. That was the high-end play. As long as the sister remained in favor, they could keep enjoying the benefits. Epiphany achieved. From now on, they'd keep an eye out for pretty young girls and take them in as sworn sisters. Shi Hong changed into his brand new uniform and strode into the Class A wing of the heavenly prison with unrestrained pride. The prison guards rushed forward to flatter him. It did not matter whether they excelled at bootlicking. What mattered was showing their faces, ensuring they would not give the triumphant Shi Hong any handle against them. Chen Guanlo paid him no mind, lounging behind the desk in the duty room with his legs propped atop the surface, lazily cracking sunflower seeds. Shi Hong, flanked by a swarm of prison guards, marched into the duty room. Seeing this scene, he was immediately filled with displeasure. Glancing at the guards behind him, Shi Hong held his head high like a battlecock, pumped full of adrenaline, his manner fierce and aggressive. Chief Chen, is this any way to welcome me? Humph. Outsiders would think you and Chief Li were incredibly close, that you were raising a fuss on his behalf. But everyone knows you, and Chief Li fell out long ago. Has his account been settled? Chen Guanlo snorted, spitting out a sunflower seed shell. When a man dies, all debts vanish. Stone. Am I correct in calling you Stone? On your very first day in office, you want to dig up old scores with a dead man. You truly have some nerve. Call me Chief Hong. Right, Chief Hong it is. Chief Hong, good fortune at your doorstep. Flatterers were never in short supply. Now that Shi Hong had gained favor, the prison guards eagerly piled on their praises, clearly betting on his rising prospects. Who could compete when one had a beautiful young cousin whispering sweet nothings in the right ear? That trumped an educated man like Chief Chen by far. Shi Hong was evidently pleased with his sycophant's words. Chief Hong, excellent, excellent. I am a veteran of this Class A wing. I know its rules better than you, Chief Chen. Naturally, I would not dig up Chief Li's old debts. But Chief Chen, this unwelcoming countenance of yours makes it seem as though you hold a grudge against me. Chen Guanlo burst into hearty laughter. I harbor no ill will toward you. I am more concerned that you might hold a grudge against me. Saying this, he lowered his legs, rose from his seat, and approached Shi Hong, patting him on the shoulder. I have served as squad leader a few days longer than you, accumulated a bit more experience. Should you have anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. Shi Hong. His expression twisted with rage. Chen Guanlo had effortlessly deflected his challenge with mere ounces of force, crushing him in spirit without even trying. He did not even need to turn around to imagine the expressions on the guards' faces. As Chen Guanlo walked outward, the prison guards parted in all directions, clearing a central passage. Hello, Chief Chen. Once one person led the way, countless others followed suit, calling out in chorus, Hello, Chief Chen. Chen Guanlo waved them off. He intended to seek out Warden Fan for tea. I had no choice. Warden Fan sat in the official chamber, looking thoroughly exasperated. I only learned a couple of days ago that the new concubine the prison warden has taken is actually Shi Hong's cousin. There is nothing else to worry about, but I fear Shi Hong will rely on his connection to the warden and show you no respect. Chen Guanlo expressed profound concern. I even suspect Shi Hong has his eyes on your position. What? Warden Fan grew deeply uneasy. That cannot be. My current position was promised to me by the warden himself. Besides, I have already offered all the proper benefits. Who can stand against pillow talk? Even within the palace. The power of pillow talk is something court officials understand all too well. Chen Guanlo offered this subtle reminder. Warden Fan grew frantic. Then what do you suggest I do? If the warden breaks his promise, I am powerless as well. He had just taken the warden's post, had not yet extracted enough wealth, and absolutely could not afford to be pushed aside. Shun Guanlo weighed his words carefully. Shi Hong is a veteran within the prison, well-versed in rules and knowing when to advance and retreat. Such a person, I believe, must be heavily relied upon. Give him added responsibility. Let him shoulder the heavy burden of this Class A wing. He placed special emphasis on the words, heavy burden. Warden Fan, reading between the lines, instantly grasped Shun Guanlo's unspoken meaning. He nodded repeatedly. You are quite right. Shi Hong is a veteran. He should indeed be given more responsibility. I will figure something out. Little Shun, you are still the clever one. Rest assured we are in the same boat. Where there are benefits for me, there will be benefits for you as well. Thank you, Lord Fan. Shun Guanlo quickly expressed his loyalty. Warden Fan chuckled with delight. But bad news never arrives alone. Only a few days after Shi Hong's promotion to squad leader, another bolt from the blue struck the heavenly prison. This time from top to bottom, everyone wailed in despair, crying out how utterly merciless it was. Why? Because the higher authorities had changed the rules. They were short on funds, so short that they had set their sights on the heavenly prison itself. Under the old regulations, the money paid by prisoners was divided as follows: 30% entered the prison's public account, 40% was turned over to the authorities, and the remaining 30% was split among the prison guards and squad leaders. This arrangement had remained unchanged for many years, satisfying all parties. The guards worked with vigor and collected payments eagerly. The officials above were likewise deeply satisfied, as the prison guards handled all affairs within the heavenly prison without requiring their intervention. Then suddenly the order came: 70% was to be turned over, 20% allocated to the public account, leaving only 10% for the prison guards and squad leaders to divide among themselves. The moment this decision was announced, from the head administrator to the prison warden, from the warden to the squad leaders to the guards, everyone erupted in curses. It was damn obscene. Warden Fan cursed the most viciously. He had just arrived, had not yet skimmed enough money, and this rule had already emerged. The so-called turning over had previously allowed funds to settle in one's hands first, colloquially known as handling fees. Now, with strict oversight from above, there was no longer any room for handling fees. Whatever amount was collected had to be handed over in full. To prevent collusion throughout the heavenly prison, the Ministry of Justice had also stationed several accounting clerks at the facility to audit the books. It is too damn oppressive. The people above are utterly ruthless. They feast on meat while forbidding us even soup. Uncle Lord Fan, we cannot simply let this pass. Warden Fan rushed to his kinsman Warden Chancellor Fan to vent his grievances. With this change, his take had dropped by more than half. How was he expected to profit? He had abandoned the dignity of a scholar to become a warden, and this was the outcome he received. He was furious enough to burst a vein. What else can be done? Swelter in the cold. I am the one suffering the greatest losses, understand. Warden Chancellor Fan was equally enraged, his eyes dark with fury. To prevent him from reaching into the funds, they had actually assigned accountants to audit the books daily. He gritted his teeth. His backer could not be counted on. It was impossible for him to intervene on behalf of such a minor matter. He could only passively endure with no recourse. He had been so agitated over the past 2 days that he had not eaten, drunk, or slept properly. He had actually grown thinner. The beautiful concubine he had recently taken, to whom he had promised a complete set of jewelry, would likely go unfulfilled. Secretary Li joined in with sighs. The Ministry of Revenue has no funds. They have been in arrears on salaries for capital officials for over half a year. Over here at the heavenly prison, we have not received a single coin or grain of rice for nearly half a year. We have been barely surviving on the meager funds within the prison's private accounts. Now the public account has been directly slashed by 10% and the guard share cut by 20%. It will only grow more difficult from here. I hear His Majesty's expenses keep multiplying and the exactions grow ever more severe. Hush! Watch your tongue. Do you want to lose your head? Warden Chancellor Fan glared sharply at young Warden Fan. This is the capital, not our ancestral home. Guard your mouth. Speak no reckless words at any time. Even in your dreams, keep your mouth shut. Young Warden Fan retreated sullenly, clearly embarrassed. Secretary Li cleared his throat softly and whispered, the rebels in Jinzhou are growing increasingly fierce. The Ministry of War is demanding funds every day. Precisely because His Majesty refuses to release funds from the Imperial Household Department no matter what, and instead has Jiang to continually extort the provinces, driving popular resentment to a boiling point. Many officials have gone to the Crown Prince. Stop it. Those matters are beyond our involvement. Warden Chancellor Fan's face hardened. As for this incident, the guards below will surely be full of grievances. Keep a close watch on them. If anyone causes trouble, show no mercy whatsoever. The heartless and corrupt authorities suddenly changed the rules, causing everyone's income to plummet. The prison guards erupted in outrage, all crowding at the entrance of the duty room, demanding an explanation. Even those not on duty rushed over. The share had been reduced from 30% to a mere 10%. How were they supposed to get by? Was this an offering for beggars? They bore the brunt of public scorn, performing the most arduous and thankless tasks, only to be met with this. What exactly do those above intend? They owe us an explanation. How can we continue like this? You heads take the lion's share and the rest of us split what's left. How much is that? Are they forcing us to dock the prisoners' food rations? What food rations? Since the start of the year, not a single grain of rice has been allocated from above, instead, they've been siphoning money from the prison. This is outrageous. We exhaust ourselves enduring insults and curses while those officials sit back and reap the benefits untouched by any consequences. Give us a straight answer, chiefs. What are we supposed to do now? No money, yet they expect us to abide by the rules. That's a tough order. Exactly. Without money, why should we stick to the rules? Whoever wants to follow these damn rules can do so. I'm done serving. Done serving. The guards grew increasingly rowdy. Chun Guanlo remained silent, staying as quiet as a mouse, occasionally glancing at the other two chiefs. With two senior chiefs present, it wasn't his place to speak. He had no intention of stealing the spotlight. Chief Wang, in his early 40s, was a veteran of the prison, having served as chief for a decade. He looked around, cleared his throat, and raised his hand to suppress the noise. Listen to me. Shouting at the duty room door won't get you anywhere. If you really want a definitive answer, go to the outer office and find young Master Fan or Prison Warden Fan. Old Wang, you're stirring up trouble. Chief Wu wasn't pleased. If things escalated, he'd also face repercussions. Don't listen to Old Wang's nonsense. This decision came from above, not something Prison Warden Fan can change. What can we do but comply? Our prison is still better off than neighboring offices. They haven't received a single coin of salary for over half a year, not even their monthly grain rations. At least we're still getting paid, still have food and drink. Don't be ungrateful. If you stir up trouble and lose your jobs, there'll be no regrets. Chief Wu, don't be a coward. You've saved enough over the years so you don't have to worry. We're still waiting for our pay to buy rice for our families. We can't compare to you. Chief Wu was genuinely furious, slamming the table and shouting, I'm genuinely thinking of you, and if you don't appreciate it, fine, but don't call me a coward. Is this cowardice? I'm a guard too, I know your struggles. But it's your own fault. Gambling away every penny without saving a thing. Think about it. When have we lowly guards ever been able to influence or change decisions from above? Don't overestimate yourselves, and don't underestimate those officials. They're ruthless. Beware. They'll make an example of someone and chop off heads. No one wants to be that chicken, so stay in line. Chief Wu's words were harsh, but realistic. Prison guards have been executed before, not just once or twice. In the year plus since Chun Guanlo arrived, he'd witnessed several such incidents. Guards were worthless, and their heads even more so. Officials could cut them off at will. Chief Wu had indeed given them a lesson grounded in reality. Some timid guards quietly slipped away, silently accepting the inevitable. But others grew angrier, their chests filled with fury that demanded release. So according to Chief Wu, we should just take it quietly, not even grumble, and keep following the prison's damn rules. We'll follow the rules, but only if there's money. Otherwise, don't blame us for learning from the officials and squeezing the prisoners. Block A holds corrupt officials. Their families are filthy rich. Let's extort more from them. We guards stick together, and anyone who reveals this is a traitor. We won't let those above humiliate us like this. Do you all agree? Outrageous. Absurd. Are you asking for death? Chief Wu and Chief Wang shouted in unison. Don't listen to that. It's a sure way to lose your heads. Do you really think those above don't know about your secret extortion? How naive. They monitor daily meals and activities in the torture chamber. They don't need to ask you. Just check the daily expenditures, and everything becomes clear. If you don't believe me, ask Chief Chin. He keeps the accounts. Does he need to see with his own eyes to know who's embezzled? With that, Chief Wu turned the fire on Chun Guanlo. Seeing no escape, Chun Guanlo cleared his throat and stepped forward. Secret extortion won't work. I've had contact with the accountants sent by the Ministry of Justice. All seasoned veterans. They can spot even a single coin missing. To cook the books under their watch is practically suicide. So Chief Chun is saying we're doomed to take only 10%, a guard grumbled. Chun Guanlo scanned the man. For now, yes. But I believe every policy is strictly enforced only in the early stages. Endure the beginning, and when things settle, you all know what I mean. That worked far better than Chief Wu's words. The guards exchanged glances. It made sense. Every policy has loopholes. That was the guards' hard-earned wisdom. At first they'd be strict, looking for a scapegoat to make an example of. Stick it through the tough early phase, and later, when supervision slackens, there's plenty of room to maneuver. We can turn what was once legal income into private, slush funds. And those accountants, they'll be tempted by money sooner or later. We'll corrupt them eventually. We'll follow Chief Chun. Chief Chun speaks sense. There's a difference between being educated and not. Chief Chun, with his learning, truly understands the officials' minds. Chief Chun is as black-hearted as those officials. Nonsense. How dare you insult Chief Chun? He sees through the world's ways. If you can't speak properly, get lost. The guards showered him with flattery. Chun Guanlo could only laugh helplessly. Chief Wu breathed a sigh of relief. You're the man, Chief Chun. I talked myself hoarse and couldn't move them. A single word from you changed their minds. I'm old and useless, Chief Wang said sourly. Compared to you youngsters, we old-timers are only fit for porridge. Don't mock me, Chief Wang, Chun Guanlo replied. We're all working for the prison for Block A. You don't want things to get out of hand, either do you? Even if some harbor selfish motives at this critical moment, no one wishes for the situation to deteriorate to an irreparable point. If the higher-ups come to investigate, everyone will bear the consequences. Shi Hong, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, how can Chief Chun be certain that the policy will relax? I've heard that the palace is in dire need of funds, and the Ministry of Revenue cannot produce a single coin. Chun Guanlo glanced at him and said unhurriedly, the capital is the foundation. If a bowstring is stretched too tightly for too long, it will snap. That makes perfect sense. Captain Wu nodded repeatedly, greatly approving of Chun Guanlo's insight, thinking to himself that scholars were indeed different. Their speech was elegant yet concise. Unlike those crude fellows who only knew how to curse. Shi Hong seemed unconvinced. What if it does happen? Chun Guanlo stared at him and said solemnly, you'd better pray that it doesn't. His expression was so grave and earnest that Shi Hong momentarily lost his voice, unable to find a rebuttal. After Chun Guanlo left the duty room, Shi Hong came to his senses in a daze. What's wrong with him? I didn't provoke him, did I, eh? Captain Wu hummed in acknowledgement. Chief Chen is right. You'd better pray there's no what if. What do you mean? Can you be clearer? Shi Hong looked utterly bewildered. Captain Wu, unwilling to discuss the matter, left. Captain Wang chuckled, inwardly patted Shi Hong on the shoulder, and said, think for yourself. Under what circumstances would such a what if occur? How would I know? No, you do know. You just haven't thought in that direction. Having served in the heavenly prison for so many years, you should have some insight. Peace and stability are better than anything. A little less money is far better than the what if you mentioned. Captain Wang, could you please be more straightforward? I never had much schooling. I only know a few characters. You all speak so vaguely, I truly don't understand. Shi Hong felt extremely aggrieved. Among the 4 captains, it seemed he was the only fool. They were ganging up on him, weren't they? Not a single person was willing to speak plainly. How infuriating. Captain Wang chuckled softly and remained silent. Shi Hong immediately caught on. I'll treat you to drinks tonight. That's more like it. Only then did Captain Wang kindly enlighten him. In the heavenly prison, there's only one situation that leads to your what if, when executions start happening outside. Understand? Shi Hong seemed to half understand. He looked as if he got it, yet not entirely. Captain Wang shook his head. This blockhead was truly hopeless. If it weren't for Shi Hong having a pretty cousin and the idea of sending her to prison, Governor Fan as a concubine, even in another 10 years Shi Hong would never have become a captain. But when did Shi Hong's mind suddenly become sharp enough to come up with such a scheme? Could he have received guidance from some wise person? Captain Wang resolved to get Shi Hong drunk during the evening drinking session and pry the truth out of him. Prison officer Fan sighed deeply. He called Chun Guanlo to his office to talk. What a headache. The higher-ups have gone too far this time. Chun Guanlo hummed twice in agreement. Prison officer Fan only needed someone to vent to, not someone to offer advice. Our funds have been cut by more than half all of a sudden. What will we do in the future? Xiao Chun, are the guards below causing trouble? Over in the B-wing prison there's already an uproar, and the prison governor is very angry. Rest assured, sir. Everything is normal in the A-wing prison. Everyone's emotions are stable, and they understand that the higher-ups must have their reasons for this. The court is in a difficult time. We guards also have a sense of public duty, and it is our bounden responsibility to share the burden of our superiors. Prison officer Fan. Really? Is it necessary? Is it necessary to utter such hollow, insincere platitudes in front of him? Bullshit public duty. Xiao Chun, it's good that you have a sense of public duty and a willingness to share the burden of your superiors. However, in front of me, you don't need to be like this. Let's just chat casually. No need to be constrained. You are right, sir. I tend to get nervous sometimes. Chun Guanlo gave a subtle smile, appearing young and inexperienced, quite deceptive. Prison officer Fan laughed heartily. When I was your age, I also got nervous easily. Several times during the tonsure exam, I was so nervous that I started writing before even reading the questions carefully, afraid I wouldn't have enough time. You have accumulated deep knowledge, sir, and will surely rise to great heights in time. No, it's too late. Once you become a clerk, you're a clerk for life. Throughout the dynasties, the only time clerks could become officials was when a new dynasty was just established. After that, the conditions for becoming an official became increasingly strict. I have no chance in this lifetime. Prison officer Fan was full of regret and emotion. If he were a few years younger, he would never have become a prison officer in the heavenly prison. He would have continued on the imperial examination path. Chun Guanlo gave a light cough. Sir, do not be disappointed. Even as a clerk, there is much you can achieve. There are many officials in prison below. If you find any that catch your eye, you might consider getting in touch with them. What do you mean? Prison officer Fan immediately became interested and asked Chun Guanlo to elaborate. Chun Guanlo told him, officials who come from the Jixiao Academy background are very likely to be reinstated to their former positions. They also need a few trusted people around them. Hearing this, prison officer Fan nodded repeatedly. You're right. Every official needs a few trusted subordinates to handle affairs. But how can I determine which imprisoned official is worth investing in? And besides, they may not even look favorably upon me. Sir, you only need to wait patiently. I will keep an eye on the prisoners for you, and when I find a suitable one, I will inform you immediately. Then, sir, you can cater to his interests. After being enlightened by Chun Guanlo, prison officer Fan felt a sense of regret that they hadn't met 10 years earlier. He wished he had met him 10 years earlier. He grabbed Chun Guanlo's hand, repeatedly expressing his emotions, saying that Chun Guanlo was his most loyal and steadfast supporter. Chun Guanlo felt revolted and quickly withdrew his hand without making a fuss. People of this era had a bad habit. Whenever they got excited, they would hold on to your hand and not let go. It's not like they were women. Two men holding hands tightly was improper. Why did Chun Guanlo deceive prison officer Fan? Because he had discerned that Fan was developing the idea of squeezing money out of the guards' pockets. He quickly used the prospect of career advancement to divert Fan's attention and dispel his plan. If one wanted a future, one couldn't push the guards too hard. The prisoners interacted with the guards every day. If he gained a reputation for being harsh and greedy toward his subordinates, word would reach the ears of those soon-to-be reinstated officials, and then there would be no future for him. For an official, reputation is paramount. Even if one doesn't care about reputation, deep down, one must at least put on a show. Recruiting a person plagued by a bad name to work by one side is not worth it. Prison officer Fan also understood the stakes. In his mind, career advancement was always more important. If he truly had a chance to latch onto some bigwig and gain their favor, he could accept losing a bit of money. Chun Guanlo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as prison officer Fan didn't go mad and empty the guards' pockets, the job could still go on. Recently, everyone's life has been tough. As Chun Guanlo patrolled the prison, the restless Yu Zhaoan pretended to be profound and spoke to him. Chun Guanlo initially intended to ignore him and continue walking. Someone is about to meet misfortune, or more precisely about to die. Words are never shocking enough to stop. But this tactic really worked. Chun Guanlo stopped, turned around, and looked at him. Are you going to die? Heh. Yu Zhaoan sneered. Even if all the prisoners in this jail were dead, it wouldn't be my turn. As for others, that's hard to say. Chun Guanlo pondered for a moment, decided to play along as a straight man, satisfying the others' desire to show off. Tell me about it. If you make sense, I'll be convinced. Yu Zhaoan leaned against the cell door, looking lazy and bored. After being imprisoned in the imperial jail for so long, even the most ingrained habits would be forced to change. The once neat, clean, and powerful Yu Zhaoan had now begun to adapt to the filthy life of the prison, learning to blend in and accept what fate offered. He took a deep breath. You jailers are making a big fuss over money. Who do you think would be so insane as to touch the prison's funds? A greedy person. Chun Guanlo tried to guess. Yu Zhaoan shook his head with a mysterious smile. Wrong. It's someone who wants to do great things. Greedy people usually don't actively change their surroundings because a familiar environment makes it easier for them to gather wealth. Only those who attempt great deeds and large-scale actions will make bold changes. Chun Guanlo raised an eyebrow, having learned something. This reasoning seemed to make some sense. He had never thought about the problem from this angle before. As expected of the right vice-censor-in-chief, he understood every aspect of the court, government, and human nature thoroughly. Chun Guanlo suffered from not having experience in officialdom, understanding only half of it, a mere dabbler. When it came to deep-seated issues, past experiences were no longer as effective. Even in the information age of later generations, the inner workings of officialdom were rarely disclosed. They would directly give a result, but the process, unless you were an insider or a party involved, was impossible to know. Netizens could only use their shallow knowledge to speculate whether the emperor used a golden hoe to dig the ground, or whether he drank soy milk by pouring one bowl and wasting another. You mean there's going to be a big move from above? There will definitely be a big move. You might as well go out and inquire whether the treatment of low-level clerks and runners in other government offices has also been reduced. If so, what would be the situation? If so, it wouldn't be an isolated incident in one office, but a large-scale collusion among all government offices. It seems someone can't hold back anymore and wants to stage a coup. Yu Zhaoan laughed out loud. Chun Guanlo was so startled his brows jumped. A coup? Don't talk nonsense. He lowered his voice, signaling the other to watch his mouth, not thinking that being in the imperial jail allowed reckless talk. Yu Zhaoan snorted with a disdainful expression. Do I look like I'm talking nonsense? Have you ever seen the court? Have you seen the emperor? The highest official you've ever met in your life. How high is he? Is he even 7th rank? Have you ever dealt with the big shots in the court? You, a mere jailer, what right do you have to question my judgment? I tell you, this is a long-planned major move. You should be careful. Chun Guanlo's face darkened as he suppressed his anger. Even if what you say is true, what should I be careful about? Yu Zhaoan said with a smile. Soon this prison will be overcrowded with many officials above the 3rd rank being locked up. Tell me, shouldn't you be careful? It's even possible that imperial relatives will be imprisoned. Those people, no matter how you serve them, will never be satisfied, and they can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. Chun Guanlo suppressed his unease and asked with a straight face, Are you so sure someone will stage a coup? I know the nature of those people too well because I was once one of them. How long has it been since the top allocated funds or distributed grain? Almost a year, right? Yu Zhaoan looked at Chun Guanlo smugly. He put his hands behind his back and paced around the cell, looking like he was directing the affairs of the state, full of grand gestures. He had the bearing of a high-ranking court official. As befitting the former right vice-censor-in-chief, he was full of presence. He continued, No one cares about the lives of low-level officials. But when needed, it doesn't stop them from using the demands of low-level officials and clerks to add a bit of leverage. His Majesty is obsessed with cultivating immortality, spending money like water, ignoring the people's suffering, ignoring natural disasters and man-made calamities. Even the increasingly fierce rebellion in Jinzhou cannot shake his determination to pursue longevity. They're anxious. Everyone is very anxious. The many ministers of the court would never allow power to fall into the hands of those swindling Taoist priests. If it were you, you wouldn't agree either. If I were still in the court, I would have beaten several of those stinking Taoists to death on the spot. Look, even after being locked in the imperial jail for almost a year, my anger has not truly subsided. How could the many ministers of the court tolerate a few petty men riding on their heads and acting wild? There will surely be a remonstration, there will surely be a coup. The Crown Prince is an excellent target to win over. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince was a bit hasty. I sincerely hope that this time the Crown Prince will be smart enough not to be won over by these ambitious schemers and just be a bystander watching the show. I didn't expect you to support the Crown Prince. I heard that you used to frequently impeach the Crown Prince, accusing him of lacking personal morality in such trivial matters. Chen Guanlo was very surprised. People on never stay consistent, it's all about interests. Yu Zhaoan chuckled, his expression a bit smug and reminiscent. He raised his head and said, "What do you know? That's called strategy. The emperor is old and the Crown Prince is in his prime. That's extremely dangerous. To protect the Crown Prince, one must impeach him. Never let the Crown Prince become a perfect person. There are no saints in this world. Impeaching him on trivial personal matters will not touch his fundamental interests at all, and will also give the emperor the impression that the Crown Prince does not form factions. Truly intelligent people understand the principle of first suppressing, then praising truth, mixed with falsehood, falsehood mixed with truth. Love is hate, hate is love. In officialdom, if you truly support someone, never support them openly, do it secretly. Why are you telling me all this? Such private matters. You're not trying to harm me, are you?" Chen Guanlo looked at him suspiciously. Yu Zhaoan was talking more than usual today, somewhat abnormal. There must be a reason for the anomaly. He didn't believe that Yu Zhaoan had suddenly changed into a person with a strong desire to confide and share inner secrets. He speculated about the other with the utmost malice. This guy had no conscience. "Stupid. I'm teaching you how to act. In the future, if you enter officialdom, all this will be useful." "I'm not going into officialdom." Chen Guanlo denied it emphatically. He would have to be crazy to go into officialdom. The imperial jail was great. Little work, good pay, and no worry about anyone discovering his secrets. Entering officialdom and working alongside those top elites of humanity, the geniuses among scholars, even with his knowledge from later generations playing schemes, would eventually get him killed. Just the resources those people held in their hands were beyond his imagination. A grown man with no ambition whatsoever. "It is truly pitiful," said Yu Zhaoan with evident regret, as though saying to Chen Guanlo, "Just now you passed up an opportunity worth $1 million. An entire million. When opportunity lies before you, any man ought to grasp it firmly rather than push it away. That is what only a fool would do." Chen Guanlo felt completely unmoved. Everyone has his own aspirations. Yu Zhaoan snorted coldly, extremely dissatisfied. "I intended to bring you wealth and honor, yet you fail to recognize kindness when you see it." Chen Guanlo thought to himself, humph. He knew all along that Yu Zhaoan harbored no good intentions. Clearly the man wanted to use him. Wealth and danger often go hand in hand. "What exactly do you intend to do with my head?" He was genuinely curious and asked. Yu Zhaoan was a selfish and petty man, arrogant and dismissive of those below him, with a strong sense of social hierarchy. He could never believe the other man would bestow a favor without reason. A man like that only shows respect when he has ulterior motives. "Who said I want your head?" Yu Zhaoan replied with obvious disdain. "Your head is hardly worth anything." This time, it was Chen Guanlo who wore an expression of contempt. At this point in the conversation, he was still pretending. Who was he trying to deceive? He came straight to the point. "My head may indeed be worthless, but this mouth of mine is quite valuable to you, Lord Yu. You are a high-ranking official with a bright future ahead. Is it amusing to you to toy with someone like me? If I had been even slightly greedy, I would have fallen into your trap long ago. If any other prison guard had been standing here today, in 2 days' time, there would be nothing left but a corpse. The lives of people like us mean nothing to you, but they mean everything to me. You would do well to watch your mouth. You are in my territory now, and I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Yu Zhaoan was left speechless, his face twisted in anger. He shouted, "How dare you? Are you not afraid that after I leave with a single word, I could have you banished 3,000 li away to mine coal? Oh, I am terrified. I tremble with fear. That is precisely why I have treated you with courtesy and accommodated your every request. But today you demanded my head to satisfy your selfish desires, and now we are irreconcilable enemies. As for those who wish to kill me, I never show them mercy." Chen Guanlo waved the water-fire staff in his hand, his aura in no way inferior to his opponent's. Yu Zhaoan was beside himself with rage. He, a distinguished official, had been threatened by a mere lowly prison guard. He had been read through by a mere lowly prison guard. He could not tolerate this. "Believe it or not, I could kill you right now. I believe you. Every threatening word that comes out of your mouth, I believe it all. But so what? Even a nobody will not be manipulated at your whim. If you want me to be your pawn, you will first need to ask my permission." Chen Guanlo refused to show weakness, refused to yield an inch. The moment he retreated, the other man would press his advantage. Forcing small fry to submit was second nature to men like Yu Zhaoan. It was something he had been practicing since childhood. Without a shred of guilt, and filled with smug satisfaction upon success, he would say, "To be of use to this official is your honor." That was how arrogant he was. "Would you rather die than oppose me?" Yu Zhaoan growled through clenched teeth. Chen Guanlo let out a scornful laugh at the absurdity of the question. "Do you really think cooperating with you would keep me alive?" "Of course you would live," Yu Zhaoan urged eagerly. "You need only deliver a single message from me, and I guarantee your safety. You will soon leave the heavenly prison and become an official in your own right, starting from the 9th rank. What do you say?" Do you believe that if I went to the Marquis Manor right now and spent a little money, I could also buy myself a ninth-rank position, and without any risk involved? Chun Guanlo mocked him. He was not a man without connections. He bore the surname Chun, and although he and the Marquis Manor were beyond the 5 degrees of mourning, he still had a more formidable backer than most. Others could not enter the Marquis Manor's gates no matter how wealthy they were, but he could. You are utterly unreasonable. Don't you even want to hear what kind of fortune I am offering you? What is a mere Marquis Manor compared to that? Yu Zhaoan was not yet ready to give up, still attempting to persuade Chun Guanlo. Chun Guanlo was convinced the man harbored sinister intentions, but out of courtesy, he offered some sincere advice. Lord, you seem so eager. Why not spend some money and have your estate steward summoned? Your steward's skills in running errands and delivering messages surely surpass mine, and he knows far more influential figures than I do. Lord, you please do not ignore what is close at hand and seek what is far away. Stop scheming against people like us, all right? I have no grudge against you. Even if you despise and look down upon me, it hardly warrants taking my life. With me here in the heavenly prison, the next time your fellow townsman or examination classmate is thrown into these cells, I will treat them with kindness on your account and ensure no one bullies them. Absurd. Do not curse this official. My fellow townsmen and classmates are perfectly fine. There's a saying, I wonder if Lord you has ever heard it. The end of officialdom is the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison is the one place every official must inevitably visit in his lifetime. Chun Guanlo said this with a grin. Yu Zhaoan was so furious his beard seemed to bristle. Chun Guanlo had gained the upper hand for the moment. He waved his hand and continued his patrol of the prison cells. Frustrated, Yu Zhaoan kicked the cell door. Chun Guanlo, you will regret this decision. Chun Guanlo extended his hand and directly gave the man the middle finger. Among the officials navigating the bureaucratic world, if Vice Minister of Justice Sundowning struck one as unfathomable, then Yu Zhaoan represented the ugliest and most sinister aspects of human nature. How arrogant those high above truly were, viewing ordinary people as mere ants, crushing them without a second thought, experiencing not the slightest moral qualm. In their eyes, ants existed only as tools to be exploited and taxed while alive, and as fertilizer for the earth once dead. The meaning and value of life was not something ants were entitled to possess. Damn it. A fierce urge surged within Chun Guanlo's heart. One day he would destroy that wretch Yu Zhaoan. Stable days were always few and far between. He had thought that after refusing Yu Zhaoan, the man would leave him in peace. However, a few days later, just as the other prison guards were still processing the situation and trying to convince themselves to accept the sharp reduction in their income, one of the guards under Chun Guanlo's supervision died. It was a young man named Hong Zhuangshi, known familiarly as Hong Ergu, who had recently been assigned to their shift. He was quiet by nature, diligent in his duties, and appeared to be a well-behaved young man. How did he die? Chun Guanlo realized that lately he and this question had formed an inseparable bond. Every so often he found himself asking it again. The frequency of deaths in the heavenly prison had become abnormally high. Xiao Jin stepped forward and said, "They say a thief attacked him at night. He was stabbed once. By the time he was discovered, he was already gone." Chun Guanlo's face darkened. "Is that the Yaman's conclusion?" Xiao Jin nodded repeatedly. "I went to the Yaman to check. Indeed, it was a knife wound. Death resulted from excessive blood loss." "Who was on duty with Hong Ergu over the past few days?" "I was." The short man, Lu, she stepped forward. "During this period, I was the one supervising Hong Zhuangshi on duty." "Did you notice anything unusual?" This humble one's eyes are too dull to have detected anything out of the ordinary. After his shift ended, Chun Guanlo took Xiao Jin to the location where Hong Zhuangshi had met his end. Hong Zhuangshi's home was outside the city walls, but for convenience of work, he had rented a small courtyard within the city. The courtyard was tiny, comprising only 3 rooms. Upon entering through the gate, the entire layout became immediately visible. 1 main room, 1 side room, and a kitchen. The struggle had occurred in the main room, where tables and chairs lay overturned on the floor with a pool of blood staining the ground. Xiao Jin felt somewhat puzzled. "Boss Chun, what exactly are we investigating?" Chun Guanlo gazed at the ceiling. "Where do you think Hong Zhuangshi would hide his valuables?" Xiao Jin clearly hesitated, then replied, "The ceiling beam seems rather obvious, doesn't it? If I were hiding something, I'd either dig a hole in the bedroom wall, hide it in the kitchen, or conceal it somewhere in the courtyard." "All right, let's search according to your logic." Xiao Jin stared blankly. He scratched his head. "Boss Chun, you're serious? But Hong Zhuangshi shouldn't have much money, should he? Don't worry about whether he has money or not. Just search everywhere using the logic of how you'd hide something. I'll explain when the time comes." "All right." Xiao Jin obediently followed orders and began searching through the rooms. Chun Guanlo went to the courtyard and climbed onto the wall. As expected, he discovered a faintly discernible footprint. Crouching on the wall in contemplation, his gaze inadvertently swept across the firewood pile beneath the eaves, which was in considerable disarray. A slanting ray of evening sunlight swept past, momentarily blinding him. He swiftly descended from the wall and approached the firewood pile, beginning to search through it. "Found it. Purses. 3 bulging purses. I found them." Xiao Jin rushed out from the house upon hearing the commotion. Chun Guanlo picked up one of the purses and opened it, revealing it was stuffed entirely with silver. He lifted another purse, which contained an assortment of gold and silver jewelry. The third purse held silver alongside gold nuggets. Xiao Jin's jaw dropped in absolute shock. This. These must be worth several hundred taels of silver at least. 200 to 300 taels, certainly. Possibly even more. Chun Guanlo weighed the purses in his hand, estimating their value. Where did Hong Ergo get all this money? His death. Xiao Jin's face instantly drained of color, his pupils dilated, clearly shaken to his core. Chun Guanlo gestured for him to remain calm. Without a doubt, these riches were the cause of his death. This matter stays between us. I know you're tight-lipped and won't spread gossip. Rest assured, Boss Chun. Not a word will leave my lips. Hong Ergo kept such a fortune secret, so one truly can't judge a book by its cover. Xiao Jin sighed repeatedly. Normally he never would have suspected Hong Ergo of such cunning. Yet Chun Guanlo observed, for a mere few hundred taels he forfeited his life. Hardly worth it. He knew full well who had supplied the money, and who had silenced Hong Ergo, yet possessed no proof. When Hong Ergo had begun colluding with Yu Zhaoan remained a mystery to him. The death of a single jailer, even with evidence, couldn't scratch Yu Zhaoan's reputation. Such was the brutal reality. This single incident laid bare Yu Zhaoan's ruthless cunning and treachery. This man confined within the prison walls still manipulated court politics, scheming to pull strings from behind the scenes, stirring up storms, and playing with people's fates. Boss Chun, what should we do with this money? Xiao Jin whispered. Chun Guanlo snapped back to the present. Deliver it all to the Hong family. You know how to handle this. Xiao Jin nodded. Boss Chun trusts me with this task. I won't let you down. He pledged earnestly, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his expression. Chun Guanlo studied him. Speak freely. What's on your mind? Boss Chun, should we continue investigating Hong Ergo's case? No need. Xiao Jin's face flooded with relief, visibly relaxing. As a seasoned veteran of the prison, despite his lack of education, he understood, well, that less knowledge meant less curiosity, and less curiosity meant a longer life. One must seize every opportunity for personal gain, yet never reach for forbidden wealth. Never assume that officials locked within the prison become fish on a chopping block vulnerable to manipulation by mere jailers. Should one secretly reach for ill-gotten gains, the end comes like Hong Ergo's, dying without explanation. Official funds can be taken, but only through legitimate means. Wealth obtained through covert channels. Those greedy officials will never accept it quietly. Trouble is inevitable. Hong Ergo was simply too greedy, believing himself the exception. Little did he realize, in the eyes of officials, all lowly jailers are expendable. Every single one deserves death. Xiao Jin sighed privately. As a worldly wise veteran, he needed no explanation from Chun Guanlo. The money alone revealed the truth. Ergo acted foolishly. He took over his brother's position in the prison, serving even longer than Yu Boschin. 5 or 6 years makes him a veteran. Yet he still couldn't escape the curse of greed. Xiao Jin lamented at length. Someday when I visit the Hong family, I'll burn extra paper money for him. Chun Guanlo produced 5 taels of silver and handed it over. This is my condolences. Please deliver it to his family. Won't you deliver it personally, Boss Chun? I won't be going. So many tragedies lately. My sympathies to you, Boss Chun. Chun Guanlo surveyed the surroundings, personally closing the courtyard gate before departing from the small residence. Along the way he parted ways with Xiao Jin, purchasing a package of braised dishes, beef, pig's head, ears and trotters, along with a pot of wine, and leisurely made his way to Du Fuziai's residence. Du Fuziai's elderly servant was preparing dinner, entirely vegetarian, without meat. Upon seeing him carrying a package of braised meat, the servant's face lit up with a toothy grin and warmly welcomed him inside. Du Fuziai was grading students' essays when he spotted his visitor inviting him to tea, while grumbling, "What utter garbage these compositions are. I must have committed grave sins in a past life to be cursed with this bunch of hopeless students." Money talks, Chun Guanlo replied casually. He had studied at the Chun clan school himself and understood its situation. Parents who sent their children to the clan school held no aspirations for scholarly achievement. Merely learning to recognize characters, read, write, and do arithmetic, to avoid being completely illiterate, was the goal. Those seeking official positions needed to attend proper academies, where genuine learning and imperial examination preparation took place. Du Fuziai tossed down his brush. No more grading. No more. Not a single composition is worth reading. This younger Qin generation is truly hopeless. Not one shows any promise as a scholar. Aren't the young masters from the Marquis' estate any different? Du Fuziai shook his head with a bitter smile. Promising? Not in the slightest. They're all pampered nobles with zero intention of pursuing civil service examinations. The other day, I met with the Lord and suggested the children should resume martial training. It shouldn't be neglected. The Lord agreed wholeheartedly. The Marquis' estate rose through military merit, and martial prowess is the foundation. Scholarly pursuits merely prepare them to stand in court and at least comprehend what the civil officials are saying. So in arguments they can occasionally cite classical texts to retort. Chun Guanlo burst out laughing. This was the happiest he'd been in recent days. He remarked with a smile, "The Lord is indeed a pragmatist. He's absolutely right. The Marquis' young masters don't need examinations to obtain official posts, yet they must still study, if only to avoid being deemed illiterate and unable to follow simple conversations. So perhaps, Master, you might consider lowering your expectations somewhat." Chun Guanlo briefly recounted his recent experiences, concluding with a sigh, "I was naive back then, thinking being a jailer would be easy. Now I realize that to thrive and grow old as a jailer is no easy feat, either." Master Du held his wine cup in silence for a moment before saying, Every profession has its difficulties. Outsiders unaware of the inner workings merely speculate based on their own assumptions. That Lord Yu Zhaoan you mentioned, from what you say he's a narrow-minded man who never lets a grievance go. You must be careful. Master Du, do you know Yu Zhaoan? How would I have the chance to know such a person? However, I once saw the name Yu Zhaoan in the Grand Lord's study. Shen Guanlo was not surprised at all. He had long seen through Manager Lu's secret dealings with Yu Zhaoan, but never spoke of it. Although Manager Lu was nominally a man of the second branch who could guarantee he wasn't secretly working for the Grand Lord, a chief steward of the Marquis' residence like him would always reserve a way out for himself. Are you thinking, Master, that Yu Zhaoan might be colluding with the Marquis' residence, plotting something in secret? Such words must not be spoken, absolutely not. Master Du was terrified, waving his hands repeatedly in denial. But with wine loosening his tongue, he couldn't hold back and whispered, in earlier years the Grand Lord was very clear and staunchly supported the Crown Prince. But ever since he broke his leg, the Grand Lord hasn't visited the Eastern Palace, not even to pay respects during festivals. Today when you mentioned Yu Zhaoan, I couldn't help but wonder if the Grand Lord has grown disillusioned with the Crown Prince. Why disillusioned? Most officials in the court still support the Crown Prince. He is the legitimate heir. You're in the imperial prison, cut off from affairs above, so you might not understand. I once overheard a grumble that the Crown Prince is becoming more and more like His Majesty. You mean the Crown Prince is as cold and ungrateful as His Majesty? Are you out of your mind? Master Du's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He hurried to the door, peered out, saw the old servant in the kitchen and the courtyard empty, and only then relaxed. He patted his chest, catching his breath. Your mouth really has no filter. You'll say anything. If this conversation gets out, we might end up in the imperial prison, and that's the best case. Worse, we wouldn't even make it to the prison. We'd be silenced on the spot. Chen Guanlo laughed heartily. Don't worry, Master. I'm not reckless. I made sure no one was around, that it was safe before I brought this up, and I trust you won't spread our words. My lips are sealed. Humph. Master Du snorted coldly. How can you be sure no one's around? I've been practicing martial arts for a long time. I can't boast much, but my 5 senses are sharp. In this house it's just the 3 of us. Good. Master Du sighed with relief. The capital is wonderful in every way, but one must be cautious in speech and action. The Jinui agents are everywhere. They might even have spies in the Marquis' residence. Chen Guanlo nodded in agreement. That's certain. Every emperor suffers from paranoia. They will surely find ways to plant spies among their subjects to monitor every move. Another method is to bribe the servants of the Marquis' residence to record the words and deeds of the masters. So we must be careful even in private. Master Du, still shaken, said, since you believe Yu Zhaoan is dangerous, stay far away from him. Don't try to contend with these officials. Though he is a prisoner now, he can still remotely direct others to do his bidding. The power these people wield is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk like us. Being cautious is always right. Master Du, your words are wise and prudent. I raise a toast to you. It's a pity that a man of such talent never became an official. Chen Guanlo offered a few flattering words. Master Du was delighted and humbly declined. I have no qualifications to be an official. With my meager abilities, I'd end up in the imperial prison. What you said earlier is excellent. The end of officialdom is the imperial prison. I must remember that. You, with your extraordinary insight and cautionary words, why would you choose to idle away your days in the imperial prison? Life in the imperial prison is easy. But now the pay is less. You don't mind. It's only temporary. Sooner or later the income will return to its former level. Yu Zhaoan may lack character, but I must admit his analysis has some merit. Chen Guanlo lowered his voice and whispered, though I'm not in the court and can't feel the pulse of the capital's upper echelons. Judging by the recent unusual quietness of the disgraced officials in the imperial prison, it seems Yu Zhaoan's analysis might come true. You know, those officials relying on their status used to cause trouble over nothing. But lately they've been surprisingly cooperative. Such an anomaly signals that something major is about to happen. Master Du let out an exclamation, startled and somewhat frightened. He looked extremely tense. Will there really be a coup against the emperor? Will it implicate the Marquis' residence? Are you wondering if the Grand Lord will join the coup? Rest assured, the Grand Lord has been absent from the court for years and has stopped meddling in state affairs. Even if he were temporarily misguided and persuaded to take part, he would never be the first to stick his neck out. At most, he would have his subordinates shout cheers and show support. I hope so. I've observed that the Grand Lord has been restless after being still for so long. I'm afraid he might erupt after suppressing himself for too long. Alas, when the court is unstable, even small fry like us are affected. I don't know what's wrong with His Majesty. He was a wise and heroic ruler in his early years, universally recognized as a sage king. But as he aged, he grew increasingly muddled, even obsessed with cultivating immortality. How can there be immortality in this world? Chen Guanlo. A living immortal was right before him, yet Master Du had no idea. Being the only immortal in the world, Chen Guanlo felt a mix of secret joy and loneliness. No one to share it with. He had to work hard to hide his secret. Has the old emperor been fooled? Why did he suddenly become obsessed with seeking immortality through cultivation? Chen Guanlo was curious. Master Du shook his head. I'm not sure. There are rumors that one night the old emperor dreamed of an immortal, and then he began his pursuit of immortality through cultivation. Just a dream, and then he started cultivating for immortality. That rumor sounds too far-fetched. Chen Guanlo found it hard to believe, too absurd. How could a person change completely overnight because of a single dream? After all, he is the emperor commanding the most supreme resources in the world. Master Du shook his head. At least that's what the rumors say. Even if there's a deeper truth, it's not something small fry like us can glimpse. In the Taiji Palace, the Grand Eunuch Qiu Difu, bent at the waist, entered the great hall with small steps and silently approached the aged Emperor Taixing. Behind him followed 4 minor eunuchs, each carrying a wicker basket filled with memorials from the court officials. Though Emperor Taixing was over 70, he appeared no more than 50 or 60. At this moment he was engaged in seated meditation and qi cultivation alongside a group of Taoist priests, a daily ritual the old emperor never missed. Qiu Difu held his breath, daring not to make the slightest sound lest he disturb the emperor's practice. He simply stood by, hunched in wait. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the old emperor finally concluded his daily regimen and slowly opened his eyes. Palace maids who had been waiting nearby silently stepped forward to change his robes, wipe his face, and massage his shoulders to ease his muscles. Throughout the entire process, not a word was spoken, as if they were performing a silent play. Only after the old emperor had finished changing and his body felt refreshed did he ask Qiu Difu, "What matters are there today?" Qiu Difu stepped forward and said softly, "Your Majesty, today we have received 301 memorials, the majority of which impeach Lord Jiang." Endless one after another, Emperor Taixing said with disgust. "Where is Jiang too?" "Your Majesty, Lord Jiang is waiting outside the hall for your summons. Tell him to roll in here." "Your servant obeys." Receiving the order, Qiu Difu waved his hand, and immediately a minor eunuch bowed and left the hall to summon Jiang Tu. Moments later, Jiang Tu, crouching low, hurried into the great hall. Before even reaching the center of the hall, he knelt and crawled forward on his knees, scrambling prostrate to the old emperor's feet. With a sobbing voice he cried out, "Your servant deserves death. Please punish me, Your Majesty." "You wretched creature." Emperor Taixing kicked Jiang Tu over, casually picked up a memorial and threw it forcefully at his head. "See for yourself. These 2 baskets full of memorials all impeach you. This is just today's batch. Tomorrow there will be more. Have you poked a hole in the sky? The entire court wishes you dead." The old emperor stretched out his foot and kicked, and Jiang Tu rolled half a turn on the ground, feeling as if he had been struck by immense force. Immediately he crawled on his knees back to the old emperor, knelt upright, picked up the memorial that had been thrown at him, quickly scanned a few lines, and wept, "Your Majesty, your guilty servant has committed 1,000 wrongs, but my loyalty to Your Majesty is as clear as the sun and moon. The court officials are merely jealous that an insignificant nobody like me has gained Your Majesty's favor and the chance to share your burdens. They clearly intend to sabotage Your Majesty's cultivation enterprise and prevent you from seeking immortality. They simply refuse to appreciate Your Majesty's painstaking efforts and are bent on undermining your great path of cultivation. Even if I, your guilty servant, die, it matters not. But I will never tolerate anyone destroying Your Majesty's noble cultivation undertaking. I will fight them to the end." Jiang Tu's face twisted, giving the impression of a mad dog. Those who knew him well understood that he was indeed a mad dog, a thoroughly frenzied and rabid one. Qiu Difu rather despised this mean-spirited man, but the old emperor valued him. He could only stand by with his head lowered, his expression as calm as an ancient, while careful not to betray any emotion before the emperor. "I am the son of heaven, possessing all under heaven. Whom does my cultivation of the Tao offend? Yet they refuse to quiet down. And you, can't you be more cautious? Use gentler methods. You've stirred up so much trouble. Because of you, those court officials harass me daily and won't let me focus on my cultivation. Right now I truly want to behead you." Jiang Tu's mind went blank, first startled, then delighted. He knocked his head repeatedly and wept. "If beheading your guilty servant can allow Your Majesty to cultivate in peace, please issue the decree and grant me death. It's just a pity that from now on your guilty servant can no longer share your worries. Who will build palaces and gardens for Your Majesty? Who will scour the realm for rare herbs and treasures to contribute to your cultivation enterprise? The thought of Your Majesty lacking someone to serve, I cannot rest even in death." He spoke with deep sincerity, his weeping moving heaven and earth. The key was that he had learned some skill. This grown man shed tears without being ugly, without marring his handsome features in the slightest. Qiu Difu was furious and silently added another score against Jiang Tu. What did he mean by lacking someone to serve? Were they the eunuchs all dead? Building palaces and gardens, gathering wealth. Who couldn't do that? Plenty of people could, and better than that Jiang fellow. That mean man Jiang Tu, even now he couldn't resist gilding himself. He truly deserved death. If not for the old emperor's current rage, Qiu Difu would have certainly sown some discord to teach Jiang a lesson. Overstepping one's bounds was a great taboo. How dare he mock us eunuchs? He'd better watch out. He might die one day without knowing the reason. "You dog, if you want to die, just die. Stop weeping in front of me. A grown man, what's there to cry about? Shut your mouth." Emperor Taixing was thoroughly disgusted. Jiang Tu quickly closed his mouth, though he still sobbed occasionally, looking utterly heartbroken. Seeing him like this, the old emperor seemed moved. His tone softened noticeably. "I know you are loyal, but what you have done deserves death 100 times over. What kind of people do you have under you? They sparked tax resistance in Jiangnan, and Jinzhou has been ravaged with rebels growing despite suppression. What exactly have you been doing? Since your subordinates are incompetent and fail in their duties, they all deserve death. Your Majesty, they are still capable. You dare to defend those worthless people? Or do you want to die in their place? Your guilty servant deserves death. Whatever your Majesty decrees, so shall it be. Jiang Tu made a swift decision to abandon his underlings and save his own skin. As long as he remained standing, there would be plenty of underlings. An endless supply, as many as he needed. Emperor Taixing nodded approvingly. Don't be reluctant. Those who fail in their duties deserve death. Qiu Difu draft an edict, have the embroidered uniform guard arrest all those involved in the Jiangnan tax resistance and the Jinzhou affairs. Kill those who deserve death. In addition, wasn't there a group of officials arrested earlier for failing to discern right from wrong? Qiu Difu quickly replied, Your Majesty, indeed a group of officials were arrested for jointly impeaching Lord Jiang. Emperor Taixing pondered for a moment, as if weighing the options. After a while he made his decision. Execute them all. What? Qiu Difu was clearly shocked. Your Majesty, is this appropriate? Once word spreads, there will be a surge of public outrage. Cutting off Jiang Tu's arms was not enough. Now he wanted to execute the imprisoned officials as well. He was showing mercy to neither side. If His Majesty played it this way, it would likely provoke even more fierce resistance. Qiu Difu was deeply worried. The Emperor's political methods seemed increasingly unhinged, just like that mad dog Jiang Tu. Just draft the edict. If any official resists, inform me. Would Your Majesty consider it further? My decision is final.